In this world, birth decided everything. Even a peerless genius would become a mediocre nobody without resources. Other than selling yourself off as a dog to the great clans, the road ahead was nothing but darkness. Commoners with a bottom rung, cannon fodder, bugs with no dignity. Lin Ye, the crazy older brother who had seen all the darkness in the world, awakened a talent called pain sharing. Lin Xi, the crazy younger sister, awakened blood-cold frost. Both were talents that only had any output through self-harm, but the corners of their lips curled up. These talents looked like they came with maxed-out side effects. But in truth, the two of them had an even bigger secret, one that could cover every flaw in their talents. They couldn't die. The story begins. Boss, a fresh kidney. Just cut out. How much will you buy it for? Yunqing, East District, Underground Black Market. A handsome, sunny-looking young man slowly spoke while holding a steaming lump of flesh in his hand. Even the owner of a black market stall who bought organs year after year felt his heart tremble when he saw this scene. To 10,000. I'll take it for 10,000. But kid, I think I only mentioned to you yesterday that kidneys can sell for money. And today you already cut one out? This. No choice. My little sister got hurt. Badly. I need money to help her recover. Hearing that, even though the black market boss had been in the organ trade for many years, he still couldn't help but feel moved by the young man in front of him. He had to help this pitiful boy get through this hard time. Then he said, "What kind of injury did your sister suffer?" "I know a private hospital. For just 10,000, I guarantee your sister will recover." Lin Ye slowly said, "Oh, nothing much. She just didn't agree with me selling a kidney for money, so she fought back with her life on the line. That's normal. She was worried about you too. Then she lost to me, so I cut out her kidney. She is still lying at home right now." "Huh? The kidney in my hand is hers." Holy shit. The boss shuddered in fright. In the black market, he had seen plenty of ruthless people, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone cut out his own little sister's kidney to trade for money. The boss immediately handed over 10,000. When he passed the money over, his body was still trembling. Then Lin Ye turned around and went straight to another stall. 2 talent awakening stones. The awakening stone stall owner glanced at Lin Ye and casually tossed him 2 stones. To be honest, he looked down on Lin Ye, someone who sold his own sister's kidney just to awaken a talent. Over all these years, although awakening a talent was the only path for East District's bottom dwellers to rise up, this was the first person he had seen with so little bottom line for it. Holding the defective awakening stones, Lin Ye directly pressed his hand onto one of them. The next moment, the awakening stone began to emit red light, instantly enveloping Lin Ye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the stone exploded, blowing Lin Ye into a bloody mess. The black market stall owners watching the scene could only shake their heads helplessly. All awakening stones sold in the black market were defective products. Their biggest problem was unstable energy. They could awaken talents, yes, but only if you survive the process. Out of 10 stones, 8 would explode because of energy disorder during awakening. And without exception, no one ever survived those explosions. Sigh, another corpse to clean you, huh? Wait, this kid isn't dead? Lin Ye had been blasted to the ground, but he was still breathing. There was even a foolish grin on his face. The stall owner wanted to ask what talent he had awakened, but then he saw the wounds blown open across Lin Ye's body start healing in a bizarre way. Regeneration? Kid, you're damn lucky. You actually awakened a B-rank talent, regeneration. What kind of bullshit luck did you stumble into? Talents were ranked from high to low as S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Even in great families, a B-rank talent was extremely rare. The owner looked at Lin Ye, thick envy flashing through his eyes. He had clearly been guaranteed to die in the explosion, yet he awakened regeneration and forcibly lived through it. Still, envy was envy. He would dare bet on something with 9 chances of death and only 1 of survival. But every day, plenty of people unafraid of death still stake their lives on it. Over all these years, counting this kid, only 8 people had ever successfully awakened from his stall and survived. Lin Ye slowly stood up, a bright young man's smile curving at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, I really am pretty lucky." Then he took the other awakening stone and turned to leave the black market. But in his mind, the talent he had truly awakened was echoing back to him. Pain sharing. Can share the pain one suffers with anyone within a radius of 10 meters. The target can be freely selected within range, and as strength increases, the range will also increase. According to the official talent standards, his pain sharing was probably around C rank. A special type talent. Not high, not low. Middle tier. But Lin Ye's lips curled. For him, this C rank pain sharing was just right. The reason was simple. Because this was paired with the top tier cheat this body had come with ever since he transmigrated into it from the womb. A cheat he called extreme healing. Just how extreme was extreme healing? Lin Ye had tested it before. Even if a blade pierced straight through his heart, he could recover in just a few breaths. It was basically no different from immortality. So with his cheat and this pain sharing together, he was basically stepping on his own left foot to spiral straight into the heavens. Thinking that, he quickly left the East District black market, the awakening stone tucked into his clothes, and walked all the way back to his home in the slums. The instant he got home, a flash of cold light swept past. His neck suddenly went cold, and blood sprayed out. Then a woman said with a smile, "Oh, my dear Oni-chan, why'd you fall down? Doing something so cruel to me. You really are a piece of trash." A sweet-looking young girl stood before him. Her smile was ice-cold, and her eyes were full of chill. Lin Ye dropped to his knees, but there wasn't too much surprise in his eyes. If anything, there was a bit more ridicule. His voice rasped and clicked. With his throat cut open, it sounded like rusty gears grinding together. "My adorable little sister, I've awakened a talent now. Did you really think you could still beat me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her own neck, hot and burning. She immediately retreated. Without another word, Lin Ye pulled out a knife and drove it through her clothes, pinning her to the wall. "I'm someone who has awakened a talent now. If I still couldn't beat you, wouldn't that mean I awakened for nothing? So you awakened an ability? Huh, if I had awakened, I'd definitely kick you around like a ball." Lin, she said stubbornly, not noticing at all that the blood from her hand had already soaked through her clothes. "Here, take it." Lin Ye directly slapped the awakening stone into Lin Xi's hand, then quickly backed away. The next moment, the awakening stone suddenly turned red and violently exploded. Lin Xi was blasted into the air and crashed to the ground. Lin Ye had already hidden off to the side. Looking at the charred lump on the floor, he poked her with a stick. "Quit sleeping. What did you awaken? Let me see." The next moment, a terrifying chill burst from Lin Xi's body. Her injuries also rapidly healed back to normal, and she lunged straight at Lin Ye. Without another word, Lin Ye took out a toothpick and stabbed it into his own eye. The next instant, the knife in Lin Xi's hand clattered to the ground from the pain. Lin Ye took the chance to grab her and smash her to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. "Cece, have you felt the fear of being dominated by your big brother yet?" Covering one eye, Lin Xi glared at him viciously. "Not necessarily." As soon as she said that, a blood-red icicle rapidly condensed in her palm and stabbed straight toward Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye didn't even try to block it. He simply waited for the icicle to pierce through his chest. The next moment, intense pain and a freezing chill spread from Lin Xi's chest. Her breathing immediately turned ragged, and the ice covering her body instantly dispersed. Lin Ye asked, "Your ability is ice? Is it B rank or A rank?" Lin Xi paused, but still said, "My talent is blood-cold extreme frost. If we go by the official classification, it should be A rank. It's an elemental talent that keeps getting stronger as I continuously burn my blood. Its power is directly proportional to how much blood I burn. It's strong, very strong, but ordinary people can't afford to use it. Burn too much blood and you'll easily burn yourself to death, so they gave it A rank. The ranking is pretty reasonable, but if we're talking pure destructive power, it can stand shoulder to shoulder with an S rank." The corners of Lin Xi's lips curled slightly. She was obviously very satisfied with this skill. "But for me, this kind of talent is just right. ISNT it. Brother? After all, with our bodies, we can't die. Lin Ye, now that we've awakened our talents, can we transfer schools and go take the martial exam?" A few traces of excited eagerness appeared in Lin Xi's eyes. Lin Ye said, "The people there are either descendants of great families or lapdogs of aristocratic clans. You sure you want to go? Huh, you think I'm afraid of them? Or are you the one who is scared?" When Lin Xi said that, Lin Ye paused for a moment, then quickly smiled. "Fine, but let us make this clear first. The secret that our bodies can't die must never be exposed." Lin, she rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm brain dead? Would I casually tell other people my trump card? But speaking of it, the school is guiding us through chi absorption into the body tomorrow anyway. Let us finish the aptitude test before we leave." All right. The next day, on the field of Yun City East District 9th High School, several people were drawing chi guiding formations. All the third-year high school students in the school watched with excitement in their eyes. But when Lin Ye looked at the broken field, the peeling paint on the teaching building, and the students so poor their pants had holes in them and still had to keep wearing them to school, it felt like he could see their future at a glance. Principal Yang Dong slowly walked up to the platform. He was also a martial artist. Looking at these children who were about to step into the martial path, he felt both emotional and somewhat excited. "Children, starting today, you will step into the world of martial artists." Yang Dong's speech was serious and heartfelt. He spoke for a long time, but no one on the field looked impatient. On the contrary, their eyes were even filled with gratitude when they looked at him. But inwardly, Lin Ye only cursed them for being idiots, getting sold, and still helping count the money for the seller. Lin Ye had transmigrated into this godforsaken world as a fetus and lived here for a full 18 years. This shitty world, spiritual energy had revived, talents had awakened, martial arts had risen, order had collapsed, and strange beasts ran rampant. The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity of his previous life were all complete bullshit in this world. It had taken 500 years in the goo world to grind the immortal venerable S values to pieces. To that, Lin Ye only wanted to say, "Immortal venerable, your moral standards were still too high." These past dozen years had long since shattered his original worldview. When you bought things, you could end up with fakes. When you walked the streets, you could get robbed. Even while sleeping at night, thieves could break into your home. People at the bottom would do anything to survive. On the road, a 7- or 8-year-old child might pretend to be pitiful. If you went over to show kindness, that child could stab you and rob your money. That's right. This was the world. A world beyond saving. As for this so-called compulsory education funded by the clans, it was all specifically for raising dogs. Of course, even dogs had ranks. Not everyone was qualified to become one. And the standard for becoming a dog was naturally martial aptitude. From low to high, martial aptitude was divided into mortal body, good body, extreme body, profound physique, spirit veins, saint bones, and immortal body. The further back, the rarer it was. Even among the children of aristocratic families, the vast majority hovered around good body and extreme body. A small portion could reach the level of profound physique. Beyond that, he had never seen any. As for the so-called immortal body, it only existed in books. No one knew whether such a physique really existed. It lived only in legend. After Yang Dong finished his impassioned speech, all the commoner students became hot-blooded and began stepping forward one after another to guide qi into their bodies and test their martial aptitude. Wang Ming, mortal body. Lin Feng, mortal body. Gu Tian, mortal body. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. Countless people wished to leap through the dragon gate like carp, but in the end, the overwhelming majority were just mortal bodies. If one or two good bodies occasionally appeared, that was already like incense burning high to the heavens. Yang Dong watched the students with a smile on his face, but he had long since become impatient inside. What a bunch of trash. More than 100 already. And not even one good body. None of them meet the Family S recruitment standards. It'd be a waste of rice to even use them as cannon fodder. Last year, there were at least 17 good bodies and 2 extreme bodies. This year, forget extreme bodies, there aren't even many good bodies. Just then, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed from the formation, and Yang Dong, who had just finished cursing, instantly froze. Holy shit, this. Could this be an extreme body? No, that's not right. This is above extreme body. Could it be a profound physique? Treasure. I struck treasure. Yang Dong's expression stiffened for a moment, then his heart burst with wild joy. The one who had awakened this kind of aptitude was actually a beautiful young girl with a cold expression. Almost in the very next moment, Yang Dong ran to her side. The way he looked at Lin, she was like he was looking at treasure. Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the inspection, asked urgently, Principal, this light. I've been doing this for more than 20 years, and I've never seen it before. What kind of aptitude is this? Profond physique. This light should be profound physique. No mistake. Teacher Wang sucked in a cold breath, then said in a trembling voice, Lin Xi, profond physique aptitude. The moment those words came out, every student in the school sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Lin, she changed completely. There was envy, jealousy, and even some gnashing their teeth in resentment. But the most excited of them all was Yang Dong. After all, Lin, she not only had excellent aptitude, she was also beautiful. Most importantly, she had no background. If he could absorb her into the family, she could completely become someone who would expand the family line for the clan. Recruit her. He absolutely had to recruit her into the family. But right after that, another ray of light flashed straight into his eyes, forcing him to shift his gaze away from Lin Xi and look over there. At the same time, his heart and liver were trembling wildly. And another profound physique aptitude? I've struck it rich, completely rich this time. I dug up 2 top-tier talents for the family in one go. As long as they grow up, even if their talents are F rank, they can still reach the strength of a 6th rank martial artist. At the very least, that S2 future 6th rank martial artists. Our Yang family can become the top force in Yun City's East District. Yang Dong was already struggling to suppress the excitement in his heart, while Teacher Wang urgently continued, Lin Ye, profound physique aptitude. After that, the remaining students all successfully guided qi into their bodies. This time, there were 3 who awakened good body and 1 extreme body. If not for Lin Ye and Lin Xi, this year would have been miserable compared to last year. But their 2 profound physique martial aptitudes were enough to erase all shortcomings. All right, the qi guiding into the body is over. All of you can now step onto the martial path. Starting today, you've graduated. Student Lin Xi, Student Lin Ye, the 2 of you come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Yang Dong took a deep breath, then revealed a kindly smile to Lin Xi and Lin Ye. Sure, Principal. As it happens, we also have something to discuss with you. Lin Xi's tactfulness made Yang Dong very satisfied. That was how these bottom dwellers were. Give them just a little favor and benefit. Just guide them into becoming martial artists for free, and they'd be so grateful they'd weep with thanks. Very soon, Lin Ye and Lin Xi followed Yang Dong straight into the principal's office. Compared to the dilapidated field outside, the principal's office could be called resplendent and magnificent. From the desk to the sofas, everything radiated luxury. Yang Dong got straight to the point. Lin Ye, Lin Xi, do you too want to awaken your talents and become true powerhouses? Hearing this, Lin Ye's gaze darkened. He naturally caught the meaning behind those words. More than 500 years ago, spiritual energy revived and strange beasts ran rampant. The earliest batch of martial artists who awakened their talents quickly rebuilt a new set of rules, taking in nearly all the wealth and resources. while those who failed to awaken talents could only sink to the bottom. If people at the bottom wanted to rise, there were two paths. One was to obtain a safe talent awakening stone, but a safe and stable awakening stone cost 5 million each, and they were all monopolized by the great families. The other was to spend money in the black market and buy one there. If you survived, it counted as success. And Lin Ye and Lin Xi were the latter. As for martial artist realms, from low to high, they range from first rank to ninth rank. Each rank was divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak. And the path of cultivation was a single plank bridge. Even for a peerless genius, if he stepped onto the martial path without awakening any talent, his final achievement would be no more than a mere third-rank martial artist. That was the cruelty of this world. If an ordinary-born genius wanted to become strong, then for the vast majority, the only choice was to attach themselves to great families and clans, become their vassals, and spend their whole lives as dogs. Obviously, Yang Dong had called them here alone and said these words with a clear purpose. Principal, who doesn't T want to become stronger? So, we want to transfer schools and take the martial exam. The martial exam was jointly organized by Huagua's martial Dao families. Only students from martial arts high schools were qualified to take it. People like them, who had been thrown into society to fend for themselves right after drawing qi into their bodies, were never even considered. When Yang Dong heard that, his smile practically twisted across his face. The answers from the two of them had already made their stance clear. Because the most basic requirement for martial exam students was this. They had to be martial artists who had awakened a talent. Good. Since you've decided, I want to beat around the bush. One talent awakening stone costs 5 million. The two of you together make 10 million. After all, the principal isn't running a charity. You only need to join our Yang family. And then, Yang Dong had already started fantasizing about the great achievement of taking in two geniuses. However, in the next moment, Lin Xi slowly spoke. Principal, we only want to apply for a transfer. You just need to write us a certificate. Why are you bringing up awakening stones? Yang Dong's expressions definite, and displeasure rose in his heart. Two students, do you not know? Without a talent awakening stone, you simply cannot awaken a talent. And the standard for the martial exam is that examinees must have awakened a talent. But we've already awakened our talents. There is no need for it. How is that possible? Did you join another family? At those words, Yang Dong's face changed. It was as if something had slipped beyond his control. And he asked that question, because aside from that, there shouldn't have been any other possibility. Then Lin Ye continued. We saved up money for a long time and went to the black market to buy 2 awakening stones. By coincidence, both of us survived. It's that simple. Right after that, a strange smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. The moment he saw that smile, even Yang Dong, a 4th-rank martial artist, felt a chill run down his spine. You two are insane. If it failed, you could been blown to death. Damn it. These 2 lunatics had actually gone to the black market to awaken, and they had both survived. What kind of freak luck was that? You and T find even one example like that in 100 tries, yet here he had run into 2 at once. It was absurd. At that moment, Lin, she slowly spoke. If we died, then we died. We were dirt poor anyway. If we lived, we made a profit. If we died, we didn't lose anything. Hearing Lin Xi's thunderous statement, Yang Dong froze on the spot. Did those words really come out of the mouth of a girl who had just reached adulthood? Wait. 2 martial Dao geniuses with Xian bodies, both lucky enough to crawl out alive from the near-certain death of black market awakening stones. And the 2 of them were even biological siblings. Honestly, even if Yang Dong didn't believe in superstition, when so many ultra-low probability events piled together, that was no small matter anymore. These 2 had fates so hard they could chop down trees with them. Their luck was so high it was starting to feel mystical. At the same time, he changed his lofty attitude from before and instead asked softly, but 2 students, cultivation consumes a lot of resources. Why not join a family? And then let the family raise us and provide us with cultivation resources? The conditions are tempting, but we like freedom. Lin Ye's tone suddenly grew heavier. That sentence made all of Yang Dong's unfinished words get stuck in his throat. Lin Ye continued, Principal, we only came here for one purpose this time. Transfer. Being shut down again and again by 2 juniors like this. Yang Dong was having trouble keeping face, but he still forced himself to endure it. You should discuss this with your parents. Dad and Mom are both dead. Lin, she was still the same thunderous language system, and she directly left Yang Dong speechless. He truly couldn't bear to let go of these 2 geniuses who would at the very least become 6th-rank martial artists in the future. Then he suddenly thought of something and immediately said with a grin, in that case, I've decided to let you transfer. I'm planning to transfer you to this school. There is still 1 month left before the martial exam. You can report there tomorrow. As he spoke, Yang Dong immediately wrote a recommendation letter and handed it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took the envelope and said with a smile, MHM, thank you, Principal. After the 2 of them left the office, Yang Dong angrily slammed the table, then made a phone call. Third brother, our school produced 2 martial Dao geniuses. They've transferred to your school to take the martial exam. You must absorb both of them into the family. After leaving the office, The two of them headed straight home. Now that they had initially stepped onto the path of martial Dao, they had both become first-rank beginner martial artists. Right now, the first priority was to solve one thing: eat. Martial artist cultivation consumed an extreme amount of energy, so martial artists ate at terrifying levels during cultivation, especially when it came to blood food. The flesh of exotic beasts was an even greater tonic for cultivation, but that stuff was absurdly expensive. Even the most ordinary kind cost 100 to 200 per gene, while the pricier ones went into the thousands or even tens of thousands. Lin Xi thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Ye's waist, and the corners of her lips curled up. "My dear Oni-chan, I want to eat meat. Lin Xi pinched her voice into a sweet, lowly tone and acted spoiled. "Speak properly. Stop making that awful voice. I need a certain part of your body to exchange for some daily necessities. Lin Ye. And that is why you keep staring at my kidney, right? Do we really have no other way to make money?" Lin, she tilted her head. "Isn't this how we've survived ever since 2 years ago? It grows back after a few breaths anyway. It's no big deal. The money problem is solved, but what about cultivation methods? What about martial techniques? The school only teaches the most basic breathing method. Its cultivation speed is several grades worse than what those major families have. I'm not Tang Buddha, born with an eternal god-tier cultivation method like the Xiantian technique." Lin, she continued, "At worst, we'll just go try our luck in the black market again. We want to cultivate ourselves to death anyway." Looking at Lin Xi, Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly. "Forget it. I never expected your brain to accomplish anything useful. You asking for stabbing? Aren't you? Did your brain short-circuit? You go to the black market every day. Can the stuff in there even be cultivated? Just from that awakening stone alone, you should know how much of a scam it is. Even if there is anything, it's all discarded stuff people already eliminated. How can it compare to proper complete stuff? Huh, can it? Then tonight we split up. I'm going to the black market. I'd really like to see what kind of good stuff my clever Oni-chan can come up with." As she spoke, Lin Xi wasted no time. She directly took out a knife and walked over to Lin Ye. Lin Ye slowly lifted his shirt. The knife came down. Blood splattered. It was frozen and stored at low temperature. Lin Xi cut and left. Before leaving, she even added, "Thanks for Oni-chan's generous gift." Just as Lin Xi was about to leave, a burning pain suddenly shot through her waist. She whipped around. "Lin Ye, you dog. We agreed 1 cut each per day. And you actually turned on pain sharing? How is this any different from cutting me every day? I'm going to fight you." Lin Ye smiled and immediately stopped the pain sharing, while also saying, don't get worked up. How about this? Let us compete and see whose find is better. The winner gets to cut the loser for 1 week. Fine. Deal." Lin, she headed off alone toward the black market. Full of fighting spirit, Lin Ye shook his head. Silly little sister. Besides the black market, there's south another place with plenty of social resources. Then Lin Ye directly headed in another direction. And that was his target for today. Yunqing East District Casino. Lin Ye had come to the casino as a child to steal money before, so he naturally knew that the gambling stakes here included all kinds of goods. Money was the most ordinary thing. Then there were cultivation methods, martial techniques, blood food, exotic beast inner cores, weapons, and so on. Most of the gamblers here were first-rank or second-rank martial artists. There were quite a few third-rank ones too. Most were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. The moment Lin Ye stood at the entrance, he smelled a thick, foul, smoky stench. From inside the casino also came the voices of many old gamblers at play. After that, without another word, he traded the 2 kidneys he had removed ahead of time for 300,000 in chips. He couldn't help smacking his lips. The black market was really King blackhearted. Lin Ye took the chips and walked in. He looked over the stakes everyone had brought. Weapons, incomplete cultivation methods, and even so-called treasure map fragments. There really didn't seem to be much of value. But after one sweep over that pile of junk, he skipped right past the stakes and started looking at the people instead, his gaze passing over one gambling table after another. Finally, he found target. This person looked out of place in both clothes and bearing. Compared to this bunch of crude bottom-tier martial artists, this man still spoke roughly. But his clothes were exceptionally neat. Yet he didn't have the arrogance or swagger of some young master from a great family. Right now, because he had been losing, he looked flustered and red-faced. But the moment Lin Ye saw him, he knew who tonight's target was. Talentless bottom-tier martial artists didn't have anything good on them. But a lackey from a great family was different. When great families raise people like that, they really did pour resources into them. Lin Ye immediately walked over to his side. At this moment, the man looked like a crazed gambler who had completely lost himself. Even the way he spoke was a little hysterical. "Okay, it's him. Sir, that guy looks like some young master. Why is he gambling in a place like this?" "Who, him?" "Oh, Lu Feng. He sold himself to the Wang family. Not enough to compare upward, but better than the people below him. He is a gambling addict. Loves gambling. Why? Because he is short on money. What else? He is clearly a third-rank martial artist, and his talent isn't bad either. It's related to defense. Quite a few martial artists at the same level can't even break his defense. What a pity, what a pity." The moment Lin Ye heard that, an idea immediately formed in his mind. He walked straight to an empty gambling table and shouted loudly, New player opening a game. One round decides the winner. 300,000. An entire 300,000 in chips. Hearing that a young kid had set up a table nearby, the old gamblers all turned to look. Well, would you look at that? Didn't he notice the casino had such a young lad here? So young and already going bad. Ha ha. There aren't any bunny girls dealing cards here, little brat. This kid S probably still a virgin. Huh? If it really doesn't work out. How about uncle here helps you experience a little something? Fair skin, nice and tender too. You F king queer, get lost. Lin Ye ignored their teasing and only said flatly, everyone, one round decides the winner. Anyone interested? Lu Feng froze for a moment. He was already losing badly enough to be seeing red. When he saw the game this young man had set up, he subconsciously asked, what is a green little brat like you planning to bet on? Death roulette. How about it? Holy SHT, are you crazy? Playing this big? The moment those words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. But Lu Feng asked, people die playing that. You're not scared? Sometimes. Being poor is scarier than death. Lu Feng paused. Looking into Lin Ye's eyes, he had to admit he was tempted. Then Lin Ye continued. One round decides the winner. I've got chips worth 300,000 here. This is all the money I have on me right now. I'm playing until I lose it all. Seeing that, heat rose in Lu Feng's chest as well. Though he was a third-rank martial artist with an elevated status, he knew very well that in reality, he was just a tool the family exploited. His monthly salary was only 10,000. A monthly salary of 10,000. What year of the monkey was he supposed to wait for before he could pay off a 5 million loan? So he needed money. More than anyone, he needed money. That was why, when he saw Lin Ye put out 300,000 in chips, he practically sat down without a second thought. After all, he was a third-rank martial artist, and on top of that, he had an E-rank enhancement-type defensive talent. This revolver from Death Roulette couldn't kill him. At worst, it would just hurt a bit. Seeing this, Lin Ye smiled. What is your stake? My stake is chips worth 300,000. What about yours? Lu Feng had just been about to sit down when his expression stiffened. He had already gambled away all his money just now. Then he looked around at the people nearby and said, everyone, can any of you lend me some money? Another day, I'll return it with both hands. The next moment, no one paid him any attention. Lu Feng's expression turned extremely ugly, while Lin Ye continued, if you don't have money, other things can be used instead. Cultivation methods, beast cores, blades, or weapons with decent value. They all work. Lu Feng paused, then took out a small booklet from his chest. This is my handwritten copy, a breathing method, Xuanqi art, a mid-Huang tier cultivation method. Based on market price, it should be worth around 100,000. In truth, inside the family, this thing was such trash that not even a dog practiced it. It was the kind of thing everyone got a copy of as soon as they entered. The family's core members had better ones. Even so, it was still better than what those bottom feeders outside had, and outsiders wouldn't even get the chance to have it. Lin Ye said nothing. Lu Feng then pulled out a dagger. This dagger, a fine fire-attributed weapon, is called Fire Scorpion. Wounds cut by it carry a burning pain. Is that enough? Lin Ye kept looking at him with a faint smile, still not saying a word. Grinding his teeth, Lu Feng directly pulled out a martial skill manual. This is a martial skill, mid-Huang tier, shattering rock fist. This is a complete technique, brat. Don't push your luck too far. Seeing that Lu Feng had practically turned himself inside out and could only squeeze out this much, Lin Ye finally said, fine. The revolver. I know you're a third-rank martial artist, and a handgun like this can't kill you. So I'll take the loss. If I die, you win. If your head gets hit by the gun, I win. How about it? Hearing such a one-sided agreement from Lin Ye, the old gamblers watching the excitement all sucked in cold breaths. Holy SHT, this kid is insane. He really dares to bet like this. No, Lu Feng really struck it rich today. This is a guaranteed win. Why? Why am I not a third-rank martial artist? Why doesn't something this good ever fall into my lap? Being third-rank wouldn't help you. Lu Feng got an enhancement-type talent that boosts defense. Even if you were third-rank, your head would still get blown through. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth lifted slightly, as if he could already see those 300,000 chips about to fall into his hands. Meanwhile, Lin Ye picked up the revolver the casino had prepared. Then he opened the cylinder and directly stuffed in the first bullet. Everyone watched the scene nervously. A gamble like this. How many years had it been since they had seen one? And just when they thought Lin Ye would stop after loading one bullet, he directly stuffed in a second. Holy SHT. Wait too. Is this kid crazy? Even Lu Feng's expression changed a little. Brat, are you really not afraid of dying? The bigger the risk, the higher the reward. As he spoke, he loaded the third bullet, then the fourth. The old gamblers around him all unconsciously held their breath, their heartbeats quickening. Only when he reached the fourth did he stop, and everyone let out a breath of relief. Then Lin Ye swiftly dropped in the fifth and sixth bullets. Holy SHT. Are you F-King insane? And you call this gambling? 6 bullets? Doesn't that means certain death? The gamblers all stared blankly at the scene. There was no helping it. It was just too F-King absurd. Then Lin Ye said, you first or me first? Lu Feng wasn't stupid. The FCK, do you think if all 6 bullets are loaded and I go first, then if I get shot you win right away? I'm not falling for that. Oh, then I'll go first. You're crazy. You're a complete, an utter lunatic. I'm not crazy. I'm just betting the shot is a dud. Lin Ye grinned. Then he raised the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! Everyone instinctively covered their ears, and blood immediately began spurting from Lin Ye. Then he fell to the ground with emotion. Watching Lin Ye clutch his temple as blood kept pouring out was horrifying to everyone. Even Lu Feng's heart shook when he saw that scene. But soon, everyone reacted. Wait, he still seems to be moving. Hold on. How did he wipe the blood away? Wait, how is he standing up? No, shouldn't he be dead already? How are you still alive? One of the old gamblers asked. Lin Ye felt the wound at his temple had already healed. So he immediately let go of the spot he had been covering where blood had been spurting out. The pain on his face instantly vanished. Everyone looked at his temple. Aside from the bloodstains, there wasn't any wound at all. They couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Lin Ye said, I crushed a fake blood pack just now and gave you all a free magic show to liven up the mood. Messing around like that was pretty fun. TCH, the old gamblers all instinctively clicked their tongues, but then someone suddenly noticed something was wrong. Holy shit, 6 bullets, and this kid survived. That really was a dud just now. After that, everyone turned to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng himself was dumbfounded. Betting on a revolver loaded with 6 bullets and still landing on a dud? What kind of joke was that? But very quickly, Lu Feng thought of a possibility and pointed at Lin Ye as he cursed. You brat, you planned this with the casino, didn't you? You brought 6 dud rounds to fool me and scare me into admitting defeat. I'm not falling for it. These 5 left have to be fake too. Then he snatched the handgun and fired 5 shots at the floor in a row. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots. 5 bullet holes smashed into the floor, scaring Lu Feng so badly that he collapsed on the ground. He had lost. Lin Ye slowly stood up and directly took Lu Feng's cultivation method, martial techniques, and weapon for himself. As Lu Feng watched Lin Ye leave, the despair in his eyes from just before instantly turned vicious. He said nothing else, only slowly got to his feet and followed after him. Lin Ye left the casino, thought for a moment, then headed toward the black market. We passed by an alley, he stopped. The night was as dark as ink. It was so black you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A perfect place to make a move. Come out. No need to sneak around. Lu Feng, who had been following behind and preparing to strike, felt his heart tighten. But in the next moment, 2 middle-aged men walked out instead. Both of them looked like thugs, with savage expressions on their faces. Kid, you're pretty alert. Also, you got 300,000 on you, plus 3 treasures. And you think you can just walk out of the casino in one piece? You're thinking too nicely of this world. Lin Ye swept them with a glance. They looked fierce enough, but their cultivation wasn't high. 2 pieces of trash who've been stuck at the peak of first-rank martial warrior for your whole lives. And you're trying to play black on black too? Or do you think I'm easy to bully because I'm just a first-rank early-stage martial warrior? Picking the softest persimmon to squeeze? Lin Ye's mockery was absolutely maxed out. The word trash made both of them explode on the spot. We were going to spare your life if you knew what was good for you. But I didn't expect you to be this blind to what is good for you. Go die. As soon as they finished speaking, they clenched their fists. Their knuckles crackled as they charged straight at Lin Ye. Lin Ye reacted just as quickly, but he wasn't running. He sprinted forward, and in his hand, he tightly gripped the fire scorpion dagger he had just won. But neither of the 2 men took Lin Ye's actions seriously. No matter what, they were both peak first rank, and it was 2 against 1. Against a rookie first rank early stage martial warrior like Lin Ye, they simply didn't think much of him. Finally, just as they were about to punch Lin Ye in the stomach and pin him against the wall, smiles appeared on their faces. A little first rank early stage rut. Watch me af. One of their necks was sliced open in an instant, without even the slightest chance to think. Before that scream could even fully come out, Lin Ye had already reversed his grip and stabbed the other man straight through the head. This weapon was pretty sharp. It could easily pierce the flesh defenses of 2 peak first-rank martial warriors. Lin Ye slid down from the wall and patted the dust off his stomach. His movements were clean and decisive, and there wasn't the slightest panic in his eyes from killing for the first time. After killing those 2, Lin Ye crouched down and searched their bodies. In the end, he allowed a scoff. So they were just 2 paupers, only a few $100. Lu Feng watched Lin Ye from the shadows, and his heart jolted hard. Too clean. If he were just a peak first-rank martial warrior, could he really kill this kid? There wasn't a single extra movement. He had even looted the corpses afterward without changing expression. That kind of temperament. If he joined a major power and grew properly, he would definitely be a genius among geniuses. At the very least, he could reach the level of a 5th-rank martial warrior. But Lin Ye wasn't from some big family. Lu Feng himself was also just a small martial warrior gnawing on scraps under a family's command. Everything he owned was all the wealth he had. How could he possibly let this kid take all of it? Black on black was the fastest way to make money. Then he moved. But the instant he did, Lin Ye sensed it and quickly backed away. When he saw Lu Feng, he wasn't surprised at all. That expression. Looks like you knew I was coming. Of course. You're a pauper too. You spent so long saving all that stuff, only to have it won by a little first-rank early-stage rookie like me. Forget you. Even I was tempted to leave the casino and ambush someone. Lu Feng laughed. Interesting. Really interesting. You guessed I'd make a move on you. Yet you still came to a place like this. Pitch black. Even if you die here, you probably won't be found until tomorrow. Did you pick out your own grave for yourself? Why can't this be your grave instead? Hearing that, Lu Feng burst out laughing. Haha, quit making me laugh. Sure, you killed those 2 peak first-rank martial warriors quickly just now, but that was only because you caught them off guard and slit their throats with your dagger. If they had been second-rank martial warriors, your dagger would be only scratched a little skin at most. Lu Feng walked over to Lin Ye and said somewhat arrogantly, I may be a dog for a family's young master, but at least I'm a pedigree one raised on premium feed. I'm world apart from wild dogs like you, who go hungry one meal and full the next. Besides, killing 2 mud legs who never awaken talent. Does that really give you the confidence to kill me? A huge pressure instantly descended on Lin Ye. Looking at Lu Feng in front of him, Lin, you didn't hesitate at all. He turned and fled deeper into the alley. Lu Feng remained very calm. Since the little rat had already found its own grave, he might as well enjoy this game of cat and mouse. After all, this little rat was fat indeed. 300,000 was at least 2.5 years of his wages. Run. Go on, run. I'm a mid-stage, third-rank martial warrior. Even if 100 of you came at me together, you still wouldn't break my defense. Run. Run like a dog. Lu Feng was extremely arrogant. Even though he was only walking, he wasn't moving any slower than Lin Ye was while running. Finally, they reached a dead end. The surrounding houses were mostly abandoned, and Lin Ye stopped as well. Ah, brat, run. Why do you stop? I haven't had enough fun yet. Did you really think my treasures would be that easy to scam away? Forget it. You've got no value left. Lin Ye immediately stabbed back at him with a knife. Seeing Lin Ye still dare point a blade at him, Lu Feng laughed even more crazily. Ha ha. I really don't know whether you're just a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers, or whether you simply don't know what level a third-rank martial warrior is. Fine. In your next life, remember this lesson. Lu Feng rushed forward and smashed a punch straight into Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His bones and internal organs were instantly shattered by that force. He used all his strength to swing the dagger, trying to stab it into Lu Feng, only to discover that the blade couldn't break through his defense. If you really could break my defense, then my awakened talent would been for nothing. Kid. Watching Lin Ye collapse to the ground, Lu Feng prepared to strip the corpse, but the next moment, a pain as if his internal organs had been shattered instantly spread through his whole body. He had never felt pain like this before. It hurt so much that he rolled all over the ground and could not even stand up. Oh, how is that possible? How could I be injured? He forced himself to endure the agony and pulled open his clothes, only to find no wounds on his body at all. No external injuries, so where was the pain coming from? Did you really think I was playing cat and mouse with you? That place just now had people living there. Your screams would have been easy to notice. This is an abandoned building. No one comes here. At this moment, Lin Ye slowly stood up. His face was still wearing that standard sunny boy smile, but with a dagger in his hand, he looked indescribably sinister. You're still alive? Lu Feng's face turned pale from the pain, and Lin Ye smiled. Can't take this little pain? I've got something even stronger. This dagger stuck in your body feels like you're burning alive, right? Then, without another word, Lin Ye directly stabbed the dagger into his own chest. Blood dripped down. That crazed and eerie smile remained on his face. It was pitch black night with not a trace of light, and his body felt like it was being seared by raging flames. You awaken a talent. It hurts so much. I can't hurt you, but I can pain you to death. After that, Lin Ye took off his shoes, then took out a needle, pressed the tip against his big toe, and then kicked hard against the wall. Lu Feng died. He was literally pain-stimulated into shock and died. The pain was so intense that he even lost control of his bladder and bowels, and Lin Ye began stripping the corpse with some disgust. And this strip down was not a problem. He stripped out another yellow-rank high-grade martial skill, taking Feng. Just from a name, you could tell this martial skill was similar to light footwork. No wonder he had been walking just now, yet was faster than Lin Ye running. So this old bastard was hiding more stuff after all, this time as a prophet. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lin Ye carried 1 cultivation art and 2 martial skills all the way home, satisfied. Xiaoxi, your kidney for the next week are all yours. As soon as Lin Ye entered the house, Lin Xi immediately sat on her bed, then spread her arms and held the junk behind her tightly. What? You found good stuff? Lin Ye, this time I'm definitely winning. The kidneys for the next week are yours. So confident? Of course. Then Lin, she smiled sweetly. Lin Ye, don't blink. Not going to the black market was definitely the most wrong decision you made. Right after that, Lin Xi took out a unique copy, a yellow rank high-grade martial skill, Han Jingpong. Although it was incomplete, you could still train it to about 70 to 80%. And these ice needles, supposedly hidden weapons used by clan disciple while training outside, picked up by someone else. Their power had already dropped a lot, but after cleaning them up, they could still be used. Also, at this point, Lin Ye finally discovered his younger sister's other talent. She was especially strong at collecting junk. Out of $100,000, aside from spending $30,000 to buy blood food, The other 70,000 had all been spent on this junk. In total, there were actually more than 20 items, 3 incomplete cultivation arts, 7 martial skills, various small gadgets, weapons, and even quite a few treasure maps. And the treasure maps were also fucking broken. If you didn't know better, you'd think collecting all the treasure maps would let you find the Nether Lotus Yao fire. When Lin Xi excitedly introduced all the big treasures she had picked up, she then said confidently, "The kidneys for the next week are yours." The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Looking at this pile of junk that couldn't even make up a single cultivation art or martial skill, he finally spoke. "Can I say one thing?" "Say it." "I feel like my kidneys died for nothing." "Hey, what kind of way is that to talk?" "Lin Ye, do you not believe in your cute little sister's taste?" Lin Ye gave her a sidelong glance, his eyes full of mockery. "You know, the one thing I have the most confidence in regarding you is your skill with a knife when you're cutting my hand. The rest, I don't believe in any of it." "Goody. Also, after fooling around all night, what good stuff did you bring back?" Lin Ye laughed. So this was starting a dimensionality reduction strike? Then he took out a cultivation art, 2 martial skills, and a dagger. When Lin Xi saw this, she immediately laughed. "You only brought back this little in one night? Not even as much as my leftovers. Hurry up and get ready. For the next 7 days, your kidneys are mine." "Ha ha ha." And when Lin Yi saw her excited expression, he slowly said, 1 cultivation art, 2 martial skills, Xuanqi art, taking feng, sway in fist, and a fine fire-attributed weapon. They're all complete. What do you have to compare with me? My silly little sister, After hearing this, Lin Xi was dumbfounded. She froze for quite a while. "Wait, hold on. 1 complete cultivation art, 2 complete martial skills, and a weapon? And they're all complete. Lin Ye, just how many kidneys did you have to cut out to buy these things?" "No, that is not right. Even with money, you can't buy this stuff, can you? Did you go out and sell yourself?" "Something else off. Those young ladies from the great clans have seen everything. You're pale as a ghost, so they probably wouldn't pick you either." "Lin Ye, bang." Lin Ye threw a punch straight at Lin Xi's chest. Before she could react, her whole body slammed into the wall. "My hand itched. I didn't hold back just now. This little sister just needs a beating. Can't she show a little more worship? That was still too light." "Cough cough. Lin Ye, you bastard, just wait till I freeze you solid. Forget it. At most you can only make a few ice spikes. What else can you do?" Then Lin Ye directly slapped taking feng on her face. "For you. Thank you for your gift, brother." The moment Lin Ye threw out the cultivation art, the anger in Lin Xi's chest vanished without a trace. A few traces of forced smiling appeared on her face, and Lin Ye rolled his eyes at her before flipping through Xuanqi art. "So this is the cultivation art of the noble dog's lackeys?" Yet after Lin Ye read it once and circulated the spiritual energy along the meridians shown in the cultivation art, the spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones as naturally as water finding a channel. His bones seemed to crackle and pop, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was much faster than before. But was this thing really that easy to cultivate? Could it be that he was really a genius? Lin Ye then continued to open the first page of the Sui Yin fist martial skill, and then he followed along in a rather clumsy way. But after only 4 or 5 pages, his body seemed to be able to deduce it on its own, and he subconsciously executed every move of Sui Yin fist. This kind of ability was like his body had once known this cultivation art, but had forgotten it. Yet once you gave a starting point, it didn't need to think at all. It would deduce everything for you. By the time Lin Ye got this far, he was already stunned. He looked at his own body, as if wanting to verify something, then walked over to the pile of junk Lin Xi had bought and directly pulled out another martial skill. This was an incomplete copy called Pishan Palm. The name was pretty imposing, but who knew how strong it actually was? And Lin Ye still learned it in a clumsy manner according to the first few pages of the cultivation art. As expected, very soon his body seemed to have mixed Ming Po soup with water and once again deduced the entire martial skill. Seeing this, Lin Ye immediately understood one thing. He had lost. What kind of junk were these incomplete, unique copies? These fucking things were all rare treasures. Was it just 1 week's worth of kidneys? Slash them all of them. Lin Ye, I'm simply a genius. I learned taking feng after just flipping through a few pages. I might actually be a peerless prodigy. Since you're blood related to me, this young lady will allow you to cling to my thigh. Lin Xi walked over with a smug look on her face. It was as if a breeze was carrying her feet. Her steps were light, swift, and graceful as she showed off in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye took a deep breath, then said to Lin Xi, "Oh, my adorable little sister." The moment Lin Xi heard that, she instantly backed up several steps. An ice all quickly formed in her hand as she took up a defensive stance. "What are you trying to do? I'm telling you right now, if you're planning to harvest my kidney, at least wait until tomorrow. Today is absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Lin Ye, why did his little sister always make him sound like such a terrible person? Was he really that bad? You're my only family in this world. How can you think of me like that? I care about you very much. Lin Ye put on a bright, hearty smile, and Lin Xi immediately deadpanned. "Ah, what a clear and pristine scumbag look in your eyes. Don't talk like that. You're freaking me out. Lin Ye, Fine, I've got good news for you. Want to hear it? What good news?" They say the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation. And the good news is, it looks like the two of us have mutated. Huh? You mean besides being unable to die, as long as our bodies can regenerate past the limit, we also have the effect of deducing cultivation methods? The moment Lin Xi heard that, her eyes lit up. Lin Ye nodded. That's right. So, the two of us count as poor people who mutated. Ah, then I win. I pulled out 3 cultivation methods and 7 martial skills. You can't beat me now. Lin Ye, is that the only thing you care about? Since we can deduce cultivation methods, then our next objective is pretty clear. Lin Xi thought for a moment, then nodded. We'll go to the black market and buy up every incomplete martial skill page and fragment we can find. Can you have a little more ambition? Is that what this ability is for? We're transferring into the Martial Dao Academy tomorrow. The cultivation methods and martial skills, they're way better. Don't go digging through poor people's stalls. If we're going to look, we should look for rich people's stuff. Lin Xi listened, and the corners of her lips curled up. Lin Ye, you really are smart. You're basically a scheming old bastard. The hell, brat, who are you calling that? Looking for a beating? Lin Ye casually swung a hand at her, but Lin Xi, stepping on a light breeze, quickly dodged away. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered with her anymore, and instead opened the other martial skills. I was praising you, okay? Or what? Do I have to call you a law-abiding, respectful to the old and kind to the young model youth? Lin Ye rolled his eyes at her. Who are you being sarcastic at? Follow the law in this world. What? Are you tired of living? And stop running your mouth. Practice these too. Tomorrow, we're going to be the hottest ones in the whole place. Lin Xi gave an O, then sat back down across from Lin Ye and started flipping through the incomplete pages. The remaining skills were things like Broken Golden Finger and Whirlwind Kick, martial skills so low-grade that children of noble families wouldn't even spare them a glance. But to the two of them, they were the most precious treasures. In just 2 hours, relying on their mutated bodies, they forcibly mastered all of those low-grade martial skills completely. This feels amazing. I think I found the true essence of cultivation. Lin Ye, let us fight. No talents, just a pure martial skill showdown. Fist to flesh. Lin Ye said nothing. Instead, he looked toward the incomplete cultivation manuals tossed off to the side. As he stared at them, he fell into thought. A martial artist could learn all kinds of martial skills, but could only cultivate one cultivation method. If someone forcibly cultivated 2 cultivation methods at the same time, the mild result would be damaged meridians. The severe result would be losing all chi and blood, then exploding to death. Now, the Xuanqi art had already formed an initial minor circulation within his body and had begun operating. But Lin Yi still wanted to try. If he learned a second cultivation method and brought it into his body, what would happen? He then picked up an incomplete copy of a mid-Huang rank cultivation method. Fire Chi art. He had only flipped through a few pages when Lin Xi immediately said, Lin Yi, what are you doing? You're not planning to cultivate a second cultivation method, are you? I want to try. Lin Xi said nothing. She just looked at him for 2 seconds, as if sorting things out in her own head. Then she nodded. That actually might work. For us, damaged meridians aren't really a problem. Perfect. Let me see what happens when you cultivate it. There was even a bit of anticipation on her face. Then she suddenly thought of something and immediately ran into the room, sticking only her head out to watch. Why are you running that far away? To keep you. You sneaky bastard, from suddenly turning on pain sharing when your meridians all snap. Lin Yi. She guessed right. Lin Yi let out a light sigh, then flipped through the cultivation method and began circulating it according to the steps written inside. Very quickly, Fire Chi art was just like the previous cultivation method. Once he practiced the beginning, the rest came naturally, as smooth as flowing water. But the very next moment that smooth progression took hold, it immediately clashed with Xuanqi art. The 2 streams of spiritual energy were like 2 giant pythons colliding and biting at each other inside Lin Ye's body. Even for Lin Ye, who had long since grown used to pain from childhood, at that moment it felt like his body was being sliced apart by 1,000 blades. His eyes flew wide open, his body trembled uncontrollably, and in an instant, sweat completely soaked his clothes. His flesh was forcibly torn apart in the collision, but his body regenerated at high speed. Once regenerated, it was torn apart again. Then it regenerated again, over and over and over. Holy shit, teach this pain, this is some real stuff, art. Lin Yi dropped to his knees. Inside the room, Lin, she was stunned too. From childhood until now, even when she had cut out his kidney, Lin Yi had never shown an expression like this. She could even hear the sound of flesh repeatedly tearing apart. At once, she understood what Lin Yi was suffering. Lin Yi, why you okay? She had just stepped forward when, in the next moment, an unprecedented wave of agonizing pain nearly made her black out. She instantly retreated, then said with an angry face, Lin Yi, are you sick in the head? I finally show concern for you for once, and you still screw me over? Lin Yi raised his head. His face was somewhat twisted, but there was still a faint smile on it. This is the drawback of cultivating 2 cultivation methods at once. I already told you, if you can endure it, then you can cultivate like this too. Otherwise, don't touch these cultivation methods for now. They're not suitable for you. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Lin, she hesitated. There was no question that with her blood-colored extreme cold talent, the best choice for her would be an ice-attributed cultivation method, one that could complement her talent. But among the 4 cultivation methods they had today, not a single one suited her. Now, after listening to the sounds of Lin Ye's flesh tearing apart and regenerating inside his body, she immediately made her choice. Lin Ye, who are you looking down on? When it comes to enduring pain, I'm no worse than you. I want to grow stronger. I want to stomp those noble families who treated us like stray dogs under my feet. I'll make them kneel before me like dogs and lick my leather shoes. As she said that, she took a deep breath, picked up Xuanqi art and wind spirit art, and began circulating them. Soon after, the sound of flesh tearing came from inside Lin Xi's body as well. That night dragged on endlessly. She didn't even know how she had managed to endure it. Her teeth had all been crushed from clenching them against the pain, while her body and organs were constantly being torn apart. Only in the latter half of the night did the sounds of flesh tearing inside their bodies gradually lessen. By the time dawn was just breaking, those sounds had completely disappeared. Lin Ye slowly stood up. His skin had turned blood red, and beads of blood had seeped out across his body. She was no better off. She lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Her entire dress dyed red. But for the moment, Lin Ye didn't care about her. Instead, he examined the inside of his own body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 2 cultivation methods had actually come to coexist in a bizarre balance. Their flesh, caught between tearing apart and regenerating, actually underwent a qualitative leap. At this moment, the strength of their bodies had risen by a huge margin, like a massive iron cage that completely isolated the 2 cultivation methods from each other, each staying in its own lane without interfering. Interesting. So, this is how they coexist? Lin Ye subconsciously glanced again at the blood froth at the corner of Lin Xi's lips and the structure of her fallen teeth. Without another word, he hoisted her up, filled the big wooden tub at home with water, and directly tossed her in. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ye, you beast. Cough, cough, cough. Stop. Hurry up and stop. You're covered in blood. I'm washing you off. You bastard. If I don't chop your hands off, I'll take your surname. You already have my surname. Take my punch. Lin Xi immediately threw a punch at Lin Ye. Lin Ye forcefully took it head on, then with a whoosh flew backward and slammed straight into the wall. At the same time, the blood on his body splattered across the wall, making him look like a mosquito beaten to death and smeared full of blood. Lin Xi clenched her fist in delight, feeling like it was almost unbelievable. Then she circulated the minor heavenly cycle inside her body and suddenly opened her eyes wide. I broke through. I'm at the middle stage of first rank now. At this speed, yesterday's suffering wasn't for nothing. But just as Lin Xi was still immersed in the joy of leveling up, Lin Ye slowly slid down from the wall with a smile curling at his lips. Then he rushed straight into the bathroom and pressed down on Lin Xi's head. Little sis, washing like this is too slow. Big brother will help you. What are you trying to do? I already broke through. Don't even think. I broke through too. Before Lin Xi could recover, her entire body was shoved into the tub, and Lin Ye started stirring her around nonstop. Girls have to go to school nice and clean to welcome the new classmates. Just rinse off the bloodstains, and you're good. Bastard, are you treating me like sliced lamb for hot pot? Oh. After the 2 of them washed the blood off their bodies, Lin Xi deliberately changed into a white dress. Her eyes were full of icy intent, while Lin Ye just shrugged. Then she suppressed her anger and said with a smile on her face, "Come to think of it, dear big brother, it seems we still haven't had breakfast, right? Drop that creepy tone. What are you trying to do? Breakfast means meat. How cooked do you want it? We used up too much last night, so we need to replenish ourselves. Medium? Oh my, medium cooked? Big brother really is quite the appetite." As she spoke, Lin Xi directly threw 5 gene of bloody exotic beast meat in front of Lin Ye, while she herself sliced off a piece of raw meat and tossed it in her mouth. Medium cooked? Dream on. Who has time to cook for you this early in the morning? Just eat it raw. It won't kill you anyway. Lin Ye 6. This meat died for nothing. Yunqing East District Martial Arts High School could be said to be one of the best martial arts academies in all of East District, Yunqing. Just from the outside, the school's decoration and luxurious equipment were on a completely different level from their previous school, the kind where even the teaching building had chunks of cement falling off. The 2 made their way all the way to the principal's office. After all, Lin Ye had Yang Dong's recommendation letter in hand. So even though this was his first time stepping into the territory of a great family, there was no fear on his face. Principal Yang Chun looked over the way the 2 were dressed, then glanced at the recommendation letter and gave a slight nod. 2 commoner geniuses with Xinshan aptitude. And you even risked your lives to buy inferior awakening stones from the black market and successfully awaken? Now that's interesting. You 2 really aren't afraid of death. You even dared touch black market awakening stones. Speaking of which, what talents did you awaken? Lin Ye didn't hide it and directly said, C-rank talent, shared pain. Lin Xi slowly added, A-rank talent, blood ice extreme cold. After hearing those 2 talents, Yang Chun couldn't help feeling disappointed. Lin Ye's talent rank wasn't low, but aside from using self-harm to make opponents feel pain, share pain had no real offensive effect. And on top of that, the user had to suffer too. What's more, C-rank talents were hardly rare in this school. Lin Xi's A-rank talent, on the other hand, was eye-catching. But unfortunately, if it had been almost any other A-rank talent, Yang Chan would have considered pulling her into the family for focus cultivation. But what kind of talent was Blood Ice Extreme Cold? A talent that burned blood to unleash power. Every time it was used, it caused tremendous damage to the body and could even destroy one's foundation. More importantly, among those who had awakened this talent, without a single exception, not one had lived past 30. All of them had died in battle after burning their blood dry. Recruit her. Spend money and resources raising a short-lived ghost? It would be better to preserve her bloodline and have her expand the family, give birth to a gifted next generation, and make the next generation stronger. Once Yang Chen thought that through, he immediately smiled. You two, I've read your recommendation letter. But to be honest, your talents are only SOSO, not nearly as outstanding as I imagined. Lin Ye raised a brow. Already trying to suppress us the moment we arrive? Our martial arts aptitude shouldn't be bad, right? Yang Chen continued. Indeed, it isn't bad, but there are many geniuses in this world, and there are just as many geniuses who never grow up. My words may sound unpleasant, but that's the truth. Martial cultivation burns through money. Both money and resources are indispensable. Your aptitudes are good and your talents are average. If you receive focused support from a family, you'll definitely be able to reach the level of a 6th-rank martial artist in the future. Principal, our previous principal said the same thing, Lin Ye replied. But we only want to take the martial exam. Yang Chen glanced at Lin Ye and couldn't help but smile. The martial exam? But do you know what it tests? Aside from things like physical cultivation and other data, you'll also have to enter the martial exam secret realm jointly established by Huagua's 4 great martial arts families and fight the exotic beasts inside. And the examinees need to build their own teams to battle. Form teams? Is that mandatory? You could say that. After all, those who go solo don't live long. At a time like this, you'd best join a family and team up with the family's direct descendants. Only then will you have a chance at getting a good ranking. Otherwise, Yang Chen spoke with a self-assured expression as if he had already gotten a firm handle on the two of them. But Lin, she let out a sigh of relief. You scare me to death. I thought team-ups were mandatory. Otherwise, with the two of us and our social skills, there's no way we'd be able to fool anyone else into joining us. Since that's the case, wouldn't the two of us just forming a team be enough? Hearing that, Yang Chen directly coughed several times. You mean, the two of you going solo? You should know that teams in the martial exam secret realm have at least 5 people. Then we'd be breaking a record. This time, the two of us teaming up will be enough. You two, watching the pair leave the office, a trace of cold light flashed through Yang Chen's eyes. These two weren't quite like other commoners. They weren't easy to control. Still, it was normal for young people to be hot-blooded and arrogant. But they would soon learn the gap. The two made their way to their class. Based on experience from his previous life, Lin Ye figured the school definitely used the usual setup of rocket class, elite class, and ordinary class. Sure enough, when Lin Ye and Lin Xi walked in, they didn't see those lofty young masters and young ladies. Instead, they saw ordinary people in plain clothes with thin, underfed builds. Lin Xi didn't quite react in time and quietly asked, Lin Ye, these so-called young masters and young ladies aren't much after all. Huh? They're not even as tall as me. They look malnourished. You two new ones, stop loitering around the front. You're the only two left. What bad luck. Also, where are your family badges? Why aren't you wearing them? Family badges? Lin Ye swept his gaze across the students in the classroom and found that each of them had a badge pinned to the left side of their chest. Without exception, every single one had the same character written on it. Yang. At that moment, Lin Ye finally understood. So this class was basically a pure lackey class. The whole class were dogs raised by the Yang family, and this so-called medal was just a dog tag the Yang family gave them. What a joke. Teacher, we haven't join any family. The principal knows that. We awakened our talents by accident ourselves. So there is no need to repay the 5 million debt for the awakening stone. Wen Yongli glanced at Lin Ye and Lin Xi. Her already unhappy face turned even gloomier, and when the other students in the class looked at the two of them, there was suddenly a trace of unease in their eyes. But even more than that, there was jealousy. If that is the case, then find somewhere to sit. After saying that, she tossed each of them a copy of the most basic breathing technique and heavy palm. Both were low-grade yellow rank, and the worst kind at that. You two can just use these cultivation methods and martial skills. Everyone else, take out thick earth art and ripping wind hand. Hearing this, Lin Yi seemed to realize something and said directly, Teacher, because we didn't join the Yang family, we're going to be treated differently like this? Oh, don't misunderstand. It's mainly because the cultivation methods I teach are exclusive to the Yang family. After all, the law must not be lightly passed on. After hearing that, Lin Yi suddenly laughed. The law must not be lightly passed on? What a fine must not be lightly passed on. Teacher, if that is what you mean, then are we coming to school for nothing? The corner of Yang Li's lips curled up. Of course not. You can still go to the school as Fragment Pavilion. The cultivation methods and martial skills, they're all a mess, all incomplete fragments. Maybe you'll manage to learn a move or half a move, and a blind cat might just run into a dead mouse and succeed. That'd still be better than the wild path you were taking before. When the other students heard that, their Their jealousy instantly turned into sympathy. Everyone knew the Fragment Pavilion was where the school stored incomplete martial skills. One wrong step in practice, and your chi and blood could flow in reverse, making you lose control and die, even if you really learned a move or half a move. An incomplete high-grade yellow rank martial skill might not even be stronger than a complete mid-grade yellow rank one. That place was open all day. But aside from old scholars who specifically studied how to restore martial skills, nobody wanted to go there. It was too easy to get yourself killed. But when Lin Ye heard this, he stood up directly. In that case, there is no need to stay in this class. Teacher, see you in 1 month. Lin Xi followed behind Lin Ye, but a trace of excitement flashed through both their eyes before they quickly suppressed it. They had finally found their target, the Fragment Pavilion. After leaving the classroom, Lin Ye also saw the other classes along the way. There were 7 senior year classes in total. The S class was filled with direct descendants of the Yang family, the future backbone. Then came Class A and Class B. The students in those 2 classes were all collateral branches of the family. As for the remaining 4 classes, they were all vassal classes. You could also call them lackey classes. But even among lackey classes, there were ranks. For example, Class C and Class D were also vassal classes, but they were made up of second-generation vassals. Their parents were vassals of the Yang family, and they were the descendants of those vassals. They were all vassals. But these people had grown up as little attendants to the young masters and young ladies since childhood. Their backgrounds were known, and once they matured, they would all be trustworthy confidants. Clear hierarchy, huh? But now, someone with even lower status had arrived. Mudlegs who hadn't joined any family. Huh? Lin Ye laughed at himself, but Lin, she was a little dissatisfied. Lin Ye, why didn't you just throw down with that old woman earlier? The 2 of us together aren't weaker than her, right? Lin Ye rolled his eyes at her. And after we beat her, then what? Draw out that old guy Yangshin? Can you beat him? It's not like I'm saying you can't fight. We're just supposed to fight slowly, fight steadily, fight in an organized way. First hit this, then use it to move the next. Telling you this is useless anyway. Just focus on cultivating right now. At the very least, Lin Ye's current pain sharing had one major flaw. His cultivation was too low. At the beginning, the sharing range was only within a radius of 10 meters. But now that he had broken through to the middle stage of first rank, the sharing range had already reached a radius of 30 meters. But for him, the range was still far too small. Raising his strength quickly was the key. The 2 of them walked all the way out of the teaching building and directly entered the Fragment Pavilion. The moment Lin Xi walked in and looked around, the corner of her lips lifted slightly. Lin Ye, this place is basically a library. Didn't he expect the Yang family to have some real strength? They actually collected this many incomplete manuals. Just as Lin Xi was about to go in, an old man blocked the 2 of them at the door. His aura was steady, his hair graying, but his frame was still strong. He looked to be at least past 60. You 2 brats, what are you doing here? Lin Ye revealed a bright, sunny smile. Old sir, we're here to study martial skills and cultivation methods. Doesn't the school teach those? Everything in here is half-baked. What are you learning this stuff for? Lin Ye showed a bitter smile. We're not vassals, so we thought we'd come here and try our luck. After hearing that, the old man looked at Lin Ye and Lin Xi. He seemed to notice that neither of them wore a medal on their chest. His aged gaze stayed on the 2 of them for a long time, as if reminiscing about something. You, too. You awakened your talents without using the Yang family's awakening stone? Lin Xi grinned. We used explosion stones from the black market. 50,000 each. When the old man heard that, he couldn't help but laugh. As he looked at Lin Ye and Lin Xi, his eyes seemed to hold envy, mockery, and something else as well. Ha ha ha. It's been so many years. I haven't laughed this freely in a long time. You 2 go in. Just don't take anything out. Don't practice the cultivation methods recklessly. For martial skills, just practice the opening part. That is roughly enough to reach the level of a low-grade yellow rank one. That is all I'll say. Don't disturb my sleep. Seeing the old man say this, Lin Ye immediately replied, Many thanks, old sir. No need to thank me. After all, this Fragment Pavilion was originally open to ordinary students from the vassal classes anyway. Anything truly good would never be placed inside. Lin Xi didn't respond and just walked right in. Lin Ye glanced around. Although this place was called the Fragment Pavilion, in reality, it was just a small 2-story building. Most of the things inside were mid-grade yellow rank and low-grade yellow rank martial skills. Honestly, they weren't much different from the mountain-splitting palm and rock-shattering fist he had practiced before. Learning them would only be a waste of time. But just as Lin Ye thought there was nothing good here, a tattered fragment so worn that even the writing was almost illegible suddenly stole his attention. Low-grade profound rank. Wild blood cry. Burn your own blood to greatly increase your strength. Temporarily make the body lose its sense of pain. And after the enhancement ends, all the pain and injuries suffered during the enhancement period will be returned doubled. Return doubled? A divine skill. Not only was the name flashy, it was way stronger than things like rock-shattering fist and mountain-splitting palm. Even the effect complemented his talent perfectly. And it was even a low-grade, profound rank martial skill. What was there left to say? Time to train. Lin Ye casually flipped through it, and his body began following the steps recorded on it. Very quickly, his body completely deduced wild blood cry in full and deeply imprinted it within him. No way, you found something that fast? Wait for me. I'm looking in the cultivation methods section for ice-type cultivation methods. Let us see if there's anything with an ice attribute. What is this? Frost condensing ice art? Low-grade profound rank. Holy crap. When Lin Xi saw this, her breathing stopped for a moment. But she didn't immediately start practicing. Instead, the first thing she did was take out her phone and snap a few pictures. After all, she knew far too well the pain of forcibly practicing multiple cultivation methods. Cultivation methods had to be trained at home. Doing it outside would easily expose their secret. At school, martial skills came first. At the entrance, the old man watched what the two of them were doing, and couldn't help shaking his head. Low-grade profound rank fragments were very likely to cause cultivation deviation. It seemed his earlier warning had gone in one ear and out the other for those two. If they died, this old bag of bones would still have to collect their corpses. Wasn't it better to stay alive? At the same time, Yang Li was called to the office by Yang Chun. Yang Li, how are those two new students in your class doing? Yang Li froze for a moment. Third uncle. What else could it be? Just two clueless fools. They don't want to join our Yang family, yet they still want to learn our cultivation arts? Dream on. I sent them to the Remnant Scroll Tower and got rid of them there. Hearing that, Yang Chen shot to his feet. They went there? They did. Left without a shred of hesitation too. They even said they'd see us again in a month. Hey, it made me laugh. Just two stray dogs. After hearing that, Yang Chen's expression turned a little complicated, but inwardly he wasn't too shaken or surprised. He had already lowered himself and invited them into the family. Yet the two of them hadn't reacted at all. So what if their martial talent was strong? If their awakened talent wasn't good, what use was that? Then let be. Right, don't let that Lin Xi die. She has an A-rank talent, Xianxin martial aptitude. What? Yang Li was so shocked by that she nearly jumped. One had to know that kind of talent already surpassed every direct descendant in the Yang family. This year, the most talented direct descendant in the Yang family was Yang Feichen, GD aptitude, A-rank talent, the current class monitor of S-class, and also the genius most likely to enter the imperial capital Martial Dao Academy. Only now did Yang Li realize what she had done. Third uncle. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you told me that woman was a genius, I definitely wouldn't have driven her away. If they go to the Wang family, we'll be in trouble. These past few years, the Wang family has been absorbing more and more geniuses. They're trying to snatch control of the eastern district of Yun City from us. Yang Chun waved his hand. No need to worry. Although Lin Xi awakened an A-rank talent, that talent is blood-colored extreme cold. She is short-lived. You're a teacher, you should know this. Putting resources into her would just be throwing them away. Only after hearing that did the panic on Yang Li's face ease. Then she asked again, if she is just a short-lived ghost, then what exactly are you interested in about her? Third uncle? Idiot. A little girl with that kind of talent. And she is short-lived too. What do you think? If she gives birth to children carrying our Yang family bloodline, then wouldn't the future of the Yang family have hope? 10 years is enough for her to bear and raise quite a few descendants. Then why even let them take the martial exam? Third uncle, wouldn't it be easier if I just kidnapped that girl? I called you stupid, and you really are stupid. I met those two. Their bones are hard as iron. They don't respond to force. If you imprison that girl, she might just kill herself outright. Lunatics who awakened in the black market aren't afraid of death at all. The loss would outweigh the gain, understand? I'm planning to have Yang Feichen look after her during the martial exam. Best if he gets a chance to play hero and save the beauty. Once this Cinderella falls for Yang Feichen, won't everything be solved? Third uncle, you really are brilliant. You're just stupid. Also, during this period, teach her the turtle breath art symbolically. Best if you can help her live a little longer. The chance for her to expand the family line is what matters most. Got it. I'll arrange it right away. Then I'll be going. Get lost. And use your brain a little more from now on. After leaving the principal's office, Yang Li walked to a secluded place and directly made a phone call. Hey, little brother, you're back home on break, right? By the way, I've got good news for you. I found a genius from the slums here. She is a beauty too. Win her over. And your future child with her will become the pillar of the Yang family. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Come to the school. Okay. After ending the call, a cold sneer flashed through Yang Li's eyes. With an opportunity this good, she was obviously saving it for her own real younger brother. How could she possibly let Yang Feichen have it? If things really reached that point, maybe even someone like her from a branch line could become a core member of the family. Lin Xi, huh? Never expected you to be such a treasure. Sis, what is going on? I just got back and you're already telling me to chase a girl? A woman from the slums. Is it really that serious? Yang Li's younger brother, Yang Yintao, who studied at Gudu Martial Dao Academy, had just returned from break when his sister called him over. When he arrived, he even had a woman in his arms. The moment Yang Li saw that, she immediately put on a stern face. If I'm telling you to chase a girl, then do it. It's not easy for me to finally make use of you for once. Can't you do me proud? Our family finally has a chance to make a showing in the clan. How is your cultivation now? Yang Yuntao curled his lip. Early stage of second rank. Cease. I really have been cultivating this whole year at the Martial Dao Academy. I can definitely reach the level of a third-rank martial artist before graduation. Yang Li was dissatisfied. Too weak. Do you know Yang Feichen? He only awakened this year, and the family head directly had the Yang family's best cultivation art, Earth Koan thick soil art. Past him, and he has the A-rank talent thousand dust flying sand. Do you understand? He just awakened successfully yesterday and directly became a mid-stage first-rank martial artist. He has swallowing top-grade pills like they're free. In a martial exam a month from now, he'll definitely become a late-stage first-rank martial artist. He has to go to charge straight at the gates of the imperial capital of Martial Dao Academy. Look at him, then look at yourself. Aren't you anxious at all? He has better resources. He soaked in medicinal baths and ate pills to build his foundation since he was little. How can our resources compare to his? So you can't compare, but your son can. This slum genius has 1 in 10,000 Schwani aptitude. If you win her over, then Yang Feichen's present will be your son's future. If I had what you've got, I'd go myself. Hearing that, the playfulness on Yang Yuntao's face instantly faded. He had long been jealous of the gap in resources and treatment between branch and direct descendants. But there was nothing he could do about it. Now his older sister had given him a chance to change his child's future. A father rises with his son. He might even gain the family's full support because of it. At the thought of becoming a core member of the family, even his breathing quickened. Sis, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. That old bastard Yang Chun told me himself. But he wants to save this woman for Yang Feichen. I refuse to let him get his way. As long as you take this woman for yourself, then even if the family later arranges it, Yang Feichen want a woman who has already been tainted, right? If we want this woman to stay in the Yang family, we can only rely on you, little brother. Yang Li was very confident in her plan. In truth, an even bigger reason was that her little brother was a seasoned womanizer. He spent all day around women and often slept with women he'd known for less than a day. After hearing that, Yang Yuntao, who had originally planned to coast through life on the family's backing, suddenly felt a new desire to fight for power. Sis, you really are my savior. Where's that woman? She's in the remnant scroll tower. But don't be too careless. That slum genius isn't some servant of our family. Yang Yuntao froze. What do you mean? She doesn't have a 5 million loan? And she didn't join our family either. She awakened her talent in the black market. Yang Yuntao's eyes went wide. Holy shit, is this woman insane? That's why winning her over will be very difficult. Settle her within 1 month. Otherwise, once the martial exam is over, Yang Feichen will make his move. The corners of Yang Yuntao's mouth lifted. Sis, leave it to me. After staying in the remnant scroll tower for a whole day, Lin Ye gained quite a lot. He had already completely learned Kwang Sweki. He even found a matching cultivation art for it, the low-grade profound rank ghost blood record, as well as a high-grade yellow rank martial skill, bone-shattering fist. Although this martial skill was only high-grade yellow rank, the explosive power it released could absolutely rival low-grade profound rank techniques, because what bone-shattering fist shattered was his own arm bones. It was an ultimate punch unleashed at the cost of every bone in one arm being completely shattered. The power was almost unimaginable. If not for the side effects being too great, it would never have been classified as a yellow rank martial skill. Compared to Lin Ye, all the martial skills Lin Xi found were isotribute techniques. Unfortunately, there were pitifully few isotribute martial skills here. Almost all of them were only high-grade or mid-grade yellow rank. There were no profound rank martial skills at all. After finishing their study of martial skills, Lin Xi walked over to Lin Ye and asked, "Did you find anything good?" 2 low-grade profound rank ones, and 1 high-grade yellow rank one. They fit my talent pretty well. I didn't like the others. Too much trash. What? How do you have 1 more profound rank martial skill than me? Other than 1 low-grade profound rank frost condensing ice art. All I've got left are these 3 high-grade yellow rank ones. Ice sealing break, cold ice seal, and form of ice. Not bad at all. At the very least, they match your talent really well. Actually, if you're not satisfied, you can practice my martial skills too. Really? Let me see. Lin Xi excitedly snatched them from Lin Ye's hand, glanced over them twice. Then couldn't help complaining. The person who wrote this martial skill back then must have been a total masochist. You can practice it as a trump card. Then when am I ever supposed to use this move? So I guess this is all I can do. Better than nothing. In just 1 day, the 2 of them finished going through the entire fragment scroll tower. Honestly, they had originally thought they were entering a house of gold, but in the end, it was more like panning for golden shit. Still, the good thing was that these few profound rank cultivation methods and martial skills proved their trip hadn't been for nothing. When they came out, the old man guarding the entrance looked surprised to see that the 2 of them were still alive. You didn't practice yourselves to death? A miracle. Old sir, our lives are tough. But sadly, there really wasn't anything good inside. The old man rolled his eyes at him. What? Were you really expecting to find some peerless divine art in that pile of junk? Dream on. The Yang family is only one of the 8 families of Yun City. And Yun City is just a small city in Huaxia. Even the best cultivation method in the family is only mid-grade profound rank. Hearing that, Lin Yi smiled. Old man, who are you? Me? I'm just an old dog with hidden injuries, living out what little time I've got left by wasting my days here. Just call me Old Lou. Only then did Lin Ye notice that pinned to Old Lou's chest was a somewhat faded medal, with one word engraved on it. Yang. So that was it. Sir, if fate allows, we'll meet again. As Lin Ye turned to leave, Old Lou couldn't help recalling the past. If he had found courage in his youth, if he had awakened by chance in the black market, would his life have been any less bleak? Looking at the free-spirited young man and young woman, Old Lou's heart, which had long since fallen completely silent, slowly began to beat again. You too. Listen to a word from this old man. If your talent is average, then just treat what I'm saying like bullshit. But if your talent is good, remember this, stay far away from the Yang family. Lin Xi turned back to glance at Old Lou and frowned. But with her many years of experience being deceived, she still looked toward Lin Ye, whose brain was just a tiny bit sharper than hers. Can we trust that? We can. After all, if I were the Yang family, I would let the two of us off either. Didn't we already prepare ourselves to face the worst 2 years ago? True. Perfect when I get home. I'm going to properly cultivate my cultivation method. A low-grade, profound, rank cultivation method. Just thinking about it feels awesome. However, just as the two of them stepped out the main gate, a flamboyantly dressed man in an extravagant formal outfit walked toward them holding a bouquet of flowers. Then directly handed the flowers to Lin Xi. Beautiful young lady, may I invite you to dinner? Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Yang family of Yin City. Yang Yuntao. Yang Yuntao was extremely confident, although his older sister had told him that this woman had a brother, and that neither of them would be easy to deal with. He had never taken it seriously. What a joke. A poor household, so broke they could barely survive. Hungry one meal and full the next. When faced with pursuit from a rich second-generation heir at his level, she'd probably be so moved she'd burst into tears on the spot. Not to mention he was handsome too. With his looks alone, he could charm this little girl out of her mind. 1 month? Who was that looking down on? He could make it a home base tonight. Lin, she directly took the flowers, sniffed them, then said with a look of disgust, "You're trying to chase me with this junk? Looks good, but useless. Buying this stuff would be worse than buying 2 jeans of pork ribs." Then she casually threw the flowers away and said beside Lin Ye, "What are we eating tonight? I'm hungry. Didn't you buy meat yesterday? It was all eaten this morning." "All right, we really do eat a lot." Hearing this brother and sister completely ignore him, this rich young master, Yang Yuntao, couldn't help but burn with rage. Just because a poor bastard got favored by the heavens and awakened a good talent, he thought he could be so arrogant? This damn bitch, once I get you, I'll make you cry to heaven and earth from the bed and get no response from either, if I don't play with you until you cry. My surname isn't Yang. Then he suppressed the fury in his heart and stepped forward again with a slight smile. "Miss, you haven't eaten yet, right? Give me a chance to show myself. I'll treat you. Eat whatever you want." Originally, Lin, she wanted to refuse. But the moment she heard the words, "whatever you want," she immediately changed her mind. "Whatever I want? Really? Of course. This young master always keeps his word." Yang Yuntao inwardly sneered. Just one sentence. Eat whatever you want. And her expression changed. As expected of a lower-class person. Looks like the strategy phase is already over. But Lin, she continued. "Lin Ye, let's go eat together." "Sure. No, wait, he is coming too?" Yang Yuntao was dumbfounded. He stared at Lin Xi in shock. And Lin Xi immediately said, "That is my brother. My real brother. Can't he come too? If he doesn't go, then I'm not going either. Bro, let us go buy something. I'm about to faint from hunger." Hearing that, Yang Yuntao was so angry his whole body trembled. In all his years of picking up girls, when had he ever been this miserable? Then, still wearing a smile, he said, But I only reserved 2 seats. There is not enough room for 3 people." Yang Yuntao thought that line would make them back off, but Lin Xi immediately replied, "2 seats? Me and my brother are exactly 2 people. Isn't that perfect?" Yang Yuntao was so furious he wanted to curse. What did she mean? He reserved 2 seats so she and her brother could go eat? Then what was he supposed to be? Some charity boy handing out money? Yang Yuntao had figured it out. Unless Lin Xi's brother left on his own, she would never go out with him alone. He was just some country bumpkin. Give him a little money and send him away. After all, whichever woman he set his eyes on, what poor family wouldn't happily offer up their daughter to him? To put it bluntly, even if he set his eyes on someone else's wife, her husband would still have to send her over. Since when had dealing with a woman ever been this troublesome for him? "Lin Ye, right? I want to pursue your sister. Be reasonable and help me out. Here, is 3,000 yuan. That is enough for you to eat several good meals." Yang Yuntao directly tried to smash him with money. Lin Ye glanced at the 3,000 yuan, clicked his tongue, and casually tucked it into his clothes. "That little? If there isn't 700,000 today, don't even think about me leaving." At first, when Yang Yuntao saw him take the money, his expression eased a little. But when he heard this outrageous price hike on the spot, he got so angry he nearly started cursing. No, calm down. He had to stay calm. He needed Lin Xi's talent. He needed Lin Xi's bloodline. He couldn't lose his temper at a time like this. Then he forced out another smile. "In that case, Mr. Lin Ye, I'll add 1 more seat. It's no big deal. I wonder if Miss Lin Xi would honor me by joining me for dinner. Of course, your brother will come too. When Lin Xi heard that, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Sure, thank you, but we eat a lot. Are you sure you're paying for this meal? Yang Yuntao immediately let out a mocking smile. Naturally, it's not like I can't afford this little bit of money. That's great. Bro, dinner is settled. 2 hours later, Rose Hotel. When Yang Yuntao saw a full 20 gene of exotic beast prime meat get forcibly eaten by Lin Xi and Lin Ye, he was completely dumbfounded. Why you two? Are you full? These 20 gene of exotic beast prime meat were the most refined part of the beast. It cost about 5,000 per gene. This one meal had directly burned through 100,000 yuan of his money. Lin Xi rubbed her little belly. It was round and slightly overstuffed, but she could clearly feel her body absorbing the energy from the exotic beast prime meat. That energy was even feeding back into her fleshly body. Sure enough, prime meat was far better than the scraps she usually bought. Thank you for the treat. Young Master Yang. It's getting late, so we should be going now. Bye. The moment he heard that, Yang Yuntao could no longer sit still. You're leaving? Otherwise? It's already so late. We should be heading home. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Yang Yuntao suddenly laughed and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Interesting, too interesting. Lin Xi, do I look like some simp? Some fucking idiot? You ate 100,000 yuan worth of my food, and now you think you could just leave like that? Yang Yuntao's anger finally could no longer be suppressed. Originally, he had wanted to go with the warm and caring gentleman route, but what happened? She ignored him when he tried to talk to her. He brought her here for a meal to build some connection, and this bitch only cared about eating. If it were any normal woman, after eating, she should at least let him have a taste too, right? But in the end, this woman just patted her stomach and said she was going home. Was she treating him like a meal ticket? It was already humiliating enough for a rich second-generation heir like him to shamelessly chase after a country bumpkin like this. Yet the other side still refused to appreciate what was good for her. His patience had finally reached its limit. The aura of a second-rank martial artist slowly spread out. His fury was practically about to break through the heavens. Seeing this, Lin Ye slowly stood up. Xiaoxi, how can you do this? Young Master Yang spent so much money. How can we just leave like that? When Yang Yuntao heard that, the rage on his face eased a little. At least this older brother understood, reasoned, and knew to offer up his little sister to curry favor with someone powerful. Then the next moment, Lin Ye walked straight over to Yang Yuntao's side and said in an alluring tone, Young Master Yang, I understand the rules. The two of you can get a room tonight. It'll be my first time too. I hope you can be gentle. If you don't like taking the initiative, I can take the initiative too. Then Lin Ye gave Yang Yuntao a wink. Yang Yuntao instantly turned red with fury. Then Lin Ye grinned, turned back to look at Lin Xi, and said, See that little sis? Your big bro-s looks are still this top tier. Men and women both fall for me. Even young Master Yang is blushing. Don't worry, young Master Yang. I'll make you feel good tonight. Seeing the scene, Lin Xi covered her mouth and tried not to laugh. She hadn't expected Lin Ye to have this kind of talent for comedy too. Yang Yuntao was completely enraged. You're messing with me? Obviously. Weren't you trying to sleep with my little sister too? Why not let me, her big brother, test the goods for her first? What if there is something wrong with you in that department? Then I'd know in advance, right? Don't you think so? You're courting death. Yang Yuntao immediately threw a punch. However, in the next moment, Lin Ye was blasted away. But right after that, a strange smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Lin Ye directly shattered the bones in his own arm and leg. Then, pain sharing, activate. You bastard. How dare you mess with me? Suddenly, Yang Yuntao felt a burst of agony in his chest, the kind of pain that felt like bones shattering and organs tearing apart. It made him drop into a crouch on the spot as intense pain swept through his entire body. As someone raised in luxury, Yang Yuntao had absolutely no way of enduring this level of pain. At this moment, he was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand. Save me. Lin Xi slowly walked over to Yang Yuntao. The corners of her lips lifted as she crouched down and said softly, It hurts, doesn't it? A fracture doesn't feel so good, right? Don't look at me like that. This is just the pain of your bones getting shattered and the fragments stabbing into your internal organs. Even as a second-rank martial artist, you can't endure it, right? And this is our daily routine. Lin Xi's pupils turned faintly red, and the mist around her body also began to redden. She picked up a glass of strong liquor and said, They say chilled strong liquor gets people drunk the easiest. Here, drink up. Once you're drunk, it won't hurt anymore. Why, you bitch. You all deserve to die. What happened in this room? It sounded like someone got blasted out. He looks awful. Covered in blood. Hearing the hotel staff rushing this way, Yang Yuntao felt as if he had seen hope. He gathered all his strength and opened his mouth to shout. Save. However, before he could say the last word, Lin Xi directly shoved her hand into his mouth, stopping him from speaking. Yang Yuntao was furious and panicked. He wanted to fight back, but the pain in all four limbs, like they had been fractured, made him unable to move. Right now, all four of his limbs were in unbearable pain. He couldn't bring out the true strength of a second-rank martial artist at all. Then his heart turned ruthless, and he suddenly bit down on the hand Lin Xi was using to cover his mouth. He bit off a chunk of flesh by force. Even he could hear the sound of finger bones cracking, and he could taste a trace of blood in his mouth. Bitch, this is what you get for provoking him. Now he could finally make a sound. However, Lin Xi's lips curled upward. She seemed to not care at all that her hand had already been bitten to pieces. Instead, she picked up that glass of strong liquor, followed the blood running down her hand, forcibly pried open Yang Yuntao's mouth, ignored the pain of alcohol pouring over the wound, and directly started pouring bottle after bottle into his mouth. And as she poured the liquor, her mouth was smiling, laughing wildly. Her body trembled from excitement. I don't. MMPH. The more he struggled, the more pain he felt. The icy liquor slid down his throat, while the pain in his breastbone, internal organs, and limbs nearly shattered his mind. Especially that woman's wild laughter. It became the most terrifying shadow in his heart. This woman, she was a lunatic, a complete and utter lunatic. When the hotel staff gathered around Lin Ye, they discovered that his breastbone had caved in and all 4 limbs had been twisted like fried dough twists. It looked agonizing beyond belief. Yet in the very next moment, a woman's wail came from inside the room. Young Master Yang, what's wrong? Somebody hurry, somebody. Young Master Yang, ISNT breathing. Why Young Master Yang? What happened to Young Master Yang? Quick, take Young Master Yang to the hospital, hurry. When the hotel staff saw Yang Yuntao collapsed on the floor, they shouted in panic. Someone from the Yang family had died in their hotel. They didn't even dare imagine what would happen next. The sounds of chaos and yelling completely filled the small room. While Lin Ye, the ordinary person who had been punched flying and was lying on the ground, was directly tossed aside by the hotel staff. Lin Xi struggled her way out through the crowd in the room, directly propped up Lin Ye, who looked like he was on his last breath, and slipped away fast. After leaving the private room, the injuries on Lin Ye's body began recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the fractures in his limbs and the collapse in his chest had completely returned to normal. Let us go to the surveillance room. Okay. Taking advantage of the chaos in the hotel, Lin Ye and Lin Xi directly snuck into the surveillance room. Without another word, they deleted all of today's surveillance footage cleanly, then quickly left the hotel. After coming out, Lin Xi let out a long breath and slowly said, "So this skill really can hurt someone to death. After all, he is not like us." His pain tolerance was still too poor. But luckily, he died from pain. And with the liquor you poured into him, even if they dissected him for an autopsy, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Still, his appearance was too coincidental, too deliberate. Looks like the Yang family has their eyes on you. Lin Ye started analyzing, and Lin Xi's mouth twitched. They're not seriously thinking of using a honey trap on me, are they? With a crooked melon and split jujube like that? They really are looking down on me too much. Probably not. They most likely have their eyes on your wound. Huh. Lin Xi blanked for a moment, seemingly not understanding what was going on, while Lin Ye continued. On the awakening record, our martial talent is listed as Xian body, a 1 in 10,000 martial talent. If you give birth to a child, then that child will most likely inherit your talent. Damn, aren't they supposed to be aristocratic families? Why are they just like those old perverts in slums? They're all after my body. Lin Ye Shuruk. This world is just a shitty stage troupe. Those old perverts in the slums need women to vent their emotions and the frustrations of life, while wealthy clans need superior mothers to breed superior descendants. At the core, it's the same thing. From the moment Yang Yuntao appeared, Lin Ye had already started guessing all kinds of reasons for why he showed up. He had considered many possibilities, and this one had the highest probability. Lin Xi pouted when she heard that. So unfair. Can't you also have kids with noble young ladies? Why am I the one getting screwed over? Maybe the young ladies of those great families are all marriage alliance targets? Their standards are higher, you know. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Ye like that, Lin Xi clenched her fists. What a shame. I hadn't even used my talent yet. I only chilled the liquor. That's enough. As long as traces of ice element power were left on him, both of us would be suspected. But great families don't suspect people based on evidence. They go by intuition. Even if they have no proof, there's a high chance they still point the finger at us. Prepare for the worst. Are you scared? When Lin Xi heard that, she said, scared? In the worst case, we die. But we're not dead yet. So what is there to fear? At worst, we blow up with them. Lin Ye Simidet. Let us head back. Tonight, fully comprehend all the cultivation methods and martial skills we got from the Fragment Pavilion today. Within 1 month, strive to reach the late stage of first rank, or even the peak. Okay. At the same time, at the East District Hospital of Yun City, seeing the doctor in front of her shake his head, Yang Li felt like her whole sky had collapsed. Her body swayed, and she said in a hysterical voice, "Why, you said what? Dead? He couldn't be saved? How is that possible? My little brother is only 20 years old. How'd he die? How'd he die?" And Miss Yang, there was really nothing we could do. By the time Mr. Yang was brought in, he had already passed away. Please restrain your grief. Yang Li collapsed onto the floor. Her ears buzzed, as if she couldn't hear the doctor at all. She didn't even dare believe this was real. Back when she was still at home, she had been thinking about the good news of her little brother taking down Lin Xi. Then their branch of the family would rise step by step, and become core members of the clan. But in the end, her brother was just gone. Gone. Yang Li, where's your brother? Where's your brother? A middle-aged couple almost ran over. Their faces were full of panic and fear. The moment they saw Yang Li, they immediately asked. Yang Li looked at her parents in front of her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and tears kept pouring out. Dad, Mom, little brother is gone. Gone. Boom. Who? Who was it? Who killed my son, Yang Yaotian's son? Who the hell was it? How did your brother die? Yang Li didn't know either, but deep down, she knew it definitely had something to do with that slutty fox Lin Xi. But she couldn't say it. The moment she said it, her father would know that she was the one who urged her brother to go after Lin Xi. With her father's temper, she absolutely wouldn't come out of it well. After all, her father was a peak 4th-rank martial artist. One slap from him could beat her half to death. She couldn't say it. Absolutely couldn't say it. Dad, I don't know. Whoa. Yang Yaotian directly turned his gaze toward the doctor. The doctor was so frightened that he jumped and said with a trembling body, Why, young master? Died of shock. So? You're saying my son, a 2nd-rank martial artist, a man built like a bull, died of shock? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Yang Yaotian was so furious that he directly lifted the doctor up. The doctor trembled all over. But young master really did die of shock. He drank an excessive amount of strong liquor. There was a large amount of alcohol in his abdomen, and it was all strong liquor that had been excessively chilled at low temperature. There were no obvious external injuries. So it was judged without doubt that the shock was caused by consuming a large quantity of ice-strong liquor and alcohol. After hearing the doctor's words, Yang Yaotian angrily threw him aside. The rage in his heart had nowhere to go. Ha. My son died of shock. My son died of shock. Where did he go yesterday? Investigate. I want it investigated. Where are the women who usually stay by his side? Wasn't he never without women? Yang Yaotian was furious, but he wanted every part of his son's itinerary after coming back to be checked. Yang Li was trembling in fear. She had no doubt that at this point, her father had already gone mad. If he found out that her brother's death might be connected to her, then in a burst of rage, he really might beat her to death. Can't say it. Absolutely can't say it. Very soon, Yang Yuntao's 2 female followers arrived. They were civilian girls with a bit of looks who had signed loans with the Yang family, and they had already been by Yang Yuntao's side for more than 2 years. Both had the strength of 1st-rank martial artists. It was called a loan, but in reality, they were Yang Yuntao's outlets for venting. Usually, the 2 of them followed him everywhere without leaving his side. When they learned that Yang Yuntao had died, their bodies trembled involuntarily as well. Yang Yaotian immediately roared at them. My son takes you wherever he goes. And yet where were you 2 last night? Where were you? And master, last night young master was going out to chase a girl. He dressed up very handsomely and left. He specifically wouldn't let us follow him. He said we would affect his success rate. Then this happened. We really don't know. Ha. You don't know? 2 pieces of trash, knowing nothing at all. Then what use are you? As soon as the words fell, Yang Yaotian slapped out with one hand. The bodies of the 2 girls, both in the prime of youth, instantly exploded into pieces, frightening Yang Li so badly that her face turned pale. Meanwhile, Yang Li's mother, Chun Xiangmei, silently wiped away her tears. But a vicious look also appeared in her eyes. The strength of a mid-4th-rank martial artist spread out from her. Yaotian, Yuntao is dead. It definitely has something to do with that little fox spirit. Find her. I want her to pay for our son's life. Hiss. After returning home, Lin Xi began cultivating her cultivation method. Because of the conflict between cultivation methods, a mist of blood burst from her body. The clash between the methods tore apart her internal organs once again, and this time it was even more violent than last time. Lin Xi gritted her teeth and endured the entire night. But after the blood mist dispersed, even her whole temperament had changed. The Han Shuang Ningbing Ju, this low-grade profound-rank cultivation method, directly brought her body to an unprecedented level of toughness, and her temperament underwent a heaven-turning, earth-overturning transformation. Even the chi and blood within her body rose by a huge margin because of this profound rank method, like the leap from a small creek to a river. Originally, she had already been a cold and stunning little beauty. Now, after cultivating this method, both her aura and looks rose to another level. Then, when she sensed her cultivation speed again, she was instantly delighted. At this moment, her cultivation speed had increased by a huge margin. The cultivation speed of a profound rank method made 1 day of cultivation faster than her previous 5 days combined. At this rate, she would probably break through to the late stage of 1st rank within 1 week. Then, barring accidents, reaching the peak of 1st rank martial artist before the martial exam would be no problem at all. Just as Lin Xi was smugly reveling in the feeling of her increased strength, Lin Ye also woke up. Compared to Lin Xi's detached and cold aura, Lin Ye's aura was far more sinister. The instant she saw him open his eyes, Lin Xi felt as if she were looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The ghost blood record technique was extremely overbearing. Lin Ye's body was covered in bloody marks, making Lin Xi suck in a cold breath. Lin Ye just then threw a punch at random and couldn't help but laugh. As expected of a profound tier technique, my chi and blood and spiritual power have both increased by a huge margin. Even my cultivation speed has gotten a lot faster. Then Lin Ye glanced at Lin Xi and stared at her for a moment. You got plastic surgery? What kind of crap is that? I was born beautiful, okay? Besides, cultivating an ice attribute give a filter effect. TCH, flashy nonsense. Not as good as mine. You want to fight? Lin Xi clenched her little fist. He could see the eagerness in her eyes, but Lin Ye said, save your energy for the martial exam 1 month from now. But there is still a whole month to wait. That is so long. Come to think of it, do we even still need to go to school? We've already gone through all the useful martial skills in the fragment pavilion. What is left is just a pile of junk. What should we do next? The question Lin Xi asked was also what Lin Ye needed to think about right now. After pondering for a moment, he thought of something else. How about we go outside the city and get some real experience? The martial exam 1 month from now is in a secret realm, fighting exotic beasts. Why not get a feel for it 1 month early? What do you think? Lin Ye's suggestion instantly made Lin Xi's eyes light up. That is actually a pretty good idea. Were we just going out like this? We can go to the Beast Hunter Association and register as Beast Hunters, then see if we can temporarily form a team. How about it? The moment Lin Ye said that, Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh. Then what about school? We could just go straight to the martial exam in 1 month. Anyway, that homeroom teacher doesn't care about us. This works out fine. Staying there only limits our development. True. You're the smart one. I'll listen to you. Come to think of it, the Yang family probably won't come looking for us, right? At the time, all the witnesses were focused on Yang Yintao, who would pay attention to the two of us. And even if someone did notice, you deliberately use your hair to cover your face. My face was covered in blood. Even my own mom wouldn't recognize me. You think they could? They don't know our names, don't know our ages, and don't know what we look like. We even cleared the surveillance. Trying to find us in Yin City would be like looking for a needle in the sea. Even if they trace things to the slums take up half of the East District and have a population of over 100,000. By the time they find us, the martial exam will already be over. At the same time, Yang Yaotian's heart was still filled with rage. That rage had already set his internal organs completely ablaze. He was practically forcing himself to suppress it as he arrived at Rose Hotel. Although the owner of Rose Hotel was from the Sun family of the West District, the manager was not. He was only a dependent of the Sun family. Looking at the furious peak 4th-rank martial artist in front of him, his entire mind had already gone numb. Yang. Master Yang, regarding why young Master S matter. We really are very sorry. We're also deeply saddened by this, but this matter itself was an accident. Cut the fucking crap. I'm in a very bad mood right now. One sentence. Who was the woman eating with my son? Find her for me. Manager, Zhao Hai shuddered in fear. The man before him was the hottest-tempered figure in the Yang family. Both husband and wife were 4th-rank martial artists, terrifyingly powerful. Far beyond what a tiny 1st-rank martial artist like him could contend against. And Master Yang, young Master Yang drove us out at the time. We don't know what that woman's name was either. You don't know? Then what about the surveillance footage? Doesn't your hotel have surveillance? The moment he heard that, Zhao Hai's face turned pale, and his body started trembling. He didn't even dare look Yang Yaotian in the eyes. Speak. What about the surveillance? You don't have it? All of yesterday's surveillance footage was wiped. After saying that, his entire body trembled. When Yang Yaotian heard this, he actually laughed. Standing beside him, Chen Xiangmei said with a vicious expression, we came here to get justice for our son. And you're telling me the surveillance was deleted? Ha ha ha. Don't forget, if our Yang family had made the call back then, your Sun family would never have been able to open a hotel in the East District. And now you're playing dirty with me? Fine. Your Rose Hotel can forget about staying open today. The pressure of Chen Xiangmei's strength as a mid-4th-rank martial artist instantly made everyone present unable to breathe. They would die. They really would die. Zhao Hai was so frightened that he dropped to his knees on the spot, as if he had already seen the end of his life. Chen Xiangmei said, my son died in your hotel, and the surveillance just happened to be gone too? How could there be such a coincidence? Did you plot against my son? Today, I'll use your head to honor my son's spirit in heaven. And no, please no. Just as Chen Xiangmei struck out with a palm, a figure slowly appeared. He stood in front of Zhao Hai and directly received Chen Xiangmei's attack. At the same time, the ground instantly cracked apart. You two, don't be angry. Our Sun family also feels regret over your son's death. But now is not the time for rage. Give us some time. We will definitely investigate the truth thoroughly. Sun Xiaodian, my son is dead. I only had this one son. Dead. If your son died, you'd be even crazier than me. Yang Yaotian nearly roared those words out. Sun Xiaodian was also in the wrong here. He too was a 4th-rank martial artist, but if they really fought, there was no way he could beat this husband and wife pair. But he had no choice. If the Yang family really smashed Rose Hotel by force, then the Sun family could forget about keeping a foothold in Yin City. Brother Yang, sister-in-law Chun, give me, son, some face. This happened in our hotel. But that doesn't mean we did it. And the killer was very cunning. Before leaving, he deleted all the surveillance footage. We're taking the blame here. Then he turned around and roared. Who was it that sent young Master Yang to the hospital last night? A waiter shakily stepped forward. Son. Master Son. It was me. What happened at the time? Tell it from beginning to end, without leaving out a single detail. We saw a man covered in blood get beaten out. We'd just been about to go over and see what had happened to him when we heard a girl screaming inside the room. Then we saw young Master Yang dead in the private room. At the time, we didn't care about anything else and rushed him to the hospital as fast as we could. We didn't dare delay even for 1 second. Chun Xiangmei immediately came to his side and said in a fury, That woman? Who was she? It was too chaotic at the time. We didn't notice. Her hair was pretty long and covered her face. I didn't see clearly. Useless trash. I want her information. Information. At that moment, Sun Xiaotian noticed something. You said there was also a man there, covered in blood? His chest had caved in, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. He looked absolutely miserable. Then where is he? The waiter froze in place. All the staff looked left and right at each other. Sun Xiaotian said, Wasn't he cleaned up by you people? At the time, we were only thinking about young Master Yang, so we didn't bother with him. When we came back, he was gone. We thought someone had already dealt with him, so. And that woman? Everyone looked at one another again, still giving no answer. Sun Xiaotian immediately said, Brother Yang. Son, guarantee it. Those 2 are most likely the culprits who killed young Master Yang. Don't worry. Leave this matter to us. We'll handle it cleanly and beautifully. Give us 1 week. Just 1 week. If we can't catch those 2, then Son, will let you deal with me however you want. Yang Yaotian's anger was still intense, but Sun Xiaotian's words made him forcibly suppress it. Then he said, Fine, I'll give you 1 week. 7 days from now will be the 7th day after my son's death. I want to see those 2 corpses in front of my son. I will use their blood as sacrifice. As he spoke, Yang Yaotian smashed the stone lion by the entrance with a single punch and slowly walked away. Only after the 2 of them had completely left did Zhao Hai ask in a low voice, Son. Sun Yi, do we really have to find those 2 people within 1 week? Idiot, I was just fooling them. If I didn't say that, those 2 lunatics would torn this place apart. I can't beat that madman Yang Yaotian. Then, those 2 people. Go to the slums. Find a pretty girl, then find a man. Break all 4 of his limbs and shatter his ribs. Then we'll all stick to the same story and say the 2 in the private room were them. Won't that settle it? So stupid. You've been following me for so many years for nothing. Yang Family Villa District. At the Yang Family Villa District, in Yang Yaotian's home, white candles flickered, and a faint scent of incense, ash drifted through the air. Looking at the black and white photo of her younger brother Yang Yuntao, Yang Li's face turned pale with fear. She knew who the killer was, and she also knew whose hands her brother had died by. But she didn't dare say it. Her father had doted on her younger brother to an extreme. She had known that since childhood. If Yang Yaotian found out that her brother's death had something to do with her, even if she didn't die, she would still be skinned alive. No, this secret had to rot in her stomach. Even if she was beaten to death, she couldn't let it out. The front door opened. After Yang Yaotian and Chun Xiangmei returned, she immediately suppressed her panic and put on a sorrowful expression. Dad, Mom, what did Rose Hotel say? Did they find any evidence? Who exactly killed my little brother? She cried so hard it was impossible to tell whether it was sincere or fake. Yang Yaotian slapped the solid wood table, and it split into pieces on the spot. The surveillance footage was deleted. All we know is that there was a man and a woman inside. The man was injured. No one knows about the woman. That bunch of trash the Sun family keeps can't even figure out what those 2 look like. Sun Xiaotian swore he'd solve it within 7 days. I'll see whether he can actually handle this. Yang Yaotian's words sent huge waves crashing through Yang Li's heart, but she forced down her shock and fear. Lin Ye and Lin Xi. Were they really just newly awakened first-rank martial artists? Were they really only 18 years old? Why were they so seasoned? Why was this happening? The more she thought about it, the colder her spine felt. And when she looked at her parents, she suddenly realized that those 2 had fooled everyone completely, except for her, the person directly involved. What should she do? What should she do next? Right, kill them. She had to kill them. No, that old man, 3rd uncle, still needed Lin Xi to continue his bloodline. What to do? What to do? Lily, your complexion looks awful. Are you missing your brother? Seeing that something seemed off about Yang Li's expression, Chun Xiangmei asked instinctively. Yang Li immediately replied, Mom, mifine. It's just, with how I'm feeling today, I can't go to school to work. I'll ask 3rd uncle for leave right now. Then go out for a walk and visit some of the places my brother used to go. You and your brother were very close. Now that he is dead, of course you feel terrible. Go ahead. Going out for a walk is good too. The moment Yang Li stepped out the door, the expression on her face vanished. A vicious look appeared instead. She was going to kill those 2 and eliminate all future trouble. She couldn't do it openly, or she wouldn't get past 3rd uncle, so she could only assassinate them. 2 teenagers dying in the chaotic slums was perfectly normal, wasn't it? The slums, huh? I refuse to believe I can't find out where you live. Hunter Beast Association. Early in the morning, Lin Ye and Lin Xi arrived at the Hunter Beast Association in the eastern district of Yin City. They quickly completed registration and became bronze rank beast hunters. Within the Hunter Beast Association, 95% of the people were commoners. They didn't want to be dogs for aristocratic families. But cultivation required resources and huge amounts of money, so the profession of beast hunter suited them very well. But the death rate for beast hunters was also extremely high. For newcomers going out of the city to hunt mutated beasts for the first time, the death rate exceeded 50%. Right after finishing registration, Lin Ye and Lin Xi saw that many people in the Hunter Beast Association were eager to find temporary teammates. Most of them were first-rank and second-rank martial artists. There were also some third-rank ones, but pitifully few. Hey kid, you just graduated from high school, right? Judging by the timing, a batch like you should be coming out around now. So how is your cultivation? I'm looking for people. Once we hit 10, we're heading out. We just happen to be short too. Lin Ye turned to look. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. But when he followed the man's gaze, he found that everyone else in the team looked to be in their 20s. The middle-aged man was the only older one there. The man smiled and said, "No need to worry. I'm at the peak of second-rank martial artist. The route for this operation doesn't have any second-tier mutated beasts. Most of them are first-tier mutated beasts. And, counting me, we already have 3 second-rank martial artists in this team. So kid, are you in?" Since someone had taken the initiative to speak to him, Lin Ye smiled too. "Sure. My name is Lin Li, 20 years old, a mid-stage first-rank martial artist. This is my younger sister, Lin Xi. Her age and cultivation are the same as mine." Lin Xi glanced at Lin Ye but said nothing else. She only said calmly, "My name is Lin Xi." After that, she said nothing more. When a man saw Lin Xi, his eyes lit up. "Good lord, this little girl is really pretty. No, wait, young man, you're bringing your little sister beast hunting? Beast hunting is very dangerous. Didn't you say it was very safe? Don't worry, we've got a bit of strength. We were lucky enough to learn the yellow rank, mid-grade, martial skill, Shattered Rock Fist. Nothing will go wrong." Hearing that, the man nodded. "My name is Li Dashin. Just call me Uncle Dashin. In a bit, I'll introduce you to the rest of the members for this trip." After that, Li Dashin introduced Lin Ye to the other 6 people. There were 4 men and 2 women. 2 of the men had reached the initial stage of second-rank martial artist, while the rest were all late-stage first-rank martial artists. Their ages ranged from 25 to 30. Compared to them, the 2 of them were the real youngsters. One of the men clearly didn't look pleased after seeing Lin Ye join this operation. "Brother Dashin, since when did we start recruiting punks barely in their early 20s? They'd better not drag us down. Lule, this kid's talent is pretty good. A 20-year-old mid-stage, first-rank martial artist is already very strong." Hearing that, Lule curled his lip. "Still the lowest cultivation here. But forget it. We only came because of you, a peak second-rank martial artist. As long as you're here, that's enough. All right then, now that we've got everyone, pack up your things. We're heading out now." All right. The group boarded an association transport vehicle and drove out of the urban area of Yin City, heading straight for the danger zone outside the city. The vehicle reached the end of the boundary road, where cars could go no farther. Everyone got out and entered the barren, dangerous wilderness on foot. "We'll only be operating around 20 kilometers from Yin City. I've been a beast hunter for over 20 years. This area is all first-tier mutated beasts. Don't worry, there won't be any danger." Li Dashin spoke as he walked, even showing a bit of honest simplicity in his smile. Meanwhile, Lin Ye deliberately walked at the very rear of the group and began observing these people. 1 peak second-rank martial artist, 2 initial-stage second-rank martial artists, 5 late-stage first-rank martial artists, and then the 2 of them, mid-stage first-rank martial artists. Placed in a Hunter Demon Association team, this team's strength would be just right. No matter what first-tier mutated beast they encountered, this team would be able to handle it with ease. Right then, Lin Xi whispered softly, "Lin Ye, is there something wrong with these people? Also, Lin Li and Lin Xi are such trash names." "Not sure, but when you're out and about, your identity is whatever you say it is. Being cautious can't hurt." Just then, a man walked over. His name was Wang Yidao. He was rather skinny, and his eyes never left Lin Xi. With that lewd look on his face, he was disgusting to look at. "Sister Lin Xi, you're already out making money at such a young age? So capable. What a good girl who knows how to support the family. By the way, what kind of boys do you like?" Lin Xi gave a sweet smile and said with an innocent face, "Big brother, I like boys who don't breathe. It feels super exciting." Wang Yidao's expression stiffened, and a trace of cold light flashed through his eyes, but then he smiled again. "Sister Lin Xi is pretty humorous. Ha ha ha." But at the instant he turned around, Lin Ye directly stabbed a needle into the sole of his own foot. In the next moment, Wang Yidao's foot suddenly started hurting. "Ah, feck, I step on a nail. Damn it, it hurts like hell." "A nail? Where would there be a nail in this danger zone?" "But my foot." Wang Yidao took off his shoe and looked, only to find there was no wound at all. It still hurt badly. "All right, stop messing around. There's nothing there. Hurry up. If we fall behind, we might not even know how we died." Wang Yidao gritted his teeth and could only endure the needle-like pain in his foot as he limped after them. Lin Xi came to Lin Ye's side and said, "You're pretty bad, But were you standing up for your little sister? After all these years, you finally look a bit like an older brother. I just don't like the guy. It has nothing to do with you. Hell, what a dead Sundara. Just then, low growls from strange beasts came from the distant wild grass. A bloody smell drifted over with the wind. Li Dashin instantly raised a hand to press down on the short blade at his waist, and his expression abruptly tightened. Everyone, be careful. Something S coming from up ahead. Stay on guard. As Li Dashin's voice rang out, everyone immediately tensed up. Right after that, 5 Yaoma slowly appeared, baring their fangs and growling low. They weren't very large, about 1.5 meters long, but their bodies were covered in strange dark red patterns. They're fiery pattern hyenas. Good at group combat. Be careful. They excel at fighting in packs. However, the moment he heard they were fiery pattern hyenas, Liu Lei immediately said, "They're just strange beasts with pretty low defense. Watch me kill one." As he spoke, he charged straight forward by himself, like a newborn calf unafraid of tiger. The others were much the same. Although fiery pattern hyenas were not weak, their advantage lay in speed, and among first-rank strange beasts, their defense was near the bottom. The fiery pattern hyenas were extremely fast. At the instant Liu Lei rushed up, they scattered apart and surrounded him in the middle. However, a girl quickly moved to one of the hyenas' side. Her name was Su Yan, a late first-grade martial warrior. Her movement technique was lighter than the others, and she easily caught up to one of the hyenas. Beast D. With a tearing sound, her blade stabbed straight into the hyena's neck. Blood sprayed out, and a slight smile appeared on her face. "Ha, the first kill is mine, watch out," Wang Chong shouted and rushed forward, pulling Su Yan back. Then he directly struck the fiery pattern hyena's claw with a rock-breaking palm. With a loud bang, Wang Chong was forced back several steps, and his arm was even bleeding slightly, while the hyena also breathed its last after its desperate counterattack failed. Su Yan was covered in cold sweat. If Wang Chong had pulled her just now, she probably would have already died. She had clearly stabbed straight through that beast's neck. So why had it still been able to counterattack? The other fiery pattern hyenas were also easily killed by the group. Lin Ye and Lin Xi did not make a move, because they simply had no chance to. There were only 5 hyenas total, and they had all been split up among these people. Other than Wang Chong and Wang Yidao suffering some minor injuries, this operation could be called a huge success. "So this is beast hunting? Doesn't he look like much?" Liu Lei said confidently. Li Dashin gave a simple, honest grin. "Your reactions were much faster than we expected. Cool me. Yidao Qiangzi, you two got scratched. Even though those beasts aren't poisonous, inflammation would still be troublesome. I got alcohol here. Disinfect it. Thanks, brotherly." The two of them nodded and thanked him. Then Li Dashin turned his gaze toward Lin Ye and Lin Xi. "Little brother Lin Li, first time seeing strange beasts. How was it? What else could it be? Those two didn't kill a single one just now." Liu Lei still said resentfully. Lin Ye ignored his mockery and instead asked Li Dashin in return, "Uncle Li, the 3 of you didn't make a move just now. Were you worried about something?" Li Dashin froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Aside from the 3 of us, all of you are leaving the safe zone and coming to the danger zone for the first time. I want to let you get some practice and prepare a bit. And this is only the green zone. Most of what S here are first-rank strange beasts. If we get to the blue zone, that S where it gets dangerous. Second-rank beasts are everywhere, and we might even run into third-rank strange beasts. If I went in there, I might not make it out alive. Brotherly, why are you telling him all that? That kid was already scared limp just now. I said we shouldn't have brought him in the first place. Just thinking about how we still have to give him a share afterward pisses me off." Liu Lei kept complaining, but Lin Ye didn't care about him. Instead, he was thinking about an even stranger question. This mission had been organized by Li Dashin. Aside from him, there were also 2 early second-grade martial warriors. One named Chen Feng and the other Zhao Ping. 3 second-grade martial warriors, and one of them was even at peak second grade. They could completely find a better team and earn greater rewards and profits. There was no need for them to play house with a bunch of first-grade rookies like these, right? "All right, brotherly, I haven't asked yet. How much can these 5 fiery pattern hyenas sell for?" Wang Yidao spoke with a calculating look in his eyes, clearly thinking only about how to split the money. Li Dashin said, "The price of first-rank strange beasts varies depending on the species. Some are worth more, some less. Fiery pattern hyena meat is tough and hard to eat, so the price isn't very high. One goes for about 5,000 to 8,000. Mainly, it's the hide and claws that are valuable. Holy shit, 5,000 to 8,000 for one? Those 5 we killed just now are worth at least 25,000. If I were working on an assembly line, I'd have to work more than half a year to save that much." Wang Yidao, what are you dreaming about? We killed those hyenas together. What, you want to hog it all for yourself?" Another girl said unhappily. She looked close to 30, with wheat-colored skin and a kind of healthy beauty. Her name was Song Yuan, a late first-grade martial warrior. Wang Yidao immediately said, "I didn't mean that. I mean, we can kill more. Even if the 10 of us split it, each person would still get at least 2,500. That's more than what I used to make in half a month. No wonder so many people like being beast hunters. This really fucking makes money." Li Dashin immediately said, "You killed these 5 hyenas. Chen Feng, Zhao Ping, and I won T take a share. You split it. Lin Ye also said, my sister and I didn't T make a move just now, so wouldn't T feel right to take any. You 5 split it. Liu Lei had just wanted to mock Lin Ye, but Lin Ye had already blocked him off in advance, so in the end he said nothing. Then he asked, but these 5 hyenas are so big. How we carry them? Use a blade to skin them and put the hides in your bags. That's what's valuable. Watching the others start skinning them, Li Dashin walked over to Lin Ye's side. Little brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to share? I didn't make a move, so I feel bad taking one. Speaking of which, what exactly is the mission this time? Uncle Li? They came out here to hunt demon-marked wild boars. Those things weigh 300 kilograms, and they're terrifyingly strong. Even though they're only first-tier exotic beasts. Both their defense and attack power are extremely high, and they're fast too. They're basically first-tier exotic beasts infinitely close to second-tier. The profit on them is huge. And the meat tastes great too. One can sell for around 150,000 to 200,000. The moment he heard that, Wang Yidao was dumbfounded. Looking at the hyena hides in his hands, he suddenly felt they weren't so impressive anymore. Brotherly, that wild boar is worth that much? Well, it's priced by size. 1 kilogram of meat is worth 500 bucks. That valuable? Brotherly, from today on, I'm following you. I'm gonna get rich. We want to stay long. Just one night, then we head back tomorrow. After skinning them, we still need to keep moving. Okay. After everyone finished skinning the hyenas, they stuffed the hides into their packs. They were heavy, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. Earning 20,000 yuan in 2 days, this money really came fast. Time slowly passed, and night began to shroud the land. The group arrived at a dense forest, and Li Dashin slowly said, Sai, looks like we want to find that wild boar today. We'll stay here for the night and eat something to recover our strength. Sai, all right. Though everyone was a little disappointed, they still followed Li Dashin's words. There was no other reason. He was a peak second-rank martial artist, and also an experienced silver-tier beast hunter. They quickly set up a bonfire and hung an iron pot over it. Su Yin took the initiative to cook some meat soup, then said enthusiastically, Come everyone, try my cooking and give me a review. Wang Yishan leered and said, Sister Su, no staple food? We're in the middle of nowhere, and you still want staple food? What do you want to eat? Steamed buns, of course. Big, white steamed buns. Didn't you hide 2 of them? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Wang Yidao crack a dirty joke, Su Yin said with a grin, Sure, my buns are expensive. 10,000 for one time. Pay up. Too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? How about a 90% discount? I'll give you a broken bone discount. Get lost. Ha ha ha. As he listened to their laughter, Lin Ye continued observing everyone's expressions, especially Zhao Ping and Chen Feng. The 2 of them were both second-rank martial artists. But ever since joining this team, neither had spoken. It was like they had always just obeyed Li Dashin's orders. Come, little brother Lin, little sister Lin. You 2 should try big sister's meat soup too. It smells amazing. Su Yin filled 2 bowls of soup and walked over. Lin Ye showed a sunny smile. Thank you, big sister, but I don't like drinking soup. What? Are you looking down on big sister's cooking? Little brother, you're so heartless. Lin Ye see me that. All right then. Thank you, Sister Su. I'll drink it later. It's hot right now. You have to drink it, okay? Tell big sister what you think later. Little brother. All right, Sister Su, can I ask you something? What is it, little brother? If it's about hooking up, then you don't need to pay. Free of charge. Lin Ye. No, it's about those other 2 second-rank martial artists. Why don't they talk? Who knows? When we first came, we tried talking to them too, but they didn't say a single word, and their eyes were ice cold. Just looking at them gives me goosebumps. Maybe that's just how experts act, all cold and aloof. Who cares? Oh right, big sister's words still stand. For you free. Su Yin sat back down beside Wang Chong. After she left, Lin Xi immediately moved closer. Why does it feel like something's off about her? Maybe your big brother is just too handsome. Looks like you're not the only femme fatale. I'm a male heartthrob disaster too. Shameless. That said, this soup does look pretty good, but Lin Xi glanced at Lin Ye, and Lin Ye said the usual rule. Don't eat anything given by outsiders. As he spoke, taking advantage of the night, Lin Ye directly poured out both bowls of meat soup. After everyone had eaten their fill, Li Dashin slowly stood up. By then, the moon hung high in the sky. A cold wind swept through the forest, making the leaves rustle. It made people's scalps tingle, as if something bad was about to happen. Everyone, did you eat enough? Yeah, full. Brotherly, do we need someone on watch? I'm a night owl. Leave night watch to me. Liu Lei stepped forward at once. But in the very next moment, a hand clamped directly around his neck. The voice lost some of its former honesty and gained a chilling coldness. No need for night watch. It's enough that you ate your fill. Once you're full, it's easier to hit the road. Crack. Liu Lei's neck was twisted on the spot. His eyes were full of disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, not even knowing what had happened before his death. Why? Song Yuan practically screamed it out, while Li Dashin slowly said, There's no why. Men die for wealth. Birds die for food. Move. The moment his words fell, Chen Feng and Zhao Ping finally acted, charging at them like ghosts. Not good. Run. Hurry. 2 fast-moving early second-rank martial artists were terrifyingly strong. Wang Chong shouted, but just as he turned, Zhao Ping instantly grabbed his neck. In the next moment, his neck snapped, and his body was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Su Yan's face turned pale, and Song Yuanyuan's legs had already gone weak. They might be late first-rank martial artists, but in the eyes of second-rank martial artists, they were no different from baby chicks. Bro, Brother Li, spare me. Spare my life. From today on, your little brother will follow you. Do you know that? I'm following you. From now on, I'll be your most loyal dog. Woof woof. I'm a dog, a little dog. Woof. Seeing Wang Chong die as well, Wang Yidao immediately dropped to his knees and slid forward. Running was impossible. There was no way they could outrun second-rank martial artists. Seeing Wang Yidao like this, Li Dashin couldn't help but smile. But this smile no longer held any of his earlier honest, reliable look. It made people's hearts go cold. Bro, I only have a little over 3,000 in savings on me. I'll give you these hyena hides too. Let me follow you. I can get blood on my hands too. Whoever you tell me to kill, I'll kill. Wang Yidao was trembling all over in fear. He had always liked taking small advantages since he was young, so his mind worked fast in situations like this. He had to get some blood on his hands, or Li Dashin would never trust him. Seeing this, Li Dashin smiled. You're the same kind of person as me. Chun Feng, Zhao Ping, stop. Chun Feng and Zhao Ping immediately stopped, not saying a single word. Song Yuanyuan slowly closed her eyes. She knew they were finished today, so she simply gave up and shouted, why? You said men die for wealth and birds die for food, but the only valuable things we have are these hyena hides. Even added together, they're not worth 50,000. Is that enough for you to bear such a grave crime? Li Dashin. Li Dashin Laoga. A few hyena hides? You think too little of me. A mere few tens of thousands ISNT even worth my notice. Then you. Do you know how much you're worth? 2 kidneys from a martial artist, 1 heart, and your 5 viscera, and 6 bowels. If I cut out your organs and sell them, one person is worth at least 6 to 700,000. As for the remaining parts, I can still use them to grow stronger. TSK, TSK, TSK. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing that, Song Yuanyuan's face turned deathly pale. So Li Dashin wanted their organs. Wang Yidao immediately said, Brother Dashin, let me join. Em Smutonget. Next time we come out, I can bring a lot of people out from the slums. I can make money for you money. Wang Yidao seized every opening, to the point that Li Dashin almost felt embarrassed not to take him in. This kid was a talent. All right, then I'll take you in, but your hands must be stained with blood. That's non-negotiable. Of course, of course. Brother Li. Those 3 women, can we not kill them first? I want a course. Brother Li, you get first pick. I'll wait my turn. I'll wait my turn. Li Dashin looked at him and gave a cold snort. You are at least obedient. I'll leave them to you. Oh, right, when you kill them. Don't damage the organs. When Wang Yidao heard that, he immediately nodded and bowed. Dashin Ji, leave it to me. You can rest easy. Wang Yidao completely relaxed. Then he looked at the 3 women opposite him, a few more lewd smiles appearing in his eyes as he kept sizing them up. Come out of the woods. You're a man too, right? I don't want to fight women. Don't worry, that sharp-tongued little sister of yours. I'll be very gentle with her. Haha. Hearing this, before Lin Ye could move, Lin Xi strode forward directly. I've put up with you for a long time, you bitch and heat of a wild dog. I've wanted to kill you ages ago. You want to touch my brother? Get past me first. Lin Xi's sudden appearance made Wang Yidao freeze for a moment. Don't. Little sister Lin, if you come out and get hurt, what a waste that would be. I'm still waiting for you to call me hubby in a bit. Haha, but since you're standing up for your brother, let me collect some interest first. Tendon severing hand. Wang Yidao rushed toward Lin Xi at high speed, both hands reaching straight for her chest. The lust in his eyes couldn't be hidden at all. But in the next moment, a wave of cold swept in. Lin Xi's palm condensed rapidly, and the surrounding temperature began to plummet. Then she struck out with a fierce palm. High yellow rank frost palm. The 2 palms collided. By all logic, Wang Yidao, at late stage first rank, should have easily crushed Lin Xi, who was only at mid-stage first rank. But in the next instant, a figure was sent flying. As Wang Yidao was blasted away, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His entire arm had already frozen stiff. Then he slammed into the ground, and that whole arm shattered into a mangled mess. My hand! My hand! Wang Yidao started screaming miserably. Li Dashin's expression changed, and just as he was about to move, Lin Xi, stepping on Taking Feng, had already arrived beside Wang Yidao. Her pupils were faintly red, and the temperature around her was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. He. I wanted to kill you for a long time. Let me see. Your ears, your eyes, your tongue, your nose right, and that filthy little thing of yours too. There's absolutely no need to leave any of them behind. No. In an instant, Wang Yidao's eyes were pierced through, his nose was cut off, his tongue was severed, and even his manhood was smashed apart by an ice spike. His death was horrifying, a complete stomp. From the start of the fight to the end, not even 20 seconds had passed. Wang Yidao was clearly one minor realm above Lin Xi, but in her hands he was no different from a chick. By the time Li Dashin realized something was wrong, Wang Yidao had already been tortured to death. Su Yan was stunned. Amid her despair, a bit of hope returned. Song Yuanyuan stared at Lin Xi in disbelief. Little sister Lin, you're this strong? Lin Ye also slowly walked over to Lin Xi's side. Looking at Wang Yidao's miserable state, he couldn't help clicking his tongue. Damn, that S ruthless. Seriously, look at you. Even I don't dare provoke her. So why the hell did you? If there's a next life, wipe your eyes clean before being human again. Seeing how calm and casual Lin Ye looked, Li Dashin felt a surge of irritation, but he also understood something. Who the hell are you people? You're not ordinary people at all. You actually have talents. There's no need to tell you. 3 second-rank martial artists? Is that really hard to deal with? Then Lin Ye suddenly slapped his own chest. Pain sharing activated. In an instant, a wave of intense pain came from Li Dashin's chest. The pain twisted his face. Ah, damn it. It really is a talent. It hurts me to death, bastard. Li Dashin dropped to one knee, looking pitiful. But Lin Ye's expression turned surprised, as if he had seen something unexpected. Zhao Ping and Chun Feng. There was no change at all in either of their expressions. His pain sharing had no effect on them whatsoever. Then Lin Ye's mind started racing. The two had never said a single word. Everything they did was based entirely on Li Dashin's orders. Though he didn't want to admit it, Lin Ye, who had lived 2 lives, had already guessed something. He immediately pulled Lin Xi back. Lin Xi also sensed that something was wrong. Brother, what is going on? Why is your pain sharing? The two over there aren't living people. They're puppets. What? Kill, kill, kill. Kill them. Chun Feng, Zhao Ping. Kill them. I want none of them left alive. How destructive were 2 second-rank martial artists? The gap between first-rank and second-rank martial artists was huge. A first-rank martial artist had extremely powerful physical strength. A peak first-rank martial artist had the strength of 1,000 jin in both arms. But once one reached the level of second rank, strength, speed, bones, and internal organs all underwent massive improvement. Their bodies could withstand cold weapons head-on without issue. The reason Lin Ye had previously been able to kill second-rank martial artists despite being lower level was because of pain. Pain so severe it made the enemy suffocate and go into shock, ignoring all defense and directly crushing them mentally. But this time he had really kicked an iron plate. The other side was using puppets. They simply could not be targeted by that part of his ability. Seeing the 2 puppets, both at the level of early second-rank martial artists, charging straight at them, Lin Ye stepped on Taking Feng, grabbed Lin Xi, and ran at full speed. Then Lin Ye glanced at Su Yin and Song Yuanyuan. The moment those 2 puppets rushed out, the 2 women had already run off with all the strength they could muster. But the puppets ignored them completely, locking onto only the Lin siblings as they pursued them. And the distance was getting smaller and smaller. Lin Ye, what do we do now? Kill Li Dashin and it's over. But with those 2 things there, I can't get close to him. Huh? Your unbeatable pain sharing finally met its nemesis. Huh? At a time like this, you'll have to rely on me. Then Lin, she suddenly turned around. Her pupils once again turned scarlet, and her glossy black hair also began changing because of her talent, turning into a snowy crimson color. That was right, snowy crimson. It had the white of ice and snow, and the red of fresh blood, like droplets of blood falling onto white snow. Lin Ye, I'll hold these 2 things back. Li Dashin is yours. You 2 pieces of trash, let this old lady freeze you into ice sculptures. Form of ice. In an instant, blood-colored ice condensed in Lin Xi's hand. A blood-red ice hammer weighing 300 kilograms appeared directly in her grip. Frozen cell. A wide expanse of cold spread out, instantly engulfing the 2 puppets. The temperature kept dropping, and the ground was covered in blood-red ice crystals. Then Lin, she raised the ice hammer high. Its entire surface was covered in blood-red frost crystals before she smashed it violently toward the 2 puppets. The 2 puppets slowly raised their hands and actually blocked that terrifying attack. An earth rank cultivation method really was powerful, even after using 2 martial skills in one breath. There wasn't the slightest trace of fatigue on Lin Xi's face. Instead, she was smiling. That bloodthirsty, manic grin. She had always been different from Lin Ye. She didn't like using her brain and prefer to speak with strengthened fists. But ever since awakening her talent, Lin Ye's pain sharing had been the one solving all their problems, making her awakened rank talent, Bloody Extreme Frost, seem like nothing more than decoration. So this time, when she learned that Lin Ye's once invincible pain sharing had lost its effect, no one was more excited than she was. Finally, she could have a proper fight to her hard-ass content. If Lin Ye was an old schemer, then she was a pure reckless brute. While Lin Xi dealt with the 2 puppets, Lin Ye stepped on Taking Feng and shot toward Li Dashin at top speed. The moment Li Dashin saw Lin Ye, he seemed to recall the intense pain from before and immediately turned and ran, cursing wildly in his heart at the same time. Damn it, he'd done this kind of thing twice before, and nothing had happened either time. So why had a freak like this shown up on the 3rd try? A mid-stage first-rank martial artist chasing a peak second-rank martial artist. This was simply the biggest joke under heaven. If this got out to the people in their circle, then that second-rank martial artist might as well jump into a latrine and kill himself. It was too humiliating, but damn it, that was the truth. It wasn't that he couldn't beat Lin Ye. It was that this kid was just too freakish. Mad blood cry. Seeing that the old bastard was running too fast, Lin Ye didn't hesitate and immediately used the profound rank martial skill, mad blood cry. In an instant, he felt as if his blood were burning, as if it had caught fire, and the power from that burning blood was constantly feeding back into his strength. For a moment, under the effects of his burning chi and blood, Lin Ye's strength skyrocketed to the peak of a first-rank martial artist. His speed rose by several levels, and he got closer and closer to Li Dashin. Li Dashin had no speed-type martial skills at all. Seeing Lin Ye's strength and speed explode, he was about to start cursing his ancestors. What the hell kind of young master snuck out to experience life? He had struggled for half his life just to become a second-rank martial artist. As for martial skills, he only had 3 manuals, and damn it, 2 of them were low yellow rank. He didn't even dare dream about high yellow rank. But this kid was like a walking martial skill vault. And he even had talent on top of that. If he was a T for some great clan, then what was he? Damn it, I'm not running anymore. I can't outrun him anyway, so I'll fight. After being chased like a dog, Li Dashin saw that escape was impossible and immediately turned around to launch an attack at Lin Ye. Heavy Mountain Fist. Li Dashin threw a punch straight at Lin Ye. With the cultivation of a peak second-rank martial artist, he could directly punch a mid-first-rank martial artist to death, even if his martial skills were poor. Even if he had no talent, that was the advantage of having higher cultivation. But when Lin Ye saw this, not only was he not afraid, he was delighted. He clenched his right fist, and his entire arm began to swell before he violently smashed his punch toward Li Dashin's high yellow rank, bone-shattering fist. A move that unleashed ultimate damage by shattering his own bones. A style of fighting that harmed the enemy by 1,000 while harming himself by 1,000. Boom! The two collided violently. The shockwave alone made the trees in the dense forest tremble violently. Li Dashin's expression changed from grim resolve to utter disbelief. After the clash, Lin Ye staggered back several steps. The bones in his arm had completely shattered into fragments. But during mad blood cry, his body had temporarily lost all sense of pain. When the backlash came and doubled the pain, he was going to suffer for it. As for Li Dashin, his chi and blood churned wildly, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at his slightly trembling arm and the intense pain coming from it. The way he looked at Lin Ye was like he had seen a ghost. A mid-first-rank martial artist. He was more than 1 major realm and 2 minor stages above him. The gap between them was practically a chasm, and yet this kid had actually fought him to a standstill. But in the next moment, when he saw Lin Ye's limp arm, his expression eased considerably, and he couldn't help but sneer. Your bones are completely shattered. Even if you're a heaven's favored genius, once they're broken to this extent, your future is basically ruined. This is what happens when you provoke me. Lin Ye glanced at his arm as if he did not care at all. Then he raised his left arm and used that move again. The moment Li Dashin saw that, he was completely dumbfounded and instantly started cursing. You madman. You're a complete madman. Your arm's already broken and you're still fighting me with your life on the line. Just die already. Mid-yellow rank. Mountain shaking crash. This was Li Dashin's strongest move. But Lin Ye showed no fear at all. He raised his left hand and smashed it viciously toward Li Dashin's body. Boom! Another deafening blast rang out through the dense forest. Lin Ye was sent flying by the recoil and slammed into a tree, instantly snapping in half. Li Dashin did not fare well either. Lin Ye's punch had slammed directly into his shoulder. The physical defense of his invulnerable second-rank martial artist body had been forcibly broken by him. His right arm was injured, his shoulder bone was cracked, and the pain had already made Li Dashin's face turn pale. But when he looked at Lin Ye lying before him, he still burst into laughter. Ah, you little bastard, that's what you get for going against me. Aren't you some young master from a great clan? Some noble son of an aristocratic family? You chased me, and this is the price you should pay. Huh. Li Dashin had not even finished laughing when Lin Ye slowly climbed back up. What terrified him so much that his body began trembling was that Lin Ye's 2 arms, which should have been crushed into pulverized fractures, had already recovered completely. Lin Ye revealed a bright, sunny smile, then slowly raised his right hand. High yellow rank, bone-shattering fist. How is that possible? After witnessing Lin Ye's heaven-defying regenerative ability, Li Dashin's mind nearly went blank. And in that instant of hesitation, Lin Ye rushed in front of him. Bone-shattering fist. This punch slammed directly into Li Dashin's chest, instantly sending his whole body flying backward. He slowly got back up and looked at Lin Ye. At this point, he no longer wanted to think. He suddenly drew the short blade from his waist, then endured the intense pain in his body and rushed toward Lin Ye again. Your talent is regeneration, right? If that is the case, then I'll beat you until you hit your regeneration limit. Wind-breaking slash. The moment Li Dashin drew his blade, he slashed down at Lin Ye. Lin Ye did not dodge. He used bone-shattering fist again and directly collided with the blade. The massive impact numbed Li Dashin's hands, but Lin Ye's left hand was instantly severed by that slash. Blood sprayed everywhere. Seizing the chance, Li Dashin lunged straight at Lin Ye. The blade in his hand kept hacking at Lin Ye's body, while at that moment, Lin Ye's right arm had finished recovering and smashed viciously toward Li Dashin's chest. Crack! Li Dashin clearly felt it. His bones had already broken, but he could not stop. If he stopped, he might die. Then Li Dashin began hacking wildly at Lin Ye's body with his blade over and over again. Li Dashin's eyes were bloodshot. He had no idea how long he had been chopping. Blood had already dyed the ground red. Finally, the aura around Lin Ye weakened. His presence dropped from the peak of first-rank martial artist to a mid-first-rank martial artist. After falling 2 minor stages in a row, the huge stone in Li Dashin's heart finally dropped. His enhancement time was up. Now he could completely relax. Feeling the injuries on his body, Li Dashin could not help but say, "To be able to force me to this extent, I have to admit, I underestimated you. But your enhancement is gone now. This time I win." Lin Ye lay on the ground, looking up at the night sky. The enhancement effect of Mad Blood Cry had ended. His sense of pain returned, and all the pain from the injuries he had suffered during the enhancement came back doubled. In an instant, Lin Ye's face turned deathly pale from the pain, but he still revealed a faint smile. Blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. When Li Dashin saw that smile, he could not help but curse, "Madman. I'll cut off your head with this last slash and see if you can still come back to life." He slowly raised his hand, preparing to swing the blade. When Lin Ye spoke, "The game is over. Pain sharing." In that instant, extreme agony shattered Li Dashin's mental defenses on spot. Li Dashin was in so much pain, he went mad. In so much pain, he despaired. Meanwhile, Lin Ye slowly got to his feet while enduring the agony. The injuries on his body healed. His severed ribs, his mangled internal organs, all of it recovered completely. Looking at Li Dashin, who was already rolling on the ground in unbearable pain, Lin Ye said slowly, "Uncle Dashin, you can go in peace now." After saying that, he slowly raised his fist. At this moment, Li Dashin was crying and snotting from the pain. Then he suddenly roared, "Zhao Ping, Chun Feng, come save me. Come save me now." At the same time, Lin Xi had already exchanged dozens of rounds with the 2 puppets. Because of the low temperature, the puppets' bodily functions had started slowing down. Zhao Ping's arm had already been completely shattered, and Chun Feng's head had also been smashed out of shape. Lin Xi panted heavily as she looked at the 2 puppets before her, and the corners of her lips slowly curled up. "You 2 may already be dead, but this lady had an absolute blast beating you up today. So now, have a taste of my strongest killing move." In an instant, the crimson mist around Lin Xi grew denser and denser. The temperature of the blood-colored extreme cold began to plummet sharply, and blood-red ice crystals formed all around her. The power of blood-cold extreme frost was directly proportional to the amount of blood burned away. And this time, she was going to burn every last drop in her body in one go. Ice ceiling shatter. Countless blood-red ice crystals shattered at high speed, turning into innumerable tiny shards that completely sealed off the 2 puppets. The next moment, the countless ice crystals shot toward them like bullets. The 2 had already received Li Dashin's distress signal and suddenly turned to go save him, only to realize that the freezing temperature had already made movement difficult. As the endless ice crystal barrage struck them, their bodies gradually lost the ability to move. In the end, the 2 puppets slowly collapsed. Yet their bodily functions had not been completely destroyed. Like short-circuited robots, they still crawled toward Li Dashin. "I mean, you 2 are practically scrap." "No, not practically. You already are scrap, and you're still hanging on? I thought I was ruthless enough, but the one who refined these puppets is even more insane." Lin Xi's blood-red hair gradually returned to black. Burning nearly all the blood in her body at once had left her face pale, but her regenerative ability let her replenish blood quickly enough that she did not pass out immediately. It was just that she felt so hungry. Why haven't those 2 gotten here yet? Li Dashin was in so much pain he could barely breathe, and his consciousness was beginning to blur. But the 2 puppets he had been waiting for never arrived in time. Simple. My little sister took care of them. How pitiful. You can't even fart anymore, can you? Feel honored. Since I awakened, you're the first person to injure me this badly. Your 2 puppets really did give me a lot of trouble. Good thing I've got a crazy little sister. Pretty infuriating, huh? Hey, Lin Ye, who are you calling crazy, huh?" As Lin Xi's voice rang out, Li Dashin struggled to look in her direction. He saw Lin Xi dragging the 2 puppets over by one leg each with one hand. The 2 puppets had already been beaten so badly that more than half their bodies were gone, yet their limbs were still twitching. The sight was rather eerie. When Li Dashin saw his 2 puppets reduced to this state, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he slowly closed them. It was over. Completely over. Even his final chance to turn things around was gone. Yet the next moment, the pain throughout his body vanished instantly. Just as he opened his eyes, Lin Ye swiftly pulled out the fire scorpion dagger and slashed Li Dashin's arm. The pain of flames burning through his flesh instantly spread through both his arms, and Lin Ye directly pinned him down. "Quit howling. I got a question for you. Where did you get these 2 puppets? This isn't the kind of thing someone like you should have." If you don't talk, Lin Ye raised the dagger, looked at the blood on it, then stuck out his tongue and licked it. "I'll let you experience what it means to want to live, but be unable to, and want to die, but not get it." Li Dashin's face was full of terror. Why were these 2 young people, who looked only in their 20s, so vicious? Don't do it. I'll talk. It was the Corpse Puppet Society. Aha. No, no. The moment Li Dashin said those 3 words, his body was instantly engulfed by black mist. In less than 3 seconds, he completely melted into a puddle of black, bloody water right in front of Lin Ye and Lin Xi. Even they felt their scalps go numb at the sight. Holy shit. There was even a restriction? Speak and die? Corpse Puppet Society? Lin Ye was still thinking over the name when Lin Xi seemed to spot something. Lin Ye, look, there is something in the blood. Lin Ye looked over. It was a small pouch with dark red patterns on it. He picked it up, opened it, and froze. That old bastard had something like this too? What is it? A storage bag. It's actually a storage bag? Open it and see what good stuff is inside. Lin Ye immediately opened the storage bag and dumped everything out. The bag was small, but it actually contained a full 3 cubic meters of storage space. Enough to hold quite a lot. But after pouring everything out, aside from several 10,000 yuan in cash, a bank card, a black token, and a small blood-red booklet, there was nothing else. This booklet is Lin. She flipped through a few pages, but almost instinctively, all kinds of bloody and gruesome images instantly entered both their sight. Arms, internal organs, body parts, blood. Right after that, Lin Ye immediately flipped to the first page. 3 large words were written there. Corpse puppet art. Corpse puppets are a technique refined from human corpses. In order to preserve a corpse puppet as strength, its internal organs and blood must be replaced at regular intervals. And there is no threshold at all for refining this technique. As long as you are ruthless enough, even a first-rank martial artist can refine corpse puppets. Disgust showed in Lin Xi's eyes. Even Lin Ye's expression changed when he learned what materials were needed to make corpse puppets. Dark. This world is fucking dark. It's not just the aristocratic families that are dark. The people at the bottom are dark too. This damn world is rotten to the core. After picking up the black token, they saw that only 2 words were carved on it. Black corpse. It looked to be some kind of identity symbol of this so-called corpse puppet society. Then Lin Ye turned his gaze to Li Dashin's 2 corpse puppets. Because of Li Dashin's death, both had lost all ability to move and now lay completely still in the forest, left to rot and stink. Let us go. Lin Ye slowly stood up. Aside from learning about one disgusting organization and getting a storage bag, this trip had gained them nothing else. Lin Ye, wait. There is still one big problem. What is it? What other big prob? I'm hungry. Lin Xi said it with a completely serious face, then looked at the bloody scene around them. The corner of her mouth twitched. That really is a problem. But did you have to bring it up in a place like this? Lin Ye helplessly shrugged, directly picked up the 2 corpse puppets and hung them on a tree, quietly waiting for the night wind to blow past them and spread the bloody scent. What are you doing? Seeing if any exotic beasts take the bait. If even one comes, your late-night snack will be. The next moment, tremors began to come from the ground. With every step, the earth quivered slightly. Lin Ye abruptly stood up, and after seeing what was coming, the corners of his mouth started to rise. What came was a gigantic wild boar with dark purple fur. With a pair of 1-meter-long tusks, it looked terrifying. Its body was nearly 3 meters long, enough to chill anyone to the bone. But Lin Ye was downright excited. Xiao Shi, this should be the demon-patterned wild boar Li Dashin mentioned. Just then, Lin Xi lightly tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve. He looked over instinctively and saw her blinking her watery big eyes, putting on a pitifully adorable face as she said sweetly, Oni Ai-chan, I want to eat piggy. My tummy is hungry-wungry. The moment he heard that, goosebumps exploded all over Lin Ye's body. If you ever make that disgusting sound again, I'll punch you straight into a wall. Lin Xi's face changed instantly. Lin Ye, this lady wants to eat that boar. This lady is hungry. Much better. Leave the freezing to you. Make sure this thing can't run. No problem, right? Why the hell are you talking so much? Just fight already. Lin Xi stepped on Taking Feng and rushed toward the wild boar at high speed. This demon-patterned boar looked like it had been foraging. It had obviously smelled blood and come here, but its instinctive sixth sense instantly detected danger. The next moment, blood-red snowflakes began to drift around the demon-patterned boar, and bloody ice crystals gradually formed on the ground as well. After a brief moment of panic, the demon-patterned boar charged straight at Lin Xi. With a weight of over 300 kilograms and running at full speed, it was no less terrifying than trying to stop a heavy truck on the road. At that moment, Lin Ye stepped in front of Lin Xi and raised his arm. Bone-shattering fist. Shared pain, activate. Boom! With a muffled bang, Lin Ye was forced back several steps, his arm once again suffering a comminuted fracture. The boar, however, was also punched into dizziness by that blow. The punch had landed directly on one of its tusks and shattered it to pieces. Form of ice. A massive blood-red ice sword suddenly appeared in Lin Xi's hand. With a swift slash, she chopped directly at the boar. Puchi. Pruoa. The skin on the demon-patterned boar's body was cut open, but its flesh beneath was still not seriously injured. The pain ignited fury in its eyes, and Lin Ye stepped forward again, landing another bone-shattering fist on it. With a loud boom, the demon-patterned boar instantly collapsed to the ground, and its other tusk was shattered as well. Lin Xi had also finished charging up and raised the ice sword. Yellow rank mid-grade, rock-breaking slash. That sword strike directly finished it off. After seeing the demon-patterned boar completely collapse, Lin Xi immediately rolled and scrambled over. Meat, such a huge amount of meat. Lin Ye, with this much meat, it'll be enough for us to eat for a long time. Our blood food is settled now. We won't need to buy overpriced meat from the black market anymore. Lin Ye slowly walked over to the boar, took out a dagger, and said, "All right, then I'll start cutting the meat now." After saying that, Lin Ye directly sliced open the boar's hide and began cutting out the meat nonstop. This 300-kilogram boar had an especially high meat yield. In particular, it produced a full 50 kilograms of exotic beast prime meat. Exotic beast prime meat was an extremely precious part of an exotic beast's body. It could greatly replenish a cultivator's chi and blood. "Here, you little glutton." Lin Ye directly cut off a bloody chunk of pork and, without another word, flung it right at Lin Xi's face. Lin Xi didn't react in time, and blood splattered all over her face. "Lin Ye, are you trying to die? You just threw it at me like that. If you want to eat, make a fire yourself. Or just eat it raw. It's not like we haven't done that before. All right, the rest isn't exotic beast prime meat anymore. It's just normal lean meat and fat. We can carry these back and sell them directly. Probably won't sell for much. Though, since we already cut out the most valuable part." Lin Xi looked at Lin Ye with a face full of dissatisfaction, bit into the meat, and chewed the raw chunk viciously several times before swallowing it. Before she knew it, she had already eaten 5 gene of exotic beast prime meat, all of it raw. Lin Ye just finished organizing the boar hide and the rest of the boar when he turned around and saw a huge pile of meat missing. He immediately said, "Holy crap, in just that little bit of time, you already stuffed away 5 gene of meat? Are you a pig?" "What? I was hungry, so I ate a little." "So what? And besides, what kind of brother says that about his own little sister? You ate way too much. Stop eating. We finally don't need to sell kidneys to make money anymore. If you keep eating like this, I'll really have to sell my kidney and blood. Like I'm not the one selling kidneys and blood too. You were the one yelling the loudest about me doing it too, and you still have the nerve to talk. I'm eating, and I'll keep eating. To help you block those 2 puppets, I almost burned through all my blood. I only took a few bites of your meat, and look how much it pains you. Poor people's money really can't be spent." As soon as she finished speaking, the chi and blood in Lin Xi's body surged upward in an instant. She felt her whole body heating up. Then, in the next moment, she felt like her entire world had become much clearer, and even her breathing was far easier. Sensing the changes in her body, she couldn't help but stare in shock. "I broke through? Holy crap." Lin Ye watched from the side as Lin Xi advanced. The cold energy around her had even weakened quite a bit, and he felt a slight chill himself. He just stood there in a daze, still holding the freshly cut prime meat in his hand. Lin Xi felt the power in her body, and then the corners of her lips curled slightly upward. It looked like she was thinking of some bad idea. "Oni-chan, let's fight." "No. Oh, don't tell me you're scared, trash fish." "Lin Ye, seeing that smug little look on your face makes me want to puke. You don't dare? Just don't cry after I beat you up." Lin Xi was brimming with confidence. "I'm now a noble late-stage, first-rank martial artist. A trash fish like you, only mid-stage first rank, dares to act up in front of me? Ah ha ha ha. That kind of laugh wouldn't even survive 3 chapters in a novel." As he spoke, Lin Ye moved. Lin Ye was fast, but Lin Xi was even faster. The 2 of them stepped on Taking Feng and chased each other nonstop. Lin Xi naturally knew how disgusting Lin Ye's talent was, but she also knew that his shared pain had a range limit. In other words, all she had to do was open the distance and attack from range. Form of ice. A blood-red ice spear appeared in her hand. The spear was blood-red and carried a faint icy mist, enough to send chills down anyone's scalp. Then she suddenly made a throwing motion. "My dear Oni-chan, feel your little sister's love." Whoosh! The ice spear shot rapidly toward Lin Ye. Looking at the incoming spear, Lin Ye didn't hesitate and quickly switched into full evasion mode. But Lin Xi was getting more and more addicted to the fight, and one ice spear after another flew from her hand. "Trash fish brother, run. Run faster. Ah yes. That's it. Use your pathetic, miserable look to entertain me." Lin Xi was laughing wildly. Her hair had turned blood-red from using her talent, and at this moment, she looked like a bloodthirsty madwoman. Lin Ye had also been shot until blood sprayed all over his body. He couldn't help saying, "Lin Xi, you think you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation is 1 minor realm higher than mine? Huh. If your cultivation is higher, then of course you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, once you catch up to me, wouldn't I lose the chance to bully you? Since I still can now, of course I'm going to bully you properly." Ah ha ha ha. As another ice spear was thrown, Lin Ye's dodging body suddenly came to a stop. This is the moment. Mad blood cry. His strength, defense, and speed all surged sharply, and his cultivation directly shot up to peak first rank. In an instant, Lin Ye reached out and grabbed the ice spear. Then he spun around and hurled it right back with his backhand. Lin Ye's change had happened too fast. Lin Xi had no time to react at all. In a single instant, the ice spear pierced straight through her shoulder, and the tremendous force nailed her to the trunk of a thick tree. With a bang, her whole mind went blank. Only after her shoulder had been pinned in place did she react. Lin Ye quickly arrived in front of her, and that terrifying aura instantly cleared up her mind quite a bit. Having higher cultivation means you can do whatever you want, right? Lin Xi, wow, big brother. You're amazing. As expected of my strongest big brother. You're seriously so cool. Ha ha. Lin Xi's laughter grew quieter and quieter. And gradually, she didn't even dare meet Lin Ye's eyes anymore. Lin Ye couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Done talking? Oni-chan, I guess. You probably wouldn't do anything too excessive to your only blood relative, your cutest little sister, right? As she spoke, she blinked again in a coquettish, spoiled way, trying to cute her way out of it. But Lin Ye pressed a hand on her head and said, "So the hateful red-haired succubus disguised herself as my cute little sister. Did you really think I'd be that easy to fool? Lin Xi, don't you know how much I dote on my little sister? From childhood to now, I couldn't even bear to touch so much as one finger of hers. And you, a female ghost, actually possessed her body. That really pisses me off. Lin Xi, from childhood to now, you couldn't bear to touch one finger of mine? Does your conscience not hurt saying that?" Then Lin Ye kept covering his face and put on a tearful expression. "So that is how it is. So it takes striking the body possessed by a female ghost 7 times 7, 49 times in a row, to drive the ghost out? Too cruel, too brutal. After all, this body is my only blood relative, my twin little sister. Every hit lands on her body, but the pain is in my heart. Lin Xi, why are you raising your fist with such an excited look on your face? Whereas the sadness on your face? Fitten." Lin Ye instantly entered boxing mode and started crazily dishing out blows. There was no guilt on his face, only the pleasure of revenge against his bratty little sister. "Lin Ye, so this is what you were waiting for, huh? You're such a damn dog. Just you wait. Once I get stronger, I'm going to stomp you hard onto my feet." The ghost driving has yet to succeed. Lin Ye still needs to work hard. Come on, Lin Ye, your little sister Lin, she is still waiting for you to save her. Keep increasing the output. No. Brother, stop. It hurts so much, I'm bleeding. I was wrong, brother, I was really wrong. Spare me. I'll never act arrogant again. I'm begging you. I really admit my mistake. Lin Ye Gidge, the #1 most handsome guy in the universe, I offer you my sincerest apology. Please stop hitting me. I really am Lin Xi. I'm back. You succeeded in driving out the ghost. I really came back. Wow, Xiaoxi, you're back. You have no idea. Driving out that ghost for you just now really exhausted me. Good thing you came back, otherwise I wouldn't even know what to do. Quick, thank me, or that vicious female ghost will seize your body and make it so you can never come back completely." Looking at Lin Ye's innocent face like some bright, sunny teenage boy, Lin, she wanted to spit hard in his face, but she forcibly suppressed the thought. This thing was cheating. She couldn't beat him. "Why? Thank you so much, brother. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. We're family. Saying thanks is too distant. Lin Xi, how could she have such a shameless brother? This is way too shameless." Lin, she forcibly got down from the tree. The injuries on her body quickly recovered. Looking at the smile overflowing on Lin Ye's face, she clenched her fists. Endure it. Backing down for now wasn't a loss. As long as she broke through to a second-rank martial artist ahead of time, she'd be able to win this one back. "Lin Ye, what are we doing next? What else can we do? Such a huge pig. Of course we're carrying it back to sell. From now on, we finally won't need to sell our kidneys for money anymore." The two of them cleaned up the oversized demonic pattern wild boar bit, then carried it away, directly, while the choice cuts they had sliced off were all put into the storage bag. The two walked out of the dense forest and rushed at full speed toward Yin City. Just as the sky was starting to brighten, a familiar figure up ahead blocked their path. This person was Su Yin, who had been on the same team as them. Yesterday, when Li Dashin had locked onto the two of them as targets, she and Song Yuan had escaped together. When she saw Lin Ye and Lin Xi, she immediately began crying to them. "Lin Li Didi, Lin Shui Mimi, Yuan, say she died." "Died? Didn't you two escape yesterday?" Lin Ye was a little surprised, and Su Yin said tearfully, "Why yesterday? When we left, we ran into a beast tide. They were very fast. We kept running with all our strength. In the end, I ran out, but Yuan, she..." Listening to her words, Lin Ye unexpectedly felt a trace of sorrow at another's misfortune. 10 people had come out this time, and in the end, only 3 were left alive. Oh no, that wasn't right. 2 of them had originally already been dead. This Monster Hunter line of work really wasn't easy. The mortality rate was genuinely high. Saying the rookie death rate was over 50% was already putting it mildly. "Forget it, stop crying. Since we ran into you, then come along. We're heading back. Thank you so much." Su Yin kept thanking them while following behind the two like a little chick, looking at the wild boar on their backs. She couldn't help asking, "Why you two? Where's that Li Dashin? We killed him." "Hes really dead?" Su Yin's expression was full of shock, and Lin Ye said flatly, he is definitely dead." Then Lin Li Didi, "Could it be that you two are actually some young master and young miss from one of Yin City's great families, and you came out to experience life? Yesterday I saw it. That was your talent, right? Sai, unlike us, we don't have talent, even if we fight with everything we have our whole lives. At most we'll only get a little above 3rd rank. Lin, she frowned slightly, feeling like this person was talking a little too much. But Lin Ye put on the look of a bright, sunny boy and said, "Don't belittle yourself like that. This mission was so dangerous. And didn't you still survive? That's called surviving a great disaster and being bound to have great fortune afterward. Then I'll thank little brother for the blessing. Right now, I just want to go home. I never want to come back out to this crappy place again." And right at that moment, Su Yan's legs suddenly gave out, and her whole body fell toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye abruptly stepped back and dodged immediately. Su Yan slammed face first into the ground. Her expression turned a little awkward. Looking at Lin Ye, her eyes showed a trace of resentment. "Little brother, why you? Why didn't you help me up a bit? I'm carrying a wild boar. I don't have a free hand. Also, you're older. Not interested." Su Yan's expression shifted slightly. Then she stood back up. She seemed to be thinking about something, her left hand staying tucked in her pocket the whole time, as if she were gripping something. However, just as Lin Ye and Lin Xi turned and continued on their way, Su Yan suddenly scattered a handful of powder at them. The powder was incomparably fragrant. After smelling it, Lin Ye couldn't help sneezing. "Cough, cough. What is this?" After seeing that the two had been hit, the pitiful expression Su Yan had worn while asking for protection immediately vanished. Now her face carried a bit of smug triumph as she kept backing away. Lin Xi was completely enraged. "What did you sprinkle on us? Little brother and little sister. Of course what big sister gave you is something good." Seeing that she had retreated far enough, Su Yan then said, "I originally thought this operation would end with nothing at all. But who would have thought you two were actually this capable? You even managed to kill Li Dashin. Still, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you killing him, I really wouldn't have had such an easy time succeeding." Lin Xi had no idea what this woman was rambling to herself about, but Lin Ye seemed to have guessed something and began to say, "The thing you scattered. Was it poison? Uff. Ha ha. Just look at your expressions. This feels so good. Since you're going to die anyway, I'll let you die understanding. The soup you drank yesterday had already been drugged by me, and the powder, just now, was the final step to catalyze that medicine. The two of you already feel your limbs going weak and can't use your strength now, right?" After hearing that, Lin Ye and Lin Xi exchanged a glance. The anger on Lin Xi's face at first had now turned teasing, but Lin Ye immediately went limp and fell to the ground. Lin Xi guessed what he was trying to do, so she simply fell to the ground too, putting on a look of hatred. Seeing that the two were completely limp, Su Yan slowly walked over. "You two little geniuses, being able to kill Li Dashin, a second-rank martial artist, with the strength of first-rank martial artists, you really are strong. But unfortunately, you ran into me. Once someone is hit by my medicine, even a third-rank martial artist will be affected, much less the two of you." Lin Ye said with a face full of fury, "We were on the same team. We even saved you from Li Dashin, and this is how you treat us?" Su Yan slowly nodded. I'm so grateful to you. Then what? Do I need to kneel down and kowtow to you too? Speaking of which, this operation of mine almost fell through as well. I didn't expect that honest-looking Li Dashin to be such a ruthless bastard. If it weren't for you two, I probably would have been done for too. After all, when I brought him meat soup yesterday, he didn't take a single sip. But whatever. He.S. dead. Killed by you too. And now I've taken you down, so the exotic beast you killed and all the money on you are mine. Once I go back and loot the stuff on the others too, I can make 200,000 from this job." At this moment, Su Yan seemed to see the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, Lin Xi kept struggling to get up, but her arms had no strength at all. No matter what, she couldn't rise like a stranded fish. Su Yan looked at Lin Xi, and her expression immediately changed. "What I hate most is that face of yours. And that expression like you look down on everyone. But it doesn't matter. In a bit, Big Sis will sever the tendons in your hands and feet, then sell you off. There should be plenty of people willing to pay for you, right?" After hearing that, Lin Ye slowly said, "Song Yuanyuan was killed by you. Wasn't she?" Of course. To be exact, I didn't plan to kill her, but her mouth was filthy and her insults were disgusting. I couldn't take it anymore, so I killed her. Then I was worried this operation would end with nothing to show for it. But who would thought you two actually survived? What an unexpected delight." Su Yan slowly walked over to Lin Ye, directly grabbed his chin, and started sizing up his face from side to side. "TSK, TSK, TSK. That face is really handsome. Too bad this is the middle of nowhere. Otherwise, I do really want to fuck you once. All right, it's over. Time to hit the road." As she spoke, Su Yan slowly raised her hand, preparing to give Lin Ye the final blow. However, the anger and unwillingness on Lin Ye's face vanished in an instant. A faint smile also appeared at the corner of his lips. The next moment, he suddenly sprang up and sent a flying kick into Su Yan's chest, smashing her heavily to the ground. Right before Su Yan flew backward, her face was still full of the joy of victory. "Cough, cough, cough, how is this possible?" Wherein Su Yan felt like her ribs were about to be shattered by the kick. Blood sprayed from her mouth, but the shock in her heart had already surpassed the pain in her body. She stared at Lin Ye in utter disbelief. How could you were drugged by me. How could this be possible?" Lin, she slowly got to her feet, the corners of her mouth lifting. "Because the meat soup you brought us was filthy, so we didn't drink it. We poured all out." "What? You didn't drink it?" Lin Ye slowly crouched down and grabbed her by the throat. Why bother? If you hadn't confessed on your own, you could stayed alive. Cough, cough, wait. I still have something to say. I've got nothing left to say to you. Don't bother. Crack. Lin Ye directly snapped her neck without the slightest hesitation. Even in death, Su Yin's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Seeing this, Lin Xi couldn't help saying sigh. So our beast hunter squad this time was a full team of villains, huh? Not a single good person. Lin Ye shuruk. No helping it. That's just how this world is. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. After that, Lin Ye slowly crouched down and began taking off Su Yin's clothes. When Lin Xi saw this, her eyes instantly widened. What is she, Lin Ye? After all these years, I never knew you were into corpse stuff. Ugh. That is so bizarre. So heavy. I despise you. But don't worry, I want to peek. As she said that, Lin Xi immediately covered her eyes. But through the gaps between her fingers, she could still see everything clearly, and there was even a trace of anticipation in her gaze. Lin Ye. He really hadn't hit this little sister hard enough. While Lin Ye searched Su Yin up and down, he pulled a book out of her pocket and backpack. It wasn't a martial skill, and it wasn't a cultivation technique. It was pharmacology handbook. Holy crap. So she was mixing drugs. Lin Ye also found quite a few small bottles in Su Yin's backpack. Inside were all kinds of powders and pills, some that could make people pass out, some that made their bodies go limp, some that made people hyper. Lin Ye dug out a total of 5 strange medicine bottles. After seeing them, Lin Xi couldn't help sighing. The people we ran into on this trip were all talented in their own way. No kidding. So many talents. I would have dared imagine it. One drugger, one quartz refiner. What kind of matchmaking system throws those two into the same team? Who knows? But at least we didn't come away empty-handed. This little pharmacology booklet and these bottles of medicine might come in handy in some unexpected way. Let us go. In the end, only the 2 of us survived. Tell me about it. The rest of their journey went very smoothly. Along the way, they didn't run into any exotic beasts, nor did they encounter anyone else. They simply made their way all the way back to Yunqing. As soon as they entered Yunqing, the 2 of them boarded the Beast Hunter Association's exclusive vehicle and directly brought back most of the magic pattern wild boar. Mr. Lin, although the wild boar you brought back is huge, it doesn't have the most valuable premium meat on it. So this boar can probably only sell for 80,000. 80,000 is enough. After the 2 of them sold the boar, the burden on their bodies finally felt much lighter. Once they left the Beast Hunter Association, Lin Xi immediately came over and asked, Lin Ye, how much did we make this time? Counting the 60,000 plus from Li Dashin's storage bag. The 2 of us made a total of 140,000 this time, plus 50 kilograms of exotic beast premium meat, 5 weird potions, and a small booklet on medicine making. We got this much in less than 2 days, From now on, we can finally get out of that life of selling kidneys for money. All right, what are we doing next? Going home to keep cultivating. Once we run out of money, we'll head back out for a couple more days to make some cash. Okay, the 2 of them made their way back to the slum district, passing many shabby apartment buildings. On the road, they saw quite a few people. Their expressions were all a little strange. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some had subtle looks on their faces. Some even looked at the Lin siblings with increasingly strange expressions. That eerie atmosphere gave Lin Ye a bad feeling. Lin Ye's sudden stop made Lin Xi freeze. Lin Ye, what happened? Lin Ye didn't say anything. Instead, he quickly grabbed Zhou Daqiang, an old bachelor who lived near their home, pinned him down, and said, the way you were looking at us just now was off. What happened? Or rather, what did you do? And nothing. If you don't talk, I'll kill you. Lin Ye's gaze gradually turned cold, and the strength in his hands increased a little more. Seeing this, Zhou Daqiang was so frightened that his whole body began trembling. Why yes, someone was looking for you. For you too. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Who? Don't know her. A woman. She gave me some money. Whoever provided information about you would get 500. So Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. You told her? And not just me, a lot of people told her too. Lin Ye, for the sake of having watched you 2 grow up, spare me. I really just wanted to make a little money. The moment Lin Ye heard Zhou Daqiang say that, he immediately figured out a lot of things. He raised his hand and knocked the old thug unconscious, then tossed him into a nearby alley. Lin Xi walked over and asked, Lin Ye, what happened? Someone was investigating our information yesterday. A woman. This is a bit troublesome. How so? Let's go home first. I'll listen to you. Lin Xi also knew that at this time, it was enough to just listen to Lin Ye. The 2 of them slowly returned home. But when they reached the front door, they saw signs that the lock had been forcibly broken. Lin Xi suddenly looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye also slowly closed his eyes, then gripped his left arm with his right hand. The next moment, he forced his right hand down, and his left arm was instantly broken. Pain sharing spread across the entire house in an instant, and in the very next moment, a miserable scream rang out. Aya! A woman's voice came from inside the room. Lin Xi did not hesitate and instantly entered combat state, her black hair turning red. I seal. She directly dropped the temperature of the entire house to a super low point, and blood-red ice crystals covered the whole house in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a terrifying power burst through the door, and the woman who came out was actually someone they knew. Was this their homeroom teacher, Lin Ye, the one they had once met, and who had sent them to the Remnant Scroll Tower? You finally came back. Go die. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye, enduring the pain of her broken arm, said not a single word of nonsense, and raised her hand in a palm strike toward Lin Xi. The strength of a mid-third grade martial artist was fully on display at this moment. And Lin Ye was not like Li Dashin. She was a true noble family member, someone who had awakened a talent. Her oppressive presence was far stronger than Li Dashin's. In an instant, Lin Ye threw Lin Xi aside and smashed his blood-crying and bone-shattering fist straight at Lin Ye. With a boom, Lin Ye was sent flying backward, and the bones in his entire arm instantly exploded into blood mist. The gap between the two realms was simply too great. Lin Ye's arm was also slightly numb from the impact, and the expression in her eyes changed a little. This kid had awakened for less than a week, right? He actually managed to numb her arm. You have to know, she was a third-grade martial artist. You bastard, go die. Seeing Lin Ye fly away, Lin Xi's cold aura began to pour out. However, the next moment, Lin Ye quickly crawled out of the ruins and grabbed Lin Xi's arm. Lin Ye? No. Are you out of your mind? The other side is third grade. How are we supposed to fight? Run. As he spoke, Lin Ye stepped on treading clear wind and dragged Lin Xi into a run, even with one arm broken. Yang Li, seeing this, was even more shocked by Lin Ye's vitality. He had taken one of her palms and had his arm blown apart, yet he could still run. But she had come today ready to silence both of them. No one could escape from her hands. If she let them get away, then she might as well smash her head into a piece of tofu and die. With that, she adjusted her state and gave chase at top speed. Her eyes filled with cruelty. This time, she had to kill Lin Ye. While running, Lin Xi said, Lin Ye, don't you have pain sharing? Why are we running? Lin Ye was a little awkward. I used blood crying. During the buff period, the pain disappears. We'll talk after the buff wears off. Lin Xi, why did you use that thing? I was trying to see how far my strongest killing move was from a third-grade martial artist. Turns out it's south, not even close. My arm got blown to pieces. Where are we running? The abandoned building district. We'll fight there. No set of violence. So we can go all out. Okay, I'll listen to you. The abandoned building district was full of broken walls and ruins, dead silent. The cold wind blew past, making one's body tremble slightly, and Lin Ye's arm had already grown back, though faint blood traces still remained on the newly regrown limb. Yang Li was still pursuing them from about 100 meters behind. Her cold, gloomy footsteps slowly approached, and her tone carried even more resentment and arrogance. You actually ran all the way to this place. What? Did you pick out your own grave? Lin Xi shielded Lin Ye's recovered arm, and Lin Ye then said, even though you want to kill us right now, before we fight, I want to ask one thing. Teacher Yang, what is your relationship with Yang Yintao? After hearing that name, Yang Li's expression finally changed, becoming sinister and furious. You actually, looks like I guessed right. You sent Yang Yintao, didn't you? What kind of crooked, brainless pig did you send over? Do you really think my xiaoxi is some cabbage anyone can just come and snatch? I'm going to cut out your tongue and feed it to pigs. Yang Li was seething with rage and immediately rushed toward Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye quickly stepped forward and showed the arm that had already been blasted into blood mist. Yang Li's pupils shrank, and the next moment, Lin Ye's fist also came crashing down. Bone-shattering fist. With a boom, Lin Ye's arm was shattered again, but Yang Li's attack was blocked for a moment. In the next instant, a huge blood-red ice sword suddenly slashed down. You two go die. Ripping wind hand, Yang Li forcibly shattered the ice sword with her cultivation base. In the next moment, the corners of Lin Ye's mouth curved up slightly. Blood-crying S buff is over. Pain doubles. Starting now, Lin Ye's arm rapidly regenerated, startling Yang Li. But in the next moment, Lin Xi's sword had already come slashing at her. Form of ice, ice seal, ice palm. 3 yellow rank high-grade martial techniques erupted at once. The cold aura she unleashed was terrifying to the extreme, and throughout the abandoned building, blood-red ice crystals began to condense everywhere. You think a mere first-grade martial artist can kill me? You're dreaming. Yang Li didn't even lift her eyelids. She counterattacked with a backhand strike. Her talent was great strength. Although it was only a D-rank talent, her power was generally 30% stronger than martial artists of the same cultivation level. In other words, although Yang Li was only a mid-third grade martial artist, in terms of strength alone, she had already reached the level of a late third grade martial artist. Against such a situation, one only needed overwhelming force to break all techniques. As expected, the moment she struck, she instantly sent all of Lin Xi's attacks flying back, while the blood in Lin Xi's body continued to burn, and the power of Blood Cold Extreme began to grow stronger and stronger. Seeing Lin Xi's hair gradually turn red, Yang Li couldn't help but smile. Blood Cold Extreme gains power by continuously burning blood. Even if you burn every last drop of your blood dry, you still 1t beat me. Then Yang Li's figure shot forward, instantly reaching Lin Xi's side. Fast battle, fast resolution. This woman was just a madwoman. The explosiveness she was showing right now was no weaker than a second-grade martial artist. If she were also a second-grade martial artist, it would be easy to suffer a huge loss. But luckily, she was third grade, a whole major realm above her. Immediately after, her palm began to change, and the airflow around her also underwent a subtle shift. Heaven-splitting palm, a yellow rank high-grade martial technique. This palm of hers could completely smash this girl into meat paste. Go-D, I seal break. In an instant, Lin Xi opened her eyes, and countless tiny ice crystals shot rapidly toward all directions around her. However, Yang Li ignored these attacks and forcibly landed a hit on Lin Xi's chest. In an instant, Lin Xi was sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. Her internal organs took a tremendous impact, and her entire body crashed through two walls before being buried under rubble. But just as Yang Li was about to feel pleased with herself, pain from her own flesh and blood began to sting her nerves. Lin Xi's final move, Ice Seal Break, had actually pierced through her flesh defense at the last moment. Yang Li looked at the tiny ice crystals embedded in her face, arms, and thighs, and she was completely stunned. A first-grade martial artist actually broke through her defense. Although it only injured her skin and flesh and did not damage her bones or tendons, it still shocked her deeply. Such talent is truly terrifying. Not to mention anything else, Yang Feichen from a Yang family, that little genius cherished by the whole clan, couldn't even carry Lin Xi's shoes. What a pity. A genius who never grew up was nothing more than a dead man. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Lin Ye, whose arm was gradually recovering, and couldn't help saying, regeneration of severed limbs? So this is your real talent, huh? Hey, not bad. But limb regeneration has a fatal flaw. Once a person is dead, it won't regenerate anymore. I'll smash your head and see if you can still live. Yang Li walked up to Lin Ye and raised her hand, ready to kill him. Suddenly, an even more terrifying chill struck. The blood on her skin froze at high speed, and the cold air began invading her organs through her wounds. Even her feet were frozen by the blood-red ice crystals. Sensing that chill, Yang Li suddenly looked up. Something's wrong. Why? Why isn't this blood color extreme cold disappeared? That palm strike should VE killed her. By rights. These ice crystals should disappeared already. And just then, Lin Ye abruptly stood up and rushed in front of Yang Li. Yang Li turned and threw a punch, smashing it hard into Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't resist. He took the punch solidly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Pain sharing. Yang Li's body suddenly trembled. The agony coursing through her flesh made her soul start to shake. It hurt so much. It hurt to the bone. Hurt so badly that she even felt living was a kind of suffering. Yang Li let out a miserable scream, but Lin Ye did not continue attacking. Instead, he crouched down and clamped tightly onto Yang Li's thigh. Finally got you. Damn it, W, what did you do? Yang Li endured the pain in her arm and raised her hand to kill him. However, the moment her hand struck Lin Ye's back, a violent pain also shot through her own back. Pain. It's pain sharing. Damn it. How could you possibly have two talents? Pain sharing and limb regeneration. Why would these two talents appear on one person? Combined together, this is way too sinister. Right, distance limit. As long as I throw you out. You. At that moment, Yang Li suddenly raised her leg, intending to hurl him away with brute force, but she found that moving her legs had become extremely difficult. She forcibly shattered the ice crystals frozen onto her feet and lifted her leg to throw Lin Ye away. But her body felt like rusted gears. The speed drop was too severe. By rights, throwing Lin Ye away should have been easy, but now she couldn't do it anymore. At that moment, crisp footsteps came from afar. With the sound approaching, panic had already begun to spread across Yang Li's face. Long blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. With a blood-red ice sword in hand, the damage to her clothes and her sharp, frigid aura gave her a faint air of superiority. You're still alive? If I weren't alive, how would I freeze your legs? Then Yang Li reacted. She looked at Lin Ye, then at Lin Xi, and her expression changed again. This regeneration ISNTA talent. What exactly are you people? Yang Li started to frantically prepare to flee because she had thought of a possibility. Mysterious body? Which blind old bastard awakened their martial talent back then? How could this kind of aptitude possibly be just a mere mysterious body? No, I have to run. Run now, or I'll end up like my brother and flip over in the gutter. Let go. Let go of me, damn it. The intense fear actually overwhelmed the pain in Yang Li's body for a moment. She only wanted to shake off Lin Ye. But Lin Ye clung to her thigh like a piece of dogskin plaster and refused to let go. Pain sharing has a distance limit. Only then can the effect of pain sharing be maximized. Listening to Yang Li's terrified howls, Lin Ye slowly spoke. Scared already? I haven't even finished letting you enjoy yourself yet. As he said that, Lin Ye didn't waste any words. He directly thrust out 2 fingers and fiercely stabbed into both of his eyes. In an instant, Yang Li cried out in pain while covering her own eyes. Eha! Yang Li hurt so badly, she couldn't even open her eyes. Her brute force talent had no room to work at all right now. She had to run. She absolutely had to run. Get out of this damn place. With her eyes shut, Yang Li suddenly charged in one direction, while Lin Ye still clutched her thigh tightly. But she no longer cared. Right now, all she wanted was to run. The pain in her arms, chest, eyes, and back, she abandoned them all. As long as she could leave this place, she could live, and just as she lifted her leg and prepared to flee, Lin Ye, without the slightest hesitation, instantly shattered both of his legs. The intense pain made Yang Li crash face first into the ground. However, the moment she hit the floor, the blood-red ice crystals quickly spread over her body. The chill rapidly spread through her body from the tiny wounds on her skin. At this point, she no longer even had the luxury of hoping to stand up. She painfully opened her eyes, only to see that Lin Xi had already arrived in front of her. What filled her vision was that terrifying blood-red hair. So this is the blood-colored extreme cold? So this is that A-rank talent said to be comparable to an S-rank talent? If it also had regeneration, then this talent could absolutely be defined as S-rank. Unwilling. She wasn't willing. She actually really lost to two first-stage martial artists. She was a direct descendant of the Yang family, and she still had to become a core member of the Yang family. Her thoughts began to blur. Both her arms kept trying to grab onto something, but in the end, she caught nothing. The chill gradually froze her entire bloodline. Yang Li completely lost all signs of life and remained forever in this abandoned building. Huff, huff. I'm exhausted. Finally killed her. Lin Ye lay on the ground, panting heavily. To kill Yang Li, he had broken both arms twice, been struck in the chest, had his spine and the back broken, severed both legs himself, and then stabbed out both eyes. It could be said he had burned himself out completely. Two first-stage martial artists defeating a third-stage martial artist with a self-destruction style battle. It would be hard to believe, even if spoken aloud. Lin Xi looked at Lin Ye and couldn't help but smile. What a miserable victory, brother. You're amazing. You're noble. Your handsome victory was all built on the injuries I took. Lin Xi giggled, then reached out and pulled Lin Ye to his feet. After turning to look at Yang Li, she couldn't help saying, "What about her? What about her?" Lin Ye looked at the abandoned building and said, "Break the load-bearing wall, collapse the building, then bury her here. That'll do. But wouldn't that cause too much of a commotion? There aren't many people in the slums to begin with. How many people die here every day from robbery and fights? Even if the building collapses, would anyone still dig through a pile of rubble for something? That's true. But before we knock the place down, let us strip the corpse first." Heh. Lin Ye continued moving his sinful little hands, searching Yang Li from head to toe. In the end, aside from a phone, he found nothing else. Lin Ye was a little disappointed. Nothing at all. I was hoping to keep farming gold coins. You really think you can loot equipment every time? She came here to kill us. What else could she have brought? Lin Ye looked at the phone and stared at it for quite a while before saying, "Not necessarily a total loss." With that, Lin Ye quickly covered Yang Li's fingers, melting the ice chips on them. Then he picked up Yang Li's finger and directly unlocked the phone. Then Lin Ye directly used Yang Li's fingerprint to remove every password lock on the phone. Okay, done. After putting away Yang Li's phone, he and Lin Xi quickly left the area. Looking at the load-bearing wall, already slightly tilted from age, Lin Ye took a deep breath. Bone-shattering fist. Boom, boom. Both fists struck out. With two loud bangs, the already crumbling load-bearing wall was instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the entire building collapsed with a thunderous crash like a giant falling over. Lin Ye and Lin Xi quickly used Taking Fang to flee the place. With a rumbling boom, the abandoned, unfinished building, left to rot for who knew how long, completely caved in and kicked up a cloud of dust. Phew, it's finally over. Yeah, Lin Ye, what do we do next? Go home. Our place has already been exposed by those old hoodlums in the slum district. But luckily, our family is poor as hell. We don't have anything worth taking. Lin, she seemed to open her mouth, like she wanted to say something. Lin Ye glanced at her. Is there anything at home you didn't bring? No. Seeing the look on the girl's face, Lin Ye let out a light sigh. Good then. I left something at home. Before we leave this place, let's go back once. Okay. Lin, she immediately agreed and quickly rushed back toward home. Lin Ye shook his head and occasionally flipped through Yang Li's phone. When the two returned home, they found the place already in complete disarray. Broken cultivation manuals and martial techniques were tossed all over the floor. It was obvious Yang Li had waited here all night yesterday, planning to wait for them to walk into the trap. In the end, though, this was how it had turned out. Lin, she went into her room, while Lin Ye also symbolically returned to his own. The room was simple, poor as hell, with basically nothing inside. Lin Ye symbolically took out a chipped small knife, then slowly walked out. By then, Lin, she had already come out too. She was carrying a small backpack. He didn't ask what was inside before saying, I've used this knife for a lot of years. It did feel weird to suddenly not have it. When Lin, she saw him take out that little knife, her expression froze for a moment. She pursed her lips. MHM. Let us go, brother. Lin Ye was dazed for a moment. He had no idea what the girl had packed, but at least for today, in her eyes, he still counted as a brother. Let us go. We'll stay at an inn for the next month. Oh, that LL costs a lot. Won't it? I just made 140,000. If I don't spend it, wouldn't that mean I earned it for nothing? True. All right. That fight just now was way too exhausting. I want meat. Lots and lots of meat. There are dozens of kilograms in the storage bag. Eat all you want. The two left the slum district, leaving behind the place where they had struggled and crawled through life for more than 10 years. Lin Ye directly booked 2 rooms. One room was 300 a night, so 2 made 600. He paid for a whole month in one go. The moment Lin Xi saw the big soft bed, she threw herself onto it. So comfy. Is this what a big soft bed feels like? Come to think of it, Lin Ye, I thought you'd sleep in the same room as me. Hearing that, Lin Ye shrugged. Oh, I don't want to have nightmares at night. You're asking to die. Lin Ye shrugged again, then took out Yang Li's phone. Lin Xi pouted. What is so interesting about that woman's phone? Huh? How is there nothing? For example, look at this group photo. Lin Ye directly pulled up a photo from the album. It was a group picture. The moment Lin Xi saw it, she abruptly sat up. There were 4 people in it total. They recognized 2 of them. One was Yang Li, and the other was Yang Yuntao. As for the middle-aged couple standing behind them, they had never seen them before. Even Lin Xi guessed something. Yang Yuntao and Yang Li are family? Obviously, this is a family photo. We already knew Yang Yuntao was brought in by Yang Li. But who would be thought they were actually biological brother and sister? Yang Li probably stirred him up to take you, then have you give birth to even better offspring. That fits her chain of interests. But sadly, her wishful thinking failed. Yang Yuntao did, and she knew there was a high chance it had something to do with us. So, she came to kill us herself. But as Lin Ye got to this point in his speculation, he couldn't help frowning. Lin Xi leaned over and asked, but what? She already found our home address. If she brought a few more people, we definitely wouldn't have been able to escape even with wings. We already had to go all out just to deal with her alone. Strange. Too strange. Lin, she said indifferently. Maybe revenge clouded her head? But if it was just revenge, at the very least she should told her parents, right? I don't get it. I really don't get why she came alone. Right then, Yang Li's phone vibrated. A message had come in from someone saved his mother. Lily, you've been out for 2 days already. Why aren't you back yet? People from the family have already come to mourn your brother. As his older sister, you should come back too. Otherwise it won't look good. When Lin Ye saw that, he froze for a moment, then immediately sent a reply. Sorry, Mom. I'm responsible for my brother's death. I've already left Yin City. I don't have the face to see you. I'm not worthy of being your daughter. After sending it, Lin Ye directly yanked out the SIM card and crushed it. Then he kept digging through the chat records with Yang Li's mother and father. Finally, in messages from a few years ago, he found 2 lines. Mother, Lily, I broke through to the middle stage of rank 4. Father, Lily, your old man here has become a peak rank 4. Oh ho, 2 rank 4 martial artists? Looks like for this next month, we'll have to keep our heads down. At Yang Yaotian's home. Has that girl come back yet? Yang Yaotian spoke in a low voice. At that moment, Chun Xiangmei stood there completely stunned, not knowing what to say. What with that expression? Looking at the message on the phone, Chun Xiangmei's face turned pale, and her body began trembling instinctively. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer no matter how he asked, Yang Yaotian, who already had a bad temper, immediately snatched the phone over. What the hell did she say? After seeing the message Yang Li had sent, Yang Yaotian's mind went blank. His whole face was filled with disbelief. His son's death had something to do with Yang Li. That was his biological daughter. How could this be? How could this be? After learning the news, Yang Yaotian felt his blood and chi surge violently, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. The son he had doted on since childhood was dead, and his daughter might be involved in that son's death. Just thinking about it made his head buzz. What made him even angrier was that Yang Li had run. She and T left a single word in person. She had just run. For a moment, Yang Yaotian's fury attacked his heart, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. That dead girl. What the hell does this mean? What does she mean? Her brother's death has something to do with her. That furious roar startled everyone nearby who had come to mourn. Yang Yaotian looked at the people in his house, his face livid, his fists clenched tight as he forcibly suppressed his rage. Call that girl. Tell her to get the hell back here and explain what this is supposed to mean. Okay. Qin Xiangmei started calling Yang Li's number, but it kept showing that the line was busy. Yang Yaotian couldn't take it anymore. His emotions completely exploded. Damn it. No wonder her expression was off those past few days. So she had a hand in her brother's death, and now she dares flee out of fear of punishment. Investigate. Bring that girl back to me. Today's morning is cancelled. I'm going to whip her to death in front of her brother's spirit tablet myself. Yang Yaotian had a worse temper in the entire Yang family. After learning that his daughter's actions were connected to his son's death, confusion, heartbreak, and fury shattered his reason in an instant. His terrifying strength and booming voice made everyone present tremble in fear. Qin Xiangmei still refused to believe it. She muttered to herself, how could this happen? How could this happen? Lily and Yuntao got along so well. Why did it turn out like this? Why is Yuntao's death connected to Lily? What else could it be? That damn girl has been driven by self-interest since she was little. There's nothing she wouldn't do. I must have been blind to raise such an ungrateful wretch. Investigate. Investigate for me. If you can't find out, then don't come back. The servants were so frightened they trembled all over, and they all rushed off to investigate Yang Li's movements over the past few days. The other members of the Yang family saw how heavy the atmosphere had become and couldn't help coughing awkwardly. Yao Xian, calm down first. We'll be heading back now. Also, we watched Lily grow up. When you find her, try to stay calm. Go, go. After watching everyone flee, Yang Chen also reached out and patted Yang Yaotian on the shoulder. Yaotian, my condolences. I didn't expect Yang Li to be tied to her younger brother's death either. Yang Yintao had died from shock, and Yang Li had run away from home. What the hell kind of mess was this? Originally, he had planned to wait until things settled down a bit in Yang Li's family, then have her pay closer attention to that girl Lin Xi and report her movements to him. But who could have expected things to change so fast? Yang Chen quickly left Yang Yaotian's home. Once that man went mad, even he wouldn't have an easy time with it. Sigh. It was time to assign another homeroom teacher to Class F. What did you say? Those two students aren't in Class F? What about the Remnant Scroll Tower? And the other places? Did you search those two? Yang Chen had newly arranged for a teacher to become Class F's homeroom teacher. His name was Yang Hao. His personality was fairly steady, making him well suited for this task. Yang Chen had also told him about Lin Xi's extraordinary talent and his plan, asking him to help observe the siblings' every move at school. But the result was that Yang Hao had never even seen the brother and sister in Class F. At once, Yang Chen started to panic. He suddenly got up and headed toward the Remnant Scroll Tower. Those two couldn't have really stayed in the Remnant Scroll Tower the whole time, right? No way, right? Yang Chen made his way all the way to the Remnant Scroll Tower. Old Lu was still guarding the place. When he saw Yang Chen arrive, he slowly stood up. Principal, why did you suddenly come to the Remnant Scroll Tower? Where are those two? What two people? That brother and sister. The pair that came to cultivate in the Remnant Scroll Tower before. The two who said they were going to study here for 1 month. Yang Chen practically roared out, and Old Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious he had already guessed who Yang Chen was talking about. Is Principal looking for them because they made some kind of mistake? They're gone. Hearing those words, Old Lu finally relaxed. Clearly, the two children had taken his words to heart. Most likely, they had already left the Yang family. At the very least, they were free. I haven't seen them these past few days. Say that again. You haven't seen them? Yang Chen grabbed Old Lu by the collar with one hand and forcibly lifted him up, completely ignoring that the man was in his 60s. But Old Lu still said, I saw them once 2 days ago, but they only looked around here for a bit before leaving. I haven't seen them since. Hardly anyone comes to the Remnant Scroll Tower, anyway. I'm not so old that I'd forget two children. Yang Chen was trembling with rage. He had finally found a host body with such excellent talent, yet they had been missing for over 2 days before he found out. Damn it. If he couldn't find Lin Xi, then all his plans would become nothing but empty fantasies. It was all Yang Li's fault. That mess in her family had pulled all his attention and focus onto them, and in the end, he had screwed up the most important matter. Damn it. Your old bones haven't fallen apart yet, have they? If they haven't, then you don't need to guard this crappy place anymore. Take some people and hurry up and bring those two back to me. Old Lu slowly stood up, looking at the dark expression on Yang Chen's face. Even as an old man, he had no dignity at this moment. Then he couldn't help letting out a sigh. All right, time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a full month had gone by. During this month, Lin Ye and Lin Xi stayed in the hotel the entire time. The first thing they did every day after waking up was breathe and cultivate, then crazily eat blood food and essence meat to boost their chi and blood. The 50 kilograms of meat had already been completely eaten up by the 10th day. With no other choice, Lin Ye directly used all of his savings to buy blood food. The 300,000 he had gotten from selling a kidney at the casino before, plus the 100-something thousand he had on hand, more than 400,000 in total, was all used to buy exotic beast essence meat. Even Lin, she was shocked. But Lin Ye didn't care about any of that. At this point, there was no further need for the two of them to improve in actual combat. So all their time and energy now had to be devoted to cultivation. In the end, Lin Xi's cultivation had already reached the peak of a first-rank martial artist long ago, and Lin Ye had naturally reached the same level as well. Lin Ye had a feeling. Looking at Lin Xi, who had already stepped into the peak stage, he couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Although their realm levels were now the same, Lin Xi had broken through 10 days ago, while he had only broken through 3 days ago. When it came to cultivation breakthroughs, Lin Xi was always just a little faster than him. Still, he had come to terms with it. There was no helping it. After all, the gap between C-rank talent and A-rank talent was still there. Lin Ye, the martial exam starts tomorrow. Shouldn't we go back to school and let that old guy Yang Chen know? We still need to get our exam admission cards, after all. Yeah, we do need to make a trip back. We've been cooped up here for a month. It's time to go out. At the same time, a bit more determination appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. Martial exam, here we come. Old Mr. Lu, should we keep searching? We've already searched every place we could. Finding 2 people in a city this big is just too hard, especially since surveillance coverage in the slums isn't very good. Old Lu had led the young guards of the Yang family in searching the East District for a full month. In truth, he had just been going in circles and loafing around this whole month. After being the Yang family's dog for so many years, he had plenty of experience when it came to dragging his feet. Let's head back. Looks like we won't find. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Ye and Lin Xi slowly walked out of an inn. The two of them were chatting and smiling, as if they didn't care about the current situation at all. Seeing this, old Lu immediately turned back to the others and said, "It's late enough today. You all go back and rest. We'll keep looking tomorrow." "Yes, sir." To them, old Lu's words were like being granted a pardon. The moment they heard the word rest, they quickly scattered, while old Lu rushed toward Lin Ye and Lin Xi. Lin Ye sensed someone behind him and immediately turned around, only to see old Lu looking at the two of them with a complicated expression. "You're old Lu?" Lin Ye naturally remembered the old man from the school's remnant scroll tower. Old Lu slowly said, "Why didn't you leave?" "Huh? I'm asking why you two didn't leave." "Leave for what? The Yang family found out about your talent. They won't let you go. Didn't I tell you before to leave this place and go as far away as possible?" Lin Xi nodded. "That is true, but we still have the martial exam. Besides, if we don't agree, what are they going to do? Eat us or something? Why you two? You're hopeless, utterly foolish. You have no idea how terrifying the Yang family's methods are." Old Lu saw how furious the two of them were, and his heart started pounding. There was no special reason for it. If he had met two people like them 30 or 40 years earlier, people who had awakened without relying on a great family, his heart would have been filled with jealousy and resentment. But now, past 60, he had long since let go of a lot of things. At this point, he truly did not want talented young people like them. Young people who still had freedom to rot and stink away in this hellhole, becoming the Yang family S-dogs and living out their whole lives the same way he had. Oh, how terrifying is it? A debt of 5 million? Bullshit. That 5 million doesn't matter at all. What matters is that even if you pay back all 5 million, you still won't be able to leave. Everyone who joins the Yang family is placed under a heart-devouring curse, with a single thought that can make my heart feel the pain of 10,000 insects gnawing at it. Even though I'm already a 4th-rank martial artist now, in front of the Yang family, I still have to act like a damn grandson. That's why. Hearing that, Lin Ye's expression shifted slightly, and old Lu continued. "If you still want freedom, then listen to me and leave this place. They assigned your inspection work to me. We're off today, so hurry and get out of here. Even going to West District is fine. That place is farthest from the East District. The Yang family can't reach that far. Lin Ye it. No need. What? The martial exam is tomorrow. The reason we came out this time was to see Yang-chun. Why you two really are rotten with it can't be carved. This old man finally got moved by talent for once in my life, and the two of you made me lose this completely. Fine. I won't bother with you anymore. Call me sticking my nose where it doesn't belong." Old Lu was so angry his whole body was trembling. He had already tried to persuade them this much, and they still would not listen. They were done for. Both of them were done for. Right then, Lin Ye said, "Old Lu, thanks. Oof, don't thank me. I'm just a nosy old fool meddling in other people's business. Even if you, too, die, it has nothing to do with me." Watching old Lu stomp away in a huff, Lin Ye shrugged. Maybe, several decades ago, he had also been a dazzling young man, but time and reality had worn him down into this. It was hard not to feel a little emotional. Maybe the person old Lu wanted to save was not them, but the version of himself who had once longed for freedom, longed for blue skies and white clouds. "Xiaoxi, let us go. I didn't expect there to still be decent people in this world. This world may be rotten, but it's not rotten all the way through, right?" After saying goodbye to old Lu, the two of them headed all the way to the school. Yang-chun had been looking for this brother and sister pair for a full month. A full month. Yet the people under him were like a bunch of trash. Not one of them bringing back anything useful. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Lin Ye and Lin Xi walked in calmly. "Principal, long time no see." Yang-chun shot to his feet. "Why, you're back. Where did you go? Where else could we have gone? To make money by blood food. Replenish our chi and blood and cultivate. What else? Did you think we were really going to stay in the school's incomplete scroll tower for a whole month?" A shadow flashed through Yang-chun's eyes, but he still put on a delighted expression. "Well, those are the Yang family S rules after all. Important methods can't be passed on lightly. Try to understand. These are your admission tickets. But this martial exam is exceptionally dangerous. Aren't you two going to reconsider? As long as you join the Yang family, I can personally arrange for you to be placed in a team made up entirely of direct Yang family descendants. The strongest among them, Yang Feichen, broke through to late-stage first-rank martial artist 3 days ago. His strength is extraordinary. He can definitely help you score high in this martial exam. No need. I trust our strength. What strength do you have, my ass? You learned a few incomplete martial skills in the incomplete scroll tower, and now you think you can throw your weight around? Or are you relying on your Scarlet Extreme Frost? Don't end up killing only a few exotic beasts before burning all your own blood dry. You two really are confident. Lin Ye laughed openly. Of course. Back on our street, I was undefeated across the whole block. A martial exam like this? We really don't take it seriously. Yang-chun was so stunned by those words that he almost felt numb all over. Undefeated across the whole block. What block? The slum street? What was there to be proud of about beating a bunch of poor bastards who never knew where their next meal was coming from? Good. Then tomorrow, I'll be looking forward to your brilliant performance. The corners of Lin Ye's lips curled up. He picked up the admission ticket, turned, and left. Watching their backs, Yang Chun ground his teeth. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then he picked up the phone and immediately dialed a number. Before long, a voice came from the other side. Fei-chin, you're out now, right? Come to your third uncle's place. About something I need to ask of you. It's about tomorrow's martial exam. There are a few things I want to tell you. Right? I'm at the school right now. Hurry over. After hanging up, a dark, expectant look flashed through Yang Chun's eyes. Lin Ye, Lin Xi, the two of you 1T escape for the palm of my hand. Anyone my Yang family has set its sights on, none of them can leave. Third uncle, why did you call me over? I still need to prepare for tomorrow's martial exam. Yang Fei-chin came all the way from home to Yang Chen's office, and Yang Chen slowly said, Big nephew, are you interested in women? Yang Fei-chin scratched his head. Third uncle, you're not trying to set me up, are you? You better talk to my dad instead. If it's about marriage, he has to approve first. Hearing that, Yang Chun nearly failed to catch his breath. I'll talk to your father myself. I'm assigning you a task. What? Yang Chen directly set a photo to Yang Fei-chin. It was a picture he had secretly taken just moments ago. Lin Ye and Lin Xi were clearly visible in it. Then Yang Chun said, besides doing well in the martial exam tomorrow, you have another task. That is to win over this woman. Best if you make your move when she's weak or in danger. Understand? Yang Fei-chin looked at Lin Xi's photo and frowned. Third uncle, why do this? Idiot. Of course it's so you can win her over. Do you know how high her talent is? If she weren't poor as hell, with almost no cultivation resources at all, you wouldn't even be able to see the back of her head. I don't even dare imagine talent like this. If you take her, you'll soar to glory. Yang Fei-chin barely heard anything else. What he caught was one line in particular. Her talent is very high, higher than mine. His eyes nearly lit up. Thinking he'd gotten the point, Yang Chun slowly nodded. That's right. So now you know what you should do, don't you? Yang Fei-chin immediately nodded. I know now. All right, what about the other one? The other one doesn't matter. You only need to pay attention to Lin Xi. She has the key. Understood. Thank you, third uncle, for still thinking of me at a time like this. Yang Chen smiled faintly. No need to thank me. Just remember this matter. All right, let me introduce them to you. Their talents are no, third uncle, don't say it. If you say it, there won't be any surprise left. Yang Fei-chin hurriedly called out, making Yang Chun freeze for a moment before smiling. Fine. I can't keep up with the taste of you young people. Don't worry. Now that you've broken through to late stage, first rank, and the family has taught you all of its top-tier cultivation methods and martial skills, your results this time won't be bad. After seeing that Yang Fei-chin had taken it to heart, Yang Chun happily opened a bottle of red wine. Now all he had to do was wait for good news after the martial exam ended. On the day of the martial exam, all the examinees gathered in the central district. Unlike the college entrance exam from his previous life, the number of people taking the real martial exam was not very large. Even adding together all the examinees from the entire city, there were only a little over 1,000. More than half of them were commoner disciples recruited by the 8 great families of Yin City. The heads of the 8 great families had personally escorted their own juniors to the martial exam. The scene was grand, and everyone hoped the younger generation of their family could make a name for themselves in this nationwide exam. The 8 great families of Yin City were the Yang family and Wang family of the Eastern District, the Li family and Sun family of the Western District, the Chun family and Shui family of the Northern District, and the Yi family and Su family of the Southern District. Every year, these old fellows would meet once. And Yang Patian, head of the Yang family, looked at the others and couldn't help saying everyone it's that time again. This year, our Yang family won't miss out on those resources. Oh, so confident? Don't forget, old man Yang, setting everything else aside. Just our Wang family alone is enough to make you suffer, let alone the Yi family and Shui family. Yang Patian slowly said by the rules. This time the mining vein extraction rights will be divided according to the martial exam rankings. And my grandson, Yang Fei-chin, is a peerless genius I personally trained. Today is the moment he reveals his brilliance to the world. Cut the crap, old man Yang. Your grandson is a genius, and our family's youngsters are all idiots. Is that it? Leaving everything else aside, my grandson Wang Lai is no weaker at all. If he beats your grandson until he runs home crying for grandpa, don't start bawling then. Ha ha. Wang He, head of the Wang family, spoke slowly, while Yang Patian gave a cold snort. Don't worry. My grandson will definitely beat your grandson until his teeth are all over the ground. This time, our Yang family is aiming for first place. Old man Yang, that confident? You're not even putting our Yi family in your eyes? Your genius Yi Yin already left for university after last year's martial exam. Do you still have any genius this year who can compare to Yi Yin? When Yi Chun, head of the Yi family, heard this, he could only shake his head helplessly. You old bastard, you've been waiting for this day for a long time. Haven't you? That's right. It's been 15 years since we got first place. This time, the mining vein extraction rights of Yin City can already be reserved by our Yang family. I said it. At this moment, all the examinees had gathered in the plaza of Yin City's Central District. Lin Ye and Lin Xi had arrived early in the morning. seeing so many younger members of noble families dressed in luxurious clothes with full, well-fed faces for the first time, they were a little surprised. TSK, TSK, TSK. These are all the younger generation of Yin City's 8 great families. Their build, their bearing. Even if the slums developed for 100 years, they still wouldn't catch up. Lin Ye's words left Lin Xi somewhat speechless. Isn't that obvious? They had a 500-year head start. How can anyone catch up? But this is also my first time seeing these so-called heads of Yin City's families. Why do they argue like Annies at a wet market? Lin Ye, you really have no filter at all. Right then, an extremely powerful pressure swept over them. An old man in black robes flew through the air. The moment the 8 family heads saw him, they all stopped arguing and respectfully saluted the black-robed elder in the sky. There was fear on their faces, respect, and even a trace of dread. Yet they still shouted in strong, ringing voices. The 8 great families of Yin City respectfully welcome the martial exam inspector. Seeing the scene, Lin Ye actually laughed and muttered quietly, "Look at that. These 8 old guys who throw their weight around in Yin City are just like us ordinary people when they face someone stronger. So they know how to bow their heads too." The black-robed elder nodded, then took out a crystal ball. Very quickly, the crystal ball began to emit ripples of light. The small magic formations carved into every examinee's admission token started resonating with the magic ball, causing a silver-white formation to appear beneath everyone's feet. At the same time, the black-robed elder waved his hand, and one bead after another flew out from his robe, landing in the hands of all the examinees. Lin Xi and Lin Ye each received one as well, and the elder slowly said, "The exam duration is 2 days and 1 night. During these 2 days, you must do everything in your power to defeat all enemies. When time is up, the secret realm will automatically send you back out. The bead in your hand is a body-protecting bead. If you encounter mortal danger, you may crush the bead, and you'll be able to leave early in safety. But accordingly, the score you obtain will also be reduced. After the exam ends, your results will automatically appear on the formation on the back of your admission token based on your performance. Full score, 750 points. Everyone, hold your teammates' hands tightly. Teleportation begins now." After the black-robed elder briefly introduced the martial exam rules, everyone around them started holding their teammates' hands. Many groups had at least 5 people tightly clasping hands together. Some teams even had over a dozen people. As for them, they only had 2, which was. The black-robed elder noticed the brother and sister too. There was no helping it. Their team had the fewest people in the entire crowd, so it was impossible not to notice them. But he said nothing and activated the crystal ball again. The crystal ball spread out another wave of light. Lin Ye held Lin Xi's hand. When the glow enveloped them again, the formation beneath their feet activated. In almost an instant, the world before their eyes changed completely. 1 second ago, they had still been in the bustling plaza of a great city. The next second, they were directly transported into a dense primeval forest. Lin Ye looked around and discovered that the concentration of this place far surpassed that dense forest outside Yin City from before by more than just a little. In an environment at this level, Lin Ye even suspected there might be 3rd-tier or 4th-tier exotic beasts lurking inside. So this is the secret realm of the martial exam? Looks pretty nice. Just not sure how strong the exotic beasts here are. Before his voice had even fallen, a sinister wind suddenly swept over them. Several giant bats with a wingspan of 3 meters shot toward them at high speed, their piercing screeches making people restless and irritated. As those few cried out, all kinds of rustling sounds came from deep within the forest. And when dozens of bats appeared before the 2 of them, both of them fell silent. Several dozen 1st-tier exotic beasts. Put together in that number, even a peak 2nd-grade martial artist would find it hard to deal with them. And these exotic beasts could fly too. Was this really the kind of difficulty a martial exam should have? Just then, shrill screams rose one after another, and crimson pillars of light burst through the forest canopy in succession. In the brief instant right after entering the secret realm, countless examinees, terrified by the beast tide, crushed their body-protecting beads and directly forfeited getting eliminated. Meanwhile, Lin Ye and Lin Xi stared warily at the dense swarm of bats. The bats only circled in the air and did not attack. After about 3 minutes, their numbers began to decrease, and then they started flying away, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Lin Ye stared at the vanished bats, and only after a good while did he react. Holy shit. So the martial exam starts by testing your guts. Who the hell designed this secret realm? That's pretty dirty. In less than 3 minutes after entering, about 1/10 of the people had already crushed their body-protecting beads and left the secret realm out of fear. And their departure meant they were fated to have no connection with martial academies for the rest of their lives. Almost all of them were early 1st-grade martial artists, ordinary people with no background who had only barely joined noble families. The instant they fled the battlefield in fear, it was as if they had already seen the darkness of their future. The heads of the 8 great families looked at the huge electronic display screen in the center of the plaza. It was linked to every examinee's admission token and could display the score each candidate had earned. Right now, everyone was at 0 points. They had only just gone in, and no one had encountered any exotic beasts yet. But the very next moment, the scores on the screen changed. And the head of the Ye family immediately said excitedly, "Ha, this one is from our Ye family. Ye foam. He got first blood so quickly right after entering. Yumpotian. Looks like that grandson you bragged about isn't so great after all. Oof, there's still a full 2 days left. Who gets the last laugh is still hard to say." Soon, the scores of the strongest members of each family, Wang, Chun, and Shui, all started to move. It was obvious that they had all killed exotic beasts, and the others in their teams had also gained a small number of points based on their performance. At this moment, Yang Feichen's score still had not changed. No matter how calm Yang Patian looked on the surface, he was still panicking inside. "Yang Feichen, your grandpa has already boasted big about you. Hurry up and give him some face. Otherwise, he'll have no face left to show." Lin Ye and Lin Xi still hadn't taken down a single exotic beast. More precisely, ever since those bats flew off and disappeared. Lin Ye had been staring in that direction, as if he were thinking about something. "Lin Ye, you've been standing here for a long time. When are we starting? My hands are itching already," Lin Xi asked while cracking her knuckles. She really couldn't hold back anymore. She clearly had the highest cultivation here. Yet the martial exam had already started for a while, and she was still standing there foolishly. Lin Ye only glanced at her, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "How about this? We chase after that group of bats and wipe them out?" "Huh? What did you say? Taking out bats shouldn't be a problem for us, right? It's too much trouble to go after those small fry. Might as well make a big move." Lin Xi opened her mouth, and after a long while, slowly said, "There are so many bats. Isn't it harder to catch them after they fly off? Don't worry. I've got a way to make sure they can't run." Hearing that, Lin Xi couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth. Then said, "In that case, let us do it. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish." "But where did they fly?" Lin Ye pointed in one direction. Most of the bats flew east, which is the deepest part of the forest. "We're probably still in the outskirts right now." "Good." Coldness began spreading in Lin Xi's eyes, and a wild grin could no longer be suppressed at the corners of her mouth. It seemed she would soon be able to have a proper slaughter. Then, Lin Ye and Lin Xi both used Taking Fang under their feet, ignored the small exotic beasts along the way, and burst forward at full speed toward the depths of the forest. Actively chasing a beast hide was unprecedented in the martial exams over the years. After all, first-rank exotic beasts were, in a sense, generally stronger on average than first-rank martial artists. Only mid-stage first-rank martial artists and early-stage first-rank martial artists could kill them through cooperation when facing exotic beasts. As for most late-stage first-rank martial artists, they could solo some weaker first-rank exotic beasts of certain races, but when facing stronger races, they could only fall into bitter battle. Not to mention that the vast majority of people in this martial exam were only between early-stage first-rank martial artists and mid-stage first-rank martial artists. The number of late-stage first-rank martial artists might not even exceed 10. Lin Ye clearly remembered that this type of bat was introduced in books as a sound-devouring bat. In terms of race level, it was medium strength, not too strong, not too weak, but its teamwork was extremely strong, and its numbers were huge. Even some powerful solitary exotic beasts of stronger races didn't dare to provoke them lightly. But who were the two of them? They were the twin stars of the chaotic world, the evil brother and ruthless sister duo. Just a bunch of bats. Watch how they wipe this whole thing out. The two of them ran at full power for 10 minutes, charging nearly 20 kilometers before finally spotting a huge karst cave. A few sound-devouring bats were circling outside the cave. Seeing this, a flash of joy crossed Lin Xi's eyes. "Aha, found the nest. Let's wipe them all out." As she spoke, Lin Xi rushed over, and Lin Ye directly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, forcibly pulling her back. "Who did you take after with that personality? If you rush over, they'll just fly into the sky, and you won't even be able to catch up." Lin Xi froze in place and said unhappily, "Then what do you want to do?" Lin Ye looked at the sound-devouring bat swarm, then said, "You, throw me over there with all your strength. The faster, the better." "Huh, quickly. Full strength. Remember, full strength. Then when you see those things fall from the sky, you use your big move." "That is what you said." Then Lin Xi grabbed Lin Ye's leg, spun around 3 times, and hurled him out. Lin Xi's strength was very great. Lin Ye shot toward the karst cave like a cannonball. And while Lin Ye was still in midair, countless sound-devouring bats flew out of the cave. A black mass overwhelming the sky. There were far more than dozens. There were at least over 100 in this cave. As they flew out, they also let out harsh, grating screeches. However, just as they were about to take off, Lin Ye immediately activated his skill. Bone-shattering fist. This time he didn't attack any target. Instead, he used bone-shattering fist to forcibly shatter both of his arms. Then, pain-sharing activated. Screech. Within a radius of 100 meters, the sound-devouring bats all let out piercing cries in an instant. The high-frequency sound waves made their eardrums buzz painfully, and they fell to the ground like raindrops. Because of pain-sharing, these things were screaming in agony, unable to fly, even if they wanted to. Seeing this, Lin Xi wasted no time and instantly opened fire. blood-colored extreme cold. Ice seal. The sound-devouring bats that had just fallen to the ground didn't even have time to stand up before they were frozen in place by Lin Xi, one by one. Blood-red ice crystals began covering their surfaces. Some bats that had luckily escaped Lin Ye's pain-sharing range were still circling in the air, releasing those unpleasant sounds. Lin Ye didn't care about them anymore. The ones outside his range were beyond his reach, but the ones on the ground? Not a single one was getting out alive. Xiaoxi, do it. Got it. Lin Ye got up and began attacking with all his might while riding Taking Fang. Mountain-splitting palm, shattered stone fist, and shattered gold finger. He used every mid-level yellow rank martial skill he had. As his cultivation increased, the power of these martial skills also rose significantly. Lin Ye specifically targeted their heads, and after one punch blew a head apart, he quickly moved on to the next kill. Compared to Lin Ye's violently combat-crazed style, Lin Xi's method of slaughter was much more elegant. Blood-red ice spears appeared in her hands, and one by one, she skewered all the bats flopping on the ground into skewers. Nearly 100 sound-devouring bats, an existence almost like a nightmare for examinees, were all dealt with in less than 10 minutes. And just as Lin Ye and Lin Xi were about to bring down the few still in the sky, the admission tokens at their waists instantly formed a huge light shield, forcibly pinning the two of them in place. Outside the arena, looking at the numbers scrolling on the screen, the Yi family head stared at Yi Feng's score of 80 points, temporarily first place, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. Right behind him was Wang Lai, whose score was 68. Then came the names of the other families. Only Yang Feichen's score was still 0 at this moment, and even Yang Patian no longer had the face to keep boasting. Ha. Looks like first place this year is still our Yi family. TSK. Old Yang, let me say this. Never pop champagne in the first half. You got slapped in the face, didn't you? Your Yang Feichen can't be scared stiff, can he? It's been so long, and he is still at 0. And you can still brag about this kind of strength? It's just, suddenly, Yang Feichen's data moved. His score jumped from 0 straight to 100, instantly taking first place. Seeing this, the Wang family head and the Yi family head were both stunned, and Yang Patian finally could hold his head high again. What did you just say? Don't pop champagne in the first half. Who is popping champagne now? No, impossible. He was still at 0 just now. How could he suddenly get 100 points? Examiner, sir, there is something shady going on here. The examiner merely lifted his eyes to glance at it, then slowly said, this child is not bad. The results are correct. What? This is the score given by our formation. The score is correct. The standard for directly obtaining a full score of 100 is that he, alone, killed one strong race tier 1 beast. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Yang Patian finally straightened his chest. Who was it just now? Who said our Yang family was dead last? Say it. Keep saying it. I raised Feichen myself. I know his strength better than any of you. My God, one person killed a beast alone, and it was a strong race beast too. Is it something someone who has only awakened for a month can do? That is a monster, same as humans. But the gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and pigs. Yang Patian enjoyed the gazes of admiration from everyone very much. That is right. Look at him with those eyes. Come on. This was the Yang family's genius youth. This was the first step toward making the name Yang Feichen known throughout the world. The next moment, 2 names burst out with golden light, then shot upward at high speed. After reaching a certain number, they finally stopped. Seeing this, the proctor suddenly stood up and sucked in a cold breath. This is impossible. And Yang Patian, who had just been enjoying the joy of first place, experienced the distance between heaven and hell in just a few seconds. His great-grandson South first place hadn't even gotten warm yet before he got knocked off by a group, and it was 2 of them. He stared at those 2 names so hard his eyeballs were about to pop out. Lin Ye, 450 points. Lin Xi, 450 points. Lin Ye, Lin Xi, who exactly are these 2 people? There's a dark inside story, absolutely a dark inside story, Yang Patian said through clenched teeth. Even the others looked at the electronic display in disbelief. They seemed to hear their own heartbeats, but no one refuted Yang Patian's words. If one person killing a strong race beast alone could get 100 points, then what about these 2? Everyone's gaze turned to the proctor. At this moment, the proctor looked at the score, and his whole person was dazed. After a long while, he slowly said, the score is valid. What? Bull proctor. How could this score be 450 points? That is too much. This score is probably because the 2 of them wiped out a beast tide. You have to know, a beast tide starts with at least dozens of beasts. I want to say more. After hearing this, everyone's breathing stopped, completely stunned by the news. If Yang Feichen's single kill of a beast had already shocked them greatly, then less than half a minute later, 2 beings who had wiped out a beast tide appeared. What kind of international joke was this? Wait, which family are these 2 from? In our Yun City's 8 great families, there doesn't seem to be anyone with the surname Lin, right? Wang Yi suddenly noticed this and said, just now, everyone had been frightened by the terrifying score and hadn't reacted at all. These 2 people's surname was Lin. Yang Patian suddenly opened his eyes and stared dead at the data above, his fists unconsciously tightening. At this time, Yang Chun, who knew these two people's information, had already been stunned for quite a while by the side. It wasn't that he hadn't heard any sound, nor that he hadn't heard everyone's exclamations and arguments. It was that he couldn't believe the facts before his eyes. Those two people were actually that strong. But without cultivation resources, just relying on training a few broken volumes, could they reach this level? No, the so-called beast tide was only dozens of beasts. And Lin Xi's blood-red extreme cold was an area attack. Once she started burning blood, its power could rival an S-class talent. That's right. It must be like this. They only harvested dozens of not very strong beasts. That doesn't prove anything. It's just that he was a little worried. At the rate she was burning blood, how long could she last? If she died inside ahead of time, that would be a huge loss. Who are they? Who exactly are these two? Find out for me. I want all their identity information. Yang Potian Shokli, startling Yang Jin. But his voice seemed stuck in his throat. He wanted to say it, but didn't know how to describe it. How was he supposed to say it? These two were just poor ghosts from the slums. With no identity, no background, no resources. Yet their achievements were even better than those so-called heirs of the Yun City's 8 great families who had been carefully nurtured. Even though the other side used a blood-burning talent to exchange for powerful combat strength, their aristocratic families had martial arts and combat techniques to spare. What was this? This was a slap in the face. Fat father. What is it? These two students are from our school. What did you say? Yang Patian suddenly turned around and stared dead at Yang Chun. Yang Chun held back the pressure and continued explaining. Because this month you've been focusing on training Feichin. I haven't told you yet. Yang Dong found 2 geniuses in the slums and recommended them to me. So, after hearing this, the anger on Yang Patian's face eased a few degrees at once. So even though these two stole Feichin's spotlight, they're still from our Yang family, right? Then it's fine. At this moment, Yang Patian was a little smug, but Yang Chun shook his head and said with an ugly expression, no. They're not Yang family people. They awakened in the black market, and they're still free agents. Everyone present was a sly old fox. After hearing that these two were free agents, their eyes immediately lit up. Good. So these 2 geniuses are free agents. That's great. Old Yang, your wishful thinking has come to nothing. Wang Yi spoke with glee, while at the same time calculating how to get these 2 unformed geniuses into his own hands. It wasn't just the Wang family that had this idea. People from the other families all had the same thought. A grassroots genius with no affiliation. Once taken in by a family, it would be enough to keep them safe for decades to come. Yang Patian got so angry, he directly slapped Yang Chun. You brainless fool. Why did you say that kind of thing out loud? Couldn't you have told me secretly? Yang Chun also felt a little wronged at this moment, but he immediately said, don't worry, father. I've already made arrangements. If nothing unexpected happens, those 2 siblings will probably become our people after they come out. What did you arrange? I arranged for Feichin to go in and play the hero and save the beauty. Don't worry, father. That child Feichin has been smart since he was little. He'll definitely succeed. And he is handsome too. Normal women simply can't resist his advances. Yang Patian. Father, what else with that expression? Yang Patian looked at Yang Chun as if he wanted to say something, but not a single word came out. He could only sigh in melancholy. Proctor, I just want to send one message to the person inside. Just one. Please, it has nothing to do with the exam, really. After learning that the Yang family had already sent someone to pursue Lin Xi, how could Wang He sit still? He quickly had the one from his family tied down, that genius too. Besides, his grandson Wang Lai wasn't he any worse than that brat Yang Feichin, was he? The proctor slowly raised his eyes. Transmitting a message is fine. Your score will be cancelled. This, Wang He clenched his fists in indignation, unable to help but let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Yang Chun was still fantasizing about the scene where his grandnephew successfully won Lin Xi over. And he couldn't help feeling smug. Although Lin Xi's performance was outrageous, after she eliminated the beast hide, her body would definitely be very weak. Lin Ye's strength couldn't protect his younger sister at all, as long as his grandnephew protected her during Lin Xi's weakened period after burning blood, took care of her, and gave her warmth and concern. He didn't believe that this poor girl from the slums wouldn't be moved. Yang Patian looked at Yang Chun's expectant expression and said nothing, only kept sighing. Inside the secret realm, Lin Ye sat under the golden light shield, idly drawing circles, while Lin Xi paced back and forth inside it, already growing annoyed. I'm saying, Lin Ye, what the hell is this thing? Why are we being trapped in here? There's definitely something fishy about this martial examination. We've been locked up here for hours. Lin Xi suddenly activated her frost palm and slapped at the golden shield, only to find that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break it. Lin Ye slowly said, calm down. Calm down, Xiaoxi. I can't calm down at all. We finally killed so many beasts, and our points are already way ahead. Then this shield traps us here. ISNT, that obviously rigged? They just don't want us to get a high score. Lin Ye simulated. Seeing that Lin Ye still looked so calm and unhurried, Lin Xi got even more annoyed. What are you smiling at? Smiling at how dumb you are. You itching for a beating? This golden shield is small, and my pain sharing is fully active. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Lin Xi, brother, my good brother, I really don't know why this is happening. Or rather, do you know how to get out? Lin Ye slowly said one word, wait. Wait? What does that mean? Seeing that Lin Xi still didn't get it, Lin Ye directly took out his exam permit. On it were their recorded points, 450 points. Seeing this score, did you figure it out? Lin Xi looked at the score, then at the score on her own exam permit. It was also 450 points. Strange. I remember I should VE killed more than you. Why are our scores the same? Because this martial exam ISNT just about beast kills. The beast killing portion is capped at 450 points. Once you reach that score, even if you kill more, you won't get any more points. Huh? So we're actually that right. The full score is 750. We VE already maxed out the beast hunting section, so we basically turned in early. To avoid affecting the other candidates, they're keeping us locked up for now. Oh, I get it. Then how do we get the remaining 300 points? ISNT this martial exam 2 days and 1 night? It's not even half a day yet. Just wait. Hearing Lin Ye's analysis, the anxious look in Lin Xi's eyes eased. Then she said a little unhappily, we came from the same womb, so why is your head so much sharper than mine? You must VE stolen the intelligence that was supposed to be mine during pregnancy. If you want to praise me for being smart, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Full of yourself. But speaking of which, you actually figured out from the points alone that there'd be another trial. I have to say, you really are pretty impressive. Lin Ye say mo taichit. If that number had been anything else, he definitely wouldn't have guessed it. But there was no helping it. He was just too familiar with the 450 and 300 point combo. How was that any different from the ratio of major and minor subjects in his college entrance exam in his past life? One lie. There's an injured wolf up ahead. Is that so? What luck? A burly young man covered in flames suddenly charged forward. The injured wolf directly rushed into his attack range. A wolf. The wolf let out a miserable cry and died instantly in his hands. Looking at the points rising on his exam permit, the corners of his mouth lifted. Wong Lai. That wolf was clearly injured by us. You actually snatched it. A group of people rushed over, looking furious. Seeing their uniforms, Wong Lai smiled. People from the Yang family. Huh? What the hell are you worth? I killed this wolf. So what? With Wong Lai's late-stage, first-rank cultivation and a profound rank technique, his aura immediately pressured the other side into looking grim. If Yang Feichen were in our team, would you still dare say that? Wong Lai laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? They all say Yang Feichen is the Yang family's most outstanding genius in decades. I've long wanted to test him. Too bad he's not here. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll beat you all crippled and end your martial exam right here. Hearing Wong Lai's words, the Yang family members were all terrified. One of the girls immediately said, Vice Captain, what do? We let us go. Yang Meng knew they were simply no match for Wong Lai's team. They could only swallow this bitter loss. After they left in defeat, the Yang family members all started grumbling angrily. Damn it, if the captain were here, why would we have to look at that bastard's face? We finally found a wolf to kill, and he just took it like that. All the big points were snatched by someone else. Yang Meng let out a long sigh. No choice. Who told our captain to go off on his own? Let us just pull ourselves together and keep hunting the next beast. Fine. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Throughout the day, Yang Feichen had single-handedly killed 4 beasts in a row. The intense fighting had nearly drained the chi and blood in his body. Looking at his full 400 points, he couldn't help but beam with joy. Then he immediately jumped onto a big tree, sat cross-legged to rest, and began recovering his spiritual energy. Just as he had recovered a little, he suddenly saw a burst of golden light shining from deep in the forest. He stared for quite a while. When his spiritual energy had recovered to about half, he slowly stood up, jumped down from the tree, and headed toward the golden light. I'm saying, Lin Ye, when is this protective shield going to disappear? Is your deduction even right? At this moment, Lin Xi was lying on the ground with no ladylike image at all, idly counting stars. They had been locked in from day to night. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have bothered killing this group of bats. Wouldn't it have been better to kill them one by one? At least then she wouldn't be bored. Lin Ye slowly said, Aren't you bored? You can fight me to pass the time. If you don't want to, who are you blaming? Cut it out. In this kind of environment, only an idiot would fight you. As soon as the words left her mouth, a young man suddenly ran out from the bushes. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. After all, where they were staying was deep in the forest. Besides the two of them, there should be no one else visiting. Lin Xi was somewhat curious too, but when she saw that the young man was wearing the special clothing of the Yang family, her interest vanished completely, and she continued lying there counting stars. Yang Feichen followed the golden light all the way here, only to find that 2 people were actually locked up in this place. And these 2 looked somewhat familiar. Wait, these 2 people. Yang Feichen immediately took a photo out of his pocket. After confirming that the faces in the photo overlapped with the faces of the 2 people before him, his face instantly lit up with excitement. After much searching, I found it all the more by accident. Hello, may I ask if you're Miss Lin Xi? Seeing that this kid casually called out Lin Xi's name, Lin Ye wasn't too surprised. After all, With Yang Li having sent Yang Yuntao to capture Lin Xi before, the Yang family would definitely come after her again. He just hadn't expected the Yang family to make a move during the martial exam. A little too impatient, weren't they? However, this kid looked a bit green. He might as well give him a little warning first. Then Lin Ye directly cut a wound into his hand. Blood flowed down his palm, and he smeared it onto his own hair, forcibly giving himself a greasy pomade look as he said in a punkish tone, "Kid, who are you? What do you want with my xiaoxi? Unless you've got the strength of a 9th-rank martial artist, don't even think about making a move on my xiaoxi." Lin Xi rolled her eyes at Lin Ye at once, but Yang Feichen barely even paid attention to Lin Ye. His gaze was fixed tightly on Lin Xi. Lin Xi frowned slightly and looked at Lin Ye. "Lin Ye Shuruk. Xiaoxi, congrats. Your femme fatale disaster is here again." A very annoyed look appeared on Lin Xi's face. The Yang family really never stopped. Did they seriously have no tricks other than sending handsome men? Whatever. She was bored anyway. Teasing this kid to kill some time wasn't a bad idea. Yang Feichen directly said to Lin Xi, "Miss Lin Xi, can we spar? Kid, you're not my type. If you could pee like a puppy, then maybe..." Huh? Lin Xi froze for a moment, while Yang Feichen scratched his head. "I'm not your type, Miss Lin Xi. Do you mean I'm too weak? Also, what does pee like a puppy mean?" Lin Xi was a little awkward at that moment, while Lin Ye was snickering off to the side, looking at the pure, clear look in Yang Feichen's eyes. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Lin Ye. What's going on here? Did the Yang family change tactics? Maybe they realized playboy rich kids are annoying. So now they're planning to use an innocent young boy to win you over. Ah ha ha. Lin Xi sat cross-legged, looking completely carefree. I'll forget what I just said. Let me ask you something. Do you know me? Yang Feichen nodded, then took out a photo. My third uncle gave me this photo. He told me that once I came in, I should look for you. The corners of Lin Xi and Lin Ye's mouths twitched. This kid really had a big heart. He just blurted out so openly. What did your third uncle tell you to do? Lin Xi asked. Yang Feichen scratched his head again. My third uncle said your name is Lin Xi, and your talent is very good. So he hopes I can take you down. Here it comes. Here it comes. A chill flashed through Lin Xi's eyes, while Lin Ye quietly said, when a shield breaks, kill him and feed him to the mutated beasts. Just make it look like he died during the trial. Lin Ye, how do you think I should kill him? How would I know? Yang Feichen watched as Lin Xi's battle intent kept rising. Then he stood up excitedly and said, so, Miss Lin Xi, when can the two of us have a full, satisfying battle? I'm already getting impatient. You're impatient? Hell, I'm impatient too. I've lived this long. And this is the first time I've seen someone scheme against me and do it face up. Bro, don't stop me later. If I don't chop him into minced meat, then my surname, ISNT Lin. However, Lin Ye suddenly noticed that the stronger Lin Xi's killing intent became, the more excited Yang Feichen looked. Wait, just in case, better ask one more thing. What was your name again? Hello, Lin Xi's brother. My name is Yang Feichen. Lin Xi's brother? Don't I have a name? Third uncle mentioned it once. He said you weren't important, and then he forgot. Lin Ye. Suddenly, he really wanted to personally chop this kid into pieces. Was it just because there was one more word in his title? In the eyes of the Yang family, did he really have that little presence? Oh, Yang Feichen, right? Your third uncle said he wanted you to take Lin Xi down. Do you know what that means? Of course I know. Doesn't it just mean beating her? He even specifically told me that Lin Xi's talent is especially good, and that I absolutely had to take her down during the martial exam. Of course I had to accept that duty. Third uncle really dotes on me. He knows I'm undefeated among people my age, so he specially found me an opponent. But he underestimated me a little. He insisted that I take Miss Lin Xi down when she was weak or in danger. Huh, who is he looking down on? I already said I'd defeat you fair and square. I really want to see just how good your talent is. Lin Xi, Lin Ye. Shut your mouth. Hold it in. Hold it in. Don't laugh. This guy is an idiot. Laughing at him would damage our virtue. So what your third uncle meant was for you to play the hero saving the beauty. But you took it as kicking someone when they're down? Damn it. Yang Chun calculated everything. But he never calculated that he de-assigned this task to a battle maniac who didn't know how to use his brain. But you too. What else with this cover? Why are you trapped in there? Yang Feichen knocked on the barrier, his face full of curiosity, looking at that clear, innocent gaze of his. Lin Xi directly wrapped one arm around Lin Ye's neck and muttered quietly, should we do him or not? This kid feels kind of dumb. If we kill him, I'll feel a tiny bit guilty. Lin Ye turned back to look at the dumb kid. Wait for my signal. This kid is a genius raised by the Yang family, so his status must be extremely important. We'll test him one last time later and see whether he is genuinely stupid or pretending. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Lin Ye looked at Yang Feichen, slowly stood up and said, Yang Feichen, right? Nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Lin Ye. As you can see, we don't know why, but we're trapped inside this golden light barrier. We've tried all kinds of methods and still can't get out. How about you help us out and break this barrier? Then we can get out, right? That way, you can also spar with Xiaoxi. Yang Feichen immediately looked up and revealed a bright, cheerful smile. That really is a good idea. You two should move back a little inside there. My attack has a bit of force behind it. A bit? Lin Ye said. Then we really have to take a good look. Lin Ye was also very curious about what level this top genius of the Yang family had reached. Very soon, however, a mid-level, profound rank cultivation method was released from within his body. The ground began to tremble slightly. The leaves rustled noisily. Then brown grains of sand slowly started circling around him, forming ring after ring of protective belts, while tiny grains of sand and shattered stone also covered his fists and arms. In an instant, both his arms were wrapped in rock, and he continued explaining, "My talent is called Thousand Dust Flying Sand. It can increase my physical strength." Once both arms were covered in sand and gravel, he suddenly stepped forward and shouted at once, "Shattered Rock, Army-Breaking Fist, a low-level profound rank martial skill, starting with a profound rank move right away." As expected of a direct line disciple, he really had money. As that punch smashed into the golden light barrier, only a tiny bit of light ripple appeared on the surface. The rebound force made Yang Feichen's arms go numb, and his blood and chi churned uncontrollably. This could already be said to be his strongest move, yet he still couldn't break the golden light barrier. Yang Feichen refused to believe it, and threw several more punches. Then, after realizing punching was useless, he immediately used another martial skill, Flying Sand Rock-Breaking Cannon. Countless grains of flying sand gathered in his hands, then formed an earthen cannonball about the size of a basketball and blasted viciously toward the golden light barrier. Boom! The explosive sound echoed through the entire forest. Quite a few birds in the woods were startled into flight, and a cloud of dust rose up. The massive noise made both Lin Ye and Lin Xi cover their ears. But the result was that the golden light barrier was completely unharmed. Not only was it completely unharmed, it didn't even shake. Seeing this, Yang Feichen finally gave up. In the end, the sand and dust around his body all dispersed. He let out a tired breath and said, "This thing is too hard. I can't open it. I think only my grandpa can." "Your grandpa?" My grandpa is a 6th rank martial artist. There's definitely no problem." "Lin Ye." This dumb kid. Ask him something and he really answers honestly. Lin Xi also curiously moved closer and said, "You don't look like someone who grew up in a Yang family. What was your childhood like?" Yang Feichen tilted his head. "My childhood? Grandpa took me away when I was 5. Every day, I had to soak in medicinal baths of all kinds of colors. Then eat, then start training my body, then soak in medicinal baths again. He said it was to build a solid foundation for me. Then, until 1 month ago, after I awakened, Grandpa took me into seclusion. Grandpa taught me the family's top cultivation methods and martial skills. And then I only came out of seclusion yesterday. Today, I came here. So from childhood until now, aside from your grandpa, you never met anyone else?" "No, I still saw the elders at home pretty often. Like my parents, my 3rd uncle and 2nd uncle, and the others I basically didn't see much. When I was in high school, I was only a nominal class monitor. I'm mostly cultivated by my grandfather's side." After hearing that, Lin Ye and Lin Xi finally understood. So Yang Feichen's grandfather really taught him nothing except cultivation, and that ended up raising a battle maniac who only knew how to fight. Yang Chun's expression when he learned the truth was probably exactly like this. Yang Feichen scratched his head with some regret. "Why isn't this thing broken yet? If you can't get out, doesn't that mean I'll never be able to have a fight with Miss Lin Xi?" Lin Ye glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes before the next day. Then he said, "How many points do you have now?" 400. "Why? Not planning to keep earning them?" "It's fine. There's still a day tomorrow anyway. Right now, I just want to spar with Miss Lin Xi. I really want to know how good her talent is." Lin Ye was unhappy. "Why didn't you think about sparring with me?" "Because 3rd uncle said you weren't important, and I only need to pay attention to Lin Xi. So you probably aren't as good as Lin Xi, right?" Looking at his clear, innocent eyes, Lin Xi burst out laughing and nearly couldn't stop, while the corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. "Not important? It was because he fucking couldn't have kids. Every day, what kind of lousy clan was this? Always thinking about passing on the family line and spreading the branches and leaves. Vulgar. Utterly vulgar. In this world, if you didn't do everything you could to make yourself stronger and only kept thinking about relying on the next generation to turn things around, then no matter how many generations you spread those leaves, you'd still just be a salted fish. If I say that if you want to challenge Lin Xi, you have to challenge me first, what would you do?" "I'd beat you fair and square." "Good. Got a wager?" "A wager? You want money?" "Vulgar, utterly vulgar. Indecent to the extreme." Lin Ye said with deep pain, "Money and wealth are external things. Talking about money, every other sentence will easily affect your determination to get stronger. This wager is very simple. If I win later, you have to become my little brother, the kind that goes east when I say east and not west. If you win, you'll get the chance to spar with Lin Xi. How about it?" After hearing that, Yang Feichen's eyes lit up immediately. He looked as innocent as a fool. "Really? Great. I'll do my best to win." Lin Xi on the side was almost unable to watch anymore. And then she leaned by Lin Ye's ear and said, "You're really toying with a fool. Huh? So if you win or lose, you don't lose out either way. Win and you profit big. Lose and you don't lose anything." The Yang family, a bunch of tigers, leopards, wolves, and jackals, finally drew gold at the baseline and raised a pure white little milk ball. If it didn't bully him properly, They'd really be letting down the reputation of our evil brother and ruthless sister duo. That name is ugly. Change it. Then the evil dragon and wicked phoenix duo. Neither of us are good people. Don't tell me you still want to be some pure little angel. Dream on. Lin Xi. This brother really pisses people off when he talks. Can I join the other side and help beat him up later? Just then, the golden shield suddenly disappeared. Just as Lin Ye had expected, it had just passed midnight. At the same time, a deep voice rang out from the secret realm. Starting now, all ferocious beasts in the secret realm will disappear. The active range of the secret realm will gradually shrink. Count down, 24 hours. The 10 examinees who persist until the very last moment will receive 300 points. Everyone, defeat your enemies. The voice spread through the entire secret realm, and everyone heard the announcement. Lin Xi immediately said to Lin Ye with some admiration, "Amazing, Lin Ye, you even called that right. There really is a second half. But does that mean as long as we keep hiding, we can get points?" The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. So he'd come here and started a real-life chicken dinner game. Huh. The moment he was thinking that, Yang Feichen immediately came over and said impatiently, "Mr. Lin Ye, now that you're out, can we have a match already?" Lin Ye. 6. So this rule was made just for you, huh? A guy whose brain is full of muscle. You just used 2 martial skills. Your spiritual energy consumption was too big. Rest for a bit. No ruse. It's fine. I didn't use much anyway. The main ability of my cultivation method is to slow the consumption of spiritual energy. I can spar now. Lin Ye was helpless, and Lin Xi immediately stepped onto a tree trunk with stepping breeze. Since she had nothing to chew on and it felt awkward, she directly plucked a leaf and put it in her mouth. Lin Ye, come on. Don't lose. I thought you'd be hoping for me to lose. How could that be? In this situation, your cute little sister would of course support her dear brother. Of course, if you lose, I'll help you get revenge. Hearing Lin Xi's sarcastic words, Lin Ye couldn't help looking at the young man in front of him. Young Fei Tian, right? Let me make this clear in advance. If you lose, you'll become my little brother. We're just ordinary people with no background. Are you sure? If you acknowledge me as your big brother, you'll lose all face. Yang Feichen, always keep my word. Besides, if you beat me, then it's just that I'm inferior. Acknowledging the strong as big brother doesn't feel shameful to me. Come on, with that sentence alone, that's enough. Then Lin Ye suddenly rushed forward, stepping on stepping breeze, and raised his hand with split mountain palm. Yang Feichen was shocked by Lin Ye's speed, but he reacted quickly as well. His A-rank talent, 1,000 dust flying sand, worked extremely well, and in an instant it covered both of his arms in rock armor. And this time, he didn't use an earth rank martial skill, but a yellow rank advanced martial skill, exploding rock fist. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Feichen's exploding rock fist collided with Lin Ye's split mountain palm. He only felt a huge force clamp down hard on his fist. You had to know that normally this punch of his could shatter rock, but when it landed on Lin Ye's hand, it felt like a clay ox sinking into the sea with no effect at all. He had underestimated him. Just because the other side used a yellow rank intermediate martial skill, he had underestimated him. In that instant, he quickly controlled the gravel on his arm guards to burst out. Seeing this, Lin Ye immediately stepped on stepping breeze to dodge. Taking advantage of that moment, Yang Feichen immediately used an earth rank martial skill, shatter rock breaking army fist. The arm guards on his arms rapidly condensed, and this punch even reached the strength of a peak first level martial artist. After seeing it, Lin Ye couldn't help but show a bit of amazement in his eyes. If he were facing some ordinary peak first level martial artist, he might really be able to cross a small realm and win. But unfortunately, Lin Ye could also defeat the strong from a weaker position. Without any fancy moves, Lin Ye raised his hand with shatter rock fist. The 2 fists collided, and the towering trees around them trembled slightly. Lin Xi, standing in the tree, was also having a little fun watching. With this punch, Lin Ye's face didn't change at all, but Yang Feichen's arm was already numbed by the shock, and his eyes were full of surprise. There was actually someone who could clash head-on with him and still put him at a disadvantage, and this was with the other side's martial skill level being lower. However, he didn't think too much. His other arm kept swinging as well, but it was still easily blocked by Lin Ye. The 2 of them just kept trading punch after punch, every strike landing flesh on flesh, and Lin Ye only got more and more excited as he fought. So this was what it felt like to fight an opponent lower level than yourself. This feeling of bullying the weak really was too satisfying. Compared to the relaxed Lin Ye, Yang Feichen was under tremendous pressure at this moment. At the same time, beads of sweat had faintly appeared on his forehead, but the excitement hidden in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Ha ha, Mr. Lin Ye, you really are strong, but don't underestimate me. The ability of 1,000 dust flying sand doesn't stop there. As he spoke, he released all the dust and sand from his body. In an instant, the area within dozens of meters was covered in yellow sand, and Yang Feichen's figure quickly vanished. Quicksand step, a yellow rank advanced movement martial skill. Within this dense yellow sand, he was almost walking on flat ground. In such low visibility, he could use this kind of environment to overcome the strong with the weak. When Lin Ye saw this, he smiled. So you were a warrior, huh? Didn't he expect you to be an assassin after all? Fine, the fight is over. Lin Ye made no move at all. Yang Feichen had already circled behind him and was preparing to use shattering rock-piercing army fist to directly defeat Lin Ye. However, the very next moment after he rushed up, Lin Ye pulled a needle straight out of his pocket and viciously stabbed it into the sole of his own foot. Pain sharing activated. The intense pain instantly slowed Yang Feichen's speed, almost making him lose his footing and fall. Meanwhile, Lin Ye heard the direction of his voice and, without the slightest hesitation, continued using shattering rock fist. Their fists collided again, because Yang Feichen's stance was already unstable. He was sent flying backward and slammed hard onto the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward, his finger landing directly on Yang Feichen's chest as he said calmly, "I won, right?" Seeing that, Lin Ye still looked as calm as ever, and that even after using all his abilities he still hadn't managed to injure him in the slightest. Yang Feichen seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end he only let out a long sigh and lay there on the ground. "I lost. I'll fulfill the bet, big brother." Lin Ye similet. What were you about to say? Nothing. Saying it would just sound like making excuses, but I know it clearly. Losing is losing. Go on. I want to know what excuse it was. If my foot hadn't suddenly hurt so badly just now, maybe you wouldn't have heard my voice, and maybe I could have one. When Lin Ye heard that, he couldn't help but laugh. Your third uncle didn't tell you about my talent? Forget it. You don't even remember my name. How could you remember my talent? Yang Feichen slowly got to his feet. Big brother, what is your talent? Pain sharing, of course. Otherwise, why do you think your foot hurt for no reason? Then Lin Ye took out a needle stained with blood. Seeing it, Yang Feichen froze for a moment, then laughed. He laughed out loud. Lin Xi also jumped down from the tree and said a little speechlessly, "It's over, Lin Ye. You beat him, stupid." He was already dumb to begin with, and now it's even worse. Lin Ye was speechless. What are you laughing at? Yang Feichen wiped his eyes. Nothing. It's just that this way, I'm completely convinced by my loss. But I really want to know, this means I've at least managed to put a mark on Big Brother, right? Even though this injury was caused by you yourself. Lin Ye patted him. Quit talking nonsense. From now on, you're my little brother. Any objections? No, none. A bet is a bet, and besides, your strength is very strong. I can feel it. You don't seem to have used your full strength. May I ask why? I was afraid you couldn't take it, and I beat you to death. Yang Feichen, what a plain and honest answer. Hey, Lin Ye, you're done playing. It's my turn now. I want to fight him too. Yang Feichen's eyes suddenly widened. The surprise came too fast, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. I already lost, didn't I? You performed pretty well just now. I had a great time watching from the tree. This is your reward. After hearing that, Yang Feichen was so moved he nearly worshipped the ground. Miss Lin Xi. Then please. But I need a bet too. Lin Xi's foxtail finally showed. She wore a smiling expression, and Yang Feichen froze before instinctively asking, "Why you say it? If I win, you'll also become my little brother. How about that? Then, what if I win? If you win, then I'll let you fight my brother again. How about that?" Yang Feichen. He seemed to have been tricked, but he had no evidence. Lin Ye couldn't help but hold his head. I thought your IQ had improved. I only just started looking at you differently when you were talking about the bet. And now you're like this? Lin Xi pouted. Isn't that exactly how you bet? Fine. Yang Feichen, if you win, then, let me think. You decide. The ball was kicked over to Yang Feichen. He froze for a moment, looking at Lin Ye and Lin Xi, and suddenly came up with a better idea. Miss Lin Xi, if I win, I hope you can tell me how to become stronger. I know I've had far more resources since childhood than others, but in the end, I still can't beat you too. I believe that besides talent, there must be other factors. I hope you can tell me. That is all? Fine, agreed. After adjusting his condition, Yang Feichen slowly stood up and said, Miss Lin Xi, make your move. 1 minute later, the surrounding trees were in a state of complete wreckage. Leaves fell all around, as if they had gone through the depths of winter, except that the leaves were all covered in blood-red ice crystals. Yang Feichen lay on the ground with a dazed expression. His body was covered in tiny ice crystals, and even his rock bracers had been shattered to pieces. If his battle with Lin Ye could be described as him going all out only to lose by a single move, then everything he experienced in his battle with Lin Xi was pure crushing defeat. That's right. He, the chosen genius in the eyes of the Yang family. The existence his grandfather had poured over a dozen years of effort into nurturing had been dealt with in less than 2 moves by Lin Xi. So this was the saying that there are always people stronger than you, and skies beyond skies? It turned out that he had always been a frog at the bottom of a well. The world was vast, and there were many strong people. In this world, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Lin Xi looked at Yang Feichen, then picked up a tree branch and poked him with it. It's over. Lin Ye, did I beat him, stupid? Losing confidence is normal. I at least held back a little. You were the one who went all out. Frost seal. Ice form. One big sword came swinging over, and the kid didn't even have time to react before you knocked him over. Look at how badly you beat the kid. He is not even talking anymore. Listening to their conversation, Yang Feichen felt even more ashamed of himself. He had only experienced his first and second defeats today. It was like he couldn't lose. Then he slowly sat up and looked at the two of them before saying, Big brother, second sis, please stop talking. I can handle it. Hearing that, Lin Ye smiled and forcefully patted his shoulder. Good. Failure is the mother of success. You recovered from your self-isolation pretty fast. Good mindset. Stay with us, and you can train your mentality however you want. Yang Feichen scratched his head awkwardly, while Lin Xi said dissatisfiedly, Wait, why my second sis? Because I'm older than you. That's reasonable, right? Bullshit. At most, you're older than me by 10 minutes. Being older by 1 second still counts as older. With me here, you can forget about being the big sister. I'm so pissed off. Xiao Chenzi, go on, bite him. Yang Feichen, Miss Lin Elf. How about I call you Big Sis instead? Lin Xi looked at him for a while, making Yang Feichen feel uneasy. The scene of being slashed down by a sword just now was still vivid in his mind. Then Lin Xi slapped him hard. Change your address earlier next time. You almost made the two of us turn on each other. If we really fought, your sin would be huge. Yang Feichen, his newly recognized big sis, seemed to have a bit of a problem in the head. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly thought of an idea. You think, if the three of us teamed up to beat everyone else out, would that plan work? All of them? Otherwise what? Yang Feichen swallowed hard. You had to know, one man's fists were no match for 4 hands. And this time, more than 1,000 people had come from the 8 schools combined. Even if the number had definitely decreased after a day, the strongest teams from the aristocratic families absolutely had not been eliminated yet. Not to mention, among the other 7 families, there were also a few people whose cultivation was about the same as his. But for some reason, listening to Big Brother-S words, he actually started looking forward to this kind of scene. 3 people challenging hundreds of people. That would definitely be exciting. Lin Xi's lips slowly curled upward. Not a bad idea. I like it. Ha. Let us make these pampered bastards feel the fury of the poor. Hith. Big brother and big sister-S laughter made Yang Feichen tremble in the middle. Big brother, big sister, did you forget? He seems like one of those pampered bastards too. Also, why does your laughter not sound like good people at all? The surrounding trees changed rapidly. The disappearance of the beasts made the entire forest quiet and lonely. Aside from the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was nothing else. The 3 of them moved through the woods like ghosts. As the martial exam entered the second half, the forest suitable for hiding people had already started shrinking in size. And what they needed to do now was to leave this forest as quickly as possible. Come to think of it, Xiao Chenzi, I remember your aristocratic families all entered as teams, right? What's the deal? You got pushed out. Lin Xi suddenly thought of something and slowly said. Yang Feichen coughed. This team was specially prepared for me by my third uncle. He said it could help me get a good result. But bringing a team with me really hurts scoring efficiency. I also have to split my attention to take care of them. Besides, their strength isn't that weak. So I figured even without me, their results probably wouldn't be bad. I just walked on my own until I met you. Oh, so it wasn't that they pushed you out. It was that you isolated all of them. Not bad. You've got some of my style from back in the day. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. He liked this kind of blank sheet martial maniac the most. No matter what color he was, he could just paint him however he wanted. Yang Feichen scratched his head. Big brother, big sister. How much do you know about the aristocratic families of the other 8 major families? Completely not. Then why are you thinking of taking on everyone? The martial exam is too boring. Don't we need to crank up the difficulty ourselves? Lin Yi said. By the way, how strong do you think you are among those people? Yang Feichen looked a little awkward. Before this, my grandfather always said I could take first place. And I always thought so too. But after being defeated by you just now, I finally understood that I was just sitting in a well looking at the sky. Besides, among the core members of the other 7 families, I've only ever met Wang Lai of the Wang family. I don't know any of the others. Oh, I see. No problem, little bro. We'll carry you straight to victory. Yang Feichen wanted to remind them that the core members of the other 7 families were all being cultivated with full force. And their cultivation was probably about the same as his. And aside from the core members, the cultivation of the other direct descendants was also at the strength of first-grade middle stage. Even if he ran into 7 or 8 first-grade middle stage martial artists besieging him at once, would only have the option of being forced to run. When it's got too many, they really could bite an elephant to death. But thinking of the big sister's terrifying sword, he felt his reminder was a bit unnecessary. He'd better just lead the way beside them. Right, big brother, big sister, our Yang family also has quite a few people. Are you going to eliminate them too? At Yang Feichen's words, Lin Ye turned around and stared at him for good, while before speaking in a serious, heartfelt tone. Little bro, let me ask you this. Do you know the so-called Yang family disciples very well? Yang Feichen immediately shook his head. Only my second Uncle S and third Uncle S families are relatively familiar, but they're only 15 years old this year. As for the others, I only know their names, that's about it. I see. Then would you feel burdened if I were to make a move on them? Be but relax. For your sake, I'll arrange to deal with them later. By then, you can personally do the job. Lin Xi couldn't help looking at Lin Ye. Wasn't he this teaching a stupid kid to slaughter his own clan? But Yang Feichen's expression was a little conflicted. T, that's not very good, right? My grandfather once told me that the family's interests are above everything else. If we do this, ISN T it a little that S your grandfather's thinking fallen behind. This is new thinking, the thinking of young people. Tell me, between me and your grandfather, whose words are more authoritative? My GR, you could definitely think it's me, right? Yang Feichen. After all, your grandfather has educated you for so many years. But the moment he appeared, he kept losing to us one after another. Aren't you curious why? Yang Fei Chen. What Big Brother said seemed to make sense. Why? Because of the shackles in your heart. You don't have that determination to keep moving forward and become stronger. The burden on you is too heavy. You lack the spirit to take risks. You lack the conviction to abandon everything. The expectations of the elders in your family are pressing down on your shoulders, making it hard for you to breathe. You don't become stronger for yourself, but because you don't want to live up to the expectations of your family elders. You fear the disappointed look in their eyes when they look at you. For example, a child ranks at the top in elementary and middle school, but becomes average in high school. Even if his parents don't say anything, that disappointed look in their eyes is enough to make you feel guilty inside. Especially if an elder in the family says something like, weren't you pretty smart before? Or didn't you always score first place before? How did you end up like this? Imagine it. If your grandfather looked at you with that disappointed expression and said something like that, what would you do? Lin Ye spoke nonsense with a straight face. Lin Xi's eyes nearly popped out. What? Are you secretly evolving behind my back? You were already smarter than me. And now even your skill at fooling people is this strong? And what the hell are you talking about? Why didn't Xi understand a single word? Their reason for getting stronger was that poor people mutated? What did that have to do with bonds, family affection, burdens, or the damn determination to become stronger? Lin Xi really wanted to complain, but with Yang Feichen beside them, she could only silently roll her eyes at Lin Ye. Yet at this moment, Yang Feichen had actually listened in. His steps forward immediately stopped, and he began recalling everything Big Brother had just said. So that was it. So it was because he had too many things weighing on him. His fists were no longer pure. They were no longer simply for becoming stronger. Big Brother was right. The so-called interests of the family and those plastic feelings were just stumbling blocks on his path to strength. If he wanted to become stronger, then he should cast away all these so-called burdens and charge forward lightly. He understood. He understood everything. So this was the feeling of having a clear mind with no distractions. This Big Brother was not a bad choice to recognize. At this moment, Lin Xi watched Yang Feichen's expression keep changing. Regret, guilt, realization, clarity. That young face was actually putting on a full range of acting skills. If he gave up being a martial artist and became an actor instead, just those micro-expressions alone could let some traffic idol pretty boy study for years. Although Lin, she didn't know what this kid had been thinking just now. It was obvious that whatever nonsense Lin Ye had just spat out had gone through all kinds of strange chemical reactions in this kid's head. Then Yang Feichen said firmly, Big brother, big sister, I understand. I've completely enlightened myself. Thank you for your guidance. You don't need to worry about the Yang family. I'll take on the responsibility of eliminating the Yang family. What exactly do you understand? Lin Ye couldn't help but pat his head and nodded thoughtfully. A child can be taught. Little bro, you still have a lot to learn. This is the first step to getting stronger. Only by cutting off the attachment and burden in your heart toward your family can you walk farther and farther on this path, surpass your grandpa in the future. Step out of Yin City, out of Huagua, and out into the world. Lin Ye spoke with great passion, though in truth he himself didn't even know what he was talking about. But this kid really did listen. Yeah, at least the emotional value was delivered right on point. And just then, a voice slowly came over. Oh, ISNT this Yang Feichen, the once-in-a-century genius of the Yang family? What's wrong? Picked up 2 little followers and are hiding here trembling. Now the second stage has started. The battle between examinees is the real highlight. You don't know that yet, do you? Your Yang family's team has already been eliminated by me just now, 2 of them. After hearing that, Yang Feichen suddenly looked toward Wang Lai, and his eyes instantly filled with a strong fighting spirit. Lin Xi and Lin Ye immediately got excited. Lin Ye said at once, now this is getting good. Don't you dare interfere. Like how I interfere, but your brainwashing from earlier wasn't quite enough. Xiao Qinzi still has feelings for his family. Otherwise he wouldn't be this angry. I thought you'd really talked him into it. At this moment, sand and dust instantly covered Yang Feichen's body as he said with a fierce air, Wang Lai, you bastard, you actually dare to steal my prey? Only I can eliminate members of the Yang family. Wang Lai, what the hell are you talking about? After hearing that, Wang Lai felt like the folds in his brain had been smoothed flat. Was this the idiot his grandpa wanted him to deal with? Yang Feichen, bring your 2 little followers too. I, Wang Lai, fear nothing. A terrifying blaze instantly surrounded Wang Lai. The heat waves from the crimson flames made Yang Feichen frown. Counting Wang Lai himself, there were 7 people in his team. Judging from their clothes, they were all direct members of the Wang family, and each of them had the strength of a first-rank mid-stage martial artist. The other 6 spread out and took on a pincer formation like they were hunting prey. Lin Xi and Lin Ye raised their eyebrows. Lin, she was a little surprised. 1 first-rank late stage and 6 first-rank mid-stage? Xiaoqinzi, are you sure you can handle this? Yang Feichen took a deep breath. I can. Strong people should move forward without fear. Good. Keep it up. If you get killed, we'll help you collect your body. Yang Feichen es mo twichet. He had already tried very hard to get used to his big brother and big sister's way with words. But every time he heard them, it was still hard to endure. They were exactly like the villains in a TV drama. Wang Lai couldn't help but glance at the 2 people beside him. From their clothes, they didn't look like Yang family members. They looked more like students from First High, but the way they talked to Yang Feichen was a little baffling. Forget it. Since they weren't from a Yang family, they were just country bumpkins. Once they dealt with Yang Feichen, they'd take care of those 2 along the way too. Yang Feichen, your Yang family keeps boasting that you are the Yang family's once-in-a-century genius. Let me experience just how capable you are. With a big step forward, the flames on Wang Lai's body grew even more intense. He was almost completely swallowed by the fire, only his face barely visible. His talent was a B-rank flame body protection. He couldn't project flames outward, only let them burn around his body to protect him. Once someone engaged him in close combat, his flames would scorch everything in their path. Even among B-rank talents, this was top tier. So Wang Lai charged straight at Yang Feichen and struck with a killing move. Scorching Fist. Seeing Wang Lai rush in, Yang Feichen immediately retreated. Sand and dust gathered around his body as well, and in an instant, his arms were covered layer upon layer in thick stone gauntlets. Shattered rock-breaking army fist. The 2 fists collided head-on, and Wang Lai's momentum was clearly weakened by a large margin. His flames simply couldn't burn through Yang Feichen's stone gauntlets at all. Wang Lai was shaken so hard his arm went numb, and he kept backing away. His gaze toward Yang Feichen turned a bit darker, while Yang Feichen immediately dismissed and reformed the gauntlets. Just now, Wang Lai's extreme heat had made the gauntlets scorchingly hot. Though the stone gauntlets could block burning damage, they couldn't stop heat from being transferred. Is that all you've got? Yang Feichen said slowly. But after hearing that, Wang Lai's face turned black. Are you looking down on me? No, that is not what I meant. I mean, in a straight-up clash, you're no match for me. Yang Feichen hurriedly explained it. But the flames on Wang Lai's body burned up again. Based on his spiritual energy reserves, he could only maintain this state for about 10 minutes at most. So if he wanted to beat Yang Feichen, he had to end this quickly. Go to hell. Blazing fire combo fist. His speed suddenly surged as he rushed at Yang Feichen with rapid strikes. Yang Feichen did get kuip glee, and the gauntlets on his body were replaced one after another because of the high heat. In no time, Wang Lai's flames had even set the nearby trees on fire. Seeing this, Lin Xi said, Xiaoqinzi is doing okay. He'll probably be able to control the pace of the fight. Wang Lai's getting desperate now. Looks like beating him is just a matter of time. Lin Ye said nothing, only looking at the other 6 direct members of the Wang family. Not necessarily. There are still 6 people who haven't made a move. Aren't those 6 only first-rank mid-stage? With these 2 fighting so fiercely, how are they supposed to interfere? Lin Ye shrugged. On the surface, Yang Feichen does look stronger than Wang Lai, but not by much. And Yang Feichen has been treating this like an exam, holding back at critical moments. That is going to cost him. A boy who had just steeled himself and wanted to prove himself with a battle. Only for things to turn out like this. Sigh. The blazing fire burned the trees, and the trunks crackled and popped. Wang Lai said in a low voice, is this the Yang family's genius? So all he can do is run around in a sorry state? Yang Feichen stopped in his tracks, feeling the surrounding temperature grow higher and higher. He finally stopped holding back. In that case, I'll counterattack too. In an instant, sand and dust spread out and covered a radius of dozens of meters. Visibility immediately dropped, and Wang Lai could also feel countless tiny grains of sand and dust swirling in the air. Come out. Cough, cough, cough. You coward who hides when you can't win. What kind of genius are you? The real genius is me. Come out, come out. At this moment, Yang Feichen stood behind Wang Lai, watching him shout in a rage, then slowly raised his hand. The battle is over. However, at that very moment, Wang Lai's 6 teammates moved. 2 of them decisively raised their hands, and in an instant, a strong gust of wind came crashing in. The wind talent wasn't very high rank, only D rank, but at this moment, that strong wind played a crucial role in Wang Lai's fight. The sand and dust zone was blown apart. Seeing this, Yang Feichen didn't hesitate for a second and struck decisively, but the ambush was sensed by Wang Lai. He countered with a fist and slammed it straight onto Yang Feichen's hand. The 2 sides were locked again, and just then, another person struck decisively. Countless vines slowly wrapped around the 2 of them, and the flames burned through the vines. Yang Feichen was instantly trapped in a sea of fire. Fury surged in Yang Feichen's heart. This is just the martial exam, and you actually want to burn me to death? Huh. Only someone like you would think this is an ordinary martial exam. Want to live? Fine. Smash your protective bead, and you can go back to your grandpa. Haha. If it weren't for the people you brought, I wouldn't have lost it all. So what? Who told you not to bring people? Oh, you brought two people too. Those two are probably shivering somewhere right now. Then two more Wang family members activated their talents. A fierce gale rose again, and the wind fed the flames, making them burn even more fiercely. Yang Feichen used rapid sand condensation, but every time the gale disrupted him, and less than 1/10 of the gathered sand could come together. Wang Lai couldn't help curling his lips. You lost, Yang Feichen. The so-called #1 genius of the Yang family? Nothing special. Yang Feichen was indeed a little helpless now. If this were a one-on-one fight, he could win easily. But with the interference of the other 6 people, his advantage had turned into a disadvantage. And just then, Lin Xi's voice came again. Xiao Chenzi need help? If I don't help now, you're about to get eliminated. Big sis, save me. The hot-blooded young man, for the first time, had steeled himself only to run into a wall. No problem. As long as you call me Big Sis, I'll definitely keep you safe. After hearing that, Wang Lai sneered. A bumpkin who doesn't know the height of heaven and the thickness of earth. What makes you think you can save? As soon as the words left his mouth, a burst of extreme cold instantly spread out. All the flames burning around them were extinguished one after another, turning into red ice crystals. Lin, she said slowly, what makes me think I can? Strength, of course. You little chicken. Damn it. Wang Lai immediately tried to unleash flames again, but his fire seemed to have met its natural enemy. The moment it appeared, it was crushed. In this freezing environment, he couldn't release it at all. You 6 attack. Take him out. As soon as Wang Lai finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Looking around, he found that his legs had already been frozen to the spot, and he couldn't move. Lin Xi walked step by step up to Wang Lai, then raised her sword high. Wang Lai's face was full of shock as he said, I'm from the Wang family. You can't touch me. If you do, our Wang family will make sure you suffer for it. Lin Xi didn't buy it at all. In fact, that kind of talk only seemed to stack some hatred buff on her. Wasn't it you who wanted to kill my new underling just now? Then killing someone means having the resolve to be killed. Whoosh. With one slash, Wang Lai's pupil shrank. In the blink of an eye, he crushed his protective bead, and his entire body vanished from where he stood. Wang Lai eliminated. On the square, when the heads of the 8 great families all learned that this martial exam still had a second half, everyone was stunned. Yang Patian immediately cupped his fist toward the proctor and said, Lord Proctor, what is this second half of the martial exam even supposed to be? There has never been such a precedent before. After this year, won't there be one? Wang Yi said, it's an order from above. After hearing that, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. What, old Yang, you're scared now. Let me tell you, being scared won't help. Your grandson is off on his own. So what if he had more points in the first half? Can your grandson withstand getting ganged up on? Even a bunch of mid-first rank martial artists can make him suffer. What are you so smug about? Like your grandson is definitely going to last until the end. Wang Yi said smugly, I'm not like you. The 6 people beside my grandson were all handpicked by me. Their observation and reaction skills are top-notch, and they can perfectly bring out my grandson's talent. What do you have to compare with me? In the last 10 spots, there will definitely be a place for my Wang family. As soon as the words fell, streaks of bright light shot out from inside. After the examinees inside realized what the second half of the martial exam was, they all began attacking others. And when the team formed by the collateral branches of the Yang family was eliminated, Yang Patian's face had already gone dark. What made him even angrier was that both teams were knocked out by Wang Lai's group. Wang He, do you really think our Yang family has no one? Yang Patian was blazing with fury. If not for the proctor being here, he would have long since fought Wang He, this old bastard, for 300 rounds. And Wang He was even more arrogant. A bet is a bet, old Yang. Otherwise, people will laugh at you and think your Yang family can't afford to lose. Unlike me, if any team from our Wang family gets eliminated, I just let bygones be bygones with a smile. What is the big deal? You tell me. Ha ha ha. Wang He laughed loudly, making Yang Patian irritated beyond words. At the same time, he was also worried about Yang Feichen. Going off alone like that, he really wouldn't have an easy time in the second half. I hope he can make it back in time and find his teammates. However, another burst of bright light descended. Wang He immediately leaned over and said, someone else got eliminated. Who do you think it is this time? Old Yang, if it's your grandson, wouldn't you explode? Yang Patian clenched his fists. The rage in his heart kept piling up with nowhere to vent. He really wanted to so shut this old bastard's mouth. Let me see who got eliminated this time. Wang He looked over. When the golden light dispersed, the smug expression on his face instantly froze, and his tone was full of disbelief. This is impossible. Why is it you? After Wang Lai realized he had been completely eliminated, especially with his own grandfather saying it in front of everyone, his blood rushed to his head. Without saying a word, he collapsed straight to the ground. And right after that, the 6 direct line disciples following Wang Lai were also eliminated one after another. When Yang Patian saw that, his tightly clenched fist finally relaxed. TSK. Weren't you just bragging a moment ago? You got eliminated this fast? Haha, the last 10 spots? My grandson Wang Lai will definitely have one. I'm dying of laughter. The second half hasn't even started for 2 hours, has it? Oh, right, remember this. Even if your Wong family members get eliminated, you should let bygones be bygones with a smile. What's the big deal? Wong Ye was so angry his head buzzed. The people he assigned to Wong Lai were the best teammates and the strongest lineup. So why did it end up like this? Why did it turn out this way? He immediately checked Wong Lai and found that his body was ice cold. He at once said, "Hurry and treat Lai's injuries. I want to know exactly what happened inside the secret realm." After Lin, she took care of Wong Lai. Lin Ye also took the chance to take out the other 6 Wong family members. Not bad. Snatching kills really did feel pretty good. Yang Feichen lowered his head, his face carrying a bit more disappointment. Big brother, big sister, why are you both so strong? So strong that you don't even seem like people of the same age. Because you lack combat experience. To put it bluntly, when facing human opponents, you don't go for the kill. If you had used flying sand break rock cannon directly, that Wong Lai Wu Ti have been able to withstand even 3 moves before surrendering. But what if he really got beaten to death? Wu Ti, the Wong family, start fighting with the Yang family? See? You're still holding back in your heart. Just leave this matter to your grandfather. Besides, if he can't beat you, can't he just crush the bead and run? If your big sis hadn't made a move. Wu Ti, you have been schemed against and buried in a sea of fire? Learn properly. Oh, okay. Okay, big brother. After Yang Feichen recovered his stamina, Lin Ye continued. Let us keep moving. This secret realm is shrinking. We have to get out of the forest first. All right. The 3 of them began moving through the woods again. And Yang Feichen, following behind them, looked at their backs with even more admiration in his heart. An opponent he couldn't defeat, even with all his tricks, had been dealt with by the big sis in 1 move. Was this what a true genius looked like? Big brother, big sister, after the martial exam ends, can I keep following you to cultivate? I feel like cultivating by your side is better than cultivating by my grandfather's side. Yang Feichen's words stirred something in Lin Ye's heart. Looking at this silly kid, Lin Ye asked while running, how do you usually get stronger? Just tell me what your daily routine has been like this past month. Every day, I cultivate and practice breathing. Then I eat the nutritious meals my family prepared. After eating, Grandpa drags me off for actual combat training to learn martial skills and cultivate cultivation methods. At night, I take pills that assist cultivation, and I also soak in a medicinal bath. After that, I keep doing breathing cultivation on the bed. Hearing that, Lin Xi couldn't help but sigh. The intensity of that training was seriously high, and there were so many resources poured into him. If they hadn't mutated, they really wouldn't have been able to catch up to this kid. But right then, Lin Ye continued, and that's exactly where the problem is. Huh? You rely too much on medicine instead of your own cultivation. Sure, medicine can help assist you, but your cultivation isn't built through solid, real training. Your realm can easily become hollow and unstable, and your foundation will be weak. But Grandpa said medicinal assistance can raise my realm. If your realm is inflated, and you still can't beat someone at late first rank who has a solid foundation, even though he is only at mid first rank, then what is the point of that so-called realm? Besides, do you trust your grandpa, or do you trust me? I haven't taken a single pill since I was little. That's because I know strength boosted by medicine is all fake. Only strength built step by step, 1 footprint at a time, is real. With the strength your big sister and I have now, can't you feel my authority? Lin Xi, what nonsense are you spouting now? If we could afford pills, we would be eating them ages ago. The reason we don't take them is because we're broke as hell and can't afford them, okay? After hearing that, Yang Feichen said nothing. He kept turning Lin Ye's words over and over in his mind, and in the end his eyes gradually lit up. Lin Xi, no wait. What did you understand this time? You actually believe something this ridiculous? One was willing to talk, and the other was willing to believe it. What a match made in heaven. 2 complete goofballs. Big brother, I understand now. Starting today, I won't soak in medicinal baths anymore, and I won't take pills either. I'll raise my strength step by step with my own effort. No, if your grandpa finds out you refuse medicinal enhancement, he'll definitely stop you. Huh? Then what do I do? Simple. Just pretend to accept them and not use them. Then hand the medicine over to me, and I'll help you deal with the stuff that's stopping you from getting stronger. While I'm at it, I can also study how those medicines are affecting your cultivation, so I can make a strengthening plan for you later. Lin Xi, when it comes to scamming people, it really has to be you. So this was your real goal all along, huh? No idiot would believe something like that, right? Lin Xi then turned to look at Yang Feichen. And then, Yang Feichen, big brother really is a good person. The 3 of them traveled all the way through the forest and finally arrived at the central region of this secret realm. But the moment they came out, Lin Ye's expression turned cheerful. After crossing the forest, the scent of wild grass rushed at them. Before them was a vast plain with no end in sight. Once the forest was gone, every team would be forced to meet on this great plain. No team could hope to escape it. After the 3 came out of the forest, their expressions were unusually calm, especially Lin Ye's. A plain like this really was suitable for elimination battles. There was nowhere to hide, which prevented some people from lying low until the end just at farm points. And they weren't the only 3 to reach this place. Quite a few teams had also run out of the forest. Some of them looked a little battered, while others seemed to be in good condition. Yang Feichen swept his gaze over them. Big brother, these are all people from the 8 great families of Yunqing. They're all pampered young masters. When do we start fighting? Lin Ye couldn't help glancing at him. He might have tuned him a little too hard. Once they got out, wouldn't the old man of the Yang family, tear him apart? Wait a bit. We'll do it when there are more people. Having just arrived on this plain, everyone was highly alert, and Lin Ye could tell that after a full day of fighting, aside from a few extremely lucky noble retainers who had survived, the vast majority had already been eliminated yesterday during the battles to hunt mutated beasts. At this moment, the one leading the Yi family was an overbearing young man with a cold, sharp face. He looked like the strongest person in the Yi family. Soon after, the Cui family, the Chun family, and the Sun family all arrived as well, other than Wang Lai of the Wang family, who had already been eliminated. All the main leaders of the various families had come. On this small plain, counting both the direct and branch family teams together, there were around 300 people in total. These so-called prodigies of the great families had all gathered here, but no one made the first move. They eyed each other warily, afraid their family's position would be snatched away. There were only 10 slots worth 300 points each. That was nowhere near enough for all of them. But in a chaotic melee, it was easy to suffer losses and get eliminated early. After thinking it over, Yi Feng decided that forming an alliance with the other families was the smartest choice. Cui Lei, my Yi family wants to form an alliance with your Cui family. Your team has 5 people, and mine is 5 too. Perfect. We can take the final 10 slots together. What do you think? Cui Lei of the Cui family looked at Yi Feng for a moment. You're thinking too simply. In a chaotic battle with more than 300 people, can you guarantee not a single person around you gets eliminated? What do you want then? All the core disciples of each family. That's about 8 people total. As for the remaining 2, we won't care about them. Everyone else can just be eliminated. That way all the core disciples can get 300 points. That's the smartest way. With those words, Cui Hao had completely abandoned the teammates around him. But there wasn't the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. In martial families, hierarchy was strict. The so-called core disciples were the future pillars of their families. People from collateral branches like them simply couldn't compare. Fine. I agree with that idea. I agree too. Agreed. The core members of the other families all agreed one after another. Soon, they all walked to the center, 6 people in total. They represented the young power of this generation of Yunqing's 8 great families. But very quickly, Yi Feng noticed something was off. Why don't I see those 2 from the Eastern District? The ones from the Wang family and the Yang family? When he said that, Lin Ye nudged Yang Feichen and said, they mentioned you. Want to say a few words? As soon as he heard that, Yang Feichen immediately stepped forward and said directly, Wang Lai has already been eliminated. As for me, everything I do is under my big brother and big sister's orders. Everyone was a little surprised and looked at Yang Feichen, especially the people from the Wang family, whose expressions turned blank. Wang Lai was eliminated? How is that possible? Compared to the Wang family, the Yang family wasn't doing much better, and Yang Feichen's original squad members had also arrived at this place. Seeing that Yang Feichen was still there, they had let out a sigh of relief. But after hearing him mention big brother and big sister, they were all dumbfounded. Where did you get a big brother and big sister from? Cui Lei looked at Yang Feichen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yang Feichen, interesting. So you're the genius the Yang family keeps bragging about? Ha! Inviting core disciples from major families to join us is already giving your Yang family face. Since you don't want it, then there's nothing we can do. As he spoke, Cui Lei cracked his knuckles and walked over. Yang Feichen's expression turned somewhat grave. He couldn't take on 6 people by himself. In a one-on-one fight, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. But in a gang fight like this, he would absolutely lose badly. But Lin Ye directly dragged him back. All right, go do your own thing. There aren't many Yang family people left. The Yang family people are yours to deal with. As for the rest, leave them to us. Looking at the massive group across from them, Yang Feichen couldn't help but remind him, big brother, they've got numbers. If there weren't many of them, I would even bother fighting. Lin Ye and Lin Xi finally stepped out. Seeing Yang Feichen hiding behind those 2, Cui Lei couldn't help widening his eyes. Then he burst out laughing. Ah, Yang Feichen, so these are your big brother and big sister? Taking 2 mud-legged peasants as your bosses, Yang family's future heir, and you've really gone backwards in life. There was also a trace of disappointment on Yi Feng's face. Before this, he had thought that in this year's class, only Yang Feichen was worthy of being his opponent. But now, it turned out he was just a narrow-minded fool. Yang Feichen said nothing. He quickly turned around and charged toward the Yang family's formation. The original vice-captain, Yang Ming, immediately ran over. Captain, you're finally back. This is a battlefield. Also, I'm not your captain. Fight. Huh. Flying sand and moving stones. In an instant, several of the Yang family's squads were swallowed up by Yang Feichen's 1,000 dust flying sand. Holy shit, Captain, are you crazy? Vice-captain, what'll we do if the boss defected? What else can we do? Fight. When Cui Lei and Yi Feng saw Yang Feichen attacking his own people, their eyes widened. They had only abandoned their teams. But this guy Yang Feichen was ruthless. He was directly uprooting his own foundation. I say, are you done laughing? If you're done, then let us fight. This martial exam is seriously suffocating. Locked inside that golden light barrier for a whole day, and when I come out, all my opponents are a bunch of trash. Hopefully you can bring me a little fun. Lin Xi's words were dripping with mockery. A dark look flashed through Cui Lei's eyes. What sharp-tongued bitch. She was just a low-born commoner. Yet she really thought that because that idiot Yang Feichen called her big sis, she was suddenly somebody important. Once he caught her, he would teach her how to be a real woman. Ha ha. Brother Cui, not gonna lie. Even if this woman is just a lowborn, she really does look pretty good. After you're done playing with her, how about handing her to me so I can have some fun too? Sun Kai followed up on Cui Lei's words. A spoiled young master-esque grin on his face. But in the next moment, a wave of cold suddenly swept over them. At a speed the naked eye could barely catch, Lin Xi arrived in front of Cui Lei and Sun Kai. Her hair had already turned blood red. An icicle fully spread across the entire plain. Cui Lei and Sun Kai were instantly terrified and immediately raised their hands to counterattack. But Lin Xi simply struck out with a frost palm. The two of them had almost no time to react before they were blasted flying, coughing up blood. Yifeng suddenly looked toward Lin Xi. This pressure was even stronger than what his elder brother gave off. Seeing this, he abruptly retreated, while the Cui family and Sun family members immediately rushed up to check the injuries of those two. But after seeing them, their hearts trembled. That single palm strike from Lin Xi had nearly shattered all the meridians in their arms. For martial artists, they were practically crippled. Even if the injuries healed, their cultivation and talent would never return to their previous level. Damn it. Cui family, Sun family attacked together. Kill this bitch. For a moment, a huge crowd charged at Lin Xi. Fireballs, wind blades, rocks, fists, even small bolts of lightning. All kinds of awakened talents appeared in dazzling variety. And the attacks came with extreme density. With dozens of people attacking at once, even a second-rank martial artist would have to avoid the edge of it. At that moment, Lin Ye slowly stepped out from behind Lin Xi. He was casually playing with an ordinary chipped knife in his hand as he spoke softly. Are all noble families this shameless? Dozens of people bullying a weak girl. Did you ask me first? Then Lin Ye slowly raised the knife and directly sliced open the fleshy pad of his left thumb, exposing the dark bluish tendon inside. After that, he used the dull little knife to hook that tendon out, then began scraping at it over and over. Pain sharing activated once again. As waves of screams rang out, fireballs flew wildly, lightning shot in all directions, and shattered ice spikes and rocks scattered everywhere. Everyone collapsed to the ground in agony, frantically pounding their own palms. Even Yifeng was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. It hurt so much that he couldn't even release a complete martial skill. It's pain sharing. Damn it. The moment he saw Lin Ye start by mutilating himself, he realized what Lin Ye's talent was. At the same time, he shouted, this person's talent is pain sharing. Spread out. As long as you leave his sharing range, the pain will disappear. After saying that, Yifeng quickly fled the area. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already run 30 meters away. The people from the other three families also covered their hands and began running in pain. But after Yifeng had already moved more than 30 meters away, the agonizing pain in his hands still remained, and panic rose in his heart. He immediately kept running. As long as he got more than 50 meters away, then used long-range attacks, he could defeat this mud-legged peasant. But when he reached around 50 meters, the pain in his palm was still heart-piercing and bone-boring. At the same time, he finally realized something, and that realization terrified him to the point of near collapse. Everyone from every family, all of you attack that man. His cultivation is far above all of ours. Hurry! Chen family S. Chun Zi Ong ran over and asked, what is wrong, Brother Yi? Why are you so panicked? I studied all kinds of talents back in high school, and pain sharing is only rank C grade. Then, that is pretty average. SSSS. It just hurts. It really fucking hurts, damn it. Chen Ziong spoke through the pain. Yifeng slowly said, normally for someone at late first rank, the maximum range of pain sharing is only 50 meters. But we're already more than 50 meters away from him, and we're still being affected. That means, when Chen Ziong heard that, he sucked in a cold breath. Holy shit, that man's cultivation is above late first rank? First rank peak? How is that possible? But that's the truth. First rank peak. That man is definitely at first rank peak strength. This coverage range has even exceeded my attack range. If we want to beat him, we can only endure the pain and fight him head on. Don't worry, he feels the same pain we do. This talent is basically a self-harm talent. As long as we use human wave tactics, there's no way we can lose. Chen Ziong immediately followed up. Chen family disciples, hear my command. Follow me and besiege that mud-legged peasant. After learning that Lin Ye's cultivation had reached first rank peak, the people from the other families no longer hesitated. The remaining Cui family, Sun family, and Wang family members also joined the army to suppress Lin Ye. Meanwhile, Li family S Li Long and Su family S Su Yang retreated far away from the chaotic battle, hoping to profit as fishermen. In an instant, the remaining 40-plus Chun family disciples immediately split into several groups. The people from the other three families also began forming an encirclement, surrounding Lin Ye so tightly that not even water could pass through. Even though their palms already hurt unbearably, they still charged toward Lin Ye. As for Yi Feng, he did not go join the siege, because in his view, a late first-rank Chun Zi Ong leading more than 40 Chun family disciples, whose average cultivation was at mid-first rank, was more than enough to deal with a Lin Ye whose only trick was self-harm to affect others. Not to mention the allied disciples of the other three noble families. There was no way Lin Ye could escape. Then he shifted his gaze to the other one. That woman's blood-red hair and the blood-red ice crystals beneath her feet. He recognized it at a glance. Blood extreme cold. An A-grade talent with power comparable to an S-grade one. Its flaw was that it burned blood. And by coincidence, his talent wasn't T-weak either. Wind feet. A B-grade talent. In terms of speed, it was the fastest among talents of the same level, making it a perfect counter to this blood extreme cold. Enduring the pain, he came before Lin Xi and looked at her as he said, I have to admit, you're very strong. But no matter how strong you are, you're still only one person. You should know that your talent is one that burns blood. It will greatly shorten your lifespan. Why not give up now? Otherwise, fighting me would be no different from seeking death. I one-shot those two just now. How much stronger than them do you think you are? After saying that, Lin Xi suddenly lunged forward, and her frost palm immediately struck out. Yi Feng quickly dodged. With wind step, he easily avoided the attack. Lin, she was a little surprised. Your speed is pretty fast? That's right. So you should understand, my talent perfectly counters yours. Your fighting style can only rely on bursts. Once your blood can't sustain your battle anymore, the winner will be decided. Lin, she smiled, and her red hair drifted loose, making her look like a red-haired female Rakshasa. Interesting. Too interesting. Then let me see how long you can last. Frozen said. Blood-red ice crystals mixed with cold wind rapidly swept toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng dodged again. The talent of wind step gave him the confidence to remain undefeated. Idiot. All you're doing is wasting your blood for nothing. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? There's no way your blood can support you through this whole fight. The other Yi family juniors have been thinking of rushing over to help Yi Feng, but Yi Feng immediately said her talent is least afraid of group attacks. All of you, go help the Chun family deal with that man. Leave this woman to me. Yes. When Lin Xi saw that this guy actually wanted to fight her one-on-one, she couldn't help but laugh. Right now, she was smiling brightly and wickedly. Ha! So I'm really being looked down on? Just because you run fast, you think you can drag me down? Yi Feng kept dodging the overwhelming waves of cold chi. Large patches of grass had already frozen into ice crystals, yet he still remained outside the frozen zone. There's no need to defeat you. As long as I keep dragging this out, that's enough. Fine. Then I hope you can withstand the next attack. Then Lin Xi's eyes quickly turned scarlet. A blood-red ice spear condensed in her palm, and a chilling, killing intent came surging toward Yi Feng from dozens of meters away. At first, Yi Feng had thought he could easily defeat this woman just by kiting and dragging things out. But in the next moment, he stopped moving, because he felt as if he had been locked onto by a savage tiger, and a chill ran down his spine. In the next instant, what arrived faster than sound was that ice spear. Yi Feng's pupil shrank, and he immediately activated wind step. But the ice spear still grazed past his ear and shot straight by. Boom! The ice spear slammed into the grassland behind him. The massive impact shattered it into pieces, but it also blasted a deep crater in the grass with a radius of over 1 meter. Yi Feng, you dodged it? There wasn't much emotion in Lin Xi's voice. In her eyes, he seemed to be nothing more than prey that could be slaughtered at any moment. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? My life is worth way more than yours. He covered the blood flowing from his ear. The intense pain filled him with lingering fear. It had missed by just a little. If that spear had hit his head, he would have died without a doubt. But the corners of Lin Xi's mouth were raised in a smile, a wild smile. She liked this feeling of hunting prey the most. Come on, favored son of heaven, run pathetically in front of me. Let me see how many you can dodge. As soon as her words fell, 3 ice spears shot toward Yi Feng like cannon shells. What made him even more despairing was that behind those 3, another 5 ice spears followed right after. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Feng did everything he could to dodge those ice spears, but Lin Xi's attacks were both fast and dense. He was practically risking his life just to evade them. But under these circumstances, he understood one thing very clearly. He could succeed countless times, but he could not fail even once. Lin Xi's attacks were far too powerful. If he got hit, he was definitely done for. Now, I could only hope that Lin Xi's blood would run dry first. And right at that moment, the corners of Lin Xi's lips curled upward. When Yi Feng saw that, a bad feeling rose in his heart. Sure enough, more than 20 ice spears had landed around him. In the next moment, all those ice spears suddenly shattered, forming clusters of tiny ice crystals. Frozen burst. Lin, she spoke slowly. Countless ice crystals surrounded Yifeng so tightly that not even water could leak through. Yifeng's pupils contracted, and his body trembled instinctively. Run. He had to run. If he didn't, all he could do was wait for death. What martial exam results? None of that mattered at all. His life came first. Yifeng immediately crushed his protective bead, but he was still one step too late. A few ice crystals had already pierced his thigh in the very second before he was teleported away. The pain made cold sweat pour down his face. After giving Lin Xi a vicious glare, he vanished. In the distance, Li Songlong and Su Yang, who had still been thinking about reaping the fisherman's profit, were dumbfounded. Was this reaping the fisherman's profit? This was clearly a one-sided stomp. Lin Xi's gaze turned toward the two of them, and the corners of her mouth lifted. No more toys to play with. You two, come at me together. Trash. Originally, the two of them had wanted to avoid her for the moment. But Lin Xi's taunt instantly set their anger ablaze. No matter what, they were still the favored geniuses of the Li and Su families. How could they possibly endure being cursed out by some mudleg in front of so many people? You bitch, do you really think we're afraid of you? Everyone from the Li family and Su family, together, kill this woman. Then, as she watched the dark mass of people charging toward her, Lin Xi curled her lips. Friendly reminder, keep your protective bead clenched in your palm. Otherwise, you'll die. Compared to Lin Xi's battlefield, the situation on Lin Ye's side was even more torturous. Lin Ye almost never fought back. His body was like a slippery loach, constantly weaving through the encirclement and pursuit of over 100 people. Ong felt deeply humiliated. Over 100 people had surrounded him for so long, yet they hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. You coward. All you know how to do is dodge? If you got the guts, fight me head on. Lin Ye looked at him, thought for a moment, then slowly took out several needles. After that, he pressed one needle against each fingernail. The moment Ong saw this, he instantly realized something. Wait, don't. Lin Ye suddenly exerted force, and the 5 needles instantly stabbed into the fingers of his left hand. The sound of steel needles piercing flesh made everyone's scalp go numb, and the intense pain made Lin Ye's arm tremble a few times. But in that same instant, nearly 100 people present, all chasing and blocking him, erupted into wails like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Oh, it hurts so much. Why does it hurt this much? My hand can't move anymore. It hurts so bad. Xiong also dropped to his knees from the pain, almost passing out. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. This guy had actually stabbed needles straight into his fingers. He was a complete madman. Damn it, take my punch. Gritting his teeth, Xiong forced himself to walk up to Lin Ye. Without a word, Lin Ye took out another needle and stuck out his tongue. By the time Xiong realized what he might do, it was already too late. The steel needle pierced into his tongue, and blood immediately flowed from Lin Ye's mouth. At the same time, everyone present felt a violent burst of pain on their own tongues. Ma, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not taking the exam anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home. After that, the vast majority of them took out their protective beads and crushed them, withdrawing from the field. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people had retreated and vanished. As for the one standing in front of Lin Ye crouched down and lightly patted Ong on the cheek. Why insist? You should VE withdrawn earlier. I've got plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. All right, I forgot to tell you, my tolerance for pain is much stronger than you imagine. If you want to compete with me in pain, you can't beat me. Next, please look forward to it. Then, right in front of Ong, Lin Ye slowly raised his own hand and forcibly began bending one of his fingers upward. Even after it reached 90 degrees, he kept going. Ong could only watch as that same sensation gradually appeared in his own hand, the feeling that his finger was about to be snapped. Terror instantly shattered every last one of his mental defenses. The pain of having his tongue pierced, his fingers stabbed through, that sensation of needles constantly driving into the gaps between his bones. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Madman. You're a fucking madman. As he spoke, Ong was crying and snotting from the pain. He immediately crushed his protective bead and vanished from sight. Then Lin Ye slowly pulled the needles out, and his body quickly recovered to normal. All right, the pain-sharing game is over. Next up, it's back to a flesh and blood brawl. Then, stepping on Taking Thing, he rapidly rushed toward the Li and Su families. Once Lin Xi activated her blood-colored extreme cold, some of the weaker martial artists were already unable to endure it. Even so, they still firmly believed their advantage in numbers could defeat Lin Xi. Right at that moment, a horrified voice rang out. Over there, no one else left. That guy charged over here. What? Li Songlong was startled and quickly turned his head, only to see Lin Ye, with the corners of his mouth stretched almost to his ears, staring at them like a demon. Madman, quick, send people to stop him. Stop him. A few people braced themselves and charged forward, but Lin Ye still didn't use any stronger martial techniques. He was still using lower-level techniques like Shattering Rock Fist and Mountain Splitting Palm. But against these mid-stage, first-rank martial artists, it was practically a dimensionality strike. The moment he entered the fray, he was like a tiger among sheep. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen examinees were forced to withdraw. Li Songlong flew into a rage. Damn it. Are we really going to let these two mudlegs shit on our heads? You're fighting me, and you still have a mind to look elsewhere? Looks like I still haven't beaten you all into submission. Lin Xi suddenly launched a charge. A gigantic ice blade, for meters long, rapidly condensed in her hands, making Li Songlong's heart pound in terror. Wait, I'll join you. Only 10 people need to stay at the end, right? Count me in. Count me in too. Li Songlong's words made Su Yang react as well. Right, and me too. The two of us will join you. There are 10 slots. Let us make peace. You're disgusting. You're not qualified to negotiate. Get lost. The enormous ice sword suddenly slashed down, scaring Li Songlong so badly his legs trembled nonstop. Fuck, run. Hurry up and run. If we don't, it'll be too late. Li Songlong was so frightened he directly crushed his protective bead. Su Yang did the same. With their leaders gone, the other young masters of the aristocratic families lost all fighting spirit and withdrew one after another. Seeing them all run off, Lin, she clicked her tongue and directly threw the ice sword in her hand onto the ground. Her blood-red hair gradually returned to normal. So annoying. They all ran. I didn't get a single kill. Lin Ye tapped her on the head. Use that wooden head of yours and think for a second. If we really took kills, would anything good happen after we got out? You can do that kind of thing, but you have to do it secretly. Don't let anyone know. Got it. Stop hitting my head. You already say I'm dumb every day. If you keep hitting me, I'll get even dumber. Lin Ye see me that. Let us go. Let us see how little bro's battle went. Okay. Yang Feichen was lying on the ground right now. In this fight, he had gone all out. He had fought to his hard-ass content. It could be said that, in order to cut off the burden of his family, he had used every trick in the book. On the other side, Yang Ming was dumbfounded as hell. His head was full of question marks the whole time. What the hell were you supposed to do when your own boss suddenly lost his mind and started attacking his teammates? But he still didn't admit defeat. Instead, he led people and fought Yang Feichen head-on. In the end, more than 30 Yang family disciples were all beaten down by him and forced to withdraw. And Yang Feichen himself was completely exhausted, sprawled on the ground, when Lin Ye's teasing voice came over. Congratulations, little bro. You successfully became the only examinee in the history of a martial exam to eliminate his own team. The first ever. There has never been anyone before you. And there probably won't be anyone after you either. Hearing Lin Ye's teasing, he gave a bitter smile and said, Big bro, I guess this counts as cutting off the distracting thoughts in my heart, right? Yeah, it counts. Of course it counts. Absolutely. Congratulations, you've gotten stronger again. I can already imagine my grandpa cursing me out. Ha ha ha. That's because your grandpa's vision is too narrow. In the end, all he can see is this tiny yin city. How can the family ties of a small city become stumbling blocks on your path to becoming stronger? After all, your grandpa's limit is only a 6th-rank martial artist. Little Feichen, your future. Do you want to stand at the summit of the world and become a powerhouse of your generation? Or do you want to confine yourself to this tiny patch of heaven and earth and become some small-time, rich old man? After Lin Ye's little round of brainwashing, the tiny bit of guilt in Yang Feichen's heart instantly vanished. I want to stand at the summit of the world. I want to become a powerhouse of this era. Big bro really was amazing. He could casually spout grand truths like that. It got Yang Feichen so fired up that he almost wanted to get up and fight another round right then and there. Lin Xi couldn't help glancing at Lin Ye again. If she hadn't grown up with him and known exactly what kind of person he was, she probably would been talked into limping off a cliff, just like Yang Feichen. After quite a while, Yang Feichen struggled to lift his eyelids. And at once he saw the scene that shocked him the most. There wasn't a single injury on Lin Ye or Lin Xi. They had won their battle cleanly and beautifully. More than 200 people. Every single one of them had been eliminated by his big bro and big sis, and neither of them was even injured. What kind of terrifying strength was that? He stared at Lin Ye and Lin Xi in disbelief. His determination to become stronger grew even firmer, and his eyes were practically sparkling. Sure enough, if you followed Big Bro and Big Sis, there'd be meat to eat. The three of them inside the secret realm were still waiting out the final half day for the martial exam to end. Outside, however, things had already gone completely insane. When Wang Lai of the Wang family was eliminated, the Wang family head's face turned green, while the other 7 family heads were all gloating. But immediately after, something bizarre happened. Cui Hao of the Cui family and Sun Kai of the Sun family were both heavily injured and withdrawn together. The meridians in their arms had all been shattered, and the heads of the Cui and Sun families were trembling with rage. They wished they could charge in and see what exactly had happened in this martial exam. But then, an even stranger scene appeared. Countless aristocratic family disciples came out clutching their arms one after another. More than 100 of them withdrew in one wave. Before anyone could react, Yifeng came out too. When he emerged, his body was trembling, and his face was full of panic as he kept saying it was impossible. Originally, the Yi family head had confidently believed all those people had been taken out by their Yi family. But the moment Yifeng came out, that daydream was instantly shattered. Then Li Songlong of the Li family, Chun Ziong of the Chun family, and Su Yang of the Su family all withdrew as well, leaving everyone stunned speechless. Now, among the core disciples of the 8 great families inside the secret realm, only the Yang family remained. Even Yang Patian had practically wanted to pop champagne. But right after that, a whole group of Yang family branch members withdrew in a miserable state, leaving his expression full of shock. After Yang Meng came out, he immediately cried out in grievance, "Granduncle, Yang Fei Chen defected." Every single one of us from the Yang family got beaten out by him. Hearing that, Yang Patian collapsed on the spot. Looking at the examinees' portraits on the screen, all of them had dimmed after withdrawing, leaving only 3 people still inside: Lin Ye, Lin Xi, and Yang Feichen. At this moment, all the family heads had learned from the withdrawn examinees what had happened inside, and every single one of them was stunned out of their minds. You're saying that more than 200 people from our families were beaten down by 2 mudlegs surnamed Lin. The heads of the 8 great families couldn't believe it, but no matter how many times they confirmed it, the truth remained the same. Meanwhile, clutching his head, Chen Ziong said, "Madman, that person is a madman. It's impossible to beat him, impossible to beat him." At this moment, Yang Patian didn't even know what kind of mood he should be feeling. His grandson would most likely last until the very end. In the second half of the martial exam, he did directly score full marks. But it turned out this kid won by playing traitor. From what these people said, his grandson was actually just a bootlicker. How could that be? Yang Chen was also dumbfounded, looking at the bright photos of Lin Xi and Lin Ye still hanging on the big screen. His confidence that Yang Feichen could take down Lin Xi had already started to waver. Time slowly passed. In the end, time was up, and the proctor slowly said, "The exam time is over. Please, the 3 candidates in the secret realm, crush your protective beads and leave. The exam time is over. Please, the 3 candidates in the secret realm, crush your protective beads and leave." As that voice fell inside the secret realm, Lin Ye, Lin Xi, and Yang Feichen slowly raised their heads. Yang Feichen looked at his exam card, and the 400 points on it suddenly soared, directly rising to 700 points. It was the best result any Cloud City martial exam candidate had ever achieved. But Lin Xi and Lin Ye's scores went straight from 450 points to 750 points, and that instantly erased the small pride in his heart. As expected, Big Brother and Big Sister were awesome. They went straight to full score. However, Lin Ye and Lin Xi were stunned for a moment, especially Lin Xi, who said, "We thought we'd just get sent out when time was up, so we actually have to crush the protective bead to leave?" Yang Feichen nodded. "So, Big Brother, Big Sister, when are we leaving?" Looking at Yang Feichen's innocent expression, Lin Ye and Lin Xi exchanged a glance, and the corners of their mouths curled slightly. "Want to have a round?" "Sure, but let us clear the audience first." Yang Feichen scratched his head. "What round? What audience?" "Big Brother, Big Sister, what are you talking about?" Lin Ye smiled faintly, then rushed forward at once. His speed so fast that Yang Feichen had no time to react at all. Yang Feichen wanted to resist, but Lin Ye's hands were extremely quick, moving over his back and pockets a few times before directly taking out his protective bead. "Little brother, wait outside for us a bit. We'll be out soon." "Wait." "No." After saying that, Lin Ye instantly crushed the protective bead, and Yang Feichen's figure disappeared from sight. At this point, only the 2 of them remained in the entire secret realm. Outside, everyone was waiting for the 3 people inside to come out, but the next moment, a beam of blinding light descended, and everyone could not help but hold their breath. Some family heads were furious, some clenched their fists, and some had complicated expressions. But when Yang Feichen's figure appeared before them, they all froze on the spot. I'm out." Seeing Yang Feichen like this, Yang Patian suppressed the anger in his heart and walked straight forward. "Feichen, what exactly did you do inside? Why did you eliminate your clansmen? They were all your fellow clansmen. I need you to give me an explanation." This was the first time Yang Feichen had seen his grandfather show this expression, and he felt a little guilty. But then Lin Ye's words echoed in his mind. "Don't let the family become a stumbling block on your path to becoming stronger." Big Brother wanted him to come out alone so he could face the pressure of the family by himself. So that was it. This was Big Brother's trial for him. He absolutely could not let Big Brother down. "Grandpa, I want to become stronger. The existence of the family has made my desire to become stronger no longer pure. I want to become stronger, challenge more experts, and stand at the peak of this world." You damn brat. What are you talking about?" Yang Patian was furious. He was so angry he even wanted to pry open his skull and see what was inside, but he couldn't bear to do it. After all, he had poured his heart and soul into raising him for more than 10 years. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Feichen, how did Grandpa teach you? The family is your root. All interests must come after the family. Don't you know that?" "Yes, Grandpa, I haven't forgotten. But you're old now. The way you look at things is too one-sided, so your eyes are only on this little patch of land in Cloud City. The family's trivial matters have made you lose your edge, and you've lost the determination to become stronger. I don't want to become the next you. My gaze is on the world." He said it. He finally said it. This was the first step of his resistance. Next, He would follow Big Brother and Big Sister's footsteps and stand directly at the peak of the world. You're pissing me off to death. Is this how I taught you? Starting today, go reflect on your mistakes in confinement. If you can't figure it out, then don't even think. But as Yang Patian's voice fell, the proctor immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Family head Yang, the martial exam is not over yet. During the martial exam, even if you are the family head, you cannot imprison a candidate for no reason. After all, when I came here, the rules stated that any candidate who reaches 700 points or above has the qualification to be directly recommended to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Say, 700 points. Yang Patian's breathing caught. Because he was so enraged by being defeated by his clansmen, he had actually forgotten that his current score was 700 points, which was the highest score in Cloud City's history. Now he did not know whether to cry or laugh. And right then, the proctor turned back and asked, "Child, why haven't the two candidates, Lin Ye and Lin Xi, come out? This is their test for me. They hope I can stand on my own." "Proctor, why does this kid look so stupid?" Finally, there are only the two of us left. After our closed-door cultivation, we still haven't had a proper fight. Have we? One each on. Lin Xi's eyes were full of fighting spirit, mainly because fighting those young masters from the aristocratic families was too boring. It was just a one-sided slaughter, and there was not even a bit of pressure. This secret realm was obviously the final battlefield, just for the two of them. Lin Ye leaps, he directly cut a blood stain into his palm, then smeared the blood onto his hair, looking like a bloodthirsty madman. "You've never beaten me every time. You still want to turn the tables this time? Shall she? I'll let you know that your big brother will always be your big brother." "Cut the crap." Lin Xi did not hesitate at all. Ice seal. Form of ice instantly unfolded, and a massive field of ice crystals covered an area of 100 meters in an instant. Ice spears shot toward Lin Ye as if they were free. Lin Ye quickly rushed in close, directly took out a few needles, and stabbed them into the blue veins on his left hand. Pain sharing activated, and Lin Xi's brows could not help but knit together. "Lin Ye, your self-harm methods really are all kinds of bizarre. You even found this kind of painful method. But eat this first." Frozen break. Countless ice crystals instantly shattered, forming countless tiny ice shards. Lin Ye was right in the center of the ice crystals, and Lin Xi looked at him indifferently, her eyes carrying a trace of cold madness. "As long as I freeze you here, you won't have any chance." "Brother, this round I win." Countless ice crystals instantly shot toward Lin Ye. At the same time, Lin Xi also gritted her teeth, preparing herself for the pain of being stabbed into a porcupine by thousands upon thousands of ice crystals. However, Lin Ye was indeed shot into a porcupine by her, but the pain did not come. Even the pain that had initially come from his left hand disappeared. Could she have knocked Lin Ye out? The next moment, Lin Ye moved. He forcibly shattered the ice crystals on his body, then said, "Shao Xi's attack really is strong. Dealing such heavy blows to your own biological brother. My heart is still a little hurt." Lin Ye's aura surged suddenly, and Lin Xi immediately retreated. But Lin Ye would not give her that chance. Blood frenzy cry. Lin Ye's overall stats received a massive boost, with treading the wind under his feet. He quickly caught up to Lin Xi, who was continuously retreating. Lin Xi immediately unfolded form of ice again. Ice spears, ice swords, and even ice shields, various bizarre weapons, surged toward Lin Ye from all directions. And Lin Ye directly grabbed an ice sword, then wielded it to block all of Lin Xi's attacks one by one. "Lin Ye, when did you learn martial arts? Damn it, watch my 4-meter giant ice blade." Lin Xi's blood burned madly, and the great sword in her hand grew bigger and bigger. Then she shouted, "Sky-splitting slash." As the enormous ice sword came crashing down, Lin Ye clenched his fists and shouted again, "Bone-shattering fist." Boom! The clash of fist and sword was like Mars smashing into Earth. The huge blood-red ice sword shattered in an instant, and Lin Xi was sent flying by that tremendous force. She rolled several times before finally stopping. Lin Ye's arms hung limp, but they began recovering rapidly. Then he walked over to Lin Xi's side. "How was it? Feel good?" "No, not good at all. You have a profound rank martial skill. That is unfair. Every time, you use Kwang Sweki to buff yourself. And this bone-shattering fist of yours is way too ridiculous. The person who created this martial skill clearly meant it to be a trump card for saving his life, but you've turned it into a basic attack." Lin Ye sat down beside her. "It's fine. Don't we have our little bro? When the time comes, we'll trick him a bit and have him bring us into places like the Yang family-esque scripture vault that only direct descendants can enter. Then when do we take off?" Lin, she slowly sat up. "Come to think of it, once we go out, we're gonna get jumped, right? Aren't we being way too flashy like this? How about we rest here for a while before going out?" "No need. Going out like this is fine. Xiaoxi, you can hold your head high now." "What? Before, we were at the bottom of Yin City. But now both of us scored 750 on the martial exam. And we're also free agents. Guess what is going to happen?" Lin, she scratched her head. "I don't really understand this stuff. I only know we've become even more eye-catching." "Dummy, this means we've got an umbrella now. At the very least, the proctor will remember our scores. The family behind the proctor is even bigger, and the value of the two of us is already beyond what a tiny place like Yin City can absorb. But doesn't that mean we'll get dragged into an even bigger whirlpool? Can you get out of it? The corners of Lin Ye's mouth rose. Old Lu said before that when the Yang family recruits ordinary people, they use the heart-devouring curse to ensure loyalty, right? Lin Xi nodded, and Lin Ye curled his lips slightly. Even though I don't know what level the force behind the proctor is, they probably use about the same kind of thing when recruiting talent. Tell me, would the heart-devouring curse work on the two of us? Lin Xi's eyes lit up at once when she heard that. You mean, when they cast the curse on us, we just dig out the heart. Then we grow a new one. That actually works. But what if it's not the heart-devouring curse? Then when soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we dam it. With a brother like you, my life really is thrilling. Lin Ye shrugged, directly pulled Lin Xi up from the ground, then took out his protective bead. All right, now we can go out. Okay. As the two crushed their protective beads, the last two people in this martial exam secret realm also vanished. When they reappeared in the plaza, everyone's eyes were fixed on them. The heads of the 8 great families were all so angry their fists clenched tight, especially the Chui family and the Sun family. Chui Hao and Sun Kai had both had the meridians in their arms severed, which would greatly affect their future development. So when Lin Ye and Lin Xi appeared, the two of them attacked directly. Brat, you finally came out. This was just sparring in the martial exam. Yet you struck with such cruelty that my grandson's arm meridians were completely severed. Crooked-hearted people like you should pay a painful price. 2 6th-rank martial artists attacked at the same time. Their speed was so fast that Lin Ye and Lin Xi couldn't react at all. But in the next moment, the black-robed proctor swiftly stepped in front of them, just as Lin Ye had predicted in the proctor's eyes. Yang Feichen with a score of 700 was already a priceless treasure. Then these two wild geniuses with 750 each were treasures among treasures. Then a deep, forceful voice rang out. During the martial exam, your two families really have some nerve. Do you really take this old man for decoration? With that, the black-robed proctor struck out with one palm for each of them, instantly blasting back the 2 family heads of Yin City. When the 2 old men crashed to the ground, their blood and chi churned violently. Then the black-robed proctor's voice slowly sounded again. These 2 are the champions of the martial exam. Perfect score champions. Rare existences even in the whole country. You dare kill champions right under my nose? You've really got the guts of a bear and a leopard. Seeing this, Lin Ye immediately tugged at Lin Xi, then cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, senior, for saving us. My sister and I grew up in the slums, alone and helpless, relying only on each other. Ever since we were old enough to remember things, we had to fight stray dogs for scraps. We never knew where our next meal would come from. Our lives were bitter. We finally managed to shine in the martial exam, but because we have no background, even after getting these results, the moment we come out we get targeted. We're too aggrieved. Today, I thought my sister and I were about to fall on the spot, but Senior's appearance was like the rising sun in the east. Such life-saving grace should be repaid with all one has. I, Lin Ye, have drifted through half my life without meeting a wise lord. If you do not disdain me, then Ye is willing to acknowledge you as my godfather and care for you in your old age until your final days." Proctor, although this kid sounded pretty sincere, why did it feel like the back of his neck was turning cold? The 8 heads of Yin City, they finally seemed to understand how this brat survived in the slums. His mouth was just too damn slick. Lin Xi, how had Lin Ye evolved again without her knowing? How did he come up with all that? Why didn't she have a brain like that? Yang Feichen, able to judge the situation and quick-witted, as expected of Big Brother. Too amazing. Humph. You little brat, you're taking advantage of this old man. Aren't you? I'm old enough to be your grandfather. The black-robed proctor snorted coldly, but right after that, he swept his gaze over the 8 great families and said, "Don't worry, kid. In less than one day, your results will spread wildly through all the martial academies. Then all the major schools will come fighting over you. They won dare." Then he patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. "All right, I need to go back and report to my superiors. Don't worry, kid. With my word here, none of these so-called families will dare touch you. Senior, I haven't read much, so don't lie to me. Is it really true? Of course it's true. Then if I slap those old guys across the face, they still can't make a move on me? And if I take a dump at their front gates, they just have to endure it too? Looks like I still can't do whatever I want." Sigh. Lin Ye let out a regretful sigh, and the black-robed proctor's beard practically flew up. "What are you disappointed about? Listen to the kind of questions you're asking. If I were them, forget 750 if you scored 1,000. This old man would still want to smack you to death. That's exactly why we're scared. What if after you leave, these old geezers decide to avenge their grandsons and kill us off through all kinds of accidents? Like tossing us into some bare mountain wilderness and having exotic beasts eat us. Then when you come back, hey, guess what? My sister and I would already be poop. We might even get eaten and digested a second time by some dog that eats shit. And then they just say we didn't know our place and insisted on going outside the city to hunt exotic beasts, so we died. What then? Or maybe they poison our food and then one little case of food poisoning and we're gone. And there'd be no proof it was them, right? The 8 great families of Yin City. No, wait, are you trying to guess every possible way you could be killed so that nobody can kill you anymore? And the black-robed proctor slowly let out a sigh. You brat, do you have persecution paranoia or something? My family is poor, we've got no background, and we're easy to control. To people like them, crushing us is as easy as crushing ants. Of course we're scared. Every day when I sleep, I wish I could keep one eye open and one eye shut. Why don't you just take me in as your godson? I guarantee I'll honor you. Your old man's grandchildren are older than you. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Then the black-robed proctor slowly looked toward the 8 major families of Yin City and said, among these 8 families, pick anyone you like and let them be your brother and sister-esque bodyguards. If anything happens to you, I don't care about anything else. The family that fails to protect you will be at fault, and I'll kill that family head. What do you think? Holy crap. All the family heads were so scared they straightened up at once. This was actually possible? After hearing that, Lin Ye happily gave a thumbs up. The family heads all felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Was this not the king of hell calling the roll, where whoever got called died? This was way too absurd. The 8 family heads of Yin City could be said to be the local emperors here, each one calling the shots. But the proctors all came from major families, and they especially valued the geniuses selected by the martial exam. So none of these family heads doubted his words. What a complete joke. They've been glorious their whole lives, yet now their lives were actually tied to a bumpkin of only 18 years old. Insane. Fucking insane. Lin Ye looked for a long time and still couldn't decide which one to choose. Then Yang Feichen immediately waved from the side. Big brother, big sister. Choose our Yang family. That way we can see each other every day. Yang Patian stared at him in shock. If this weren't his biological grandson, he would have already slapped this fool who was screwing over his own grandfather to death. This damn curse couldn't be gotten rid of even if you sent it away, and this bastard was actually volunteering for it. Was this really his grandson? Maybe he should secretly do a paternity test. Don't let them have been switched at birth. As for Yang Chun, standing nearby, he had already become completely transparent. Ever since Lin Ye and Lin Xi's results came out, he knew his plan for Yang Feichen to win over Lin Xi had gone down the drain. What made him even more annoyed was that, compared to Yang Feichen winning over Lin Xi, this scene looked more like Lin Ye and Lin Xi had won over Yang Feichen. Damn it. The way he kept calling them big brother and big sister was so affectionate, and his eyes were practically sparkling. The once-in-a-century number 1 genius of the Yang family. The future family head, the one everyone had pinned their hopes on, had finally become the little brother of 2 bumpkins. What a sin. Lin Xi leaned close to Lin Ye's ear and whispered, Lin Ye, at this point, I can only use awesome to describe you. As expected of my brother. Of course, your brother's brain is still top-notch. Before he could finish, the black-robed proctor's voice rang out again. Pick a family already. Why are you dragging this out? Senior, you don't get it. I'm thinking that if I pick just one of them, wouldn't that be a little unfair to that family? What else are you trying to do? I want to stay at each family for 1 week, then report to you every day to let you know I'm safe and tell you which family I'm at. If I ever lose contact, you can just go straight to that family. Beast. This fucking beast. Lin Ye's words completely shattered the last hope in the 8 family heads' hearts. Great. Now none of them are going to have it easy. There were still 3 months until school started. How were they supposed to endure these 3 months? Fine. Add contact info and let us settle it like this. Thank you, Senior. By the way, Senior, how should I address you from now on? Lu Jinga. Just call me Senior Lu. Understood, Senior Lu. Many thanks for your help, Senior. This junior is deeply grateful. Lin Ye bowed respectfully, but his eyes were full of satisfaction at having succeeded with his plan. Lin, she wasn't too good with words, but she also followed Lin Ye and cupped her hands toward Lu Jinj in a bow. Lu Jinj looked at the two of them, and a bit more satisfaction appeared in his eyes. All right, you two should make good use of the next 3 months. I'm leaving. With that, Lu Jinj turned around and flew off through the air, leaving everyone filled with wariness. This was the power of a 7th rank martial artist. Although 6th rank and 7th rank looked like they were only 1 rank apart, the gap was like heaven and earth. The difference between a 6th rank martial artist and a 7th rank martial artist was even greater than the gap between a 1st rank martial artist and a 6th rank one. Above 6th rank, every rank was a whole new world. Everyone in Yin City now had a completely new understanding of this expert, and a 7th rank martial artist could use spiritual power to fly in midair. For them, even transportation was slower than flying with their own body. After watching Lu Jinj leave, Lin Ye slowly turned around and said to Yang Feichen, "Little bro, I'm staying at your house for the next week." Yump, at the end, the hanging heart finally died. The Yang family estate was located in the most luxurious, wealthy district in Yin City's eastern area, with countless villa clusters standing there. Lin Ye and Lin Xi looked dazzled, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. "Big brother, big sister, let me lead the way for you," Yang Feichen said excitedly, instantly acting like a little tour guide. The sight made Yang Patian want to spit blood from anger. Great. They had invited 2 ancestors into the house, and they were brought back by his grandson. This was simply outrageous. Fei-chen, go back with your third uncle first. I'll personally take the two guests to their room. Yang Patian said, suppressing his anger. Yang Fei-chen froze, looking a little hesitant. He really didn't want to be separated from big brother and big sister. And Lin Ye patted him on the shoulder. Go on, little bro. It's fine. Right now, I'm a guest. Okay, big brother, big sister. Call me if you need anything. With that, Yang Fei-chen reluctantly left with his third uncle, watching his grandson act like a little follower in front of Lin Ye. Yang Patian clenched his fists so hard they trembled. But Lu Jin's strength made him wary. How could he not know how valuable a martial exam perfect score, plus someone with full freedom, really was? He understood that very well. You really do have some means. I've carefully nurtured my grandson for more than 10 years. And you actually talked him into becoming like this all by yourself. Feeling pretty pleased with yourself? Huh? Lin Ye similait faintly. Not all. We just want to survive. Speaking of which, family head Yang, please prepare a room for my sister and me. Oh, and our meals for the next week as well, please. Yang Patian's beard was trembling with anger. Then he snorted coldly and directly tossed him a key, pointing casually. There's an empty villa over there. No one lives in it. You two stay there. Many thanks, family head Yang. Lin Ye took the key and immediately pulled Lin Xi toward the small villa. Not bad. The villa was quiet and peaceful, and although it wasn't eye-catching in this villa district, he was still quite satisfied. Keeping a low profile wasn't a bad thing. After he brought Lin Xi into the villa, Lin Xi finally could speak, but she still kept her voice low. Lin Ye, what exactly are you doing? I really don't understand why you came into this wolf's den. Also, if you're going to pick one of the 8 families, wouldn't that'd have been enough? Why are you staying in each place for 1 week? What are you planning? Listening to Lin Xi's question, Lin Ye lightly lifted his hand and flicked her forehead hard. Ow, that hurts. Why did you flick me? Lin Xi said unhappily, clutching her forehead. Lin Ye replied, use your brain and think. After we go to college, we probably won't ever come back to Yun City in this lifetime. So shouldn't we pack up the most valuable things in Yun City and take them with us? Lin Xi scratched her head and thought for a moment. You're trying to steal the 8 families' vaults? Lin Ye slapped his own forehead. Forget it. In the future, you only need to use your hands. Not those pitiful little brains of yours. Just quietly be a pretty idiot. Hey, you nasty brother, you're calling me stupid again. Lin, she went straight up to him. Her legs instantly wrapped around Lin Ye's neck in a scissor lock, and she forcefully slammed him to the ground. Then she opened her mouth and bit down hard on his arm. Lin Ye lay on the floor without moving, letting the girl vent however she wanted. After quite a while, when she had finally had enough, Lin Ye slowly spoke. Feeling better? No. You call me stupid. Lin Ye slowly got up, then clenched his fist again and repeatedly knocked it against Lin Xi's head. I called you stupid, and you still want to admit it. You even forgot our biggest advantage. From now on, just empty your brain and do whatever I tell you to do. Lin Xi pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. But his words reminded her of something. The displeasure on her face gradually turned into disbelief. Lin Ye, you're not thinking of. She looked around, then quietly leaned close to Lin Ye's ear and whispered, you want to get into the scripture pavilion of the 8 great families, right? Hearing that, Lin Ye was so moved that he immediately rubbed Lin Xi's head in satisfaction, like he was petting a cat or a dog, his face full of emotion. You've grown up. You've really grown up. My silly little sister's brain finally knows how to turn corners. You wanna di. Lin Xi was so angry, she punched Lin Ye in the chest on the spot. But then she thought of something else. But we can't get in, can we? Did you forget the little bro we just took in? We could just have him arrange it. At this moment, Yang Fei-chen looked at his third uncle, feeling a little uneasy. Although his results this time were very good, he also understood one thing. He had failed the task his third uncle gave him. Yang Chen took a deep breath and slowly said, Big nephew, what did I tell you before? Take down Lin Xi, take down Lin Xi. How did you not listen at all? Fine, whatever, not only did you fail to take her down, you even ended up becoming the 2 of their little bro. You are the proud son of heaven of the Yang family. How did you fall this far? Third uncle, Big Sis, is very strong. There was no way I could take her down. I finally understand why you said to make a move when she was in danger, because in a normal situation, I can't beat Big Sis at all. Listening to him, calling her Big Sis over and over, Yang Chun was so mad his liver hurt. Who told you to fight her? Use your charm to win her over. You're the future head of the Yang family. You got money, right? Looks right. Talent too, right? How are you this single-minded? Young Fei-chen? Third uncle, now I really don't understand. What do those things have to do with force? Why is force the first thing you thought of? Wasn't it you who told me to take her down? Looking at Yang Fei-chen's clear and innocent eyes, the anger in Yang Chun's heart suddenly froze. He seemed to realize a very bizarre problem and slowly asked, Big nephew, let me ask you something. When I said take her down, what did you think that meant? Was it you telling me to defeat Big Sis? If I'm going to defeat Big Sis, then I should do it fair and square. But the gap between me and her is far too great, so I need to become stronger, even stronger. Big Bro and Big Sis are the goals you set up to motivate me, right, third uncle? I understand everything. You want me not to be arrogant, not to be complacent. There's always someone stronger, always a higher heaven. I will never become a frog at the bottom of a well. The moment Yang Chen heard that, he completely lost it. He collapsed to the ground and started coughing up blood, shocking Yang Feichen so badly he jumped. Third uncle. Don't fall. Don't cough blood. What's wrong with you? Wait here, I'll go get Grandpa. Grandpa. Third uncle is coughing blood. Where are you? Listening to Yang Feichen's running footsteps as he rushed out, Yang Chen now wanted to find a block of tofu and smash himself to death with it. Since when had a Yang family disciple ever worried about picking up girls? Handling a few poor girls should have been easy as turning one's hand over. And yet, in this filthy big dye vat, a damn lotus that rose unstained from the mud had somehow bloomed. It was ridiculous. Very soon, Yang Patian was brought over by Yang Feichen. Yang Patian looked at Yang Chen, his expression also a little unnatural. Third brother, get up. Dad, you Feichen, go out. I need to talk to your grandpa. Oh, after Yang Feichen left, Yang Chen immediately got up and said, no, Dad, is Yang Feichen sick in the head or something? He seems completely uninterested in women. His brain is full of nothing but fighting. Hearing that, Yang Patian looked awkward. Yang Chen immediately guessed something. Dad, how exactly did you raise him all these years? Yang Patian covered his old face and said embarrassedly, when there is no woman in the heart. The sword is drawn naturally and the spirit is godlike. Yang Chen's head buzzed, and with a stiff thud, he dropped straight to the ground. Big bro, big sis. I came to see you. Lin Ye and Lin Xi had just finished eating the dinner the Yang family had sent over when Yang Feichen came running over impatiently. Seeing the look of delight all over his face, Lin Ye somehow got the impression of a little puppy. Didn't you leave with your third uncle? Third uncle coughed up blood. No idea why, but Grandpa went over, so shouldn't he be anything serious? All right, big bro, big sis. Can't you just stay with our Yang family the whole time? If you go to someone else's place, you won't know anyone there. And you definitely won't be used to it. I'm fine with that, but your grandpa probably wouldn't be. Still, since I'm staying here for 7 days, I won't be staying for nothing. Does your Yang family have a scripture pavilion? We do, but only direct descendants can enter. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth curled up. I want to go in and take a look. I can analyze your martial techniques that way, and only then can I better guide you in becoming stronger. Okay, big bro, big sis, come with me. Yang Feichen held an extremely important position in the Yang family. Although his cultivation was only at the late stage of first rank, even some older elders didn't dare look down on him, because he was the future of the entire Yang family. After Yang Feichen brought Lin Ye and Lin Xi here, Lin Ye finally had a chance to look around carefully. Even the Yang family's scripture pavilion had already sorted its martial techniques and cultivation methods by grade and even by function. But even if this place was called a scripture pavilion, there were only a few dozen books here at most, fewer even than in the remnant volume tower. Still, these were all complete martial techniques and cultivation methods, unlike the half-baked ones in the remnant volume tower. If any one of them were thrown outside, they would all be treasures fought over until blood flowed. Of those few dozen books, most were yellow rank cultivation methods and martial techniques. Lin Ye and Lin Xi glanced through them and found that at present, there were no martial techniques here that could improve their strength. As they continued inward, Yang Feichen finally brought Lin Ye and Lin Xi into a small room that only direct descendants were allowed to enter. The martial techniques and cultivation methods inside were pitifully few, only about 10 in total, and every single one of them was Xian rank. There were 2 mid-level Xian rank ones, 1 cultivation method and 1 martial technique. Yang Feichen had already been taught both of them. The only pity was that the Xian rank cultivation methods here were all related to the earth attribute, which didn't really match the fighting styles of the 2 siblings. Yang Feichen took out the 2 martial techniques he cultivated, then stepped out and said, big bro, big sis, these are the ones I practice. What do you think? Lin Xi flipped through a few pages without saying anything and instead looked at Lin Ye. At this moment, Lin Ye had switched back into bluffing mode. He directly tossed the 2 martial technique manuals back. These are the strongest martial techniques in your family? Big bro, is there a problem? The problem is very serious. Your martial techniques consume too much spiritual energy, and 1,000 Sand Shattered Rock Cannon takes too long to charge. While Shattered Rock Army Breaking Fist places too great a burden on the physical body and also has certain flaws. If your enemy is faster than you and physically stronger than you, then your methods of attack become completely useless. Then how am I supposed to overcome that? Lin Ye casually flipped through some of the other martial skills, then said, these martial skills can't change your current situation. Does your Yang family have a remnant scroll tower? Somewhere like a place that collects incomplete martial skills? We do have one, and every year, our family goes to various auctions to buy these incomplete martial skills that look really impressive. We even have staff dedicated to restoring martial skills. But restoring them is extremely difficult. In a whole year, they still can't restore anything particularly good. Big brother, what do you want to do there? The corners of Lin Ye's lips rose slightly. I know a bit about restoring martial skills. The stuff in your family's collection can't help you. I'll go look through the remnant scrolls and see if I can find something to help you. Okay, big brother, big sister, come with me. After that, under the full escort of the Yang family's future head, the 2 of them finally arrived at the Yang family's remnant scroll tower. Though to the Yang family, This was basically a remnant scroll restoration center, and the stock here was far greater than the scripture pavilion from before. That place only had a few dozen books. This place had hundreds, and compared to the quality of those remnant scroll towers and schools, the difference was like heaven and earth. Just grabbing one at random, it would be a high yellow rank martial skill. It was enough to make one's eyes light up, and the corners of Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Feichin, for the next few days, we might be staying here the whole time. To find a way to make you stronger, we need something that lets us enter this place freely. Is that okay? Big brother, you should be said so earlier. Yang Feichin directly handed one of his badges to Lin Ye. With this, you'll have a clear path the whole way. Big brother, about how long will it take before you have any news? We'll see. I still need to analyze whether any of these remnant scrolls can help you. Once we find something, we'll notify you immediately. Okay, thank you, big brother. But Grandpa didn't arrange any training for me today, so I'll help you organize things here today. All right. Lin Ye and Lin Xi were both almost unable to suppress the joy in their hearts. Compared to the scripture pavilion, they much preferred digging through this junk for hidden gold. This little bro really was a lucky star for the two siblings. Meanwhile, in another villa within the Yang family villa district, the entire atmosphere in the room was nothing but oppressive. A month had passed. Yang Yaotian had gone from initial fury to numbness. A full month had passed. 1 month ago, his son died. His daughter sent a message saying her younger brother's death was related to her, then ran off. He had sent people to capture his daughter and bring her back. After that, people from the Sun family had come over too. They brought 2 ordinary people with them. The woman was quite pretty, while the man had all 4 limbs broken. They said those 2 were the murderers responsible for Yang Yuntao's death. But in the end, Yang Yaotian, in his rage, directly got into a fight with Sun Shaotian and broke his arm. My own cursed daughter said my son died because of her, and you bring me these 2 people to fool me? Sun Shaotian felt like he had swallowed shit. He could only endure that silent loss. But Yang Yaotian couldn't swallow this rage, because the people he sent out reported that all the airports, stations, and even the highways in Yun City had been investigated, including surveillance footage from those few days. There was no trace of Yang Li leaving Yun City anywhere, and Yang Li's last appearance on camera had even been in Yun City's East District. That made him even angrier. That dead girl had actually played right under the lamp with him. So he sent out quite a few people and began a large-scale search through all the areas in Yun City's East District not covered by surveillance. But after searching for a full month, they found nothing. Chen Xiaomei's eyes were hollow. Right now, all she wanted was to find Yang Li and ask her for the truth. But for this entire month, all they had gotten was one fruitless report after another. Suddenly, someone ran over in a panic. His face was full of terror, and his body wound stopped trembling. Master Yang, found her. We found Miss Yang Li, found her. Where? Speak. Chen Xiaomei was the first to stand up and ask. After learning there was news of her daughter, she practically sprang up from the sofa. I in the slums of Yun City's East District. Good. That cursed girl, just to avoid responsibility, actually hid in the slums. Bring her back to me. I'm going to break her legs. Yang Yaotian said furiously. But that guard, his body shaking, said to Master Yang, you need to see this in person. Oh, she has really got some nerve. Fine. I want to see what kind of trick that cursed girl is playing. Xiaomei, let us go. With that, the 2 of them hurried all the way to the slums in Yun City's East District. Along the way, the filthy and backward atmosphere of the slums made their expressions full of disgust. It was hard to imagine that Yang Li had actually hidden in a place like this for a whole month. In the end, when that servant brought them to the edge of a field of ruins, Yang Yaotian said, where's that dead girl? Why haven't I seen her yet? That servant tremblingly pointed in one direction, then suddenly dropped to his knees. Not just him. All the Yang family servants around them also knelt down. Yang Yaotian followed the direction of his finger and saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. A female corpse lay in the ruins. Wearing his daughter's clothes, her body almost completely destroyed. The moment Chen Xiaomei saw that scene, she fainted on the spot. Yang Yaotian stared wide-eyed at it, forcing himself to accept that cruel reality. His daughter, Yang Li, was dead. Lily, my Lily, who did this? Who the hell did this? After waking up and learning that devastating news, Chen Xiaomei's fury completely broke through her mental defenses. The Yang family servants felt the pressure of this 4th-rank martial artist and trembled in fear. Chen Xiaomei immediately turned toward the servant who had brought them there and shouted, how exactly did you find her? Speak. And madam, and my talent is E-rank beast taming. But beast taming can only train things like cats and dogs. When we locked onto the slum area, I tamed some stray dogs and had them help search, and then he stopped talking and only lowered his head deeply. Yang Yaotian clenched his fists and shouted angrily, was the body examined? What was the cause of death? And not yet. Examine it. Find a forensic doctor and have her autopsied. The moment Chen Xiaomei heard that, she immediately stood up and said furiously, Yang Yaotian, Lily is already dead, and you can still say something like that? She died so horribly, and you still want a forensic doctor to dissect her. Chen Xiaomei was beyond furious. But Yang Yaotian shouted, what else can I do? I may not have cared about her as much as Yin Tao, but she was still my daughter. Her death wasn't an accident. It was murder. In just 1 month, both my son and daughter died. I want to kill that murderer even more than you do. I have to know how she died. I can't let my daughter suffer a second violation. Do you want the murderer who killed our daughter to walk free? Hearing that, Chun Xiangmei collapsed to the ground, tears streaming nonstop. Yang Yaotian seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He waved his hand. Take her and let the forensic doctor perform the autopsy. Yes, the Yang family servants were so frightened that they immediately took the corpse away. 3 hours later, the forensic report was complete, and the cause of death was actually frozen to death. My daughter was actually frozen to death. Igadiagajis. After getting that result, Yang Yaotian immediately said, Search for me. I want to know everyone in all of Yun City whose awakened talent is related to ice. I'm going to investigate. I will make that person pay in blood. Suddenly, Chun Xiangmei seemed to think of something. The fury in her eyes became even more uncontrollable. Yaotian, the ultra-low temperature liquor inside Yin Tao's body. Hearing this, Yang Yaotian felt his head explode with a boom. Ultra-low temperature. Logically speaking, even strong liquor couldn't possibly freeze someone to that level unless the person had an ice element talent. I never would have thought it. Never would have thought that both my son and daughter were killed by those two bastards. Those old scheming dogs from the Sun family even wanted to find 2 scapegoats. Yaotian, then what we do next? Search. Start with the 8 great families of Yun City and investigate bit by bit. An ice element talent isn't hard to find. All right. And right at that moment, the coroner slowly spoke again. Master Yang, perhaps I can provide one more piece of information. Speak. Because Miss Yang Li was a 3rd-grade martial artist, the degree of decomposition of her corpse wasn't too severe. And I found one rather unusual detail. Speak. There were some traces of blood-red bloody water left on her body. I specifically compared it, and it was not Miss Yang Li's blood. It was the killer's blood? The coroner shook his head. This is not blood at all. The hell, are you messing with me? Just as Yang Yaotian was about to throw him out in rage, the coroner continued. This thing that looks like bloody water is most likely ice. You're saying ice? That's right. The killer's talent is the use of blood-red ice. And among the limited knowledge I possess, there is only one such talent. A-rank talent. Blood-colored extreme frost. After hearing the name of that talent, Yang Yaotian's gaze turned sharp. Blood-colored extreme frost. He, a short-lived talent, actually harmed my 2 children. Search. Now we have a target. Find everyone in Yun City who awakened the blood-colored extreme frost talent. I will drag out this murderer. I will use the killer's blood to honor the spirits of my son and daughter in heaven. While Yang Yaotian was searching everywhere for the real culprit, Lin Ye and Lin Xi were currently going crazy digging for gold in a pile of crap. Although they hadn't found any suitable cultivation methods, the martial skills could be described as all kinds and varieties. Profound rank, low grade, ice barrier. Profound rank, mid-grade, ice judgment. Yellow rank, high grade, frost slash. Yellow rank, high grade, ice dust fist. Yellow rank, high grade, shattering ice strike. Lin Xi had scavenged a whole pile of ice-type martial skills, and she was so happy that she was grinning from ear to ear. On the surface, she was flipping through damaged scrolls and trying to repair martial skill fragments. But in secret, she had already started practicing them. And what made Lin Xi even happier was that she had finally obtained profound rank martial skills. After all, hadn't Lin Ye always suppressed her just by relying on one profound rank martial skill? But this time, she had gotten 2 in one go. And one of them was even a profound rank mid-grade martial skill. So didn't that mean she could suppress Lin Ye instead? How many years had it been? Every single fight, she had always lost. But now, the peasant was finally turning over to become the master for once. And then she could proudly hold her head high in front of Lin Ye. Just thinking about the next spar, when she could beat Lin Ye until he knelt on the ground begging for mercy, made her feel excited inside. Why are you smiling so happily? Found something good? Lin Ye's voice rang out, scaring her so much that she hurriedly shook her head. No. I found 3 yellow rank martial skills, but they suit me pretty well. Oh, I see. Lin Xi looked a little nervous, then asked in return, what good stuff did you find? Lin Ye shrugged. Yellow rank high grade, martial skill, echo positioning. Huh? What kind of martial skill is that? It doesn't match your talent at all, does it? It really doesn't but it's very useful. At the very least, when visibility is low or the terrain is complicated, this yellow rank martial skill is basically a divine skill. Want to try it? Sure. Thanks, big brother. Looking at Lin Xi's sweet smile, Lin Ye was already letting out an evil laugh inside. Profound rank low-grade bloodblade, flying claw. Profound rank mid-grade 7-kill formula. Profound rank low-grade tyrant collapse. These 3 profound rank martial skills meant that this trip had definitely not been in vain for him. On top of that, he had also gotten the utility martial skill echo positioning. This time, he felt completely loaded with gains. But there was no fun in saying it out loud. Next time they sparred, he would just drop something huge on this silly little sister and let her know why flowers were so red. Still, as the big brother, he was also prepared to teach young Feichin some real stuff. Little bro, I repaired 2 martial skills. The ones you learn are especially suitable. Hearing this, Yang Feichen immediately came running over from the distance. Big brother, you repaired 2 fragments that fast? You should know that even scholars who specialize in martial skill restoration need a long time to successfully repair them. Lin Ye slowly said, I repaired 2 martial skills here, and they suit you extremely well. Even though they're both yellow rank high grade, for you, they LL definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Yellow rank high grade, turtle breath technique. Even though it's a yellow rank martial skill, its effect is to completely conceal your aura. Unless someone's cultivation is much higher than yours, it'll be hard for them to detect your presence. And also, yellow rank high grade echo positioning. Practice them well. They LL absolutely give you unexpected results. Truthfully, when Lin Ye gave Yang Feichen those 2 yellow rank martial skills, Yang Feichen was actually pretty confused. After all, his energy was limited, and most of what his grandfather had given him was profound rank stuff. As for yellow rank things, his grandfather had said that practicing them would only waste precious time. But Big Brother's judgment couldn't be wrong. He believed in Big Brother. Okay, thank you, Big Brother. I'll work hard. I'll do my best to become as strong as you. Oh, those sparkling eyes. Even Lin Ye found it hard to look directly at that shining, worshipful gaze. This silly kid was way too easy to fool. Fooling him this much was making Lin Ye feel a little guilty. But then he thought of the 3 profound rank martial skills he had gotten, and that little bit of guilt instantly vanished. Fool him. Fool the hell out of him. After all, fooling this silly kid really did make gold coins explode. Dad, you. What am I even supposed to say to you? It's exactly because of your so-called genius training, where you only had him train his body and cultivate nonstop, that my big nephew turned out like this. Other than fighting and cultivating, he knows nothing. Isn't this what happens when you don't teach martial learning properly and make someone stupid? After Yang Chen learned that his old man had taught Yang Feichen nothing except cultivation, he got so angry he nearly exploded. A perfectly good genius had been raised useless by his father, just like that. Bullshit. Now you're lecturing me? Since when does practicing martial arts make someone stupid? The reason the Yang family has been suppressed by the Wang family these past few years is because there are too many wastrel young masters in the clan. Their energy and time are all wasted on women. Wouldn't it be better to use that energy for cultivation? If I hadn't been too indulgent in my youth and delayed my best cultivation years, why would I still be stuck at the level of a 6th grade martial artist, unable to break through for so long? I've even heard that among the Yang family's vassals, some of them are stronger than the Yang family's own descendants. And aside from the few who receive focused training, those other vassals only use yellow rank mid-grade martial skills and cultivation methods. Even so, they still surpassed us. So how could I possibly let my genius eldest grandson lose to a woman's belly? He is the Yang family's genius. No one is allowed to interfere with his cultivation. Yang Patian said this with a stubborn expression, so angry that Yang Chun wanted to slap him on the spot. But after thinking about it, this was his father, his biological father, so he pulled his hand back. But Dad, even so, you can't raise him into this. PLL gets scammed so easily out in society. My grandson is the Yang family's genius. Who would dare scam him? Lin Ye, your grandson is practically being fooled into becoming Lin Ye's little lackey already. He is calling him big brother and big sister every other sentence. That close. Affectionate look on his face makes me want to die just watching it. Yang Patian's imposing aura suddenly dropped, and Yang Chen continued. If you hadn't failed to teach big nephew in that area, he wouldn't have interpreted the instructions I gave him as fighting. Dad, aren't you going to reflect on yourself? Fine, I was wrong. It's all my fault, all right? 3rd brother, what are you trying to do, rebel? Pointing at my nose and lecturing me? You've really grown bold, huh? Your skin itching for a beating? If you got the guts, let us spar. Let me see how many punches of mine you can take. Yang Patian slammed a palm onto his marble table in rage. The marble table instantly shattered into pieces, scaring Yang Chun so badly that all his courage vanished on the spot. Damn it, this old man. Whenever he is in the wrong, he solves it with force. It's a miracle my big nephew turned out this well after staying by his side for more than 10 years. If I'd known, I never would have agreed to let this old man take full charge of the kid's cultivation back then. Regret, total regret. But speaking of it, those 2 were pretty quiet today. I thought they picked our Yang family because they were planning to stir up trouble. Yang Chun immediately changed the subject, afraid that if the old man got worked up, one palm would turn him into minced meat. Yang Patian froze for a moment. Now that you mention it, it's true. Those 2 little ancestors really didn't make any trouble. After that, Yang Patian directly called over a guard and had him report the 2 people's movements for the day. The guard came back in less than half an hour, and the first thing he said after returning was, Young Master brought those 2 to the scripture pavilion, but they came out very quickly. After that, they went to the Fragment Restoration Center and are now looking through those fragmentary and orphan texts. It looks like they're cultivating. Holy shit. The moment he heard this news, Yang Patian was so shocked he slid right off his stool. The head of the Yang family, one of the 8 great families of Yun City, had now been frightened so badly that he lost every bit of an expert's bearing. It was Yang Chun's first time seeing that expression on his old man's face, and he immediately ran after him. Dad, why are you running so fast? Isn't the Fragment Restoration Center just a place for all kinds of trash martial arts manuals? Or is there some unspeakable secret inside? Secret my ass. Use your brain, would you? Where the hell would any secret come from in there? I just know that if I don't stop this brat, and he ends up cultivating some half-baked martial art, suffers chi deviation, and dies on the spot, this old man's head one T be staying on his neck. If he has to die, let him die somewhere else. Just don't let him die in the Yang family. Holy shit. Only then did Yang Chun realize what was going on. He immediately rushed toward the Fragment Restoration Center with all his strength. The Yang family couldn't afford to lose the old man. If the old man really got killed over this, then without the family's pillar, the Yang family would definitely be carved up by the other 7 families in an instant, leaving not even chickens or dogs alive. Realizing how serious the situation was, Yang Chun ran as if his life depended on it. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. The one who had come was Yang Yaotian, who had suffered the pain of losing both a son and a daughter. Yang Patian took one look at the kid and, without a word, leaped right over his head, not caring in the slightest about how he felt at that moment. When Yang Chan was about to rush past as well, Yang Yaotian immediately grabbed his arm. Brother, third brother, you have to help me. Yang Chan was already irritated by his cousin, especially since he was in a hurry too. But when he thought about how the man had lost his son last month and his daughter had run away, Yang Chan forced himself to calm down and ease his tone. Yaotian, what is it? You are the principal of number 1 high school. You can definitely find the awakening talent records from these past few years, right? That I can. But what do you want to do? Yang Yaotian said viciously, I want to find someone with a blood-cold extreme talent. Most likely a woman. Third brother, you're the only one who can help me now. The moment he heard that, Yang Chun immediately thought of Lin Xi, but he quickly suppressed the thought and asked in return, why are you looking for an awakener with that short-lived talent? The moment this came up, Yang Yaotian's face filled with rage. My daughter has been found. She was frozen to death, and the ice that killed her just happened to be blood-cold extreme, combined with my son's absurd cause of death. That awakener must be the murderer. Third brother, I've never begged anyone in my life, but now I'm begging you. Hearing this, Yang Chun's scalp started to tingle. Wasn't Lin Xi the only one with a blood-cold extreme talent? No way. He still felt it was a little hard to believe. After all, Yang Li was a third-rank martial artist. How could she possibly have been killed by a first-rank? But once he thought of the performance of those 2 heaven-defying monsters during the martial exam, he fell silent. Those 2 had directly defeated nearly 300 people of the same age and same rank. It really was possible, however slim, for them to defeat Yang Li. But how could Yang Yuntao's death possibly have anything to do with the 2 of them? Come to think of it, I've been busy with the martial exam lately and forgot to ask you. Didn't your son die from shock? How does that have anything to do with her? If she hadn't seduced my son, how would my son have thrown away a fortune just to win her smile, only to die miserably in a hotel? Everything was because that bitch with blood-cold extreme seduced him. It's all her fault. Hearing that, Yang Chun's pupil shrank. Why would Yang Yuntao hit on Lin Xi? The 2 of them had absolutely no connection at all. But very soon he reacted. He had once told Yang Li that he planned to have Yang Feichen and Lin Xi get together so their descendants would be even stronger. Holy shit, it all connects. It all connects now. So that's what happened. So Yang Li wanted to arrange for her little brother to cut in and pursue Lin Xi, to produce even stronger descendants. But instead she got her own little brother killed. No wonder she said Yang Yuntao's death had something to do with her. So that was what she meant. After figuring all that out, Yang Chun immediately realized something else. No, I can't let this madman Yang Yaotian find out about Lin Xi. If this lunatic kills those siblings in the Yang family, then my old man's head really is going to roll. I have to hide it. No matter what, I have to hide it. Third brother, I'm begging you. Looking at Yang Yaotian's bloodshot eyes and bulging muscles, Yang Chun immediately said, 7 days. Give me 7 days. I'll investigate everyone who has awakened in the past 20 years. 7 days? That is too long. Third brother, too long. I'm only the principal of the Yang family school, not the principal of every school. There are 8 families in all of Yin City. Don't I need time to investigate the awakeners of the other 7 families too? If you want the truth, then wait properly for me. Or can't you even wait 7 days? Although Yang Chun's words did not satisfy Yang Yaotian, he still clenched his fists. In the end, he slowly loosened them and said, all right, I understand. I'm counting on you, third brother. Yang Chun patted him on the shoulder. My condolences. Something like this. It pains me too. I'll do my best to help you. Right now, what you should do is rest and build up your strength, so you can avenge them when the time comes. After sending Yang Yaotian away, Yang Chun's expression began to twist. It was just Yang Li trying to poach someone's target. There was also the terrifying potential of Lin Ye and Lin Xi. It would have been one thing if 2 first-rank martial artists had joined forces to scheme against and kill Yang Yuntao, who was only at the early 2nd rank. But they had even managed to kill Yang Li. That was an absolutely terrifying battle record. Yang Li was strong. Even among this generation of the Yang family's branch line, she could rank in the top 10. Was the blood-cold extreme talent really that terrifying? It could actually kill enemies across 2 major realms. No, that's not right. During the martial exam, those students had said Lin Ye was strong too. But he still couldn't understand what was so strong about the pain-sharing talent. If everyone hurt together, then in the end, wouldn't it just come down to who had more people on their side? And if you hurt, he hurts too. So how much strength could he even bring out? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, but he still kept his guard up. His old man was a brute, and he raised his big nephew into a brute too. Neither of them had grown any brains at all. The eldest was in seclusion. The second had gone traveling afar. In the entire family, he was the only strategist left. Hard. This was just too hard. But he understood one thing. Lin Ye and Lin Xi had to die. But they could not die in the Yang family, and they definitely could not die at the hands of the Yang family. A gloomy glint flashed through Yang Chun's eyes as he began plotting a plan. Meanwhile, Yang Patian rushed to the Fragment Restoration Center in a fiery panic and kicked the door open. Give you 3 seconds. You 2 old ancestors get out of here, or else I'll throw you out myself. Yang Patian's voice grew weaker and weaker, and in the end, even his expression turned strange. At this moment, his eldest grandson was lying on the ground like a cerebral palsy patient, with a turtle shell on his back, crawling around slowly. After seeing Yang Patian burst through the door, Yang Feichen immediately said, "Grandpa, you're here. Come look at the new martial technique I've been practicing. Big brother picked it for me. It's called tortoise breath art. I feel like I'm almost entering a turtle's breath-holding state now." As he spoke, he started crawling around again. After seeing this, Yang Patian was so angry his heart was thumping wildly. He felt like this stupid grandson was about to give him a heart attack. "Yang Feichen, you brat, take off that turtle shell, then stand properly for me." As Yang Patian's roar rang out, Yang Feichen was instantly startled, but he still didn't move. Instead, he looked toward Lin Ye beside him. "Big brother, if I stand up all of a sudden, will it affect my training progress?" "No, just get up. You can practice it well if you have the time." Lin Ye turned his body, forcing himself not to laugh out loud. Seeing this, Yang Patian was so angry he wanted to slap him to death on the spot. But thinking of his own life and that 7th-rank martial artist, the fist he had clenched finally loosened. He endured it. At the same time, seeing Yang Feichen being fooled like an idiot, he had already started doubting his own teaching methods. And Lin Ye slowly said, "Patriarch Yang, you suddenly rushed in here and disturbed your eldest grandson's training. If your grandson goes chi deviation from your scare, can you afford the responsibility? You're talking crap. If you had stayed in the scripture pavilion like a good boy and not come to the Fragment Repair Center, even if you went chi deviation and died, that is your own problem. Don't drag my grandson into it. If you want to die, go die somewhere else. Don't mess up my Yang family. Cool me. Yang Feichen, from now on I'm going to teach you how to tell right from wrong." With that, Yang Patian directly grabbed Yang Feichen's hand and was about to take him away, but Yang Feichen immediately said, "Grandpa, of course I know right from wrong. I just need to listen to Big Brother. Whatever Big Brother says is right." "HM?" Lin Xi glanced over and looked at Yang Feichen. Yang Feichen immediately changed his words. "And Big Sister too. What Big Sister says is also right." Yang Patian's hands were twitching with anger. There were only 2 rank 1 martial artists. Yet you were the prodigy of a Yang family. But they managed to take down nearly 300 opponents of the same stage and scored 750 points on the martial exam. "Grandpa, can you do that?" Yang Patian, this grandson, how did he become more and more abstract after taking the martial exam? "Anyway, I said it already. You're not allowed to enter this place anymore. Also, Yang Feichen, stop learning whatever martial technique this guy gave you. You'd be better off learning more of the martial techniques I gave you. Improve your strength." After hearing this, Yang Feichen immediately retorted, "Grandpa, may I ask why?" "First, I'm your grandpa. Second, I'm a 6th-rank martial artist, more authoritative than this mere rank 1 martial artist. P.S. wasting your cultivation time and wasting your own talent. P.S. making the gap between you grow bigger and bigger." "Really? But Grandpa, your upper limit is only a 6th-rank martial artist. 6th rank is your limit, but not mine. I've already decided. I want to give up." As he spoke, Yang Feichen directly ignored Yang Patian's words and continued lying on the ground, cosplaying a little turtle, practicing tortoise breath art as he crawled around. At the same time, he even asked Lin Ye, "Big brother, am I making some progress by practicing like this?" "Lin Ye, shouldn't you first look at your grandpa's face? This kid really is a pure martial general. Anything unrelated to martial generals is completely beyond him." Lin Ye even worried whether that old fellow Yang Patian would get too excited and slap him into mincemeat. And seeing this scene, Yang Patian almost went over on the spot. His blood pressure, blood sugar, and blood lipids shot straight up. "Yang Feichen, I'm your grandpa. Did you listen to this kid and not me? What level of martial technique did he teach you that you want to even listen to me anymore?" "Yellow rank high grade." "Yellow." Yang Patian only felt his brain go boom and explode. "You 3, get the hell out." The instant those words fell, a massive force forcibly threw Lin Ye and Lin Xi out. The 2 of them were practically flown out of the Fragment Repair Center. The strength of a 6th-rank martial artist completely exceeded Lin Ye's understanding. He barely even had time to react before he and Lin Xi were already flying through the air, then smashed heavily onto the ground on their asses. Bang! As the door was completely shut, the entire fragment repair center was sealed off. Lin Xi rubbed her butt and was just about to get up and argue when another figure was thrown out as well. Ang red by Yang Feichen es attitude. Yang Patian had also tossed him out. The turtle shell landed first, and his 4 claws began flailing wildly as he lay face up, like a turtle with all 4 legs in the air. When he saw Lin Ye and Lin Xi, he gave an embarrassed smile. Big brother, big sister, can you help me up? I can't get up. Lin Ye, Lin Xi, the Yang family's elite education was worrying. Big brother, big sister, what do I do? Grandpa put me on the blacklist. Now I can't take you in either. Yang Feichen sat in front of the fragment repair center with the turtle shell on his back, looking at the tightly shut door with a face full of helplessness. Lin Ye didn't care, anyway. The martial techniques that could improve him inside had already been deduced by his body that hadn't fully digested Mangpa's soup. Lin, she was the same. No problem. The road to becoming stronger is always full of thorns and hardships. Your family's misunderstanding and obstruction are only the beginning. If you compromise, then your future will be that of an ordinary man, and your upper limit will only be your grandpa's level. But if you overcome it, then your future will have infinite possibilities. Others don't understand you, but I do. Be big brother. Second brother. They were fired up, touched. The two of them directly hugged each other. A man's feelings are just that simple. Big brother, over all these years, only you truly understand me. I am so moved. Really, this is real. It's nothing. I'm the guide on your path to becoming stronger. Back then, in order to become stronger, I was also obstructed by my family. At that time, even your big sister fought with me. Really? Of course it's real. We fought so fiercely the sky went dark and the earth turned bloody, and even my kidney flew out. Big brother, that's exaggerated. If your kidney flew out, how could you still live? In your big brother's place, every word is factual. You just need a nod. And what happened after that? After that, I defeated her, and with my sincere heart for becoming stronger, I moved her. In the end, we kept becoming stronger all the way here. Lin Ye said this with complete seriousness, while the corner of Lin Xi's mouth twitched. This bastard still has the nerve to say that. That day, she had been sleeping soundly in bed, and this bastard forcibly broke in her room with a knife in hand and stabbed at her. In the end, she and Lin Ye battled for 3 minutes, lost, and her precious kidney was taken away. Thinking of this, she was shaking all over in anger. And now he still had the face to say this here. Big brother, so you two had such a rough road too. That's right. The two of them were fired up again. Yang Feichen once more movedly hugged Lin Ye, and Lin Ye also patted the smooth turtle shell on his back, looking deeply emotional. For the next 6 days, you need to cultivate hard. Since I can't give you any greater improvement in martial skills, then next, we'll improve your actual combat. Thank you, big brother. You're so good to me. At this moment, Yang Patian felt like his anger had eased a little, but he still felt hung up over throwing his eldest grandson out just now. He had never treated this precious grandson like that since he was little. Would the boys start resenting him from now on? Then, Yang Patian slowly walked out. But when he saw Lin Ye and Yang Feichen looking like close brothers cherishing each other, he nearly died on the spot again. He had taught Yang Feichen for more than 10 years. Ever since the boy could remember things, he had been laying a solid foundation for him. And in the end, it still couldn't compare to 2 days with this brat. Yang Feichen, are you really trying to piss me off to death? What kind of soul soup did this brat feed you? No, Grandpa, I shut up. Before Yang Feichen could finish, a huge force sent him flying again. And then his turtle shell kicked in again. The boy was still lying on his back with all 4 limbs in the air, unable to get up, flailing nonstop. Seeing this, Yang Patian covered his face and said, "What a disgrace. The #1 genius of the Yang family. How did he turn into this?" Looking at Yang Patian's annoyed expression, Lin Ye also patted his shoulder and said with a regretful look, "AI, when a child grows up and gets raised into this, there's no fixing it. His worldview is already formed, so just accept your grief. Yang Patian, you mother of brat, who gave you the guts to pat my shoulder? Tired of living?" Lin Ye shrank his neck. Senior Lu Jinj. The anger Yang Patian had just worked up was instantly doused. Damn it, this felt worse than eating shit. The moment he thought about how this brat still had to stay in the Yang family for another 6 days, he even felt despair. "I'm begging you, even if this old man has to throw away his pride, can you stop only screwing over my family? Go wreak havoc on the other 7 families." Lin Ye glanced at Lin Xi. Lin Xi shrugged. "Don't ask my brother. Even I know there's no way. No way. After all, the core disciples of the other families have brains. They no longer have pure childlike hearts. They don't have a sincere heart for becoming stronger. So naturally, they can't comprehend our method of growing stronger." Lin Xi had also started imitating Lin Ye's tone quite convincingly. And when Yang Patian heard this reason, his beard twisted crooked from anger. Lin Ye slowly said, "AI, that's just how it is. Even my Xiaoxi can see it. Since your family trains people according to the standards of military officers, then just keep training them like that. Anyway, it can't be changed back now. The Yang family's method of education really is a little worrying. Get the hell out of here. This elderly 6th-rank martial artist exploded in fury once again. One in each hand, he grabbed the two of them and directly threw them back into the small villa they were borrowing, and Lin Ye and Lin Xi happily received 2 more hard-ass slams. That old bastard. Once I'm stronger than him, I'm going to pluck out his beard 1 hair at a time. Not just his beard, I 1T let off his leg hair or armpit hair either. Alright, you can handle pulling out his dick hair. If that is too troublesome, just pour boiling water on it. 1 rip and a whole bunch of hair comes off. Lin, she said with a face full of fury. Lin Ye casually smacked her on the head. Girls should speak more civilized. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were some she-male after getting your family jewels cut off. You idiot brother. Who says something like that about his own little sister? Aren't I doing it right now? Lin Xi, burning with rage. When she trained that profound rank martial skill to perfection, that would be the day she settled all old and new grudges together. Lin Ye, just you wait. Suddenly, Lin Ye seemed to think of something. Xiaoxi, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Didn't we kill 2 people from the Yang family? Lin Xi, from a certain point of view, does that mean we walked right into the tigeress den? Then what do we do? Run? Lin, she immediately said it. After all, with their current strength, there was absolutely no way the 2 of them could go up against a 4th-rank martial artist, let alone 2 of them. And there was a hatred buff on top of that. If the other side found out they were the killers, being skinned, dismembered, and torn apart bone by bone would already be considered getting off easy. Lin Ye thought for a while. To be safe. Tomorrow let us not wander around the Yang family villa complex anymore. Anyway, we can't get into the Fragment Restoration Center now. So why don't we make full use of this bodyguard from the Yang family? How do we use him? Go kick in a Wang family's door. And bring that idiot kid Yang Feichin along too. It'll definitely be entertaining. If one asked how to maximize the utilization of the Yang family as bodyguard, then there was only one answer: cause trouble. The next morning, the high-spirited trio, all wearing sunglasses, arrived at the Wang family villa district in the eastern district of Yin City. Yang Feichin still felt a little nervous inside, but since this was Lin Ye's idea, he still braced himself and came along. All right, little bro, lend me your phone for a second. Big brother here. But what do you need my phone for? After fiddling with it for a bit, Lin Ye said, send your grandpa a location pin so the bodyguard can show up. Huh. Okay, message sent. Next. It's my turn. Then Lin Ye pulled out a specially prepared loudspeaker and shouted, Wang family's defeated lackeys, stinking maggots, dogs hit toads, get your asses out here. Our Yang family has come to kick in your door. Hurry up and call out everyone in your family under 20 years old. Real men, fight 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3. If you don't even dare do that, then the Wang family can stop calling itself one of Yin City's 8 great families. Just tuck your tails and hand the Eastern District over to our Lin family. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ye's little stunt, when it reached the ears of the Wang family, was no less insulting than taking a dump and pissing on their ancestors' graves. Even Yang Feichin looked at him in shock after hearing it. Big brother, ISNT your surname Lin? Is that really the part you're focusing on? Is that the important point? Lin Xi couldn't help saying that, while Lin Ye remained completely calm. The 2 of us are nobodies. Even if we shout out our names, no one will care. So I just borrowed your Yang family surname for a bit. Don't worry about it. You Yang family rats. How dare you come to our Wang family and act wild? You really have the guts of bears and leopards. Countless Wang family members rushed straight out from the Wang family villa district. Each one was cracking knuckles and looking fierce enough to tear Lin Xi apart on the spot. And most of the people who came out were young people. Lin Ye could even sense that among them, there were quite a few second-rank martial artists. Okay, looks like these people aren't going to fight fair. Xiaoxi, little bro, let us start, just like we discussed before. Got it. Yang Feichin immediately used 1,000 dust flying sand. In an area dozens of meters wide outside the Wang family villa district, flying sand instantly filled the air, and visibility dropped at once. Lin Ye and Lin Xi swiftly moved through the dust storm. Both of them had cultivated echo positioning. So in this pitch-black sand-filled environment, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, they were like tigers with wings. Because of their mutated bodies, the 2 of them had mastered this martial skill to an astonishing level. And Yang Feichin, who had only reached the beginner level after training for 1 day, was stunned on the spot after sensing the strength of the 2 of them. Inside the dust storm, Lin Ye could mutilate himself even more effectively. His methods of self-harm included, but were not limited to, breaking his own arm, shattering bones, stabbing his eyes, jabbing needles into his tongue, and all kinds of other operations. And when the dust and sand finally scattered, nearly everyone was already in such pain that they had started rolling around on the ground. As for Lin Xi, the entire time, she used ordinary martial skills like shattering rock fist and mountain-splitting palm to launch sneak attacks from behind. Her whole style was hit once and run. Absolutely never throw a second strike. Absolutely never kill anyone. For a time, screams, cries, and wails echoed one after another outside the gate of the Wang family villa district. The scream immediately drew the attention of the Wang family elders. Originally, those old fellows had wanted to go out themselves, But when they saw the Wang family juniors who had enrolled in martial academies and returned home for vacation, charging out full of hot blood, they felt quite gratified. In their eyes, those three troublemakers definitely wouldn't last 3 minutes. But in the end, after only a few breaths, all 20-plus Wang family juniors who had rushed out were lying on the ground, rolling in pain. One had to know, among them, about 20% had already broken through to second-rank martial warriors. Second-rank martial warriors losing to first-rank martial warriors. What kind of heaven-defying absurd record was this? More than 20 Wang family juniors have been beaten flat by just 3 people? Since when had the Yang family become this fierce? You 3 ignorant fools actually dare offend the dignity of the Wang family? A middle-aged 4th-rank martial warrior could no longer endure it. Among the fallen Wang family juniors on the ground, one of them was his son. Well, his son had come back on break. He had smugly said that he had already broken through to second-rank martial warrior. Now that some blind fool had come to make trouble, he naturally rushed over and directly struck out with the palm. Just after Lin Ye and Lin Xi finished dealing with those people, they felt a burst of pressure descend. Yang Feichen was directly forced down by that pressure until he was half kneeling on the ground. Big brother, what do we do? Lin Ye's expression was extremely calm. Relax. We'll be fine. Sure enough, just as that palm was about to land on the 3 of them, a figure suddenly stepped in front of them and backhanded the man, flying away. Looking at the figure that had suddenly appeared, Yang Feichen couldn't help shouting, Grandpa? At this moment, Yang Patien's face was ashen with rage. Looking at Lin Ye, his expression was full of anger. You brat. Will it kill you to stay quiet for a while? After learning that this scammer Lin Ye had brought his grandson to the Wang family to kick in the gate, Yang Patien had been so frightened that he hadn't even washed his hair or face. He had jumped straight out of bed and rushed toward the Wang family at full speed. Lin Ye, meanwhile, said indifferently, This is combat training I found for your grandson. Look, isn't this level of training way better than what you can provide yourself? It's already generous enough that I'm not charging you tuition. And you're actually complaining. Lin Ye rolled his eyes at him, making Yang Patien so angry that even his beard started flying up again. Then, in the next moment, a voice rang out. Old Yang, coming to our Wang family first thing in the morning to cause trouble. Quite impressive, aren't you? After sensing Yang Patien's aura, Wang He also slowly revealed himself. Then he looked toward Lin Ye and Lin Xi, and a bit more annoyance and mockery appeared in his eyes. I just remembered, you become this kid's mobile bodyguard. If I'd been a little quicker just now and slapped this brat to death, do you think Mr. Liu would butcher you? Old man Wang, stop gloating. Once I get through these next few days, I'll personally send these 2 ancestors to your Wang family. The gloating expression on Wang He's face instantly froze, as if something was stuck in his chest. He wanted to say something, but couldn't get it out. Then he turned his gaze toward Lin Ye and asked, Kid, why exactly did you come to our Wang family? Isn't it obvious? We're here to kick in the gate. But it turns out your Wang family is kind of weak. More than 20 people, and not a single one could fight. After Wang, he looked at the 20-plus Wang family juniors lying on the ground, howling and rolling. The expression he used to look at Lin Ye changed from initial disdain to his current shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he still wouldn't have believed it. If Lin Ye and Lin Xi had defeated nearly 300 examinees during the martial exam, he hadn't thought too much of it then. After all, one had ice and the other had pain sharing. Both were area-type talents, so they weren't afraid of being mobbed. On top of that, the examinee's cultivation was generally too weak, so it hadn't really shown. But today, all his assumptions had been shattered. These 2 were simply too heaven-defying. After seeing their strength, Wang He's expression changed again and again. He had no choice but to truly take this brother and sister pair seriously. The Wang family could not become enemies with them. Damn it, shut your mouth, you brat. If my big brother were back, would you still have a chance to win? One punch, and he'd beat you flat. After hearing Lin Ye's naked humiliation, the Wang family juniors lying on the ground turned red with shame. One of them directly spoke up unwillingly. Wang He slowly said, Wang Ming, go back. Granduncle, I go back. More than 20 of you ganged up on 3 people and still lost, and you're still running your mouth? Even I feel embarrassed. Wang Ming's face turned livid, but he said nothing more. Still, this humiliation was deeply carved into him. Lin Ye continued, Family head Wang, how about sending a few more people from your Wang family? No, age restrictions. If your first years and second years can't beat us, then bring in your 3rd years and 4th years. Hearing that, Wang He's expression stiffened. At this very moment, among the Wang family's younger generation, he actually couldn't think of anyone who could firmly suppress this brat Lin Ye. But if he really called back the 3rd years and 4th years, then if they won, it would only be natural. If they lost, then the Wang family would lose face completely. After thinking for a moment, Wang He smiled. Since top scorer Lin is in such high spirits, why not let me accompany you for a try? After all, your goal is to challenge the strong. And standing before you is the strongest person in the Wang family. Don't you want to try? Wang He had already wanted to test what kind of strength this kid really had. This time, he could finally experience it for himself. Lin Ye was also startled. Fighting 3rd years and 4th years was one thing, But what was this old fellow with one foot already in the grave doing joining the fun? But he wasn't panicking inside. First, he wouldn't die. Second, with Yang Patian beside him acting as a bodyguard, if this old man Wang tried any dirty trick, Yang Patian would definitely react in time. Family head Wang, are you sure? My moves are pretty nasty. Your old bones, one T be able to take it. Seeing Lin Ye start to grin maliciously, Wang He's expression remained calm. So you agree? Yeah. What haven T I seen in my life? Your way of attacking. I accept. How about adding a wager before we fight? If I can make you, the Wang family head, scream and howl in pain. Then during the 7 days we stay at the Wang family, you have to allow my sister and me to freely enter and leave the fragment repair center at any time. How about it? A moment ago, Wang had still been wondering what kind of tricky condition this kid would propose. He had even already prepared himself for the possibility that the brat would demand access to the Wang family's unique scripture library. But in the end, he wanted to go to the fragment repair center. Not just him, even Yang Patian, who was standing beside him, couldn't he help giving Lin Ye a look. This kid really loved diving into piles of junk every single day. I thought you'd ask for the scripture library. If I did, you definitely wouldn't open it to us anyway. After all, that's the foundation your Wang family has built over hundreds of years. The law must not be lightly passed on. I understand the rules. The fragment repair center is enough. We like panning for gold and shit. Learning even one move or half a move for martial techniques is still better than having nothing. After hearing that, a strange sense of pride and superiority actually rose in Wang He's heart, as well as in the hearts of the other Wang family members who had been defeated by Lin Ye and Lin Xi. So what if you're awesome? The trash heap they looked down on like garbage was treated like treasure by country bumpkins like you. Even if your cultivation was strong in the early stages. In the later stages, wouldn't it still come down to background and resources? For a moment, the humiliation they had just suffered from being beaten was completely washed away by that sense of superiority. Wang couldn't help but smile. Good, I accept this wager. But if you lose, then what? After we're done staying at the Yang family, the Wang family will no longer be one of the targets my sister and I choose. How about that? Good. Wang felt a surge of joy inside. He had been worried about what would happen after these two ancestors came to the Wang family. Now, that was great. No need to worry anymore. This kid wasn't coming after all. What great news. Yang Patian immediately grabbed Lin Ye's shoulder and said, Kid, count me in too. I can gamble with you as well. If I win, forget about the Remnant Scroll Repair Center. You can enter the scripture library whenever you want. And you can go anywhere in the entire Yang family. If you lose, then lose. Yang Patian's tone started to turn strange. Lin Xi's expression also became a little odd, and the atmosphere somehow felt a bit ambiguous to her. Looking at Yang Patian, who seemed slightly embarrassed, an idea instantly popped into her little head. Holy crap, that look? Don't tell me you want my brother to be your male pet. So rich people really do play wild, huh? You old geezer, you really know how to enjoy yourself. But you have to pay more. Don't think you can get my brother's body for free just because of one gamble. As his younger sister, I absolutely disagree. Lin Xi stepped right out, spreading her arms and standing between Lin Ye and Yang Patian, looking like she was protecting her brother's innocence. If she hadn't said the second half of that sentence. Lin Ye say mo taichit. He directly pressed her head down and slammed it into the ground. Boom! Lin Xi was smashed into the ground by Lin Ye, her head even leaving a deep crater. Her sunglasses were knocked flying, making everyone's mouths twitch violently, and Yang Feichen immediately rushed forward. Big sister, are you okay? Lin Xi waved her hand, then slowly stood up. Without another word, she went straight for Lin Ye's temple and hit him with an elbow strike, instantly sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Ye, you jerk, you smashed my head again. My brain was beaten stupid from childhood by you, and you still want to admit it. Lin Xi jumped onto him and started pounding on Lin Ye, while Lin Ye also engaged in a true man's one-on-one showdown with Lin Xi. Every strike landed hard, and neither of them held back. Yang Patian and Wang Ye looked at each other, their mouths twitching wildly. This would kill someone, right? In the end, Lin Ye sat on top of Lin Xi, ignoring his messy hair, his torn suit, and the sunglasses with one leg broken off, and slowly said, Adults are talking. Kids don't interrupt. Why won't you ever listen? All right, Patriarch Yang, you want me to leave the Yang family early, right? I get it. Patriarch Wang, looks like the conditions Patriarch Yang offered are very generous. So, Wang Ye looked at the young man in front of him, who had already been beaten into a mess, and his mouth twitched. Our Wang family's scripture library. You can go in whenever you want to. How about that? Like that? That's hard to choose. You can enter our Yang family's martial artist market and spend as you like. I'll give you a 30% discount. I'll even give you a lifetime 30% discount card. Our Wang family could do that too. I'll give you 50% off. And I can even give you a lifetime 50% discount card. You damn old Wang, you're intentionally competing with me. Aren't you? Yang Patian couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed up to scuffle with Wang He. Wang He was the same. Damn it. And you still have a nerve to say that? This kid came to the Wang family to kick up trouble. What right does a bodyguard like you have to speak? Ha, shameless old bastard. You've gone crazy with the discount war. Haven to you. Seeing that the two old men were about to start tearing into each other too, Lin Ye figured they had enough and said, all right, it's no big deal. I'll agree to both of you, okay? But I already recorded what you just said. You want to go back on it, right? Seeing that Lin Ye had recorded it in advance, the two old men also immediately let go, adopting an otherworldly, immortal-like demeanor. Bring it on if you've got the skills. If I so much as frown, then my Yang Patian would have lived half his life in vain. Humph, kid, you're underestimating us. For someone who reached the position of a 6th-rank martial artist, do you really think mere physical pain can shake us? At this moment, Lin Xi, still under Lin Ye's ass, slowly spoke up. Lin Ye, these two old men are tough. You've hit a wall this time. Also, move your butt away already. Do you really think I'm your cushion? Lin Ye rolled his eyes at Lin Xi. Watch closely like a good girl. This is your brother at his most authoritative. Also, Yang Feichen, keep your eyes open. This squeeze is going to hurt a lot. Then Lin Ye slowly stood up. Pain sharing immediately covered the two old men, but both of them still looked utterly composed. Humph. Broken bones, severed fingers. We martial artists have felt pain you can't even imagine. Come on. Lin Ye's lips curled slightly. I originally planned to use this move as my trump card, but I never found the chance. Now I'm giving it to you. As he spoke, Lin Ye slowly untied the belt on his pants. Some of the female disciples of the Wang family subconsciously covered their eyes. Lin Ye paid them no mind and directly reached his hand into his pants. The two old men hadn't yet reacted when the clear sound of an egg cracking rang out. The next second, Yang Patian and Wang, he both felt an unprecedented, extreme agony. That earlier composure vanished without a trace. As the two old men grabbed their groins and hunched over, crying out in pain, everyone in the Wang family was stunned senseless. Even Lin Xi's mouth fell open. Looking at Lin Ye, whose legs were trembling and whose face had gone pale from pain, she couldn't help saying, Lin Ye, you're ruthless. This is the first time I've sincerely thought that. Lin Ye, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ye glanced at her with a pale face. Honestly, even with Lin Ye's extremely strong pain tolerance, crushing his own balls still gave him a searing, bone-piercing pain. But fortunately, he could grow them back. That bit of pain didn't count for much. T2 of you, how is it? Is this wager enough? If not, I can crush the other one too. Holy crap, enough. I lost this round, alright. You're really fucking insane. I'm over 70 years old, and I can't take this kind of torment. One was enough to make me lose it, let alone a second. Yang Patian was full of regret. Not only had he failed to drive this kid away, he ended up bringing trouble on himself. Wang He was the same. Thinking about how this kid had made an old man like him experience the pain of a busted rooster, he knew he had been greedy this time. He also hadn't expected this kid to really dare to do it. Then Lin Ye slowly said, two of you, honor your word, okay? What do they do now? They could only swallow this bitter loss. After all, they were over 70, and they still had a save face. You little brat, you actually dared to do that. You even dared to crush that thing. Aren't you afraid of cutting off your family line? One person has two, doesn't he? Crush one, and there's still another. Doesn't he affect anything? Seeing how unconcerned he was, Yang Patian swallowed back what he was about to say. Wang He, on the other hand, said, kid, you're really something. Doesn't that mean you won't be able to use this move anymore in the future? Who said that? Worst case, I'll just become a eunuch. It's not like I can't live. Wang He, damn, this guy was ruthless. Then Lin Ye slowly held out his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Two of you, the discount cards. You promised them. Yang Patian and Wang He both looked extremely ugly. This really was a loss on both fronts. Looking at Lin Ye's shameless grin, they both wanted to slap him to death, but unfortunately, they really didn't dare move against this kid's backing. Take them. The two of them directly threw the discount cards to him. Lin Ye immediately pulled Lin Xi and Yang Feichen along and said, come on, today's mission is over. Let us go shopping. Thank for the gifts, you two old men. At this moment, Yang Feichen was still in shock, and by now he had already worshipped Lin Ye to the point of utter devotion. You had to know his grandfather was a 6th-rank martial artist, and yet Lin Ye could actually make two 6th-rank martial artists howl in pain, and even make them lose the wager. In Yang Feichen's eyes right now, he was like a god. The sacrifice was just a little too great. At that moment, he was still staring at Lin Ye's crotch and unconsciously said, be big, bro. Is there really no problem down there? It looks like it hurts a lot, but if it really can't be used anymore, I can cut mine off and transplant it to you. Don't worry. Our Yang family hospital is very authoritative. Looking at Yang Feichen's clear and sincere gaze, even Lin Ye felt a little embarrassed, while Yang Patian completely snapped and shouted, holy shit, you little bastard. You'd give him your own dick even if you didn't want it yourself? How the hell do I have a little bastard like you? Yang Patian instantly lost it. In the past 2 days, it was just once or twice that he had wanted to beat this grandson to death and send him back for reforging. This little bastard was seriously infuriating. Lin Ye slowly said, you old man, why are you always crushing a kid's enthusiasm? No wonder you taught him into this. Feichen, keep your own thing for yourself. I don't need it. Just take us to your Yang family martial artist market. As he spoke, Lin Ye pulled Lin Xi and Yang Feichen along and hurried toward the Yang family market. This scene made Yang Patian snap all over again. Meanwhile, in the Yang family villa district, "You're telling the truth?" Yang Yaotian looked at Yang Meng in front of him. His expression was gloomy, his face ashen. Yang Meng felt as if an enraged lion were standing before him. His body trembled involuntarily, but he still said, "Why yes, it's true. Blood-cold extreme frost is Lin Xi's talent. Everyone from our batch who took the martial exam knows that." "Uncle Yaotian, why are you asking about her?" Hiv. "Everyone in the martial exam knows. That includes our principal too, right?" The moment he heard that, Yang Yaotian's face turned terrifyingly dark, and Yang Meng's next words immediately shattered his mental defenses. The two of them were specially recruited by third granduncle himself. There's no way he wouldn't know. "Uncle Yaotian, why are you asking this FO?" As soon as he heard that, Yang Yaotian's rage shot upward. He had tasted betrayal. Although he was from a branch line, he had relied on his own strength to secure a firm foothold in the Yang family. He had always been proud of his strength. And Yang Chun, the person closest to him, the one he had even treated like a real older brother, had lied to him. He had lost 2 children and was desperate to find the murderer. Yet Yang Chun had lied to him. Just thinking about it made his heart feel as if it were being sawed over and over again by a dull blade. "Uncle Yaotian, wait, what do you need this information for?" Yang Meng had been focused on preparing for the martial exam this whole time, so he knew nothing about what had happened to Yang Yaotian. Yang Yaotian looked at him and said coldly, "That's none of your concern. About Lin Xi, I want all her information. Tell me everything you know." Yang Meng froze for a moment, but he still told him everything he knew. Very soon, Yang Yaotian noticed one point. "She has an older brother?" "Yeah, and her brother is fierce too. He's even staying in the Yang family right now." Yang Feichen gets along pretty well with the two of them. During the martial exam, Yang Feichen even ran to the other side and turned on his own team. Sigh. Yang Yaotian didn't pay attention to the rest of Yang Meng's words, but he heard one thing clearly. His son and daughter had been killed by these two. One man and one woman. The descriptions matched perfectly. Never would he have imagined that the people who killed his son and daughter were actually 2 first-rank martial artists. After learning this, Yang Yaotian could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart and directly asked Yang Meng, "Where are they staying?" Yang Meng was so frightened by Yang Yaotian's terrifying expression that his whole body trembled. "I in the villa at the far west end of our Yang family villa district. It was empty for several years before this. Now it's been cleared out for them to stay in." Ha ha ha. His son and daughter were dead. In the enormous Yang family, aside from him and his wife Chen Xiaomei, who would care? Even though they were members of the Yang family, in the eyes of the real masters of the Yang family, their deaths were no different from a couple of stray cats and dogs dying. And yet the murderers who had killed his children were openly living in a Yang family villa. What irony! He couldn't wait any longer. He truly couldn't wait any longer. Today he was going to kill those 2 damned murderers. Don't miss it when you pass by. Tier 2 exotic beast prime meat. Top quality high rank, yellow grade, martial skill. Come take a look, everyone. 100-year medicinal herbs. All kinds of herbs, everything you could want. This was Lin Ye and Lin Xi's first time coming to the Yang family martial market to buy things. One had to know that anything sold here could easily crush the vast majority of treasures in the black market. But this place also had one huge flaw. Expensive. Very expensive. Absurdly expensive. Even with the discount card in his hand, Lin Ye realized he still couldn't buy much of anything. Wow, Lin Ye, look at this. Tier 2 exotic beast prime meat. The blood and chi replenishment effect has to be amazing. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Brother, good brother. Buy for me, okay? The moment Lin Xi saw meat, she could barely move. Seeing his little sister act cute with him again after so long, Lin Ye vividly reached into the left pocket of his clothes, then into the right pocket. Forget money. He didn't even have a single coin. Lin Xi's mouth twitched wildly. So the two of us are broke? We don't have a single valuable thing left? What else? During that 1 month of closed-door cultivation, do you seriously have no idea how much stuff the two of us stuffed into our mouths? Then what is the use of that discount card you won? If we don't have money, we still can't buy anything even with a discount. Who said it's useless? ISNT, there's still a rich young master right here. The two of them immediately turned their heads and looked at Yang Feichen, who was following behind them with clear eyes. Yang Feichen. Suddenly, he felt like he had been targeted. Big bro, big sis, what you third bro? Emergency support from the Jianghu. Huh. 3 hours later, Yang Feichen looked at his nearly maxed out credit card, then helplessly looked at Lin Ye and Lin Xi. In just 3 short hours, Lin Ye and Lin Xi had started spending the money on Yang Feichen's card like crazy. With Lin Ye's discount card added in, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the two of them had done whatever they wanted for the past 3 hours. At first, they bought quite a lot of Tier 2 and Tier 3 exotic beast essence blood. Then they bought a 5 cubic meter storage bag. In the end, they even bought a bunch of medicinal herbs that he didn't even recognize. Finally, under the two siblings' non-stop spending, Yang Feichen had officially become a member of the Broke Alliance as well. Now, between the three of them, they probably couldn't scrape together a single coin. Young Fei Chen. He had no extra expression at all. He just kept looking at them with that face. Ahem, little Fei Chen. You should understand that money is an external possession. Don't put too much weight on it, got it? I saved that up for 3 years. Seeing him like this, Lin Ye started using his scammer routine again. Don't worry, little Fei Chen. Wes big bro ever cheated you? This is just your investment in the two of us. Relax. Today at the Wong family, you didn't get to properly show your real combat ability. Tomorrow, come find me directly. I'll personally guide you. Young Fei Chen. Thanks, big bro. It's fine. Money spent is money spent. Worst case, I'll just ask my grandpa for more. Damn, this grandson really was his biological one. When the three returned to the Yang family villa district, Yang Fei Chen was still enthusiastically waving goodbye, while Lin Ye and Lin Xi habitually returned to the small villa where they were temporarily staying. The road back to the small villa was exactly the same as before, but now the path carried a little more silence and a chilling air of killing intent. Kind of think of it. Lin Ye, why did you buy so many herbs? Don't tell me you're switching careers and planning to start making medicine? Lin Xi still asked in her usual careless way, and Lin Ye replied casually, from a notes Su Yin left behind, I remembered quite a few interesting potion formulas. I could try recreating them. What kind of potion? A potion that makes you itch non-stop after you smear it on yourself. Lin Xi, is what you're trying to recreate even legit? Who cares whether it's legit or not, as long as it works. Also, there is something off about this villa. Hearing Lin Ye say that, Lin Xi also dropped her carefree attitude. The two stepped through the villa gates, then stopped again. Lin Ye, what do we do? Fake him out first. How? One word. Run. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Ye grabbed Lin Xi's arm, stepped on Taking Fang, and instantly fled at top speed. Almost in the very next moment, the doors of the entire little villa burst apart. A middle-aged man with a twisted expression charged straight out. The cultivation and pressure of a fourth-rank martial artist pressed down on Lin Ye and Lin Xi like real ocean waves. For a moment, both their bodies stiffened. Such vast, pure, killing intent. Since the day they were born until now, this was the first time they had truly felt what it meant for killing intent to become tangible. Split up and run. Got it. The instant Lin Ye said it, he and Lin Xi immediately ran in two different directions. But right then, another icy killing intent came over. The moment that killing intent locked onto the fleeing Lin Xi, Lin Ye understood. There were two people on the other side too. You little fox spirit, give me back my son's life. Give me back my daughter's life. Chen Xiaomei's eyes were blood red. She practically unleashed 120% of her power and struck directly at Lin Xi. That overwhelmingly vast palm strike made Lin Xi, at this very moment, feel just how tiny her cultivation was. Lin Ye and Lin Xi had once joined forces to kill Yang Li, a third-rank martial artist. But that was only against a third-rank martial artist. Because from third-rank to fourth-rank martial artist, there was a gap like a natural chasm. Once any martial artist reached fourth rank, their talent would undergo a strengthening. The better the talent, the stronger the enhancement. And talent after this second strengthening brought a qualitative change to every aspect of a martial artist. At the very least, after the strengthening, an early fourth-rank martial artist could kill 10 peak third-rank martial artists without any pressure at all. It could be said that only after becoming a fourth-rank martial artist did one truly step into the ranks of experts. And this was also why those mudlegs who had never awakened talent could never break through third rank and become fourth-rank martial artists. Faced with this killing move, Lin Xi's ink-black long hair instantly turned blood red. Ice form. A massive blood-red ice shield formed in an instant, and immediately after, huge crystal ice armor began condensing around her body. Her defense was almost maxed out, yet in the very next moment, the ice shield Lin Xi had created was as fragile as paper and was effortlessly shattered. The moment Lin Ye saw that, he didn't hesitate for even a second and immediately changed direction, running straight toward Lin Xi. Then Yang Yaotian's voice rang out. At a time like this, you're still thinking about someone else? Die for me. As he spoke, a terrifying palm strike slammed straight toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye knew very clearly that if that palm landed, he would absolutely turn into a pile of shredded flesh. But he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he swiftly shoved his hand into his crotch. Who would have thought that in the span of a single day, he would experience the agony of losing his balls twice? Pain. It was simply too painful. Crack. A sharp pain once again came from Lin Ye's groin. At the same time, Yang Yaotian's attack toward Lin Ye abruptly stopped, and a scream instantly rang through the night sky. That scream caused even Chen Xiaomei's attack on Lin Xi to falter for a split second. Lin Xi perfectly seized that moment of disruption, quickly used Taking Fang to escape Chen Xiaomei's attack range, and rushed toward Lin Ye. Two fourth-rank martial artists, her talent had completely lost the ability to contend against them. The only way to turn defeat into victory was Lin Ye's pain sharing. After crushing one of his eggs, Lin Ye also charged straight toward Lin Xi. At this moment, Yang Yaotian was clutching his crotch, his face dark, as he looked at Lin Ye and slowly raised a hand. Shameless brat. This day next year will be your death anniversary. After Lin Ye and Lin Xi regrouped, Lin Xi immediately asked, Lin Ye, what do we do? We can't beat them. Run. Head toward the villa district. Best if the people in charge of the Yang family see this. This bodyguard really is King useless. Then Lin Ye looked at Yang Yaotian and Chen Xiangmei, who were rapidly closing in. Without a word, he pulled out a Xiaomi La chili pepper. Yang Yaotian, who had just suffered a loss, instantly felt something was wrong. In the next moment, Lin Ye directly snapped the chili in half and stuffed it into his eyes. Pain sharing. Yang Yaotian instantly felt incomparable pain stabbing into both eyes. It hurt so badly he couldn't even open them. And when Chen Xiangmei rushed up right after him, the same thing happened to her. Covering her eyes, tears pouring nonstop. Lin Xi looked at Lin Ye and then conjured a chunk of ice. Lin Ye, do you want to put this on them? Pull it on. Run. As long as Yang Patian sees us, that old man 1T let the two of us die. Got it. Bro, I'll carry you. Carry my ass. I didn't train echolocation for nothing. Then Lin Ye kept smearing chili into his eyes while using echolocation to keep fleeing nonstop, all while pain sharing remained active. Yang Yaotian and his wife didn't dare get within 100 meters of them at all, the moment they entered the sharing range. Their eyes hurt so badly they couldn't open them. Chen Xiaomei's face darkened. You really think this move alone will let you escape? Then a huge wind blade condensed in her palm. Wind-cutting palm, one of Chen Xiaomei's few long-range martial skills. As she struck out with one palm, the fierce wind blade was already slashing toward the two of them. And right then, the two of them stopped. Yang family, if you people keep playing dead, then your family head can wait to be buried with me. With Lin Ye's furious roar. The first one to come out was none other than Yang Yaotian's beloved third brother, the old schemer Yang Chun, who had been dead set on getting Lin Ye and Lin Xi killed. The instant he made a move, he directly blocked Chen Xiaomei's long-range attack, then immediately shouted, Yang Yaotian, stop right there. Seeing Yang Chun step out to interfere, the rage in Yang Yaotian's heart surged to an unprecedented peak. Yang Chun, I treated you like my own real brother, and in the end when my son and daughter died at the hands of these two vermin, what did you do? Not only did you refuse to help me, you even lied to me. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. Yang Chun looked at the madman in front of him. Then the aura of a fifth-rank martial artist slowly revealed itself from his body. I said already, these two cannot be killed. As he spoke, Yang Chun suddenly raised his hand. The power of a fifth-rank martial artist instantly caused the pressure on Yang Yaotian and Chen Xiangmei to skyrocket. Fine, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Yang Chun, go die. At this point, Yang Yaotian had completely lost his reason and charged straight at Yang Chun. Chen Xiangmei did the same. Looking at the two of them, Yang Chun's face turned ashen. He had been thinking that after Lin Ye and Lin Xi left the Yang family, he would let people loose to kill the two of them then. But what happened instead? It was over. Everything was over. Get the hell out of my way. Yang Chun completely exploded in fury. Every single time, every single one of his plans had died before birth because of all kinds of unexpected variables. Last time it was Yang Li saying one thing and doing another. This time it was these two lunatics. Couldn't they just let his plan be born smoothly for once? Boom. After a fierce battle, Yang Yaotian collapsed into the pit. One of his arms broken from the beating. Chen Xiangmei was in slightly better condition, but she had completely passed out. As for Yang Chun, only the corner of his clothes was a little dirty. Seeing that, Lin Ye couldn't help but say, the principal is really amazing. On our way home, we suddenly ran into two lunatics who attacked us. They were both fourth-rank martial artists. My sister and I were so scared, we turned and ran. Thank you, principal. Looking at Lin Ye's slick-tongued expression, Yang Chun snorted coldly. Stop pretending in front of me. If you two hadn't killed Yang Li and Yang Yuntao, would those two have come after you? The smile on Lin Ye's face disappeared. Then he said flatly, so, Principal Yang, what are you going to do? Avenge the Yang family juniors? They were just two collateral branch juniors. Not worth it. True. After all, if we die, old Master Yang's life won't be safe either. Sacrificing the pillar of your family for a moment of hatred really wouldn't be worth it. So from here on, you'd better protect us well. If we get attacked again by some random cats and dogs and accidentally die here, then my sister and I can only wait for your old master on the road to the Yellow Springs for a while. Yang Chun looked at Lin Ye and Lin Xi, clenched his fists, then narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, indeed, you're right. Next time, I'll properly send people to protect you. Right then, Lin Ye continued, I thought the people you sent would kill us after I left the Yang family and headed for the next house. Yang Chun's heart sank. How could that be? I'm very good at weighing gains and losses. Even if you didn't die in the Yang family, if the killer was from the Yang family, we still wouldn't escape responsibility, would we? Besides, what benefit would killing you bring to our Yang family? Because of Yang Feichin, the genius youth your family spent more than 10 years raising is now following my lead. You already had killing intent in your heart, didn't you? With those words, Lin Ye tore apart all the surface-level harmony. But he didn't care in the first place. After all, the only reason he and his sister could make Yang Chen this wary was because of Senior Lu Jin's words. With Senior Lu here, I can't make a move. Yang Chun slowly spoke those words. Then he grabbed Yang Yaotian and Chun Xiaomei by the legs and said, I'll take these two away. Don't worry. Over the next few days, you 1T run into them again. Watching Yang Chun's departing figure, Lin Xi let out a long breath, though she still felt lingering fear. We really escaped death this time, didn't we? At that moment, Lin Ye made a decision in his heart. Xiaoxi, we have too few trump cards. Looks like at a time like this, I need to add another one. What other trump card do you want? Do you remember what old Lu said? What? The heart-devouring curse. What did you say? You want to ask about the heart-devouring curse? The two of them went straight to the school's fragment library and found old Lu, then asked him about the heart-devouring curse. When old Lu heard it, he seemed at a loss for how to respond. Yeah, you're an old hand, so talk to us about it. I heard about your score. 750 points. That makes you absolute geniuses. You want to be stuck in this tiny Yun city. Your future will be brilliant. So why are you coming to ask me about something like the heart-devouring curse? Lin Ye slowly said, to stop the Yang family from secretly tripping us up. You've been with the Yang family for so many years, so you should know where this thing is hidden or where it's kept, right? Give us a warning in advance. After that, Lin Ye gave old Lu some exotic beast refined meat. Looking at it, old Lu waved his hand. I'm old now. Eating these 1T improve me much anymore. But about the heart-devouring curse, I can tell you what I know. The heart-devouring curse. Most of the Yang family's collateral and direct line members know this secret technique. Almost all the followers around them have been hit by this spell. As for how it's passed down, the Yang family mostly transmits it by word of mouth. It's not usually recorded in books. And remember this well, don't hand over your heart's blood. As long as they don't have your heart's blood as the catalyst. You want to be affected by the heart-devouring curse. Lin, you got a basic understanding. So most of the Yang family learned it from their elders through oral teaching? Got it. Thanks. What are you planning to do? Old Lu seemed to notice that something was off with the two of them, but Lin Xi replied, nothing. Just for self-protection. That's all. Little Feichen, I heard your Yang family has a secret art called the heart-devouring curse. Do you know it? After Lin Ye and Lin Xi got back, they immediately went to ask Yang Feichen. Yang Feichen tilted his head. The heart-devouring curse? Big brother, big sister. What do you want that thing for? It's not anything good. So you do know it? Lin Xi was a little pleasantly surprised, and Yang Feichen slowly said, on the day our Yang family members awaken, we're all called into the family ancestral hall to learn it together. It's just what? I was too interested in that thing, so I only remembered a little. I snuck off mentally that day. My head was full of thoughts about my A-rank town awakening, so I barely listened. The corner of Lin Xi's mouth twitched, and she smacked him hard on the head. You could forget something like that too? What a waste of excitement. Yang Feichen looked a little aggrieved. Big sister, that thing has nothing to do with my talent, and it can't help me fight. Why would I learn it? Seriously, then how much do you remember? I think I only remember the beginning. The flow of qi and blood to the fingertips after that. Yang Feichen said 2 or 3 lines, then got stuck. He scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot. Lin Xi looked completely speechless. Forget it. Go play somewhere else. Big sister, big brother, did you call me out just for this? More or less. We don't need you right now. Just train echo, positioning, and turtle breath technique properly. I train every day. Good, full of spirit. Then here's a task for you today. Within 2 nights, get both of them to the minor mastery level. No problem, right? No problem. With that, Lin Ye casually said a few words and sent him off. Then Lin Xi said to Lin Ye, good thing this kid remembered the first few lines. Let us see if we could deduce the rest. All right, I'll leave practicing this secret technique to you. Lin Xi hesitated for a while. Do we really have to do this? One more trump card means one more path. Okay. Using the first few lines of the incantation Yang Feichen remembered, Lin Xi actually managed to deduce the full secret art of the heart-devouring curse. And when she completely mastered the secret technique, Lin Ye slowly took off his shirt, held the tip of a blade, and directly cut open his chest to draw out his heart's blood. Seeing how decisive Lin Ye was, Lin Xi was dazed for a moment. Lin Ye, once I cast the heart-devouring curse, then you then I'll be under your control. With a single thought, you can make my heart ache worse than death, make me unable to live and unable to die. And isn't that exactly what I want? The corner of Lin Ye's mouth curled up. At that moment, Lin Xi also felt it. You really are a lunatic. I don't want to hear that from you. Lin Ye, you're a good brother. Lin Ye said nothing and showed no extra expression. Then he handed his heart's blood to Lin Xi. Lin Xi touched the heart's blood with her finger, and it fused into her palm. Right after that, a small red mole appeared on Lin Xi's palm. Seeing it, Lin Xi couldn't help but say, that means it worked, right? Just try it and see. Lin Xi looked at Lin Ye, and then her heart stirred. In the next moment, Lin Ye felt as if his heart were burning. It was the kind of pain that pierced straight to the core. Right after that, the agony of 10,000 ants devouring his heart made his scalp go numb. Even for someone like him, whose pain tolerance was absurdly high, he had nearly broken down under those circumstances. Seeing Lin Ye covered in cold sweat from the pain, Lin Xi stopped the curse. At that moment, Lin Ye continued, Xiaoxi, keep going. I want to see how long I can endure it. Ordinary people can't even last 10 seconds. You already held on for 3 minutes just now. Not enough. Far, far from enough. A trace more worry appeared on Lin Xi's face, but she still couldn't win against his stubbornness and continued casting the curse. Lin Ye clenched his teeth and forcibly endured it for a full half hour. After half an hour, he was gasping for breath, but his eyes were filled with delight. Lin Xi stood beside him and couldn't help complaining. I think you should stop looking for cultivation methods and martial skills in the future. You might as well go find all kinds of self-torture methods and test them on yourself one by one. How did you know? This time, the heart-devouring curse gave me quite a bit of inspiration. Ha ha ha. Now, even if we get surrounded by 4th-rank martial artists again, I won't be afraid of them. I can't beat them, but I can make them wish they were dead. That's enough. Lin Xi slowly crouched down and began stroking Lin Ye's head. Even so, unless it's absolutely necessary, you can't hurt yourself, okay? Hearing that, Lin Ye froze for a moment. Then he reached out and touched her forehead. Strange. No fibber. You little brat actually grew a conscience and started caring about your big brother? Not simple at all. Yeah, after all, when facing top-tier powerhouses, my talent doesn't even count as a speed bump in front of them. So I can only rely on you. As the big brother, protecting your little sister is perfectly normal, right? Lin Ye slowly stood up. What a waste of your A-rank talent. At a time like this, you're not even as useful as me, a C-rank. How pathetic. Lin Xi, did you forget? Right now, with a single thought, I can make you wish you were dead. Give you an inch, and you take a mile, huh? But Lin Ye directly grabbed her arm and narrowed his eyes. But right now, you're within my sharing range. You could try. Lin Xi, try it and die. Inside the Yang family prison, Yang Yaotian and Chen Xiangmei slowly woke up. Dim light shone on their faces. They no longer had the arrogant, overbearing look they once had in the Yang family. All that remained was misery and unwillingness. Who could have imagined that just a little over a month ago, they had been so full of vigor and pride? But now, they looked like evil ghosts trapped in a cage, eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled. Yang Chun looked at the two of them slowly, with not the slightest trace of sympathy in his eyes. When Yang Yaotian saw Yang Chun's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Yang Chun, you won. In order to protect those two people, my children became sacrifices. Even my wife and I are going to die too, and die by your hand at that. We were blind to misjudge you. Yang Chun was so furious that he slapped him directly across the face. I already said wait 1 week, so wait 1 week. Couldn't you even wait 1 week? Yang Yaotian's face burned from the slap, but he gave a mad grin. 1 week? You wanted me to wait 1 week? I couldn't even wait a quarter of an hour, and you wanted me to wait 1 week. In 1 week, wouldn't those two little bastards have already been sent away by you? Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll tell you. I'll tell you clearly. That pair of children of yours were useless at success and only good at ruining things. You're exactly the same as them. Yang Chun, shut your mouth. My son and daughter are already dead, and you still slander them like this. Chen Xiangmei suddenly lunged forward, but her hands and feet were tightly locked in iron chains, leaving her unable to move at all. Yang Chen sneered at, why can I say it? Lin, she was someone I had specially prepared for Yang Feichen. A heaven's favored daughter meant to carry on the family line, and she even came from the slums. But what happened? Your daughter wanted to cut in and steal her away, so she called your son over to take Lin Xi down. You saw the result. Those two weren't fools. They killed your son. Then your daughter went alone to take revenge, and was counter-killed by the two of them. Idiots. Dying to people with lower cultivation than yourselves would already be bad enough. But even after learning the full truth, they still didn't say anything. If that isn't stupidity, what is? After hearing Yang Chun's words, the two of them finally understood the full chain of cause and effect. Yang Yaotian lunged at Yang Chun like a mad dog. You clearly knew everything. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Tell you? Those two scored 750 on the martial exam. They were already reserved by all kinds of top academies. A 7th-rank martial artist was escorting them, and all 8 great families of Yin City were made to act as their bodyguards. If anything happened to the two of them in any family's territory, then that family head would bear inescapable responsibility and be settled with once that 7th-rank martial artist returned. Tell me, are your 2 children's lives more important than the family head's? Idiot. As long as those 2 had left the Yang family, it wouldn't matter even if you chopped them into pieces. Moron. If you had just waited a few more days, once they left the Yang family, you could taken revenge however you wanted. But in the end, you buried the only chance you had for revenge. As he spoke, Yang Chun slowly left the prison, leaving only Yang Yaotian and his wife locked inside. After Yang Chun left, he directly went to find Yang Patian and told him everything that had happened. At this moment, Yang Patian was still feeling phantom pain from the agony in his vital parts. After hearing Yang Chun's report, his whole expression turned subtle. Father, those 2 definitely killed 2 of our collateral branch descendants, and the value of Yang Yaotian and Chen Xiangmei as 2 4th-rank martial artists is also immeasurable. But at this time, Lin Ye and Lin Xi cannot die in the Yang family. I took the liberty of locking up Yang Yaotian and his wife. I'll leave everything for you to decide. Yang Potian felt somewhat exhausted. The eldest was in seclusion, the second was never home. And if the third wasn't around in the family, all these troublesome matters would fall on him. Third, what do you think should be done? Father, do you want the truth? Go ahead. Big nephew can't outplay those two in scheming. He has been protected too well. Those two fought their way out of the slums. It's not just that their talent is good, the ruthlessness in their bones. Even I feel some fear when I see it. And now, it's impossible for us to win them over anymore. There is only one way. As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture across his neck. Yang Patian couldn't help speaking. You think it's that easy? What? Oof. Your heart is indeed ruthless. You see more comprehensively than your two older brothers. But that petty, small family mindset in your bones is practically overflowing. Yang Chun's expression stiffened. Father is right to rebuke me. Yang Patian slowly said, from the time Yang Yaotian attacked those two until the moment you appeared, how much time passed in total? 3 minutes? Maybe a little longer, but no more than 5 minutes. You saw it too. 2 fourth-rank martial artists couldn't take down 2 first-rank martial artists within 3 minutes. That's a gap of 3 major realms. And you still can't see the difference? 3 minutes is enough time for them to hold out until the family heads of the other families came to protect them. After all, this concerns their own lives. And once the people you send out are traced back to the Yang family, guess how Senior Lu Jinj will deal with the Yang family after he returns? Father is right to rebuke me. I didn't think it through. Then what we do now? Compensate them. Give that brother and sister some money. We can't become friends, but at the very least, we must not become enemies. After all, in the matter of Yang Yaotian, we really are the ones in the wrong. Yang Chun clenched his fists, but still slowly loosened them. Though unwilling in his heart, he still said, yes, father. At the same time, in the imperial capital. What did you say, Mr. Liu? Is this true? A middle-aged man in black looked in shock at the old man who had come all the way back, and he immediately said, Mr. Liu, these 2 perfect scores, we at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy must take them. Please introduce me to them. Lu Jinj slowly said, it's not just your Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy has also heard the news, and even Gudum Martial Arts Academy wants a piece of it. You should think carefully about what conditions you can offer to get these 2 students here. By my estimate, it's about time they start competing for them. But our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is the best institution in the country. But it's south also the place with the densest concentration of noble families. The academy with the most rigid class divisions. Without a background, they might not even be able to walk out after entering. Mr. Liu, you're also from a noble family in the imperial capital. What do you mean by that? You don't want them to come in? The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly, but Lu Jinj slowly said, I've had contact with those 2 kids. They're pretty sly and crave freedom. They don't seem like the type to join any force. I'd also very much like to bring them into my family, but a forced melon isn't sweet. Besides, I haven't gone back to my own family for a long time. If you want them to come, go compete with the other schools. I believe you can offer all kinds of generous conditions. For example, unlimited access to the martial arts library all year round, 1 million in scholarship subsidies per year, plus all kinds of pills and resource investments. It's very simple, but these resources are mainly for the children of noble families. You don't want the horse to eat grass, yet you still want it to run. Where in the world is there such a good deal? Things have come to this point. It all depends on your choice. With that, Lu Jinj slowly walked out, only calmly holding his phone and looking at the daily reports Lin Ye, that sly kid, sent him. A smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, another thought arose in his mind. Maybe I should introduce this kid to Xuan Girl. I wonder if the 2 of them can spark something? In the days after the Yang family incident, life for Lin Ye and Lin Xi was much more peaceful. Yang Patian personally came to apologize and gave the brother and sister 1 million in compensation. And Lin Ye and Lin Xi happily accepted it. As for Yang Feichen's turtle breathing technique and echo point identification, he had cultivated them to a small degree of success. Now, his stealth ability was such that Lin Ye couldn't detect a trace at all without using echo point identification. During these few days, Yang Feichen came over every day begging to fight them. Lin Ye rarely made a move, but Lin Xi was very enthusiastic. Every day, after beating Yang Feichen senseless, she would send him back. Yet the next day, this kid would run back again, begging to be abused. It made the 2 of them suspect that he had awakened some strange fetish. During this period, however, Lin Ye had become obsessed with something else. Every day, he held the potion manual and kept mixing medicines, looking absolutely delighted. After 3 straight days of making them, even Lin Xi couldn't help saying, Lin Ye, what are you doing now? Xiaoxi, I suddenly realized this potion manual is basically genius. I'm kind of regretting it now. If I'd known, I would have killed Su Yan. Wouldn't it'd have been better to break her legs and have her make medicine for us? Lin Xi's mouth twitched. So what did you make? This, Lin Ye said. According to the manual, I mixed something called itching powder. Sprinkle a little on someone, and it can make the opponent itch like crazy. And this one, sleeping powder, limp body powder, and sensory amplification potion. Hold on. What is sensory amplification potion? Lin Ye curled his lips. The benefit is that it lets your mental focus become extremely concentrated, and your sensory ability increases geometrically, including hearing, smell, sight, taste, and touch. And that includes pain, too. Lin Ye grinned, picked up the bottle, and was beaming with joy like a man who had just gotten Viagra. After hearing that, Lin, she said nothing and immediately reached out to grab it. Fair game for whoever sees it. Get me to play with. Hey, I spent 3 days researching this. I'm her biological little sister. Yours is mine. Then Lin, she took one bottle after another and directly tossed them into her own exclusive storage bag before making a victorious expression. Lin Ye was helpless. Fine, play with it if you want. Did that kid Yang Feichen come today? He did. That kid S made pretty big progress. How so? Before, one sword could knock him down. Now it takes 2. And just now, he smiled like an idiot and ran out. Just then, Yang Feichen ran back and all flustered. Big bro, big sis, someone S here. Grandpa told me to call you over. What happened? The schools came to snatch people. The 2 of them followed Yang Feichen to the Yang family's main residence area. Yang Patian said respectfully to the 3 middle-aged people, "It is truly our Yang family's honor that the teachers could come to our tiny Yang family." When Lin Ye came in, he saw one man in a black robe, one middle-aged man in blue clothes, and a middle-aged woman in yellow clothes. The auras of all 3 were not weak. And when they saw Lin Ye and Lin Xi appear, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. The man in blue robe went straight to the point. "Hello, students. I'm a teacher from Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. We sincerely invite you to study at Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. It is located in Modu, a world-famous international metropolis. You may open the conditions however you like. Our Academy's simulated environment training grounds and martial arts resource subsidies will be fully tilted toward you. And each of you will also receive a full scholarship subsidy of 500,000 every year." As soon as he finished, the yellow-robed woman walked over. "Student Lin Ye, Student Lin Xi, don't listen to him. Come to our academy. We are from Good Martial Arts Academy. Not only can you systematically learn knowledge on how to fight against exotic beasts, but our exotic beast resources are also very abundant. We can also give each of you a scholarship of 500,000 per year, plus 100 gene of 3rd-tier exotic beast meat per person per year." After hearing this, Lin Ye was stunned again. The level of these schools snatching people was a bit plain and unadorned. They were just crazily throwing money around. Then the middle-aged man in black robe slowly said, "I'm from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. 800,000 per person per year." Compared to those 2, the black-robed man clearly had a bit more arrogance in his eyes, and he couldn't even be bothered to say much. Because the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy was a holy land every martial artist dreamed of. As long as any martial artist's martial exam score barely touched the threshold of this academy, they would charge forward without hesitation. Even if they became a nobody after entering, they would still rush in without hesitation. This was the highest institution in all of Huagua, jointly founded by the 4 great martial arts noble families 100 years ago, and its status in all of Huagua was extremely significant. Geniuses that were 1 in 10,000 were everywhere there, and the other 2 teachers also looked a bit grim after hearing that. There was no choice. Whether it was Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy or Gudu Martial Arts Academy, every year when they came to snatch students, they all came with the intention of giving it a try. Unfortunately, every year they lost. The yellow-robed woman seemed to have already given up. Geographic location, economic conditions, and resources had all failed. The only advantage was that they had a bit more exotic beast resources than other places, but relatively speaking, it was also more dangerous than other places. But the blue-robed man didn't give up. 1 million. I can apply for it. Every year, you will receive 1 million in scholarship subsidies, and in addition, in Mingzhu University's point exchange, you can enjoy a 50% discount. After hearing this, the black-robed man couldn't help but open his eyes. You think you can make them give up the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy just by throwing resources at them? Naive. You look so arrogant. You think you're the only one that must be chosen. Huh? Otherwise, you think your Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy can compare to our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy? As long as you scored 750 points, anyone would know what they should choose. The blue-robed man gritted his teeth, but still looked at Lin Ye and Lin Xi with expectation, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the yellow-robed, beautiful woman had already given up on these 2 and slowly came to Yang Feichen's side. She could not help but say, "Yang Feichen, are you interested in coming to our Gudu Martial Arts Academy? Our Gudu Martial Arts Academy's Earth Element Warrior branch is the strongest in the country. I can apply for a scholarship of 500,000 a year for you, 100 caddies of 3rd-tier exotic beast meat of your choice. And an old professor with Earth Element talent himself will take you as his disciple. How about it?" After hearing the yellow-robed, beautiful woman's words, Lin Ye seemed to think of something and slowly said, "You too, since you're this strong, I want to ask, who among you represents the strongest Ice Element Warrior Academy in Huagua?" When Lin Xi heard this, she froze in place, and then a warm current rose in her heart. After hearing this question, the people from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy all had somewhat unnatural expressions. Seeing that expression, one could tell it was at least not his. And the yellow-robed, beautiful woman from before slowly said, "You too, I know this. The ceiling for Ice Element talented warriors is Bindu Academy in the far north of Wagwa. It can be said to be paradise for Ice Element warriors. The naturally low-temperature training environment can greatly improve the cultivation speed of Ice Element talented warriors." After hearing this, Lin Ye slowly said, "In that case, this one seems pretty good too." After hearing this, the black-robed man was completely agitated. "Are you crazy? Bindu Academy can't even make the top 5 among the nation's martial arts academies. And you're taking your martial exam, full score there? It's number 1 in ice. We're the martial arts academy with the strongest overall strength, and you're actually choosing Bindu Academy. It's number 1 in ice. Even if your Imperial Capital ranks first overall, that is only overall ranking. If we only count Ice Element Warrior Academies, Bindu Academy is first. No problem, right? Do you admit it?" The black-robed man's face darkened, and just then, the blue-robed man slowly spoke. "Bindu Academy has cooperation with our Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. I wonder if you can consider us." Oh, seeing that Lin Ye's curiosity had been hooked, the blue-robed man immediately said, "Because Bindu Academy's environment is too harsh, even though their teaching staff is very strong, unfortunately, due to environmental factors, not many people apply. So they chose to cooperate with our Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. We spent a huge amount of money to build a simulated training environment that can rival Bindu. And every year we can take students to Bindu for tempering. The most important thing is, our school does not lack money or resources. Our teaching staff is almost entirely from Bindu Academy. And because the two academies are in a cooperative relationship, when Ice Element warriors graduate, they will receive a joint graduation certificate from both of our academies. Most importantly, besides our Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy, Bindu Academy will also issue a scholarship." The blue-robed man landed a direct killing blow. Lin Ye was completely delighted. "Okay, then I've decided to choose you." After hearing this, the blue-robed man broke into a wide smile, while the black-robed man's face turned livid. "You'll regret this. Short-sighted fools." His expression was extremely ugly as he directly stormed out. The yellow-robed, beautiful woman looked at the two of them in disbelief. For so many years, this was the first time she had seen anyone give up the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy for another school. "Big brother, big sister, are you planning to apply to Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy? I want to go too." Seeing this, the yellow-robed, beautiful woman immediately tried to fight for them and was about to say something when Yang Patian's voice came over. "Shut up. The Yang family raised you for so long so you could get into the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. And now you want to go with them to Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. How can Mingzhu compare to the Imperial Capital? You're going to anger me to death. Grandpa, you're already old. My life is up to me. You unfilial brat. Truly unfilial. I raised you for over 10 years just so our family could produce someone who could get into the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. And yet you," the yellow-robed, beautiful woman still wanted to insist a little longer, then said, "Yang Feichen, our Gudu Martial Arts Academy's Earth Element talented warriors are ranked first in the country. No need, thank you for your kindness. But I've already decided. Wherever big brother and big sister go, I'll go there." The yellow-robed, beautiful woman opened her mouth, and in the end could only let out a long sigh. After all, Gudu Martial Arts Academy. Transportation wasn't good. Its location wasn't as good as Modu-S, and its economic situation also couldn't compare. It really wasn't very popular. In that case, good luck. Now was the blue-robed man's turn to be delighted. He had originally only planned to try, but he never expected that all 3 geniuses who scored over 700 points would come to their academy. This was a top-tier big deal. Without another word, the blue-robed man directly took out the school emblems and handed them to the 3 of them. "From now on, you're students of our Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. What department do you want to apply for? I can arrange anything. Lin Ye, my little sister is Ice Element. This little brother here is Earth Element, and as for me, I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I have." Good. The blue-robed man could also see that Lin Ye was the core among the 3. As long as he got along well with Lin Ye, everything else would be easy. After the 2 exchanged contact information, the blue-robed man returned with a smile to report back. But after the others left, Lin Xi immediately said to Lin Ye, for you, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy should be the most suitable, right? Why? No reason. The capital has too many aristocratic families. I like freedom. But you clearly just now, you don't think I chose Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy because of you, do you? Don't think too much. I just simply like a more free metropolis. Don't flatter yourself. I'm tired, I'm going back to sleep." Watching Lin Ye's retreating back, Lin Xi pressed her lips together. Beside her, Yang Feichen said softly, "Big sister, big brother is actually Tsundra?" Lin Xi glanced at him. "You don't say. I knew that long ago. That idiot Lin Ye is never straightforward when he talks. He really does seem to treat me like an idiot." Being treated like an idiot is pretty good too. clear your mind, then just hand everything else over to Big Brother to command. Little Lin Xi, logically speaking, Gudu and Imperial Capital would both be more suitable for you too, right? You really didn't need to walk this path because of us. Although the Yang family was rotten from start to finish, Yang Feichen was a breath of fresh air. At the very least, Lin Xi treated him differently from the other people in the Yang family. This little brother was really likable. But Yang Feichen said, because I think staying by your side is better than getting into a good university. I've always used you as my goal, and then kept getting stronger. Lin Xi's lips curved slightly. You've got spirit. Then work hard. After all, because of my Sunder Big Brother, my future teacher and resources are going to be pretty powerful. Big sister, I will. I'll try to last against your third sword next time, before losing. Listening to their conversation, Yang Patian was already numb, as if he had aged several dozen years. Then he slowly stood up, seeming to think of something, and prepared to leave the room. Seeing this, Yang Feichen casually said, Grandpa, where are you going? Go drag your dad out of seclusion, give him a little stimulation, and see if he can make a new alt while he is still young. The main account is already trash. Over the next 3 months, Lin Ye and Lin Xi began moving around the other families to cultivate. They went to the Remnant Scroll Tower to sift through the trash for gold. And in the end, they really did learn some good stuff. Lin Xi directly gained a top-tier martial skill, a high Xian rank technique, Blizzard, a mid Xian rank technique, Dance of Snow, and several other Huang rank ice element martial skills. She felt that she was terrifyingly strong now, but the martial skills Lin Ye searched for were different from hers. Compared to elemental martial skills, Lin Ye's self-harm style combat was just too rare. Because of that, he picked quite a few martial skills that required direct physical confrontation, the kind with relatively high risk. A mid-Xian rank technique, 100 bone shattering Quake Fist. A low Xian rank technique, Blood Wound, as well as all kinds of special utility martial skills, ones that enhanced hearing, increased speed, concealed aura. His focus was being well-rounded. And over these 3 months, the three of them had all improved quite a bit in cultivation. Lin Xi was the first to break through to a second-rank martial artist. A beginner second-rank martial artist was already someone who stood out sharply among the freshmen. A week after her breakthrough, Lin Ye broke through as well. After his breakthrough, the range of pain sharing directly increased to a radius of 300 meters. The boost wasn't too small, and over the past few months, Yang Feichen had also worked hard for one final push. In the end, his cultivation reached the level of peak first rank. No matter when you looked at it, his cultivation speed was absolutely that of a genius among geniuses. But unfortunately for him, there were still 2 freaks ahead of him steadily pressing him down, to the point that he didn't even have the mood to feel proud. At first, the Yang family had opposed Yang Feichen's sin behavior, especially Yang Patian and Yang Chun, who fought against it with all their might. But after realizing their opposition was useless, the two of them simply changed strategies. Put pressure on the eldest and make him have another child. This one they would definitely raise personally, especially in terms of temperament and character. They absolutely couldn't let the kid turn out like Yang Feichen. Lin Ye, why don't we come to Modu a whole week early? To get familiar with the environment in advance. Modu is called the freest city, after all, but you only really know it after seeing it for yourself. Lin, she curled her lips. The freest city? ISNT, it's still monopolized by a bunch of aristocratic families? Actually, not really. Modu was originally built up by a group of merchants. As for the awakening stones, those aristocratic families sell at 5 million apiece. Ordinary people may not be able to afford them, but merchants definitely can. And among the ordinary non-merchant families here, parents will also spend the life savings they scrape together to let their children use an awakening stone and become someone above others. And there are quite a lot of people like that in Modu. Sure, there are aristocratic families here too, but their influence isn't as overwhelmingly absolute as it is elsewhere. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Lin Xi couldn't help smacking her lips. When you put it that way, Modu really is better than other places. It's only relatively better. And while Modu doesn't have slums like Yin City, where people can't afford to eat and worry about their next meal, the wealth gap here is the biggest in the whole country. The upper class keeps sucking the blood of the lower class. Whether it's the aristocratic families monopolizing awakening stones, or the merchants monopolizing wealth, the ones suffering most are still ordinary people. Hearing that, Lin, she let out a light breath. I thought we'd really arrived at paradise for ordinary people. That was never going to happen. Man, what a pity. That kid Yang Feichen's dad came out of seclusion, so he wouldn't be able to come until school starts. No one has been around for me to beat lately, and my hands are getting itchy. All right, Lin Ye, which department did you get admitted to? I don't think I've heard you say. The combat department. Huh, I got admitted to the combat department. The talents in there are all kinds, but their main methods of attack are all close combat, the kind where every punch lands hard. That's why it's also the department with the most students. After hearing that, Lin Xi pressed her lips together. Lin Ye. You. Lin Ye casually patted her on the head. What else with that look? Choosing that department was my own decision. With my talent. If I don't rely on close-range fighting, then what am I supposed to rely on? Besides, once we get to university, aside from teacher guidance and classes, the rest of the time is basically free. We come all the way from the slums to Modu's #1 academy. Cheer up a little. Lin Xi took a deep breath. Lin Ye, thank you. Oh, cut it out. Don't say stuff like that. So cheesy. You really are allergic to family affection. As the high-speed rail entered Modu, the two of them finally saw the city's true appearance. Skyscrapers stood rooted to the ground like giant sea-calming needles, pinning all ordinary people to the very bottom of society. Looking at those towering buildings that seemed to pierce the clouds, as well as the luxury cars speeding down the roads, Lin Xi helped sighing. This place is seriously rich. You can say that again. But to be fair, even though the wealth gap here is huge, this place has the highest proportion of awakened talents among non-aristocratic family members. The moment they got off the train, they could feel a thick sense of extravagance wash over them. Lin Xi's eyes sparkled, and all kinds of thoughts began running through her mind. Lin Ye, do you think one day we'll be able to own our own house here in Modu? Even some old rundown place in Modu can sell for several million. You want to buy that? Don't we get scholarships every year? Over 4 years, no matter what. We should be able to, and then spend it all on a pile of steel bars and concrete? Forget it. Improving your own strength is the true path. In this world, strength is king. True enough. Then what are we doing now? Let us book a hotel first. Then we can walk around and take a look. Personally, I'm inclined to visit the Beast Hunting Association. Maybe for the next 4 years. That's where most of our living expenses will come from. Lin, she curled her lips. Lin Ye, can you stop obsessing over money? This is Modu, a place on equal footing with the imperial capital. And the first thing you want to do after getting here is make money? What else? You expect me to sell a kidney to support you? Lin Ye tapped her on the head, then continued, I'm going to the Beast Hunting Association. You can go wander around on your own. Oh, right. If some stranger tries to hit on you, it's best not to end up killing anyone. This is Modu. The surveillance coverage is high. If someone hits on me, your first concern is actually telling me not to kill him? Should you be worried about whether I'll get hurt? The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Would you really be the one taking the loss? It'd already be good enough if you don't start fighting people. I'm heading out first. Keep your phone on. We'll meet back in this room tonight. Got it. You're so naggy. After Lin Ye left, Lin Xi lay on the bed in boredom. She rolled around for quite a while before suddenly sitting up. How about I buy a few clothes? That guy Lin Ye doesn't seem to have gotten any new clothes in a long time. With that, she headed straight for a nearby mall. Just then, a luxury car drove past her. After passing by Lin Xi, it slowly came to a stop. The car window rolled down, and a voice said, Oh, young Master Su, what is this? Weren't we supposed to experience tonight's night of indulgence? What? Are you getting ready to hunt for beauties again? Another man, looking somewhat flamboyant, stared at Lin Xi's back and couldn't help pointing at her. I'm already bored of all those socialites in Modu. This one feels pretty good. She doesn't look any worse than the young ladies of those great families, and I can sense it. Her aura is amazing. She fits my taste perfectly. Young Master Su, you mean? Night of Indulgence is cancelled. Tonight, I'm going to have a taste of this little wildflower. This was Lin Xi's first time in a major city, but after spending those past few months among Yun City's 8 great families, she could already be considered someone who had seen the world. She was intimidated by Modu's huge shopping malls. After entering the huge mall, all kinds of beautiful clothes dazzled her eyes. Compared to Lin Ye's practicality first mindset, she cared more about appearance. At the very least, she was going to attend university in Modu. She couldn't neglect things like grooming and presentation, where people would easily treat her like some country bumpkin. Hi, beautiful miss. Are you from out of town? You don't look like a Modu local. A voice with a magnetic tone reached Lin Xi's ears. She turned to look and saw a man with brilliant blonde hair and a suit slowly coming to stand beside her. Lin Xi's heart sank a little. Sure enough, she'd bought clothes too late. Some damned rich guy had taken her for a bumpkin. Hadn't he? Lin, she didn't answer. She simply turned and walked into a store. She liked wearing new clothes, but she never wore skirts. When she was little, Lin Ye bought her a skirt once. But when a stray dog from the slums chased her and tried to bite her, she had fallen because the skirt made it hard to move. So in order to protect her, Lin Ye had directly started biting the stray dog back. And it was also because of that incident that Lin Ye discovered the secret that his body could regenerate. But after that, Lin Xi never bought another skirt. Almost all the clothes she bought were women sportswear. But prices in Modu were expensive as hell. She had just taken a liking to one outfit, and the $899 price tag instantly made her freeze on the spot. $899? In Yunqing, that was enough for her to buy 20 outfits. Modu really was worth its weight in gold, every inch of land. Profiteers. They were all profiteers. The man chuckled and followed over like a clinging mutt. Miss, you got quite the guard up. Don't worry, I just want to make friends with you. If there is something you like, I'll buy it for you. When Lin Xi heard that, she turned to look at him. After what happened before with Yang Yintao, she knew all too well what this man in front of her was thinking. Still, getting what she could out of him was getting what she could. She'd see how he reacted later. Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate? I don't even know your name. My name is Su Yuan. May I know yours? No, my family taught me not to talk to strangers. Su Yuan's expression stiffened, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. But it quickly vanished. "You're really cautious, miss. But I'm not a bad person. If you say you're not, then you're not. I can also say I'm not a good person. Do you believe that?" Lin, she rolled her eyes at him, then turned and grabbed two women's sports outfits and shorts. Just as she was about to pay, Su Yuan immediately stepped forward and swiped his card. This one purchase was over 3,000. Lin Xi turned and said, "What are you doing?" "Paying for you. I think this counts as my way of making friends. For the sake of me buying you clothes, can you tell me your name now? Otherwise, calling you miss all the time feels a little awkward." "My name is Lin Xi." Lin Xi directly gave her fake name. Su Yuan curled his lips into a smile. "Miss Lin Xi, is it? Good name. Really? Just like water itself. Beautiful water. Even more beautiful person." The moment Lin Xi heard that, goosebumps almost fell all over the floor. "You're so mushy. Are all moda people like you? Heh, they're not as rich as me. Oh, then keep being a money-scattering boy. I'm going over there to buy clothes." This time, she went to the men's section. The moment she thought about how Lin Ye had worn the same clothes for years, she felt speechless. She even wanted to pin him down and beat him up. Every time she told him to go buy clothes, he would say, "What am I buying that stuff for? The clothes on me can still be worn. Better to spend it on 2 jeans of spare ribs. That's more practical." That really was. She didn't want people at school laughing at her for having a bumpkin of an older brother. While there were still a few days left, she needed to dress him up a little. At the very least, he had to look decent when he went out. After that, she casually picked out 2 outfits. Mostly black. It couldn't be helped. Based on what she knew about Lin Ye, if she bought him white clothes, they'd be dirty in less than 2 days. He wouldn't even be able to wear out that white look. She might as well just buy black directly. Su Yuan had already lost count of how many times he'd been ignored. He still clenched his fists tightly. If he hadn't wanted to try something different this time, he would knocked this woman out and taken her away long ago for his own enjoyment. Just then, Lin Xi thought of something. She took the clothes and walked over to Su Yuan, holding them up in front of him for comparison. She frowned, shook her head, then quickly grabbed another set in a different size and compared that too. The moment he saw this, the anger in Su Yuan's heart instantly faded. Her mouth said no, but her body was pretty honest after all. Wasn't he this proof? Seeing that he was young and rich. Wasn't she still buying clothes to curry favor with him? After choosing 2 sets of clothes and pants, Lin Xi packed them up. After quite a while, she also picked out a new pair of shoes. These things were a bit expensive, but with scholarships and all kinds of university subsidies and policy support, they weren't really poor anymore. Just then, Su Yuan slowly spoke. "Buy the shoes in white. I don't like black." His words made Lin Xi pause. Then she realized something and laughed inwardly. "You don't like black? But I do." That threw Su Yuan's thoughts into a bit of a mess. It seemed like wearing black once in a while might actually feel pretty nice too. Then he quickly stepped forward again and paid for these clothes too. This time, it cost over 4,000, but to him, it was just a drop in the bucket. "In one night, you spent over 7,000 yuan. You're really a tycoon. I'm from the Su family of Modu. Tycoon sounds too awful. It sounds very low." Lin, she smiled. "Oh, young Master Su. Then let us meet again some other time." As she spoke, she turned to leave. When Su Yuan saw that, his eyes widened, and he immediately said, "You were just leaving like that? Otherwise, the clothes you picked out haven't been given yet." Lin Xi's lips curved slightly. "Right. So isn't that exactly what I'm about to do?" Only then did Su Yuan relax. "I thought you forgot." Then he slowly reached out his hand, preparing to accept the clothes this girl had specially chosen for him. Lin, she immediately said, "Speaking of which, thank you. The one at my home will definitely be very happy after receiving the gift." When Su Yuan heard that, the smile on his face froze in place, and the corners of his mouth started twitching. "Why your person at home?" "Yeah. Otherwise, why do you think I was buying men's clothes?" "Then why were you holding them up in front of me? You two have pretty similar builds, and from what I could tell, there isn't much difference in height either. Comparing them on you worked out pretty well. That way I can also give him a surprise." Hearing that, Su Yuan's head swam, and his face turned terrifyingly dark. He had finally tried to seriously hit on a girl for once. And in the end, he'd become the clown. He spent money buying gifts for this woman's boyfriend. Lin Xi looked at his expression and covered her mouth as she laughed softly, since he was so eager to spend money. Then he couldn't blame her for giving him an unforgettable lesson. "All right, I'm going back now. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Just as Lin Xi turned around, Su Yuan spoke again. "I originally thought you were a pure girl. I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to show tenderness to women tonight. Tonight, I'm going to stand up and pound you hard." As a member of the Su family, and one of the direct line at that, at only 20 years old, he had already reached the level of a second-rank martial artist. In the family, he wasn't at the level of being the center of attention, but he was still considered top tier. He had originally planned to run a Big Bad Wolf and Little White Rabbit script on some ignorant, naive, pure country girl. Start with a pickup, show off his wealth while shopping, make the Little White Rabbit's favorability skyrocket, then casually have a meal, drink a little, and finally book a room while she was slightly tipsy. In the end, he would reveal his true nature, eat this Little White Rabbit clean, and enjoy her crying voice and soft body beneath the Big Bad Wolf. But in the end, This woman had actually fooled him and toyed with his feelings. Since she was already a worn shoe, then he wouldn't bother pretending anymore. Who cared whether she had a boyfriend or not? He'd fuck her first and play with her after. When Lin Xi saw Su Yuan's aura begin to surge, she didn't beg for mercy. And she didn't call for help either. Instead, she directly took out her phone and sent a message to someone. This person was someone she had added last month, a top professor at Bingdu Academy, an 8th-rank martial artist, Lan Bing, and one of the main people in charge of cooperation between Bingdu Academy and Moda Martial Arts Academy. At the same time, also her future teacher. Teacher, I'm in Modu. There's a man trying to hit me. I want it back, but I'm afraid of causing trouble. What should I do? Hit back. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. After getting this teacher's reply, the corners of Lin Xi's lips couldn't help but rise. With those words, that was enough. And when Su Yuan saw that she seemed to be messaging someone, he sneered inwardly. At a time like this, no matter who you message, it's useless. Tonight, if you don't serve me properly, I'll make you regret it. Just you a useless waste? You stinking bitch. I'll make you pay the price. Su Yuan raised his hand and reached for Lin Xi, directly preparing to knock her out and take her away. High yellow rank, frostpalm. Her hair instantly turned blood red as she raised her hand and struck towards Su Yuan's claw. The next moment, Su Yuan's expression changed. His whole body was sent flying straight out, crashing right into the middle of the road. The immense force filled his eyes with horror. One move. She had defeated him with just one move. This pfft. Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of unwillingness as he looked at her. If this were Yunqing, she would have already been preparing to dig a pit and bury him. But unfortunately, this was Modu. The streets were full of people. Murder. When the pedestrians on the road saw this scene, they all started shouting. Some backed far away from the area, while others were happy to watch the excitement grow bigger. Some were even filming videos, getting ready to post them online. In short, there are all kinds of people. Very soon, another group of young people ran down from the nearby luxury cars. They rushed to Su Yuan's side and shouted in panic. Young Master Su, are you alright? Damn it, you crazy bitch. Do you even know who you've offended? A rapist? You oh no, that's not right. An attempted rapist. And a trash weakling too. You couldn't even take one move from me. Hearing that, the few friends around Su Yuan were trembling with anger. Su Yuan himself was so furious he couldn't even speak, and one of his lackeys immediately said, Do you know who you've offended? You're finished. In Modu, if you offend the Su family can make sure you die without a burial place. You mean I need to silence you all? Everyone. No, wait. It seems silencing just one person wouldn't be very useful. But if I silence all of you, that should work. Then, the corners of Lin Xi's lips curled slightly. Frozen seals spread out, instantly enveloping several of them. It was late August in Modu, and the blazing sun was like fire, but at this moment, what they felt was the cold of an extreme frozen glacier. Fuck, they had kicked an iron plate this time. Holy shit, wait. He asked from the Su family. The Su family, do you understand? One of Modu's 3 great families. The Su family. The Su family? Never heard of it. Lin Xi's words made several of them so angry they nearly spat blood. They had forgotten this poor girl was from out of town. She simply didn't buy this kind of intimidation. Fuck, they had run into a mad woman. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Lin Xi's attack stopped. Countless people in law enforcement uniforms rushed over and directly surrounded the scene so tightly that not even water could pass through. This young lady, I advise you to calm down. Otherwise, the guns in our hands aren't for show. The law enforcement team? Lin Xi froze for a moment. To be honest, this was her first time seeing the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team was made up either of collateral descendants from families or of vassals attached to great families. It had long since rotted to the core. At least, that was how it was in Yunqing. Every day in the slums, there were robberies, murders, rapes, and all kinds of things being played out, but aside from sealing off the slums, the law enforcement team did nothing at all. It was like raising goo, causing the slums to become more and more chaotic. Although Modu had a higher degree of freedom than Yunqing, to be honest, the law enforcement team most likely also had countless tangled ties with aristocratic families. Lin Xi stopped. This man was trying to rape me. He wanted to abduct me. I struck back and injured him. That's right. ISNT it. Officer, she's lying. This woman saw that my young master Su Yuan was rich and loaded, so she wanted to get close to him and leech money off him. But when young master Su refused, she knocked him unconscious and wanted to force herself on him. Get pregnant with young master Su's child and use that to climb up. You have to stand up for us. At this time, Su Yuan had finally recovered a bit. Then he said, just now, this woman ambushed me. Since she couldn't have me, she wanted to ruin me. Truly disgusting. All right, my name is Su Yuan. Su from the Su family of Modu. When Zhang Tianhao heard that, he immediately understood. The Su family of Modu. Those 4 words alone were enough. His promotion and raise in the future would depend on this one chance. The evidence is conclusive. Do you have anything else to say, miss? Come with us. Lin Xi laughed. She was so angry she laughed. I said he is a rapist. Are you deaf? A young master like him would rape you? Miss, have you read too many novels? I see plenty of women like you every month. The kind who want to fly onto a branch and become a phoenix. Don't make pointless resistance. You people, Lin Xi felt sickened. This time, she was genuinely disgusted. And Su Yuan said gloomily, you stinking bitch, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you'd known your place earlier, wound tea that'd have been better. Lin, she rubbed her forehead. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I never should have had any hope for your law enforcement team. If you dare resist, we are fully capable of killing you on the spot. There were 5 members of the law enforcement team here in total. Aside from Zhang Tianhao, who had early 3rd rank cultivation, the other 4 were all peak 2nd rank martial artists. Each of them was equipped with a handgun, and they looked quite proper and official. But what they were doing was completely inhuman. Form of ice. In an instant, blood-red ice crystal armor directly covered her body, and at the same time, the range of frozen steel began to expand. When Zhang Tianhao saw this scene, he was overjoyed. The criminal refuses to cooperate and has begun attacking the law enforcement team. According to the law enforcement personnel may kill the criminal and eliminate the threat before it can grow. The other 4 also understood that Zhang Tianhao was twisting black into white, but they still chambered their guns. After all, every time Zhang Tianhao received benefits from those aristocratic families, he would share some with them as well. The few of them had long since become grasshoppers tied to the same rope. But just as they were about to pull the trigger, an intense pain suddenly came from their palms, so painful that they couldn't even hold their guns anymore. It hurts so much. The 5 officers, Su Yuan, and probably even a few of the lackeys all had such unbearable pain in their palms that they couldn't even stay standing. Seeing this, Lin Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother. At this moment, Lin Ye was holding a scalding hot kettle, while his hand was directly submerged inside it, letting the boiling water cook it at will. He said calmly, you dare say my xiaoxi is that unbearable? Did you ask me first? After Lin Ye arrived, Lin Xi felt a weight lift off her chest. Then she ran over all the way. Why are you here? After I left the Beast Hunting Association, I was bored and scrolling through videos. I scrolled to you. In just a few hours, you've made quite a scene. Lin Ye's words made Lin Xi stick out her tongue. Then she smoothed her hair. Who could have thought of that? Being too pretty is a crime too. What is even worse is that this bunch of law enforcement guys are turning black into white. Sigh, looks like Modu is at most just a bigger yinching. Lin Ye glanced at the people lying on the ground, then took his hand out of the hot water kettle. Now that he was at the early 2nd rank, he could already extend his influence range to 300 meters. Looking at his hand, which was already burned with blisters, Lin Xi slowly said, bro, your hand. What? You don't call me brother now? Not calling your big brother by name anymore? Lin Ye said with a light chuckle as he looked at the clothes in Lin Xi's hands. Looks like you bought quite a few things. At that moment, the 5 law enforcement officers struggled to their feet and said, you 2 bumpkins dare to attack the law enforcement squad. Now we have a reason to kill you. As they spoke, they immediately endured the pain and used their other hand, the one that was hurting, to raise their guns and prepare to fire. Everyone knew that below the 3rd rank, a martial artist generally could not withstand the power of hot weapons at all. Seeing this, Lin Ye did not dodge. Instead, he took out a few needles and forcefully stabbed them under his fingernails. The moment they raised their guns, the pain in their hands surged again, making them break out in a cold sweat all over. Even though their cultivation was higher than the other side's, under such intense pain, they still felt worse than death. At this point, they had already guessed what this man's talent was. But even if they guessed it, they never imagined someone would actually do this, whether it was scalding his hand with boiling water or jabbing needles into his fingers. Each of these was challenging the limits of the human body. You lunatic, damn it. Requesting support, requesting support. Address is the Baishur building in Modu. There's a lunatic attacking the law enforcement squad. Requesting support. Requesting elite law enforcement officers with 4th rank cultivation for backup. Hearing this, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Although in these 3 months, he and Lin Xi had both reached the level of 2nd rank martial artists. Their physical toughness was already several levels above when they were 1st rank. At the very least, attacks like sword slashes and stabs could no longer hurt them. But against a 4th rank martial artist, they were still helpless. The 300-meter coverage range was still too small. If he reached the peak of 2nd rank or had 3rd rank strength, he might have some fighting chance, but right now, he really couldn't. You 2 can't escape. Bitch, this is what happens when you mess with us. So what if you can fight? In today's society, you need backing, and you need strength. You'd better strip naked right now and lie on the bed obediently. Maybe I'll spare your lives, otherwise. Su Yuan slowly stood up. After hearing that elite law enforcement officers were coming to back them up, he immediately got cocky. Lin Ye looked at him and said nothing. He quickly rushed toward him, so fast that the people beside him didn't even react. What are you doing? Zhang Tianhao immediately stepped forward to stop him, but because of the pain in both hands, he failed to stop Lin Ye at all and let Lin Ye stand directly in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan was terrified by the sight, but he still said viciously, I'm a member of the Su family. The Su family of Modu. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure you 1T get away with this. Lin Ye gave a light laugh. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble, but I don't like what you just said. Do you know that? Since childhood, everyone who has coveted her has ended up badly. You're no exception. After hearing this, Su Yuan's pupil shrank. You dare? What do I have to be afraid of? Then Lin Ye lifted his leg and kicked hard at Su Yuan's groin. Oh! A sharp burst of pain instantly shot up from his crotch, and Su Yuan screamed in agony from the pain. In an instant, Su Yuan flew out, and a massive amount of blood gushed from his lower body. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Zhang Tianhao turned back and took one look. The sky had fallen. That kick had gone straight into Su Yuan's vital parts. Judging by the amount of blood, that thing was completely ruined. It was over. His path to promotion had been completely cut off by this brat. Bastard. Godi. As a third-rank martial artist, he immediately charged toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye said nothing and directly took out some chili powder from his storage bag, then rubbed it straight into his own eyes. Aya! Then, sound location by echo. Zhang Tianhao's eyes hurt so badly, he couldn't even open them. But Lin Ye had already appeared right in front of him and instantly knocked him to the ground with a mountain-splitting palm. The other's eyes hurt too badly to open as well, and they rolled all over the ground. Lin Xi hurried over and condensed a few ice chunks to wipe Lin Ye's eyes. Lin Ye, what do we do now? Run? Did you message your teacher? I did. What did she say? She said if the sky falls, she'll hold it up. Then don't let that old guy bluff. Hurry and send her a location. Tell her if she doesn't come soon. She can wait to collect our corpses. As soon as Lin Ye said that, Lin Xi immediately did as told. Then Lin Ye opened his eyes and looked at the law enforcement squad writhing and howling on the ground, as well as Su Yuan, whose lower body was already a river of blood and who had fallen unconscious. He couldn't help sighing. Why do we run into this kind of trouble every time we get to a new place? It's not like I wanted this. Lin Xi pouted. Lin Ye patted her head. No one else blaming you. It's just that. I seem to be able to imagine that after we get to university, this kind of trouble will only get more and more. Even though the control the major families have in Modu isn't as strong as in the Imperial City. Their status here still isn't low. Look at these law enforcement guys. Even after hearing about the Su family, aren't they still turning black into white? Lin Xi lowered her head, as if thinking about something. At that moment, the law enforcement squad came again. This time, there were even more of them. Nearly 20 people in total, including one fourth-rank martial artist. When Zhang Tianhao saw reinforcements arrive, he immediately shouted, "Seniorly, quick! It's those two! Arrest them!" Not only did they attack the law enforcement squad, they also attacked young Master Su of the Modu Su family. Young Master Su's lower body even. As soon as the name of the Modu Su family came out, all the law enforcement officers immediately surrounded the two of them. The fourth-rank martial artist at the front was named Li Feng. He said calmly, "Bumpkins, quite a temper you've got. Looks like it's time to lock you up and teach you a lesson so you know that in Modu, not just anyone can be touched." Lin Ye said, "Then tell me, who can be touched and who can't? We're from the countryside. We don't understand." "Heh, as expected, bumpkins. Fine. I'll tell you. In Modu, martial arts families, business giants, and the law enforcement department, none of them are people you have a right to touch. If you do, you'll have to pay the price. Looks like you left one type out. Oh, and what is that? Martial arts geniuses. You can't touch them. Li Fem Lauga. Ha ha ha. Martial arts geniuses? This is Modu. Maybe you're a genius in your little countryside, but here, one brick can smash a pile of geniuses to death. Quit joking with me. You really think you're some big shot? Man, take them down." And just then, a wave of pressure came crashing down. The immense pressure instantly made everyone's bodies unable to move, and a wave of extreme cold instantly enveloped the entire street. The sudden change made a trace of shock flash in Li Feng's eyes. He began channeling spiritual energy to resist the cold, but to his horror, he found that the spiritual energy in his body didn't even have a chance to circulate. Fifth rank? No, the one who came was even above that. The clacking of high heels came closer. A woman in ice blue clothes walked over, with long ice blue hair and a chilling aura around her. Every step she took sounded like it was stepping right on people's hearts. She looked to be in her 20s, but her real age was impossible to tell. Still, Lin Ye decided on one thing the moment he saw her. She was strong, ridiculously strong. "As senior, we didn't know you were here. We disturbed your peace, and we offended you. Please be magnanimous, senior." Li Feng had no idea why he would run into a powerhouse of this level on this street. This terrifying ice domain covered several thousand meters, and that distance was probably still her holding back. It was obvious that when he saw this woman, her cultivation was at least above rank 6. She was completely beyond someone like him, but she didn't even spare Li Feng a glance. Instead, she headed straight for Lin Xi, looked her over from head to toe, then nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Li Feng. "You say there are a bunch of chosen geniuses in Modu, so many that one brick could kill a pile of them? Heh, I'm a chosen genius too. Can your brick kill me?" Li Feng's heart trembled violently after hearing that. "As senior, you must be joking. Senior? Am I that old?" "And no, not old, senior." Li Feng was already trembling like a sieve as the blue-haired woman slowly said, "Your law enforcement team brought so many people. What are you here for? Under the pressure, Li Feng didn't know how to answer, and Zhang Tianhao at the side said, Senior, it's like this. This woman failed to gold dig. Then injured Su Yuan, young master of the Su family in Modu. And this man even kicked young master Su Yuan's manhood useless. It's simply a heinous crime. We're just enforcing the law impartially. Oh, so it's the Su family of Modu. Hearing that, Zhang Tianhao's expression eased a little. Then the next second, the blue-haired woman slowly said, a family that can raise a rapist. He deserves to have his manhood broken. Zhang Tianhao's face froze instantly. And no, Senior, it's not like that. It was this woman, smack. A slap landed directly across Zhang Tianhao's face. Zhang Tianhao looked utterly disbelieving. Li Fem, Li Senior. You, shut up. Then Li Feng immediately bent over and said, I'm sorry, Senior. Our law enforcement team made a mistake this time. Maybe Su Yuan really is a rapist and caused this lady bad trouble. Em Trudisore. Li Senior, what are you saying? This is the Su family of Modu. How can you smack? I told you shut up, idiot fool. Moron. Is what S on your neck just decoration? Get lost. Zhang Tianhao took another slap and was so frightened he didn't dare move at all. The blue-haired woman just quietly watched his performance. While Li Feng forced a smile and said, Sorry, Senior. It was this idiot that caused our law enforcement team to make the wrong judgment. Please don't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart. My disciple almost got taken away by your law enforcement team. If I hadn't come, would the female disciple I finally recruited have been taken away by you? Hearing that, Li Feng was terrified out of his wits. And not just Li Feng, even Lin Xi was stunned. Lin Ye had already guessed some of it at the start, but after hearing this woman say it himself, he still found it hard to believe. Wasn't he Lin Xi's teacher supposed to be an old professor? Why was it such a young woman? Senior, I didn't know she was your student. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I won't bully you either. 400,000 per person. For their mental damage fees. I checked. There are 25 of you in total, right? That's 10 million altogether. If you don't have it, use martial techniques, cultivation methods, or weapons as collateral. Otherwise, fuck. Not only Li Feng, but everyone else looked like they'd eaten shit. At this point, even Zhang Tianhao understood. He sat down on the ground, completely limp. Li Feng's face was ugly, but he still gritted his teeth and paid 400,000. Then said viciously to Zhang Tianhao, You brat, just you wait. After Li Feng paid, the others quickly started handing over money too. Very soon, the 10 million was collected. Then the snow and ice on the street dispersed, and the oppressive pressure from the woman in blue instantly vanished. Since you've paid the mental damage fee, you can get lost now. Tell the Su family something for me. I, Lan Bing, am protecting this person. If the Su family wants to turn against me for the sake of that spoiled brat, I don't mind going to the Su family and making some trouble. Li Feng was shocked inside, but he still said humbly, Yes, Senior, we'll get lost. We're getting lost right now. Go, hurry up and go. Watching these people flee in disgrace, Lan Bing slowly turned back and looked at Lin Xi, who was still stunned in place. She couldn't help saying, Not bad. 18 years old, rank 2 martial artist. Nice to meet you, Lin Xi. I'm Lan Bing, your future mentor. Lin Xi froze on the spot, then looked at her chat records, then looked back at her. Blue Eyes teacher, it really is you. Lan Bing Juk. If not me, then who? At the side, Lin Ye sized up Lan Bing and casually said, Professor Lan's skincare level is really high. She doesn't look like an old person at all. For my sister's sake, can you share your skincare formula? Please. Lin Xi. Lan Bing, I'm only 33 this year. Are you itchy? After hearing that, Lin Ye was startled. At 33, she had already reached rank 8 martial artist cultivation. A genius. Absolutely top-tier genius level. Of course, he had said that on purpose just now. After learning her cultivation, he immediately felt at ease. At the very least, these two schools really did care about Lin Xi. Then he could start his own wildly growing path. Professor Lan, sorry, but thank you for saving our lives. Then Lin Ye slowly took out a red envelope from his chest. He looked left and right, and seeing no one nearby, secretly stuffed it into her hand. A little token of appreciation. Teacher, please accept it. My little Xi is in your care, so please look after her. Lan Bing, this older brother of Lin Xi's probably has some kind of brain disease. You brat, bring me these scraps? Do you think I care about this much? Lan Bing directly tossed the red packet back. Lin Ye scratched his head. It's a lot. I stuffed 200,000 in there. Lan Bing snah. When I go hunt a beast, the beast I bring back is worth tens of millions in profit. You want to bribe me with this tiny 200,000? Keep it and spend it on yourselves. Then she tossed a card to Lin Xi. Lin Xi, take this. Since your teacher just arrived, I don't have any gift for you. This card is your meeting gift. It contains the mental damage fee those dog-eyed law enforcement people just paid. Spend it however you want. Lin Xi's mouth twitched. 10 million? That's way too much. Cultivation costs a lot of money. The later you go, the more expensive it gets. Don't think the subsidy the school gives you every year seems like a lot. In reality, once you really start cultivating, that little bit of money will be gone in about a month. Then Lan Bing glanced at the time. You two must have come to Modu early, right? There's still a few days until school starts. Or my badge, and after school starts, just come find me directly. As for you, Lan Bing turned her gaze to Lin Ye. The material showed that there was indeed a certain gap in talent between these siblings. Her younger sister was clearly the type with a chosen genius panel, A-rank talent, blood cold, Xin body martial aptitude, and her practical combat level was practically perfect. That was why she had decided to take her as a disciple. And Lin Ye, although he also had the aptitude for the profound body martial path, his C-rank talent, pain sharing was a bit lacking. And for a talent type like his, neither Mingzhu Martial Academy nor Bingdu had any especially authoritative professors or teachers. The only thing they could think of was to give him all kinds of resources and let him develop on his own. Professor Lan, you don't need to worry about me. It's hard for my talent to find a matching teacher. You're taking it pretty well. But don't say I'm cold-hearted. Although I can't teach you, if you run into any trouble at school in the future, you can come to me. So I've basically hitched a ride on my little sister's coattails? Lin, she rolled her eyes at him. Lin Ye, what kind of logic is that? ISNT it? Otherwise, Professor Lan wouldn't even spare me a glance, right? Lan Bing slowly said, you're kind of interesting. Come to think of it, your talent would be more suitable for the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. That place is the strongest in terms of overall capability. It's also the school that suits you best. The reason you came here, was it because of her? How could that be? Someone like me with no background would just be seeking death if I went to the Imperial Capital. It's freer here. No restraints from aristocratic families. ISNT that great? Hearing Lin Ye's words, Lan Bing smiled. You're pretty good at saying one thing and meaning another. All right, I won't disturb you too anymore. Come find me again when school starts. Oh right, Lin Xi, this is for you. After that, Lan Bing directly handed Lin Xi a cultivation method manual. Looking at it, Lin Xi carefully asked, Teacher, what is this? Your talent is special. Most people who awaken bloody extreme, cold, rarely live past 30. But as long as you cultivate this technique, that problem should more or less be solved. Soul crystal condensation art is currently the cultivation method best suited for you. And this is a low-grade, earth-tier cultivation method. There is no need for you to abolish your previous cultivation methods. Any earth-tier cultivation method will devour the cultivation methods you practiced before and overwrite them. The greatest advantage of this technique is that it improves the efficiency of burning your blood. For example, the power you used to gain by burning 400 milliliters of blood can now be achieved by burning only 40 milliliters. As long as you keep the blood you burn in each battle within a safe range, the side effects brought by your talent will naturally be broken. After hearing that, Lin Xi looked at Lan Bing in shock, then looked down at the cultivation method in her hands, and immediately shouted, Thank you, teacher. Lin Ye, however, was a little puzzled. That's strange, Professor Lan. If a cultivation method like this already exists, why do other people still treat awakeners with a bloody extreme cold talent, like short-lived ghosts? Oh, because I created this cultivation method myself 3 years ago. Other people don't know about it. Lin Ye, Lin Xi. Their estimation of Lan Bing's strength instantly rose by another level. And Lan Bing was very satisfied with their reaction. Well, you didn't think that just having high talent and great strength was enough to become a professor, did you? Every professor at a top martial university is someone capable of creating cultivation methods in the academic field. Otherwise, why do you think Lin Xi became my disciple? It's because the cultivation method I created has a compatibility with her that is almost 100%. Then she waved her hand. All right, I'm leaving. You two have fun in Modu these next few days. You just got 10 million. Oh, and don't think about buying a house or a car. Those things people use for showing off are of no benefit to us at all. See you. See you, Teacher Lan Bing. After Lan Bing left, Lin Xi immediately jumped up excitedly. An earth-tier cultivation method. Lin Ye, starting today, I'm also someone with an earth-tier cultivation method now. So this is what it means to come to a good school. This one earth-tier cultivation method directly crushes all the cultivation methods of the 8 great families of Yunqing. Among the 8 great families of Yunqing, aside from the Yi family having one high-grade profound-tier cultivation method, the other 7 families only had mid-grade profound-tier ones. There wasn't even a trace of anything earth-tier. And yet on her very first day in Modu, her teacher had given her an earth-tier cultivation method. To her, this was even more exciting than winning the lottery. Lin Ye slowly sitted. All right, time to head back to the hotel. We've finally finished running around for the day. Seeing that, Lin Xi handed the shopping bag in her hand to Lin Ye. Here, take it. Lin Ye turned back. What is this? Why your clothes? I bought them for you. Lin Ye froze, then looked at the clothes inside. Don't I already have clothes? You've worn those clothes for years. Don't tell me you have no idea. Hurry up and change into these. I want to see you wearing them tomorrow. Or I seriously won't be able to take it. What if I get mocked by everyone at school for having a country bumpkin brother? But there's no but. Put them on. Lin Xi grabbed Lin Ye by the collar and spoke with a serious face. Lin Ye let out a snore of laughter. In that case, I'd be more respectful obeying than declining. That is more like it. I bought them for you, so just keep them honestly. Otherwise, with those clothes you wear wash, then wear again. Anyone who sees you would think we fled here from famine. Speaking of which, what are we eating tonight? I just went to the Beast Hunter Association and bought 10 gene of second-rank exotic beast flesh and blood. There are tons of exotic beasts in Modu SCs, and most of them are sea beasts. Since it's something we've never eaten before, we can try something new. We're not eating it raw again, are we? Don't worry. I already had the hotel kitchen cook it. If it doesn't taste good, we'll switch back to land exotic beasts. Okay. At the same time, in the Su family, woo-woo, my son. Bastard, who was it? Who the hell did this? Are the law enforcement squad all dead? My son was injured this badly, and even his manhood was crippled. This is shitting right on top of my Su family's head. Old Su, this matter absolutely cannot end like this. A middle-aged woman held the unconscious Su Yuan in her arms and wailed loudly. Su Dingzhou slowly said, the law enforcement squad gave us a message. If there's a problem, go find Lan Bing. Lan Bing? What kind of person is that? Just from a name, she sounds like some fox spirit seductress. She dared cripple my son. I'll make her repay a blood debt with blood. Su Dingzhou turned and shouted, then go to Mingzhu Martial Academy. The youngest genius professor in Bingdu Academy. Someone who broke through to an 8th rank martial artist at the age of 30. A genius with the greatest chance of reaching 9th rank before the age of 40. Go get your revenge. Hearing that, the middle-aged woman was scared silly, but she still felt unwilling in her heart. Are we just going to let this go? Su Dingzhou's eyes darkened. How can we just let this go? The most important thing in this matter isn't that we offended Lan Bing. It's that some country bumpkin from the countryside did this. Lan Bing is only that bumpkin-ass teacher. As long as we deal with that bumpkin, that's enough. But her teacher is an 8th rank martial artist. How is that possible? In all of Modu, 8th rank martial artists are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The Su family only has 2 8th rank martial artists total. We simply have just a country bumpkin from some small place. Lan Bing can protect her for a while, but can she protect her for a lifetime? Modu Martial Academy? Once she graduates, she still have to fight her way into our Su family to beg for a job? She's just a student. What's so great about that? Go to the dark web. Offer 5 million to assassinate the new disciple Lan Bing. Just accepted. I refuse to believe Lan Bing can protect her 24 hours a day. She dared cripple my son? I'll make her pay dearly for it. Lin Ye so amazing. Seriously so amazing. This cultivation method is too strong. I feel like I'm about to break through to the middle stage of 2nd rank. Lin Xi had just learned the ice soul crystal condensation art that Lan Bing gave her. Not only had it directly assimilated all her previous cultivation methods, it had even fed the power from those old methods back into herself. And the cultivation speed of an Earth-tier cultivation method could truly be described as advancing 1,000 miles in a single day. Lin Xi even had a feeling that within 1 year, she might actually be able to charge at the level of a 3rd-rank martial artist. Not bad. Then when the time comes, you could be the one to earn money and support the family, and I can naturally slack off. Nice, really nice. Lin, she rolled her eyes at him. You got the nerve to slack off and freeload off your little sister? Why wouldn't I? Seriously, I've got to hand it to you. But my cultivation speed is way faster than yours now. When the time comes, don't get left so far behind that all you can do is stare at my back. Lin, she started getting cocky again. And Lin, he narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, is that so? Suddenly, I really want to see just how good this so-called cultivation technique of yours is. How about we spar a little? Lin, she immediately jumped up. Don't mess around. With all those self-harm dirty tricks of yours, even I get freaked out just watching. Their old life had been miserable. Lin, she had always thought her pain tolerance wasn't too much worse than Lin Ye's, until she saw him crush his own balls. Scald his hands with boiling water, stab needles under his nails, slash at his veins with a knife, and pull off all kinds of scalp-numbing stunts. There was no helping it. If she wanted to spar with Lin Ye, she had to learn ranged attacks and stay far outside his area of influence. Otherwise, all his little self-harm methods could torture anyone into going insane. Even she was no exception. Every single time, it was a challenge to the physiological limit of the human body. Lin Ye smiled, then looked out from high up in the hotel over the entire Modu, unable to help sighing with emotion. So this is the place we'll be staying for the next few years. Coming from the slums of Yun City, I really never imagined we'd make it this far. Lin, she walked over to his side. Yeah, when we were kids, I used to think that in the future, having a stable job that paid a few thousand a month, then leaving the slums, saving some money to open a small shop and do a little business, at the very least, something on the scale of those black market stores, would be enough. Back then, my wish was simple. As long as I had enough to eat and clothes to wear, that was enough. I never thought that by 18, we'd already make it here. I really never expected it. Lin Ye patted her on the head. Teacher Lan Bing is very strong. A rank 8 martial artist in her 30s. Breaking through to rank 9 in the future is basically a sure thing. With you by her side, I can relax. After Lin Ye said that, Lin, she suddenly noticed something off. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you can relax? The two of us are supposed to stay together the whole time. Why does that sound like you're entrusting me to someone before you die? Are you hiding something from me? Talk. Lin Ye simulated faintly. There's nothing. It's just that after we start university, you'll be in the girls' dorm and I'll be in the boys' dorm. We'll probably see each other less often after this. I can't possibly keep watching over you from every angle like before. That's it. What else could it be? Lin, she let out a cold snort. It's not like we want to be able to see each other anymore. You're making it sound like life and death. Ha, we're not going to die. Did you forget? All right, get some proper sleep. We've been cultivating nonstop for several months. Relax a bit these next few days. Once school starts, we'll have fewer chances to meet anyway. Okay, Lin Xi didn't say much more and lay down on the bed. But she kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. An earth-tier cultivation technique. A rank 8 martial artist as a teacher. That had widened the gap between her and Lin Ye even further. The two of them used to be able to keep pace with each other. Every time they sparred, she lost. And even now, though her cultivation had reached the level of a rank 3 martial artist, she still couldn't guarantee she could beat Lin Ye with his pain-sharing ability. And now, her surface-level cultivation technique, and teacher were all much better than Lin Ye's. At this moment, a trace of fear rose in her heart. Once a gap began to appear between two people, the distance between them would only grow wider with time. Ever since she could remember, she had no parents. Lin Ye had been the one who raised her. Ever since he was little, he had been like an adult. The two of them had lived in the slums for 18 years. They were each other's closest family. What he said today left her dazed. After all, in the past, she and Lin Ye had always been inseparable. If she slowed down her cultivation a little, would she not end up separated from Lin Ye? Had Lin Ye already foreseen something like this and started preparing for it? So annoying. Lin she tossed and turned several more times, but that frustration pressed against her chest. She kept feeling as if Lin Ye was about to leave her. Huff, huff. Right then, she heard a familiar snoring sound by her ear. Her expression instantly stiffened. Then she turned and glanced at Lin Ye on the other bed, only to see that he was already sound asleep. He looked so carefree, completely lacking any anxiety at all over the fact that the two of them might soon drift apart. Lin Xi's eyes widened as she stared at him. She suddenly felt like the anxiety she had just gone through made her look like an idiot. This guy didn't care at all. Lin Xi. Idiot Lin Ye. Humph. Lin Xi immediately turned over and tried to rest. Only after the bed beside him finally went quiet did Lin Ye slowly open his eyes. A little helplessness appearing in his heart. Even though he had raised her rough, a girl was still a girl. Huh? Her thoughts were this delicate. Looks like in the future, he couldn't talk about things like this anymore. Then his mind drifted to what had happened today at the Beast Hunter Association. In the crowd, a voice had come from behind him. Our man, you're the one who killed him, right? His token is on you. But the moment Lin Ye heard that, he suddenly turned around, only to find that there was no one there. That sentence made him think of someone. Li Deshan, the captain they had encountered the first time they went out on a beast hunting mission. The one who robbed other hunters. The one who controlled puppets. Later, he had been driven into a dead end by the brother and sister and died under a curse. And the secret corpse puppet technique he used, along with that token with black corpse written on it, were still on Lin Ye. Clearly, the Corpse Puppet Society had most likely already discovered him. And those people were currently here in Modu. Just to be safe, investigating the Corpse Puppet Society should be put aside for now. He would wait until Lin Xi had fully entered the school first. Over the next few days, the group toured some of Modu's scenic spots and bought some daily necessities along the way. Finally, university started. Lin Ye, teacher Lan Bing told me to go find her the moment I got to school, so. Do you need me to go with you? No need. The place she told me to meet her is in the girls' dorm. You can't get in. True enough. All right then. I'll go report to the boys' dorm too. See you at lunch. MHM, okay. After Lin Xi left, Lin Ye also headed to his own dorm. A 4-person room. Loft beds with desks underneath, a private bathroom, and its own air conditioning. It looked almost like a small standalone unit. Each person even had a private safe. Seeing the dorm setup, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of a school in Modu, the interior decor alone was this luxurious. Every corner gave off an extravagant air. Then Lin Ye took a quilt out of his storage bag and tossed it onto the bed before glancing at the other 3 empty bunks. Looks like he was the first one here. Did someone get here before me? The newcomer was a black-haired young man. His looks were ordinary, the kind you wouldn't recognize even if you tossed him into a crowd. At least, when Lin Ye saw him for the first time. Nothing about his appearance left any special impression in his mind. Hello, my name is Lin Ye. Oh, hello. I'm Jiang Tao, from the Jiang family of Jiang City. I'm basically one of the little nobodies in the Jiang family. Oh ho, from a great clan, huh? But judging from that tone, at least he didn't sound overbearing. Better observe for now. Soon, 2 more people arrived at the dorm. The 2 of them entered almost at the same time, but their images were worlds apart. One of them wore a Rolex on his wrist and fine clothes on his body. Even his hairstyle was carefully styled. From the inside out, he radiated luxury. The other looked much more humble. He followed behind the first one, apparently helping carry his luggage. He looked just like the former little lackey. Yo, looks like 2 people came early. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Feng, from the Su family of Modu. This one here is Zhou Hao, the youngest son of Modu's Chaofeng group. Pure merchant family. Lucky guy. He got special approval to get in. That somewhat meek young man immediately said, HLO. When Lin Ye heard the words the Su family of Modu, his brows couldn't help but furrow. What a coincidence. Could this world really be that small? Compared to Lin Ye's rather indifferent reaction, Jiang Tao looked extremely shocked. The Su family of Modu? You mean that Su family, one of Modu's three great families? Good lord, I actually met a real young master in college. Lin Ye casually said, aren't you from the Jiang family of Jiangshan? Doesn't that make you a young master too? Jiang Tao's expression shifted a little. I don't really count. I'm basically invisible in the Jiang family. My mother died early, and my father doesn't care about me. I'm not much different from an ordinary person. When Su Feng heard that, he had originally been thinking of making connections, but after hearing those words, the smile on his face immediately changed. Oh, then you really are pretty miserable. Born a young master and still ended up like this. Zhou Hao had almost no presence at all. Ever since coming in, he hadn't said a word. Even if a merchant family couldn't compare to a martial arts family, it shouldn't be this bad, right? After all, a huge part of Modu's development had come from merchants. Zhou Hao, what were you specially recruited for? Him? He awakened a healing type talent. I really don't get it. How can a healing type even get special admission? A real man should awaken a bold, hard-hitting attack type talent. Zhou Hao didn't speak. Su Feng answered for him, and looking at Zhou Hao's expression, his head lowered even more. It was obvious that Zhou Hao was very afraid of Su Feng. But Su Feng continued, speaking of which, what does your family do? Judging from what you're wearing, your background should be pretty impressive too, right? Oh, me? I'm just a nobody. I got in because of my grades. A nobody? Come on. How could there be any nobodies in this world? Nobodies can't even afford to awaken a talent. Your family has to at least be in business, right? Don't tell me your parents spent all their savings to buy you an awakening stone. No, I awakened on the black market. A low-grade awakening stone. 50,000 each. I succeeded. Lin Ye's words made all three of them suddenly look up at him. Even Su Feng couldn't help raising a thumbs up. Damn, you got a death wish. Impressive. But after saying that, he completely lost interest in Lin Ye. For people in one dorm, one was a nobody, one was an overlooked member of an out-of-town martial arts family, and one came from a merchant family. Looking at it that way, he had the highest status out of all four of them. Who would thought that in the Su family, he was only upper middle tier, but in a college dorm, he could actually be the boss? How about the four of us rank ourselves? I'll be the big brother. No objections, right? The moment Su Feng said that, Jiang Tao immediately agreed. If Brother Su's the big brother, I've got no objections. Zhou Hao echoed, I don't either. Good. Then from now on, I'm the boss. Lin Ye almost laughed when he heard that. It was like little kids playing house. He quietly said, I'll just be number 4. Su Feng glanced at him and revealed an expression that clearly said, you know your place. Then he slowly said, then it's settled. I'm the boss. Jiang Tao is number 2. Zhou Hao is number 3. And Lin Ye, you'll be number 4. Since it's our first day, how about we go out and have a meal together? Lin Ye slowly said, I'll pass. I don't have money. Su Feng shot him a glance. It's only the first day, and you're already broke? Can't help it. My living expenses are limited. I can't spend more than 30 a day. Hearing that, Su Feng looked at Lin Ye with even more disdain. So his monthly allowance was only about 1,000? In that case, he could only eat at the school cafeteria, and probably only 2 meals a day at that. If that's the case, then you don't need to come. Come on, number 2, number 3, let us go. Originally, he had been thinking of treating them, but after hearing that, he didn't even bother saying it. This country bumpkin couldn't even seize a chance to curry favor with him. Someone like that would never amount to much in the future. After Su Feng took the other 2 away, Lin Ye slowly jumped down for the bed. Then his phone rang. Lin Ye, are you done unpacking? Xiaoxi, why are you calling me? Not used to dorm life? Miss me already? No, it's just that there are 4 people in my dorm, and 3 of them are all rich young ladies. Every single one of them is so arrogant. They're either daughters from wealthy families in the Moda Chamber of Commerce or descendants of great families from the imperial capital in Gudu. I feel like they're excluding me. No, seriously, is college really this ridiculous? How can we run into people like this everywhere we go? Lin Ye chocolate. Do you think maybe we're the weird ones? All right, stop worrying. I'll take you to eat something good at noon. Really? Where? The school cafeteria. School cafeteria. Lin Xi stood there waiting for him with a resentful look on her face, while Lin Ye slowly walked over, smiling brightly. What? Why do you look like some aggrieved little puppy? I thought you were going to take me somewhere nice. And it turns out to be the school cafeteria? What is wrong with the cafeteria? You should know this is the cafeteria of Pearl Martial Arts Academy. Based on Lin Ye's memories from his previous life, the cafeterias of top-tier colleges were the most reliable when it came to price and the most comprehensive in nutrition. They were far better than those little restaurants run by street vendors outside. More importantly, in order to take care of all kinds of students, the prices wouldn't be too high. I mean, I'm a multimillionaire now. Can't I eat something better? So you really like paying $188 for a carefully plated serving of carrots? Or boiled cabbage for $138 a plate. You really enjoy being ripped off like that? Lin Xi? Fine. The prices in some places in Modu really were outrageously insane. It was better to just eat in the school cafeteria. As they walked into the school cafeteria, a rich aroma immediately greeted them. Every food stall was selling all kinds of plentiful dishes, and there were even options tailored to the tastes of different regions. Lin Ye, this one is so cheap. One serving is only 10. Lin Ye glanced at it and frowned. That's just ordinary pork and beef. Let us keep looking. Then Lin Ye went straight up to the second floor. Compared to the low-priced ingredients on the first floor, the prices on the second floor had clearly gone up. Every dish started at least 30, but the meat inside was actually first-order exotic beast meat. Lin Ye then looked up at the third and fourth floors, as if he had guessed something. Let's keep going. Huh? Still going? Yes. No wonder the cafeteria was built this tall. So that's why. Why? Each floor up, the prices go up a bit, but the rarity of the ingredients also jumps to another level. We're not short on money, so let us go straight to the top floor. Okay. When the two of them reached the top floor, Lin Ye was stunned when he saw that almost every meat dish there was made from third-order exotic beast meat. What shocked him even more was that each meal only cost 300. That price was basically a total steal. If you bought third-order exotic beast meat on the black market, it would cost over 10,000 per gene. At this price, for the two of them, it was practically the same as eating at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Lin Ye, is this really third-order exotic beast meat? Isn't it way too cheap? In Yunqing, third-order exotic beast meat costs 30,000 per gene minimum, and that's if you can even find any. Then what are we waiting for? Let us eat. Eat. Auntie. One serving of this and this too. Oh, right, just give me one of everything here. Lin Ye was grinning like a child. The woman across from him, however, looked troubled. Young lady, it's not that I want to serve you. It's that this ingredient is tier 3 exotic beast prime meat. The energy inside it is very high. Most low-rank martial artists are full after eating around 3 tails. What you asked for is already over 5 gene. It's fine. We eat a lot. This much is enough for now. The cafeteria, Auntie, started to look troubled. No, the main thing is, the reason this ingredient is being sold so cheaply is because the 3rd years, 4th years, and the teachers leading them brought it back from wilderness field training after hunting it themselves. Even though there's basically no cost involved, it's still, so that's how it is. No wonder it's so cheap. It's fine. We can finish it. If we can't, I'll compensate you at market price. How about that? Lin Ye said. At that point, the Auntie really had no choice. A full 5 gene of food made from tier 3 exotic beast prime meat was served, and Lin Xi also got 5 gene. The two of them bought 10 gene of meat total, and it only cost a little over 3,000 yuan. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared imagine it. A tier 3 exotic beast? I've never eaten one before. Lin Ye, listening to you really was the right move. Universities really are a great place to fleece benefits from. At least when it comes to cost performance, this place has it locked down. Of course. Time to dig in. All right. On the 4th floor, it was rare to see anyone eating this exaggeratedly. After all, anyone who could afford to eat on the 4th floor was generally either rich or powerful. But today, everyone's eyes fell on a pair of freshmen. One male, one female. The girl ate rather delicately, but her stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much she ate, her little belly showed no sign of swelling. The guy was even more outrageous. He ate like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. Massive amounts of prime meat went into his mouth and were swallowed straight down. Martial artists did need huge amounts of nutrition and chi blood for cultivation, but not to this extent. It had to be known that the energy contained in 1 gene of tier 3 exotic beast prime meat was at least comparable to the energy in 100 gene of tier 1 exotic beast blood essence. He was still so young. Wasn't he afraid the overflowing energy would make him burst apart? For a moment, everyone on the 4th floor looked over. The two of them didn't care in the slightest. Lin Xi said, Lin Ye, seriously, when are you going to learn how to cook? After eating this, I really don't want to go back to those hard days of eating raw meat. Can't you make things taste better? Hey, you little brat. Was it easy for me to raise you by feeding you bite by bite? And now you're criticizing my cooking? Didn't I make cooked food a few times? You didn't like it. So whose fault is that? Are you looking for death? I'm eating right now. Don't you think talking like that is disgusting? And since when does throwing a chunk of meat into plain boiling water for a few moments, then sprinkling some salt on it, count as cooking? I'm the only one who could eat that. If it were anyone else, they would run away from home ages ago. If you don't cook for yourself, who can you blame? And now you're blaming me instead. Like I didn't want to cook? After I blew up the kitchen twice. You stopped letting me go in. Can you blame me for that? The two bickered while eating, completely ignoring the looks from everyone around them. And the energy from the enormous amount of exotic beast prime meat entered their bodies like mud oxen sinking into the sea, not stirring up the slightest ripple. I'm so full. It's been so long since I felt this satisfied. After finishing, Lin Xi patted her little belly. Lin Ye glanced at it and couldn't help sighing. At this rate, I want to be able to afford feeding you just on meal expenses alone. Oof, stingy miser. I'm heading back. I still have to go see my teacher this afternoon. Lin Ye, do you have any plans this afternoon? Why not come with me? Maybe you can even become my sparring partner. If I really became your sparring partner, could you handle it? Lin Xi shook her head repeatedly. Forget it. Save those torturous methods of yours for someone else. Your adorable little sister can't take it. Then Lin Xi patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. Don't worry. With your full marks on the martial exam, once you get to the combat class, you'll definitely be the most dazzling guy in the class. Keep it up. I'll take that blessing. Watching Lin Xi walk away, Lin Ye slowly thought to himself, I'll go to the combat department this afternoon. Maybe there's someplace there for restoring incomplete manuals or something, where I can sift through trash and strike gold. After Lin, she returned to the dorm. A voice immediately came from one of the beds. Well now, on the very first day, you used your face to latch onto some young master and got him to treat you to a meal. You sure ate a lot. As expected. Some people can only turn things around by relying on their face and body. Come on, tell me. How did you hook a rich young master? It was Chun-Li from the imperial capital who spoke slowly, and another woman chimed in. How else could she hook him? Pretend to be pitiful, shed a few little pearls, then cry and make a scene. Don't men all like that type? The one speaking was Lin Ye, daughter of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce in Modu. As she said that, Chun-Li covered her mouth and laughed. While Li Xi from one of the ancient capital-S clans slowly spoke up. Maybe by tonight, she'll already have become that man's exclusive mount. Once he has had enough of playing with you, I can introduce you to a few others. They're all from our Li family of the ancient capital and got into this school too. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Listening to the mockery from the three women, Lin Xi suddenly leaped into the air, grabbed the hair of Chun-Li, the one laughing the hardest, then yanked her straight down viciously. Boom! Before Chun-Li could even react, she was dragged off the bed. Her head slammed into the floor, swelling into a lump the size of a fist. Even a patch of scalp was torn off. You country bumpkin, how dare you? Lin, she spoke slowly. I cultivate desperately, so that when I run into people who make me unhappy, I can make them shut up. A bunch of ugly freaks. One of you has a pancake face, one has a bucket waist, and one has giant yellow teeth. If you went to a club, no one would pick you even if you were free. You filthy bitch, I'll kill you. Lin, she had directly stabbed into the most sensitive spot the three of them had. Their looks had always been fairly ordinary to begin with. Then a stunningly beautiful but poor Lin, she suddenly appeared in the dorm, and naturally she became their target for amusement. But they hadn't expected this woman to be so arrogant. Faced with the three of them, she actually dared strike first. All three were quite strong. After all, anyone who could get into Mingzhu Martial Academy had cultivation at the late first rank or above. Li Xi was even only one step away from first rank peak. Yet when facing the three of them together, Lin, she didn't even activate her talent. She rushed forward, grabbed Li Xi by the head, and smashed her hard into the ground. Boom! Another loud crash rang out, and cracks even appeared in the floor. Godi, do you know who I am? Why should I care who you are? Lin, she directly kicked backward into Zhang Jie's stomach. Her whole body flew out of the dorm, smashing through the door, and she couldn't get back up at all. Damn it. Take this. Chun-Li got to her feet and activated her talent. Her talent was related to physical enhancement, but before it could even be used, Lin, she violently kicked her leg, forcing her straight to her knees. The intense pain made her howl like a ghost crying and a wolf wailing. Li Xi had just started to get up when Lin, she slapped her, sending her spinning 3.5 times in the air before she crashed heavily to the floor and was completely unable to get back up. Several nearby dorms heard the noise and poked their heads out to look. The moment they saw what was happening, they were all dumbfounded. 4 girls in one dorm fighting on the first day of school, and this was already beyond a fight. It was practically no different from attempted murder. Outside the door, Zhang Jie had just picked up her phone to make a call. Her family's roots were in Modu, and they could be considered local tyrants there. Once that call went out, it wouldn't even take half an hour before her family sent people over to deal with that bitch Lin Xi. But the instant her phone came out, an ice spike shot over and instantly smashed the phone to pieces. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Zhang Jie's pupils contracted slightly, and her body wouldn't stop trembling. This woman was crazy, completely crazy. How dared she? Then Lin, she said, close the door and come in yourself. Zhang Jie's body had already gone stiff. She couldn't move at all. Lin, she walked up in front of her. Can't move, huh? I'll help you. She directly grabbed Zhang Jie by the leg and flung her back into the dorm. Another rumbling crash rang out. Help! Help! Murder! Murder! Zhang Jie, Chun-Li, and Li Xi all screamed in terror at the top of their lungs. But not a single person dared come save them. The killing intent Lin, she was giving off was terrifying. If anyone went over, they'd just be throwing their life away. Aren't you some young miss from Gudu? A prodigy from Daidu? The daughter of the Modu Chamber of Commerce? Weren't you so damn impressive? Weren't you spreading dirty rumors about me? Come on, I'm right here. Keep talking. Lin, she sat on a chair, looking at the 3 people in front of her whom she had beaten into a miserable state and felt extremely refreshed inside. The 3 of them trembled nonstop. Fear was fear, but they still hated her to the bone. As long as they got a chance to call home, this woman would be finished. I was wrong. Sister Lin, we were wrong. Please stop hitting us. Stop hitting you? What a joke. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. As she spoke, Lin, she kicked Li Xi square in the chest. One from Gudu, one from Daidu, one from the Chamber of Commerce. 3 useless pieces of trash who can only talk big. In your families, you're probably nobody important either. As she said that, Lin, she gave each of them another kick, then strode away. Only after quite a while did the 3 slowly crawl back up. Seeing the people in the hallway pointing at them and laughing at their misery, they were so furious they were about to lose their minds. Lin Xi, I'll make you pay for this. My phone. Right, I still have another phone. Zheng Jie directly pulled out her backup phone and slowly said to her family, Dad, I got beaten up. Seeing that, the other two didn't hold back either. Their families were too far away in Gudu and Daidu, but there were quite a few of their clansmen who had also gotten into this school. They immediately started calling for help in their family group chats. After leaving the dorm, Lin Xi went straight to find Lan Bing. As a top professor with an ice element talent, Lan Bing had her own private cultivation ground and pavilion. The moment Lin Xi arrived, a wave of cool air rushed at her. Outside, the blazing sun still scorched the sky, but once inside, the entire cultivation ground felt like a world of ice and snow. The whole indoor space was covered in frost and snow. She could clearly see the formation inscribed on the ceiling, simulating snowfall, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. Lan Bing sat on an ice chair and slowly said, Lin Xi, you're here. Teacher, how is the cultivation technique I gave you coming along? I've already learned it. Lan Bing suddenly raised her head and appeared right beside her, starting to inspect her meridians and body. She couldn't help but praise her. Not only are you exceptionally gifted, your comprehension is this good too. For the rest of today, just cultivate here. With my formation here, ice element martial artists cultivate at about twice the speed of the outside world. Thank you, teacher. Then Lin Xi looked around. The whole cultivation ground was extremely spacious, and she couldn't help feeling a little awkward. Teacher, am I the only one here? After all, aside from you, I don't have any other students. Teacher, so I'm your only seedling? What else? Other than teaching 2 public classes a week, I usually spend the rest of my time cultivating and doing research. You're the first student I've ever taken in. Teacher, then your smart and adorable student has something she wants to trouble you with. Lan Bing slowly opened her eyes. What is it? I beat up my roommates. Cough, cough. Lan Bing almost lost her composure. She couldn't help glancing at her. If I remember right, today is the first day. Isn't it? Who did you beat up? All 3 of them. Lan Bing. And why? They spread dirty rumors about me. Good beating. Just focus on cultivating. Leave the rest to me. Teacher, you're so cool. As she spoke, while Lan Bing wasn't paying attention, Lin Xi leaned over and gave her a loud kiss on the cheek. Lan Bing's eyes widened at once, but seeing Lin Xi obediently sit on a chunk of ice and start circulating her cultivation technique, Lan Bing wiped her cheek in mild disgust. She really had taken in a troublesome little brat. The combat department of Mingzhu Martial Academy had the largest number of students, the widest scope, and the strongest teaching staff in the entire school. That was its strength, but where there were strengths, there were also weaknesses. The weakness was that there were just too damn many people, and there were basically no restrictions. Anyone who awakened any kind of talent could enter as long as they had a dream of fighting. In Lin Ye's words, as long as your martial exam score was high enough, they didn't care about your talent. If you wanted in, you got in. And the students who came here were basically the ones who had run out of options. Although it had the most resources, it also had the most people. The other departments, with all 4 grades combined, might not even total 300 students, while the combat department has 4 grades combined could break 10,000. So the combat department had a very low lower limit, because most talents here were the kind with no special characteristics. And its upper limit wasn't high either, because the truly overpowered talents had all gone down other tracks. For example, Lin Xi could also have applied to the combat department, but obviously, the ice department suited her better. There was also Yang Feichen. His earth element talent suited him better there too. Elemental talents like these, along with healing type talents, all had clearly divided departments. But for someone like him, he could only be forced into the combat department and start grinding there. Still, Lin Ye had gotten in with a score of 750. Even though he entered the combat department on the first day, he still went to the dean's office to at least show his face. Hello, Dean. My name is Lin Ye. I'm a freshman this year. Just like you said, I came to visit you on my first day. The dean had a huge beard, white and long, looking almost like Confucius. But when Lin Ye saw the bulging muscles on the man's arm, he fell silent. Student Lin Ye, come in, come in. I've finally been waiting for you. I was starting to think you got lost on the first day of school. The dean spoke with a cheerful smile. Those robust muscles made Lin Ye feel oddly out of place. Lin Ye showed a sunny smile. Hello, Dean fan. My apologies, I came a bit late today. Ha ha. No matter, no matter. So how is it? How is the dorm environment? Are you living comfortably? For you and your sister to come to our school really let us show off in front of Daidam Martial Academy. If you want to thank someone, thank the cooperation policy with Bingdu Academy. Otherwise, we most likely would have gone straight to school in Bingdu. Dean Fan smiled. When that cooperation first started, Bingdu's first choice was Daidu. But in the end, Daidu didn't think much of Bingdu, so they chose us instead. If they knew that move would make them miss out on 2 geniuses, do you think they'd regret it? Ha ha. Dean, you didn't call me here just to chat, did you? Of course not. I just want to know, why did you come to our combat department? My talent couldn't really go to any other department, right? And the combat department has the largest total amount of resources. The number of students is there for all to see, so it suits me pretty well. The dean smiled again. Student Lin Ye, regarding the matter of being class monitor, I wonder whether you don't even start. Stop right there. I don't like it. What a joke. Who likes being a free babysitter? A job like college class monitor. No normal person would do that, right? Dean Fan let out a sigh. Since you hate trouble, then forget it. Let me first introduce the main performance assessment of our combat department. Assessment? That's right. The most important thing in the combat department can be summed up in just 2 words. Combat. So because of that, I have to introduce the sacred ground our Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy is most proud of, the Purgatory Tower. The Purgatory Tower has a total of 9 floors. Every floor has its own trials and checkpoints, but in return, anyone who passes the tower will receive generous rewards from inside. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, weapons. The rewards of the Purgatory Tower are random, and the higher the floor you clear, the more generous the reward will be. Lin Ye on it. Only 9 floors? Dean Fan gave a light chuckle. Young people really are hot-blooded. If I told you that in the entire academy, the highest record is only the 6th floor, and that record was set over 30 years ago, what would you think? It's that hard inside? Not just hard. On the 1st floor, most people can pass. Inside, an energy construct of a first-order exotic beast will appear. On the 2nd floor, there are 3 phantoms of peak first-order exotic beasts. On the 3rd floor, 1 phantom of a second-order exotic beast. On the 4th floor, 3 phantoms of peak second-order exotic beasts. Hearing that, Lin Ye's expression changed a little. For his current self, 3 peak second-order exotic beasts would be troublesome, but not impossible to deal with. But this was only the 4th floor. If a third-order exotic beast appeared on the 5th floor, then he would probably stop there. Very soon, Dean Fan slowly spoke again. On the 5th floor, 3 peak third-order exotic beast phantoms. The difficulty jumps way too much, doesn't it? Dean Fan smiled. It's more than that. By the 6th floor, it gets even more monstrous. Up to now, no one who has reached the 6th floor has ever been able to pass it. Even I'm no exception. That's why everyone's results stop at the 6th floor. As for the last 3 floors, no one knows. When Lin Ye heard that, he was stunned too. This Purgatory Tower was absurd beyond belief. For students, 3 peak third-order exotic beasts on the 5th floor was already almost impossible. Just what kind of difficulty was the 6th floor? Then the dean slowly said, on the 6th floor, the Purgatory Tower copies a version of you. A completely perfect copy of you. To pass the 6th floor, you need to defeat yourself. A war machine that will never tire. Never feel pain. You yourself. Even Lin Ye clicked his tongue after hearing the 6th floor's difficulty. No wonder even these old guys couldn't make it up there. A challenger getting copied 1-to-1, and the opponent even had endless spiritual energy and blood chi that would never run dry. It would be strange if anyone could beat that. So since the school was founded, no one has ever broken through the 6th floor? That's right. Even old fellows like us can't break through the 6th floor after entering it. No one knows who built this tower. The founder of Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy also chose this location because of this precious tower and established the university here. If any of you can charge past the 3rd floor, you're already a heaven-ass chosen. As for going higher, don't even think about it. Just listen and that's enough. When Lin Ye heard that, he suddenly realized something. But what does that have to do with our combat department? You don't know? The Purgatory Tower is the best training ground for our combat department. Because of that, our combat department ranks students according to the number of floors they clear and the time they take. Top 3, top 10, top 50, top 100, top 300, top 500, top 1,000, top 3,000, and top 5,000. All of them have corresponding reward from the combat department. The rankings are updated once a month. Oh, right. This year's freshmen in our combat department number 4,544. Counting all 4 grades together, there are roughly more than 15,000 students. And this ranking list includes all 4 grades together. Right now, all of you freshmen are ranked outside the top 10,000. Other departments don't have a ranking list like this. Holy shit, a ranking list with more than 15,000 people? That is crazy competitive. Now Lin Ye finally understood why the combat department was the most competitive department in the entire school. The total number of students in all the other departments combined probably was even as many as this one department alone. Then Dean Fan slowly said, you don't need to worry too much. After all, there is a gap of 4 grades between you and them. For the semester, the goal we set for you is to reach the 2nd floor of the tower. If you do that, you'll probably rank around the top 3,000. In all of first year, that would already be unprecedented. Lin Ye thought about it for a moment. On the 2nd floor, he would be facing 3 peak first-order exotic beasts. For others, that was indeed troublesome, but for him, it was basically just a speed bump. With his current strength, the first 3 floors shouldn't be a big problem. The 4th floor would be a little troublesome, but if he used all his trump cards, it still wouldn't be much of an issue. The 5th floor, however, would be more difficult. 3 peak third-order exotic beasts were completely beyond what his current strength could handle. What's wrong? Is the difficulty a bit too high? Well, that makes sense. After all, no matter how you count it, you've only been cultivating for a few months. Dealing with 3 first-order exotic beasts whose coordination is nearly perfect really is too difficult. But Dean, I understand this now. So when can we challenge the tower? From the 1st to the 16th of every month. It's only open for that half month. Every person gets only 2 chances per month. Once they're gone, you can only wait until next month. There is no need for you to rush. Today is only the first, after all. You still have half a month to prepare. Tomorrow is the freshman ceremony. Don't forget. The freshman ceremony? It should be fine if I don't go, right? Dean Fan looked a little embarrassed. Ahem. It's true that it wouldn't be a big problem if you didn't go, but you can't skip it. You're the top scorer this time with a perfect score. Just take it as helping the dean with a small favor. Lin Ye was a little surprised. At least on this university campus, the teachers here weren't as snobbish as the ones back in Yunqing. Whether it was Professor Lanbing or Dean Fan, both of them gave people a pretty good feeling. Of course, it was also possible that they were opening a green channel for him because he was the perfect score top scorer. So why do I have to go? Dean Fan gave an awkward smile. There's a friendship match with the second-year seniors. Random draw. Every department sends one freshman representative to fight a second-year senior. And our combat department already drew its opponent. Tomorrow's opponent is the Fire Element Talent Academy. Lin Ye froze in place, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What's the point of doing this? If the freshman wins, there's a bonus of 500,000, plus a chance to choose one profound rank martial technique from Mingzhu Pavilion. And if the upperclassman wins? ISNT that what should happen if the upperclassman wins? Why would they need a reward? Don't worry. The Fire Element Talent Academy 1T bully freshman. The LL most likely send someone from the middle to upper middle level. After that, Dean Fan patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. Do your best. Just don't lose too badly. No, wait. Why have you already decided I'm going to lose? Because the middle to upper level among the second-year Fire Element students have all already broken through to second-rank martial artists. It's normal if you can't beat them. Just don't get one shot like in previous years. Dean, if that is the case, then what is the meaning of us participating in this so-called freshman ceremony? Ahem. Mainly to let young people like you understand that there's always someone stronger and always a higher sky beyond the sky. That was the original purpose, anyway. Later on, this freshman ceremony gradually turned into a display of the quality of each year's student intake. You know how it is, although our combat department has the most students, but they're all crooked melons and split jujubes? You can't put it like that. Didn't we recruit a genius with a perfect score this time? Lin Ye let out a light sigh. So, in previous years, has there ever been a case where a first year beat a second year? Almost never. After all, anyone who can get into this place is a genius, and the other side is cultivated for a full extra year. So tomorrow, it's enough if you can just last a little longer. As long as we don't become the first department to be eliminated, I'll be thanking the heavens. Lin Ye saying mo taichit. All right, I got it. For the sake of the 500,000 and the profound rank martial technique, I'll agree. All right, Dean, let me ask you about something. What is it? Have you heard of the Corpse Puppet Society? As soon as Lin Ye said that, the atmosphere instantly cooled down. Dean Fan, who had just been kind and benevolent, had a flash of disgust and hatred in his eyes. What are you bringing that up for? Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Lin Ye slowly said, back in Yunqing, I wanted to make money, so I registered with the Beast Hunting Association as a beast hunter. When I was in a team, I ran into a member of the Corpse Puppet Society. He wanted to rob us after the fact, so we killed him instead. While stripping the body, I saw the black corpse token. A few days ago, when I first came to Modu, I heard someone speaking strange words in my ear. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. So I came to ask you about it, Dean. Hearing this, Dean Fan slowly closed his eyes and casually explained. Student Lin Ye, I wonder what you think of this world. For example, the social system and structure. What else can I think? Just look at it with my eyes. Of course, it's a world where the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. If their siblings hadn't team mutated, they would have died in Yunqing's slums when they were 5 or 6 years old. Just from your expression, I can tell this world is terrible, right? Lin Ye froze. Dean, what you said is a little. No need to hold back because I'm from an ordinary background too. Huh? You weren't born into a prestigious family? Dean Fan slowly said, I was born ordinary, but I met a noble person. My wife was a collateral disciple of a martial arts family in Jiangxing. She had exceptional talent, and when I awakened, my talent was not bad either. Their family took notice of me, placed a restriction on me, and I became a vassal of a prestigious family. After that, I became my wife's little follower. When Fan Lao talked about this, he was extremely proud because infighting within prestigious families never stopped. Although he had been placed under a restriction that prevented betrayal, he had been conscientious all the way and protected his wife from all kinds of schemes and assassinations from other members of the family. In the end, she fell in love with him and personally removed the restriction. Her parents died because of the family struggle, and after she and Fan Lao took revenge, they chose to elope. They traveled all the way from Jiangxing to Modu, and with her resources, Fan Lao eventually rose to become the dean of the combat department at Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy. Every time he mentioned this, Fan Lao would smugly say that the greatest luck of his life was marrying a good wife. Seeing that he was going off topic, Lin Ye interrupted him. Dean, you're talking about something else. Hearing that, Dean Fan Couldn't help coughing a few times before saying, the Corpse Puppet Society, as the name suggests, is a dark force that developed by using the corpses of strong experts to refine puppets. Their influence is spread all over the country, and there are even traces of their activity overseas. As far as I know, The different color tokens of the corpse puppet society correspond to the strength of the puppets. The lowest is white corpse, then black corpse, green corpse, yellow corpse, blue corpse, red corpse, and finally gold corpse. White corpse is mediocre. It can only command puppets to move and doesn't pose much of a threat. Black corpse and green corpse are the corpse puppet society's basic combat strength. And the corpse puppets they correspond to are roughly at the level of second grade and third grade martial artists. My wife once encountered a blue corpse, and his corpse puppet had reached the level of a fifth grade martial artist. As he spoke, cold killing intent surfaced in Dean Fan's eyes. Then he said, "In that battle, my wife suffered a crushing defeat. Although I arrived in time, she still suffered irreversible hidden injuries, and her cultivation never advanced another step after that. She was clearly a heaven-blessed prodigy, yet her cultivation was stuck at the fifth grade martial artist level for the rest of her life. That was her greatest regret. And when I found that blue corpse member, I discovered that he was just an ordinary second grade martial artist who hadn't even awakened any talent. My wife's life was ruined by someone like that." Hearing this, Lin Ye noticed something. Refining corpse puppets? It doesn't restrict cultivation or talent, right? Dean Fan nodded. That's right. Which is why, as long as Huagua remains in this social state, the corpse puppet society will never truly die out. Throughout Huagua, the central region is controlled by the four great families of the imperial capital, while the local areas are made up of families large and small. In this world, Huagua, it's only a country in name. In reality, the chaos in each region is comparable to the warlords of the Republic era. The imperial capital can have policies, and Modu can completely ignore them. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. And once the local families become emperors on their own lands, the ordinary people under them will develop according to their rules. People like me, who relied on a good wife and my own ability to fight my way up, are always only a minority. Years of oppression have led many vicious people at the bottom to completely walk down a path of no return. Then Dean Fan slowly said, "You killed a black corpse member. They probably discovered a trace. Student Lin Ye, during this period, absolutely do not leave the campus. They're a bunch of lunatics. I'll tell the enforcement team to handle this." Hearing the enforcement team, a hint of disdain appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. Will the enforcement team actually care about this? Ha ha, they might not care about other things, and they may even twist right and wrong. But when it comes to the corpse puppet society, they don't dare not care. Why? You guess. Almost 70 to 80% of the corpse puppet society members are from the bottom. If they come to Modu, who do you think they hate the most? So the fire burned onto their own heads. Huh, exactly. But the enemy is in the dark, and we're in the open. So, during this period, absolutely do not leave the school. All right, understood. Sorry to trouble you, Dean. Watching Lin Ye leave, Dean Fan let out a long breath. Then a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Corpse Puppet Society. After all these years, you've finally appeared again. After Lin Ye left the Dean's office, he wandered around Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy for a bit, then learned that the cultivation resources, such as techniques and martial skills at Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy, all came from Mingzhu Pavilion. And each department had very few chances to go in and choose martial skills. The combat department's only requirement was to make the leaderboard top 300, a ranking list with 15,000 people, and only 300 could get in. That really was intense. Then his phone rang. No need to guess who it was. He casually answered and said, "Xiaoxi, what is up? Do you have something to report to your handsome and dashing big brother? Or have you started missing me again after being apart for only this little while? Little birds have to leave the old eagle eventually. How can a chick grow into an old hen if it never leaves its mother hen? You can't be this clingy." There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then a slightly awkward teenage voice slowly came through. "Big brother, it's me." "Oh, wrong guess." Lin Ye glanced at the phone screen. "Young Fei Chen? Damn, that was awkward. Cough, cough. Ah, Xiao Fichon. I recognized it was you. Wasn't he that joke funny? Ha ha ha." Yang Fei Chen froze on the spot. His CPU starting to burn. Wait, what Big Brother just said? Was it really just a joke? No, impossible. Big Brother's words could never be that shallow. He understood now. Big Brother, you don't need to say anything. I get it. You used joking words to say all that because you didn't want to crush my confidence. On the surface, you mistook me for someone else, but in reality, every word was a warning to me. I understand everything. I shouldn't ask you about everything. I need my own judgment, my own choices. You want me to become an old hen, not a chick that's always being protected. You want me to be independent and spread my wings to fly. I understand that now. What did he understand now? He hadn't even reached the peak yet, and someone was already speaking up for him? This little brother's delusions were getting serious. That's right. Your understanding is very high. Good. So why did you call me? Is it that you're not getting along with your roommates? Or do you want to spar again? Yang Feichen was a little embarrassed. Big bro, our Earth Attribute Talent Academy's teacher wants me to challenge a senior new student at the new student grand ceremony. The one I drew was from the Thunder Attribute Talent Academy. I'm a little nervous. Oh, Thunder Attribute? You're at peak first rank now, right? Yes. Good thing you didn't run into a Wind Attribute Talent Academy student. Otherwise, your talent would be completely suppressed. In a fight, just cover the area with sand and dust, then use turtle breathing art and echo positioning to deal with them in no time. The gap between first-rank and second-rank martial artists isn't that big. You should know, an ordinary person with a revolver can kill most second-rank martial artists. Yang Feichen, deal with them in no time? Big bro, do you have way too much confidence in me? Big bro, are you also participating in the new student grant ceremony? That's right. Judging by the school-esque setup, your big sis will probably participate too. After all, you're both the top new students in your respective departments. Yang Feichen, the pressure is huge. If big bro and big sis both win, but he loses, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing for them? Big bro, I'll do my best to win. Good. Very spirited. Just as Lin Ye hung up and stepped out of the combat department academy, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Years of fighting in the slums instantly made him alert. He looked around, but there was no one nearby. Yet that ominous feeling still hadn't faded. The next second, a flash of fire streaked across a distant skyscraper. A bullet crossed a distance of 3,000 meters and went straight through his temple, blowing his head open in an instant. Assassination target. Lin Ye, Lin Xi. Target identity. New students of Mingzhu Martial Dao Academy. Completed target. Lin Ye. On the top floor of a building about 3,000 meters away from Mingzhu Martial Dao Academy, a man holding a sniper rifle silently drew an X over Lin Ye's photo after blowing his head off. 2 people for 5 million. And they were both new students. This job was way too easy. Might as well take out the easy one first. The one guarded by an 8th-rank martial artist is hard to deal with. As for whether Lin Ye being shot would cause panic, what a joke. He, Night Eagle, had assassinated how many people in Modu? No matter what happened, it would be suppressed from above. Besides, the place where he shot was a remote area of the school. He had even shot out the cameras in advance, and there was no one else nearby. There'd be no evidence left for anyone to find. And on top of that, this time his employer was the Su family of Modu. He only killed, burial, and cleanup were their problem. He was a second-rank martial artist, but he had never been very interested in cultivation since he was young. He liked hot weapons and believed that even a martial artist as flesh and blood body couldn't withstand them. Though after years as an assassin, he had saved up quite a bit and awakened a seemingly useless talent. Eagle Eye, E-rank talent. It simply enhanced his eyesight and didn't even help cultivation much. But for him, this talent was a divine skill. With it, he could hit his target every time within 3,000 meters, even without a scope. With a scope, his maximum range could reach around 5,000 meters, and his sniper rifle used specially made bullets, as long as he hit the temple, brainstem, or other vital points. Even a 4th-rank martial artist could be assassinated by him. After all, his sniper rifle wasn't like some small-caliber pistol. He had thought this time would be some tough character again. If the price hadn't been high, he would have bothered coming to bully rookies. Then he removed the suppressor, slung the sniper rifle onto his back, and slowly walked down from the building. After putting on his cap, he looked just like an ordinary person. No one could have imagined that this man wearing a black baseball cap had just assassinated a student. At the same time, Lin Ye, who had been blown through the head by a shot, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up, touched his temple, then looked at the pool of blood on the ground. A flash of coldness crossed his eyes. Who was it? Had the Corpse Puppet Society come for revenge? No, not quite. This looked more like an assassination. Then he turned his gaze toward the building about 3,000 meters away. Without another word, he went all out. Damn it. You shot me so hard I'm bleeding, and you still want to run? You little bastard, you've got some nerve. Low tier high grade, treading the breeze. Low tier high grade, turtle breathing art. Low tier high grade, echo positioning. Low tier mid grade, wild dog tracking. In an instant, he burst out of the school and charged straight toward that building. From being shot to launching the pursuit, the whole process took less than 1 minute. And as a second-rank early-stage martial artist, once he used treading the breeze at this moment, his speed was astonishing. The 3,000-meter distance took him less than a minute to cover. Wild dog tracking sounded humiliating, but in this situation, it was the best method. Good thing he liked learning every weird and odd martial skill he saw, or he would have been screwed today. He smelled it, the scent of gunpowder. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth curled up, revealing white, bared teeth. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty gaze. You little bastard. Your grandpa is coming for you. Night Eagle had just come out of the elevator. He lowered the brim of his baseball cap and immediately switched targets. According to the information, the building outside the school closest to the Ice Attribute Talent Academy should be the one to the north. A shooting distance of about 4,000 meters. As long as that woman showed her face, he could kill her in one shot. Soon, he arrived at another commercial building. He took the elevator all the way to the top floor, then climbed the stairs to the rooftop and began assembling the sniper rifle from his backpack. The whole process smooth and efficient. If she found out her brother had been shot to death, she would definitely panic and run out. And the moment she ran out, her little head would burst like a watermelon, killing 2 people in less than 20 minutes. He really was a genius in the assassination world. Just as he mounted the scope and prepared to keep watch over the Ice Attribute Talent Academy, a voice came from beside his ear. Who are you assassinating this time? A new student some kind of girl. Suddenly, Night Eagle's heart jolted. He whipped around, only to find a man lying silently beside him. He didn't sense him at all. Then he looked at the man's face, and his heart jumped violently again. He immediately picked up the photo and looked at the red X he had drawn on this man 20 minutes ago. His expression was priceless. No way. How are you still alive? Lin Ye gave a cold smile. Looks like you have nothing to do with the Corpse Puppet Society. You're here for our siblings. Huh. Let me think. We didn't offend anyone after coming to Modu. It was the Su family that sent you, right? Night Eagle. He immediately raised the sniper rifle to counterattack, but the instant the muzzle turned toward Lin Ye moved. The speed of treading the breeze made him so fast that he appeared in front of Night Eagle in the blink of an eye. Night Eagle saw this and instantly retreated, directly pulling out a revolver. 6 bullets were fired in a split second. What surprised Lin Ye was that, even moving this fast, all 6 bullets still struck him. His forehead, heart, both shoulders, and both legs were all hit. Clearly, this was a sharpshooter. Night Eagle was shocked. Seeing Lin Ye fall to the ground, drenched in blood, he immediately pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Damn it, this is haunted. I should have blown that kid's head apart. Fuck, this is way too fucking creepy. Then, just as he was about to grab Lin Ye and throw him down, suddenly, unimaginable pain erupted in his forehead, his heart, his arms, and his legs. That pain was the pain of a gunshot wound. He had felt it before when he was injured in the past. But why wasn't he hurt now? He immediately tore open his clothes. But there wasn't a single wound on him. At that moment, Lin Ye slowly stood up. This shirt was newly bought for me by Xiaoxi. When Nighthawk saw that, a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. What the hell? This assassination target couldn't be killed at all. Damn it. Those bastards from his Su family never told him this. Seeing this, he fearfully reloaded his gun again. But Lin Ye immediately stepped on his arm. A mid-second rank martial artist who can play with firearms to this level. You're a genius too. Lin Ye grabbed him by the throat and forcibly lifted him up. Spare me, spare me. He wanted to resist, but he had hardly learned any martial skills. Most of what he knew were only low and mid-level yellow rank techniques. Later, he focused on improving his marksmanship. Whenever he had money, he upgraded his equipment instead. As for martial skills, he had neglected them even more. He had never imagined that one day, the very target of his assassination would come knocking at his door. How had Lin Ye found him? In for a penny, in for a pound. He immediately pulled a dagger from under his shoe and viciously stabbed it into Lin Ye's arm. Blood spurted out. Then he instantly threw a smoke grenade and a flashbang, grabbed his backpack, and prepared to jump down from the upper floor. But just as he felt he was about to escape successfully, Lin Ye seemed almost completely unaffected by the flashbang. In an instant, he found him and struck him straight into the ground with a splitting mountain palm. Cough, cough, cough. Blood sprayed out. He stared at Lin Ye as if he were looking at a demon. Lin Ye directly gripped him by the throat, stood in front of the 100-story skyscraper, and said, with a fall speed of over 300 meters, you're dead for sure. I'll gladly take your equipment. As he spoke, he casually threw him down, then turned and stored his backpack and sniper rifle into his storage bag. The Su family, huh? The Su family of Modu. Nighthawk was dead. Someone had thrown him down from a skyscraper over 300 meters tall. He had died from the fall, and the corpse had already turned into a pile of meat paste. Su Dingzhou spoke slowly, his tone full of malice and a trace of fear. Dad dead? The assassiness dead? Then what about those 2 people who were supposed to be assassinated? They're alive and well. The assassin was exposed. How is that possible? Didn't he successfully assassinate a 4th-rank martial artist before? How could he not even kill 2 freshmen? Dad, em crippled, em ruined. That country bumpkin shatter my manhood with one kick. The kind that can't even be reattached. I'm not a man anymore. I'm not a man anymore, Dad. You only have one son. In just one day, Su Yuan had experienced the difference between heaven and hell. Just yesterday, he had still been the famous young Master Su of Modu. Although his talent couldn't compare to the true geniuses of the Su family, he was still a member of the Su family's main branch in Modu. Compared to the branch families, his status was immeasurably more noble. Even within the main branch, he had been an honored direct line young master. Whoever saw him had to obediently address him as young Master Su. Now things were great. Because of yesterday's accident, people wouldn't call him young Master Su anymore. They had started calling him Eunuch Su. That bitch and that madman. He didn't want to let either of them off. Then what do you want to do? I already hired Nighthawk for this assassination, but what was the result? The assassination failed. Do you know what it means when an assassination fails? This matter ends here. Dad. Su Dingzhou felt awful too, but there was nothing he could do about this. At that moment, Su Yuan's mother, Chui Li, walked over. Su Dingzhou, you won't even avenge your son? Are you even a man? Oh, so now I'm not a man, is that it? We can't bear the wrath of an 8th-rank martial artist. An assassination only gets one chance. 8th-rank martial artist. 8th-rank martial artist. I refuse to believe that Lan Bang would really dare come to the Su family over 2 dead people. After confiscating Nighthawk's firearms, Lin Ye vanished beautifully once again. But this time, he didn't choose to fight alone. Instead, he tattled. Now that he had a big boss backing him, if he didn't use it now, then when would he? Behold my ultimate invincible summoning technique. Lin Ye, why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Is Professor Lan beside you? Teacher is here. What do you need from her? Lan Bing slowly opened her eyes, looked at Lin Xi, and said indifferently, speaker. Lin Xi quickly and obediently turned on speakerphone. Then Lin Ye said, Professor Lan, life is impossible like this. On the very first day of school, I got assassinated. Luckily my luck was good, and the bullet just grazed past me. Or my head would burst open like a watermelon. And this time he came prepared. I already dealt with the assassin, but in his pocket, besides my photo, there was also my little sister's photo. You have to stand up for the two of us. Lin Ye spoke with tears and snot, as if he had suffered some heaven-shaking grievance. Lin Xi was also deeply shocked when she heard the news. As for Lan Bing, the moment she heard that, her eyes snapped open. She wouldn't care about whatever happened to Lin Ye, but that assassin had already reached toward Lin Xi. Then she had to interfere. This student suited her taste, pretty, with high comprehension, and now someone had actually carried out an assassination that touched her student. It seemed she was too young and hadn't been in Modu for long. If she didn't show some methods, people would really think she was a nobody. Location. Send it to me. Huh? Your current location. The rooftop of the tallest building north of the Ice Element Talent Academy. About 3,000 to 4,000 meters away. The moment Lin Ye said his location over the phone, the temperature around the skyscraper he was standing on suddenly dropped. Snowflakes drifted through the air. In barely a few breaths, Lan Bing had already arrived at his side. And tucked under her arm was a little Lin Xi. Right now, she looked like a dead cat, her eyes rolling back a little. Holy shit. Even Lin Ye found Lan Bing's speed absurd. Lan Bing said, where's the assassin? He fought me and fell from the building. He has probably meat paste by now. Lan Bing glanced over. It was the Su family. Looks like these people really didn't take my words to heart. You two come with me. Huh? Teacher, where are we going? Lin Xi had only just barely recovered. Lan Bing said flatly, to the Su family. Then Lan Bing tucked one under an arm and carried the other in one hand. In almost the blink of an eye, she turned into a streak of light and shot off. Only now did Lin Ye truly feel the strength of a real powerhouse. Lan Bing was gripping him by the collar, and then the world before his eyes changed. The whole world felt like it was warping. The terrifying wind pressure kept his eyes from opening. His tongue flailed wildly, and the moment he opened his mouth, his stomach filled with wind. The feeling was exactly like being shrunk down and thrown into a washing machine drum to spin through 81 full cycles. Although only about 3 minutes passed. For the two of them, those 3 minutes were pure torture. Lan Bing let go. Lin Xi collapsed on the ground, her legs trembling nonstop. This was even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster 10 times in a row. Lin Ye was in a slightly better state than Lin Xi, but because of the high-speed flight just now, the wind had blown his face into a cramped, twisted mess. Smack, smack, smack. Lin Ye directly slapped himself several times before forcefully restoring his face to normal. You two, stand properly beside me. This is the Su family of Modu. They control 15% of Modu's economy and are one of the 3 great families. Lin Ye opened his eyes and, at last, truly saw the real appearance of a heavenly palace. The Su family before them was a cluster of luxurious manor estates. Large and small manors stood across Modu, this city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The extravagant decorations inside made them look like palaces. Everywhere the eye could see, there was either gold or silver. Even the gates were inlaid with luxurious gemstones. No wonder that guy called Su Yuan had been so confident. Even a servant who had worked here for a few years would gain a bit more confidence than others after stepping outside. Yet in the next moment, Lan Bing slowly raised her hand, and the entire manor complex was immediately covered in a goose feather snowfall. The height of summer instantly turned into winter. Su family, you dared send people to assassinate my students. Do you really think I, Lan Bing, am easy to bully? Lan Bing's voice was very light, but it seemed to carry endless penetrating force, directly covering the entire Su family estate. Cui Li, who had still been thinking about how to get revenge, felt the bone-piercing cold and the city-wide wind and snow, and her face instantly turned pale with fright. As for Su Dingzhou, he collapsed onto the ground. Looking at this method of changing the weather with a mere wave of the hand, his face also turned pale. This is the power of an 8th-rank martial artist? No, it's not like this. And no, it shouldn't be like this. Su Yuan clutched his head, his eyes filled with fear and viciousness. When Lin Xi saw this scene, little stars immediately appeared in her eyes as she looked at Lan Bing. Lin Ye, is this what love feels like? Lin Ye, get it. He turned his head to look at this embarrassing little sister of his, then slowly raised a middle finger. This is what a heart attack feels like. Lan Bing looked at Lin Xi and Lin Ye speechlessly. They had come to the Su family of Modu, after all. Were these two really this relaxed? Or did they simply trust her that much? Who dares come and offend my Su family? As soon as the words fell, several powerful auras swept over. Some of the older clan elders of the Su family had taken action. More than a dozen people appeared, standing in midair, and every one of them was at the level of a 7th-rank martial artist. But above the 6th rank, each rank was a whole new heaven. After sensing Lan Bing's strength, Deep wariness filled the faces of these old men as well. An 8th rank martial artist, and such a young one at that. The Su family had never encountered something like this in all these years. But since the visitor had come with ill intent, if it could be settled peacefully, then they should settle it first. This little friend, may I ask why you have come to offend my Su family? Has my Su family somehow offended you? Seeing the change in attitude from the Su family members, Lan Bing waved her hand, and the heavy snow in the sky stopped. However, the cold aura around her showed no sign of stopping. Your Su family hired assassins to kill someone, and the target was my student. As her teacher, I came here to demand an explanation. That is not too much, is it? After hearing this, Su Quanfeng's face stiffened. In his heart, he was already cursing the fool who had offended this great Buddha, but on the surface he still slowly said, "This little friend, I see that your student hasn't suffered any real harm. How about giving our Su family some face and turning a big matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing? What do you think?" Lan Bing slowly said, "Sure. As long as your Su family takes out 8 or 10 heaven-tier cultivation methods and martial skills as compensation, I'll bow and apologize to you on spot. Then leave immediately. How about that?" The moment he heard this, Su Quanfeng was so furious he spat out a mouthful of blood. 8 or 10 heaven-tier cultivation methods and martial skills. Listen to that. Was that even something a human could say? Little friend, saying that. Are you toying with this old man? Although you are an 8th rank martial artist, my Su family also has 2 8th rank martial artists. If things get too ugly, it won't be good for you either. Fine. Then step aside and call the 2 8th rank martial artists in your family to come speak with me. Lan Bing's gaze sharpened, and a massive pressure came crashing down on those old men like the sky itself was collapsing. For a moment, these old men, all averaging 50 or 60 years of age, were actually so intimidated by a little girl in her 30s that not a single one of them dared step forward. "Huh, the Su family of Modu? That is all? I came here to reason with you. Look at my student. Because of your assassination attempt." Her little face turned pale with fright. That shot nearly shattered her head. "Since your Su family doesn't want to keep things decent, then I'll help you keep them decent." Lin Xi me? Wasn't he my face pale because the wind blew on it when teacher rushed over? Also, the one whose head almost got blown apart was Lin Ye, right? Lan Bing was releasing waves of cold. The chilling aura covered the dozen or so people once more. Su Quanfeng was finally unable to withstand the pressure and fell from the air. The others were the same, in front of an 8th rank martial artist. 7th rank martial artists were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, a flash of cold light passed through Su Quanfeng's eyes. "You forced me to do this." After that, he hurriedly took out a jade pendant and directly infused it with his blood. Very soon, a deep ancient rumble came from inside the Su family's secret chamber. "Unfilial descendants, you actually dared disturb my seclusion. Third uncle. Someone has come to make trouble for our Su family. You have to stand up for us." As soon as Su Quanfeng finished speaking, a sturdy old man slowly appeared. The instant he appeared, even the ice and snow began to melt away. Then the old man looked at Lan Bing, and a bit more shock appeared in his eyes. "Such a young 8th rank martial artist? So you're their support, old man. Enough nonsense. Fight me. Arrogant junior. Today I will." Before he could finish, Lan Bing's cultivation fully erupted. The aura of an extreme frozen land, the biting icy wind, blew directly toward the old man. In a single instant, he was actually forced 2 steps back, and his face filled with shock. But in front of Junior, he could not afford to lose face. He forcefully suppressed the astonishment in his heart while quickly calculating how to resolve this matter. 8th rank mid-stage. This girl's cultivation had actually reached the 8th rank mid-stage. One had to know that at their level, the difference in strength between each minor stage was enormous. He and his elder brother were the only 2 people in the Su family whose cultivation had reached the 8th rank. But both of them had been stuck at the early stage of the 8th rank for more than 10 years. During these 10 years, they had been searching for a way to break through, but had never managed to take another step forward. Under normal circumstances, an 8th rank mid-stage martial artist could suppress 5 early-stage 8th rank martial artists and beat them all at once. In other words, the woman before him could treat him and his elder brother like monkeys and kick them around. More importantly, his elder brother wasn't even home, leaving only him, which made things even harder to endure. If they really fought, then within 30 exchanges, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Suin had lived for more than 80 years. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? This little friend, I only just came out of seclusion. May I ask what matter has brought you to my Su family? Su Qing spoke with an indifferent expression, looking every bit like an expert. In reality, his heart was already in complete chaos. Third uncle, this isn't the time for courtesy before force. Just beat her up already. Su Quanfeng shouted loudly, and the others echoed him as well. When Su Qing heard these idiots still shouting nonsense, he got so angry that he slapped one of them across the face. Insolence. This old man feels ashamed of such behavior from you. Deeply ashamed. I stayed in seclusion for so long, and the entire Su family has actually become like this. It truly pains my heart. If someone comes to our Su family, that means our Su family hasn't done well enough. Why didn't she go to someone else's family? Why did she come to ours? Think more about your own problems. Have all the benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity I taught you been fed to dogs? Su Quanfeng was completely stunned from that slap. He was already 60 years old, already old enough to be a grandfather. Yet third uncle had slapped him in public. And not just him, even the others couldn't understand a word of what third uncle was saying. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity? Did their Su family even have such things? Shouldn't the rules of the Su family be that the strong ruthlessly bullied the weak? Otherwise, what was the point of becoming stronger? Third uncle, shut up. I'm truly ashamed of all of you. Little friend, you tell me. What exactly did they do? You don't need to make a move. I'll teach these useless juniors of our Su family a lesson myself. Hearing that, the dozen or so Su family elders in their 50s and 60s were all dumbfounded. Was this really their third uncle? Lan Bing gave a light laugh. Your Su family sent people to assassinate my student. What? You actually tried to assassinate her student? Truly unforgivable. As he spoke, Su Qing immediately stepped forward and kicked them down one by one. He didn't hold back at all. Just like that, more than a dozen 7th-rank martial artists were sent sprawling like puppies by Su Qing's kicks. Little friend, I know, you're here to find the culprit, right? Speak. Which one of you sent people to assassinate her student? If none of you talk, then my fist the size of a sandbag won't be reasonable. Su Quanfeng was stunned. They clutched their stomachs in pain, then looked at each other, only to realize none of them even knew who had caused this mess. They had all rushed over together just to get beaten up. At that moment, Lin Xi slowly said, it was Su Yuan from your Su family. But he probably doesn't have the ability to pull this off alone. Check his father and mother too. Su Qing froze for a moment when he heard the name. Who is that? Which one of you knows him? One of the little old men slowly raised his hand. Third uncle, that's my second son's child. In the next moment, Su Qing grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Called him out. Now, all okay. In less than 5 minutes, Su Dingzhou, Chui Li, and Su Yuan had all arrived. When Su Yuan saw the 3 people across from him again, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Lan Bing slowly said, who contacted the assassin and arranged the hit? Step forward. Otherwise, I'll kill all 3 of you. The moment Lan Bing said that, Su Dingzhou's heart completely sank. Looking at Chui Li and his son, both so frightened they had collapsed onto the ground, he slowly stepped forward. It was me who made contact, Miss Lan. Oh. Lan Bing waved her hand casually. Su Dingzhou's pupils shrank. In the next instant, both his legs were frozen dead. The ultra-low temperature instantly destroyed the meridians in his legs, and he collapsed onto the ground on the spot. My legs! My legs! There was one 8th-rank martial artist and more than a dozen 7th-rank martial artists present. Yet as they listened to the screams of Su Dingzhou, a mere 5th-rank martial artist, not a single one of them stepped forward to say a word. Lan Bing continued, old man, hand over 3 Earth-rank martial techniques, and this matter will be settled. If they're essay next time, I won't let it pass this easily. Understood? You understood. As an 8th-rank martial artist, he had quite a few Earth-rank martial techniques. Soon, he took out 1 mid-level Earth-rank technique and 2 low-level Earth-rank techniques and handed them over. Lan Bing said nothing. She simply turned and said, let us go. As she spoke, she tucked 1 person under each arm, and in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. Along with her disappearance, the ice and snow covering the Su family also vanished. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Only as they listened to Su Dingzhou's nearly broken screams did everyone finally come back to their senses. Everything that had just happened was real. The Su family was under a heavy atmosphere that day. A single woman had suppressed the entire upper echelon of the Su family so thoroughly that none of them could raise their heads. She had crippled Su Dingzhou's legs, and they had even had to pay 3 Earth-rank martial techniques just to put the matter to rest. Humiliation. This was a colossal humiliation for the Su family. Third uncle, you have to give us an explanation. My grandson was crippled, my second son's legs were crippled too, and in the end, the little old man from the Su family was trembling with rage, and the other elders of the Su family were the same. Third uncle, you're an 8th-rank martial artist. How could you be this cowardly this time? Hearing the complaints from below, Su Qing sneered and looked directly at the numb-faced Su Dingzhou. Putting everything else aside, Su Dingzhou, do you even know that the person your son provoked is Lan Bing's student? Su Dingzhou raised his head, slowly closed his eyes, then nodded. Su Qing immediately roared. Idiot! Moron! You'd better pray that assassination failed. If it had succeeded, the entire Su family would be finished. Unless we activated the Su family's Grand Protective Formation. You, me, all of us would have died at Lan Bing's hands. Then activate it. At worst, we all perish together. The Su family elder was still speaking in outrage, but Su Qing only sneered. Activate it? Just flapping your lips together makes it sound easy, huh? Once that thing is activated, it needs 20 years of accumulated spiritual energy before it can recover. And the trigger for all this was just some little bastard thinking with his crotch and causing a disaster this huge. You want me to waste 20 years of spiritual energy just to vent anger for that useless trash? Are you crazy, or am I? You dare mess with the student of an 8th rank martial artist? How many 8th rank martial artists are there in the whole of Modu? And she has even one minor realm above me. She could beat 3 of me in one breath without even panting. A bunch of damn burdens. After hearing how terrifying Lan Bing's cultivation was, no matter how unwilling the Su family members felt, they could only swallow their anger. What? Not convinced? Then endure it anyway. Such a young 8th rank martial artist is destined to break through to the 9th rank in the future. My cultivation has already hit its ceiling for this lifetime, but that damn woman is still only at the starting line. All of you get out. Out, 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 out. I just came out of seclusion and nothing good happened. You even made me lose 3 martial techniques. I get annoyed just looking at you. Scram. Hearing that, no matter how much grievance they felt, the Su family could only break their teeth and swallow the blood. Su Yuan had completely given up on the thought of revenge. After all, he had only lost the root of his manhood. At least his limbs were still intact. But his old man had both legs completely crippled. For the rest of his life, he would only be able to rely on a wheelchair. And the fuse for all of it had come from one moment of lust taking over his brain. After returning to the academy, Lan Bing flipped through the 3 Earth rank martial techniques. After looking for a while, she casually picked one out and tossed it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, Professor Lan, these are, how should I put it? This time, it was also because of you that we found out the assassin existed. Not to mention, you almost got your head blown off, and this thing suits your talent pretty well. So just take it as payment for your hard work today. Lin Ye. Holy shit, a goddess of generosity. Is this what it feels like to have a top-tier sugar mommy backing you? This is freaking awesome. Thank you, Professor Lan. My respect for you is like the surging river. Cut the nonsense. I'm not buying that. Lan Bing waved her hand. After a while, Lin Xi, who had been standing at the side empty-handed, immediately said, Teacher, what about mine? None of these 3 suits you. What do you want this stuff for? With me around, do you think you'd be sure of good things? Oh, right. At tomorrow's freshman ceremony, you're only allowed to win, not lose. If you lose, you'll be doing devil training for the next year. With that, Lan Bing grabbed Lin Xi and took her away, leaving Lin Ye standing alone on the academy field, feeling a little awkward. This teacher Lan might look icy cold, but in reality, she was the type who'd rather throw hands than waste words. No wonder she came from Bingdu. Her temper really was fierce. Then he opened up the low-level Earth rank martial technique. To be honest, if he said he was excited right now, that would be a lie. Today's operation hadn't just let him seize that assassin's arsenal. He had even obtained the first low-level Earth rank martial technique of his life. He flipped open the first page, and 5 large characters were written there prominently. Kang Mang suppressing mountain fist. The ultimate collision of the physical body. When this fist art is used, it mobilizes all the bones and muscles in both arms, producing extremely terrifying lethality and destructive force. Note, learning this martial technique requires extremely powerful physical toughness. Good lord, so this is just brute force smashing through everything, huh? After reading it, Lin Ye could only sum this martial technique up in 3 words. Pure raw power. Ultimate destructive power. Lin Ye really want to know just how ultimate this destructive power was. After that, Lin Ye started flipping through the pages and practicing. With his mutated, heaven-defying body, it took him less than half an hour to fully master this Earth-tier martial skill. Lin Ye suddenly clenched his fist and began exerting force. Every bone and muscle in his entire arm moved in unison. He could clearly feel that this punch of his contained endless power. But with no target, he slowly relaxed his tense arm. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be if this punch actually landed. How about trying it tomorrow at the freshman ceremony? Thinking of this, Lin Ye smiled, then hummed a little tune as he headed back to the dorm. The moment he got back, Su Feng immediately said to him, Old Fourth, what the hell did you do? Lin Ye asked back, what? Why is your name on the list for the freshman ceremony matches? This time, the teachers of each department had directly posted the match list for the freshman ceremony in the group chat. Everyone could see the battle roster for all the freshmen. And when Su Feng saw that the newcomer sent out by the combat department was named Lin Ye, his eyes widened on the spot. After all, every freshman who could participate in the freshman ceremony was, without exception, one of the best among their department's new students. He had dreamed of getting a chance like this to stand out. Once he showed off enough in an occasion like this, then, for the next 4 years, he could enjoy his youth to the fullest. He had even fantasized that if some direct-line daughter of a major clan took a liking to him, then his footing in the Su family would become completely secure. After all, students who could get into Mingzhu Martial Academy were nothing like those ordinary women outside. At a time like this, he absolutely had to show himself off as much as possible, as one of the top students in the Earth Element Talent Academy. Plus his background from the Su family of Modu and his strength as a late-stage first-rank martial artist, he considered himself the strongest Earth Element freshman of this cohort. The slot from the Earth Element Talent Academy for the freshman ceremony should have been his. But in the end, that slot had been snatched away by some idiot who came out of nowhere making him so angry his whole body trembled. And when he found out that Lin Ye in his dorm had also gotten a slot, he immediately rushed over to question him. Why couldn't he have it? But this country bumpkin from the countryside could? Why? The dean gave it to me. Probably because I'm number one in the combat department, Lin Ye said. He couldn't be bothered talking to him and went straight up to his bed. Hearing that, Zhou Hao and Jiang Tao both said in surprise, damn, old fourth. You're actually number one in the combat department? That awesome? Hearing that, Su Feng felt even more upset. He felt like his spotlight had been stolen. So he said sourly, I heard the combat department is the most mixed bag and has the lowest standards. In some years, even the number one freshman in the combat department was only at the mid-stage of first rank. Lin Ye, what is your cultivation? Lin Ye glanced at him. You'll know tomorrow. TCH, what are you acting for? The combat department has a mixed bag with the lowest ceiling. Late-stage first rank is probably the limit. Su Feng grumbled to himself, then lay down on his bed and went to sleep. The next day, the freshman ceremony began. The vast majority of freshmen came to attend. After all, this wasn't some boring speech from school leadership that would put people to sleep. This was real combat. The freshman ceremony was held at the Martial Arena. It was like a circular stadium with seating for over 10,000 students around it, and below was a gigantic ring. It looked almost like the Colosseum of ancient Rome. And with freshman representatives from each department challenging upperclassmen, there was no way they could miss a spectacle like this. Lin Ye checked his scheduled time slot. It was neither early nor late, right in the middle. That kid Yang Feichen was actually scheduled before him. Interesting. Students of Mingzhu Martial Academy, the freshman ceremony now begins. I believe all of you are geniuses who earned your way into Mingzhu Martial Academy. This freshman ceremony is meant to give the new students a clearer goal through sparring with your senior brothers and sisters. Now, the first match, Xiao Chun of the first-year Wind Element Academy versus Chun Wu of the second-year Earth Element Academy. Lin Ye noticed that not every academy participated in the freshman competition. For example, the Healing Academy, Alchemy Academy, Forging Academy, Formation Academy, and Spiritual Plant Cultivation Academy. These support and logistics-oriented academies almost always refuse to participate. So, generally speaking, only the various elemental academies and the combat department took part in this freshman ceremony. Because of that, the academy competition didn't proceed too slowly. Second years had an overwhelming advantage over first years, almost a whole major realm above them. Many freshmen could only rely on constant movement to stall for time. But once they were caught by an older student, they would usually be blasted off the ring in just 2 or 3 punches. Even Lin Ye found it a little boring, but plenty of people had already started taking bets. I think this kid is pretty fast. I bet he can last 3 minutes. Who is in? I'm in. Damn it. How'd he get blasted off in less than a minute? Shit, I misjudged him. Sounds like that kept reaching Lin Ye's ears, and the matches started feeling even duller. Soon enough, a familiar figure stepped onto the ring. Next match, Yang Feichen of the first-year Earth Element Academy versus Lei Ming of the second-year Lightning Element Academy. The moment Su Feng saw Yang Feichen go up, he clenched his teeth in fury. It was this idiot. That slot should have been his, but this idiot had stolen such a perfect chance to show off. He was unwilling. He was absolutely unwilling. Before stepping onto the stage, Yang Feichen took a deep breath. Lei Ming looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Kid, you look dumb as a brick. Are you really number one in Earth Element? If I knock you off the stage with one punch, don't blame me. Yang Feichen nodded seriously. Don't worry. I'll do my best to win. Fine. I won't bully you too much. If you can force me to use a profound tier martial skill, I'll count it as your win. Lei Ming klo. As he spoke, Lei Ming charged forward, arcs of electricity crackling wildly around his arm, making people's hearts jolt just from looking at it. The moment Yang Feichen saw this, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately activated his talent. 1,000 dust flying sand. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with yellow sand swirling everywhere. Seeing this, Lei Ming was stunned. Visibility dropped sharply, and all the students who had come to watch the match started complaining. No way. We came here to watch a fight. Was this watching sand? Listening to the complaints around him, Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes. Echolocation instantly spread across the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, Lei Ming had originally thought he had this match in the bag. After all, he was a whole major realm above his opponent. As long as 1 or 2 of his attacks landed, he was confident he could end the battle. But who would thought the guy on the other side was an assassin wearing Earth Element skin. At this moment, Lei Ming was getting irritated. Visibility was only a few meters. He kept striking around himself, only to realize that right now, he was basically blind even with his eyes open. The moment he thought about the task he had been given, to end this match within 1 minute, panic started rising in his heart. Come out here. Is hiding like a turtle really that interesting? Come out here. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Then he kept releasing lightning, trying to cover the entire arena. But in the next moment, his face changed. At this moment, every grain of sand seemed to have turned into a lightning insulator. The electric arcs that had always smashed through everything could no longer spread away from his body. Come out. Come out here. Get out here. Lei Ming was starting to panic. In a situation like this, even though he was a second-rank martial artist with greater strength, speed, and defense than his opponent, he had somehow fallen into such a stifling and humiliating predicament. He started shouting in every direction, hoping that if he threw out enough wild punches, one of them might somehow hit his opponent. But at this moment, Yang Feichen seemed to have vanished from the arena altogether. Even the third-rank martial artists who had come to watch the match couldn't sense where he was. When the teachers from the Lightning Talent Academy saw this scene, their faces turned green. The Earth teachers, meanwhile, were grinning so hard their faces were stiff. Who could have imagined that in an era where Earth users were all about defense, an Earth element assassin would appear? After all, this kid was a top genius qualified to enter the Imperial capital, yet he had come to Mingzhu instead. They had to bring him out and show him off. Coward. Chicken. Is this how you fight? Kid, if you got guts, come up and fight me to death. Just as Lei Ming was cursing loudly, Yang Feichen was already standing right behind him. The turtle breath technique had lowered his presence to the absolute minimum. An echo positioning let him move through his own element like a fish in water. In fact, just now, he had been standing about 3 meters behind Lei Ming the whole time, without moving at all. He had been standing behind Lei Ming for half a minute. Yet Lei Ming hadn't noticed him at all. Big Bro's skill really was too strong. Then he deliberately stomped once, intentionally making a sound. Over here, thunderstorm, fist. Lei Ming instantly turned and smashed his fist over, but Yang Feichen kept dodging. In this kind of environment, Lei Ming could forget about landing even the slightest hit on him. For the next stretch of time, Yang Feichen kept intentionally making little noises, while Lei Ming continuously swung his bastard-style punches around wildly, blindly smashing at the air. By now, he was only about 2 meters away from the edge of the arena. Coward. Slippery like a loach. Trash, get out here. Get the hell out here. If you got guts, fight me head on. Using filthy tricks like this. Can you even call yourself a martial artist? Hearing his furious cursing, Yang Feichen showed no expression at all. He silently came up behind him again and slowly raised his hand. Profound rank low grade, rock-shattering army-breaking fist. Boom! He threw out one punch and slammed it brutally into Lei Ming's back. By the time Lei Ming sensed the attack, it was already too late. A peak first-rank martial artist using a profound rank martial skill and attacking from behind, right into the back. Even if Lei Ming was a second-rank martial artist, after taking that punch, he was blasted flying by the terrifying impact. When Lin Ye in the stands heard that, he slowly opened his eyes and the corner of his mouth lifted. Soon, after the entire audience finally heard a scream come from the arena, they all thought of the same thing at once. This long, awful fight was finally over. Still, that Earth Element freshman had held on for quite a while. Among this year's freshmen, that should count as number 1, right? But the very next moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the dust and sand and crashed straight off the arena. Holy shit, the one who got knocked out looks like Lei Ming. Everyone's faces filled with shock when they saw that. Very quickly, the dust settled, and Yang Feichen was standing on the arena stage. When Lei Ming opened his eyes and saw that he had already fallen off the arena, he was so furious he nearly exploded. Yang Feichen slowly said, "Senior, I won this fight. Why, you brat, you dare to sneak me?" Godi. His back was burning with pain, but what he felt even more was humiliation. Unmatched humiliation. He had actually been defeated by a first-year freshman. He simply couldn't accept that kind of loss. The moment he tried to attack again, the referee who had been standing by the edge of the arena immediately stepped in and stopped him. "You lost. Get the hell down. I didn't lose. He played dirty. If your brain doesn't work, who else can you blame for getting tricked? Get the hell out." After that, the referee directly threw Lei Ming out. The Lightning Talent Academy teachers' faces were green with anger, while the Earth teachers were smiling like chrysanthemums in full bloom, looking at Yang Feichen like he was treasure. "Feichen, well done. Number 1, in all these past decades, you are the only freshman to win at the freshman ceremony." Hearing his teacher's excited shout, Yang Feichen showed no pride at all. Instead, he paused, then said to the teacher, "Teacher, I'm not the only one." Let's not go back yet. Stay and watch the rest of the ceremony. There'll be 2 more. When the Earth teacher heard that, his face showed shock. But deep down, he still didn't believe it. A genius like this had only appeared once in so many years. Having won this year was already history in the making. How could there possibly be 2 more? Did he really think geniuses showed up in clusters? Compared to Yang Feichen's calm expression after winning, the entire crowd of new and old students had practically exploded. Damn, that was a huge upset. If I'd known, I would VE open betting just now. Holy shit. What was his name again? Yang Feichen, I think. Holy shit. A bunch of girls already posted him on the confession wall. Wait, he is already famous across the whole school that fast? I'm so jealous. He just unlocked all 4 years of college dating priority in one go. When Su Feng saw this scene, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Feichen was still full of hatred. Who would VE thought the Lightning Talent Academy had sent out someone this weak this time? He couldn't even beat Yang Feichen despite being a whole major realm above him. If Su Feng had gone up, he could beaten that guy too. Then all the attention in the arena would been his. The one publicly confessed on the confession wall would been him, not this idiot. At that thought, he clenched his fists tightly. After 2 more ordinary one-sided matches, Su Feng finally heard a familiar name. Next match. First-year combat department Lin Ye versus second-year fire department Su Lai. The original participant, student Zhang Tian, is unable to attend due to a twisted ankle. So there's been a last-minute substitution for this battle. The moment he heard that name, Su Feng froze. Su Lai, he knew that name all too well. A direct line member of the Su family, and already at mid-second rank. Among the second-year fire students, he was a genius, firmly ranked first. How could someone like that suddenly come to participate in the freshman competition? Wasn't he this just bullying? When the combat department teachers heard that, they immediately started cursing. Holy shit, are you fire department people unable to afford losing or what? What the hell do you mean by sending out your number one? That's just bullying. Can't help it. He insisted on going up himself at the last minute. Besides, you're going to lose anyway. Whoever goes up makes no difference. The combat department teachers all looked furious. Even Su Feng felt a bit of malicious delight. Serve that kid right for acting so cocky. Yesterday, when I asked about his cultivation, he said they'd find out today. Well, great. Now he'd be blasted off the stage with a single punch. As Lin Ye slowly walked toward the arena, Yang Feichen, who had seemed steady, calm, and unshaken the whole time, suddenly shot to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Go big bro!" That huge contrast stunned not only the teacher beside him, but practically everyone who had been paying attention to him. Big bro? Who? It definitely wasn't Su Lai, so there was only one possibility. Lin Ye, a genius like Yang Feichen, actually called Lin Ye big bro? What kind of joke was this? Seeing this, the teachers from the Earth Academy looked at their precious treasure in utter shock. Where had all your composure and calmness from just now gone? How'd you turn into someone else's little fanboy this fast? One of the 2 people you mentioned, don't tell me he is one of them? Yes, teacher. Then your big bro is probably done for. His opponent is the number 1 second-year fire student, Su Lai of the Modu Su family, one of Mingzhu's well-known rising stars. It's fine. Big bro can win. Seeing Yang Feichen's blindly confident look, the teacher let out a long sigh. We'll see. Because of Yang Feichen's shout, quite a few people turned their attention toward Lin Ye. In their eyes, Lin Ye was no different from the other contestants, just another speed bump for the second-year seniors. Su Feng stared at Lin Ye, his fists clenched tight. He actually knew that idiot, and that idiot even called him big bro. For a moment, Su Feng's impression of Lin Ye dropped a few more points. After Lin Ye stepped onto the arena and looked at Su Lai, he couldn't help raising a brow. Su? From a Su family in Modu? So, you people are here to stir up trouble again? Heh, I'm not bullying you. Classmate Zhang Tian twisted his ankle, so I'm taking his place. We're sparring on the school arena. Even if I beat you until you're injured or crippled, it'll just be a case of not controlling my strength well enough during a spar. What problem could there be? When you put that way, there really isn't any problem. Seeing Lin Ye's expression, Su Lai's eyes turned gloomy. Our Su family has suffered a humiliation like never before. I'll collect that interest from you. MHM, do your best. Arrogant. On the arena, the backer behind you can't help you. I'm going to beat you until you end up just like my second uncle, spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Both of you, conversation over. The match begins. The moment those words fell, Su Lai attacked at once. Every move was a killing move as he charged straight at Lin Ye. Last night, after learning that the Su family had suffered such disgrace, that his second uncle had both legs crippled, and that Su Yuan had been relieved of his QQ, he had immediately thought of this method to get revenge. In a martial spar, could Lan Bing really bully the young as a senior? Mysterious rank, mid-grade. Wildfire scorches the plains. Mysterious rank, high-grade, blazing fire bone-burning fist. In an instant, extreme heat and crushing pressure rushed straight at Lin Ye. This punch of his was aimed at crippling Lin Ye. Even the referee at the side turned a blind eye at this moment. Su Lai had contacted him in advance. Under no circumstances could he interfere in this match. When the time came, he could just pretend he hadn't reacted in time. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Ye's mouth immediately curved up. Mysterious rank, low-grade, blood frenzy cry. Pain vanished, and all his physical stats rose dramatically. Mysterious rank, low-grade. Tyrant collapse. He forcibly pushed himself into an overloaded enhanced state, and all fatigue disappeared for a short time. Earth rank, low-grade, desolate savage, mountain-suppressing fist. Holy shit, that fighter type isn't dodging. He charging straight into it. No way. Someone could die from this, right? I don't even dare watch. Boom. The 2 fists collided head-on, and the entire arena instantly erupted with a heaven-shaking roar. Then, in the very next moment, a scene no one could believe happened. Su Lai shot out of the arena like a cannonball. Boom! Another loud crash followed. After flying out, Su Lai didn't stop at all. He slammed directly into the wall by the audience stands, his whole body embedded into it. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The referee was dumbfounded. The audience was dumbfounded. The teachers were dumbfounded too. The entire venue fell silent. For a moment, no one knew how to evaluate this battle. 20 seconds. From start to finish, it didn't seem like even 20 seconds had passed. A simple exchange of fists, one collision, then one side flew out. Just like the earlier matches, it was a one-sided stomp. Nothing much to watch. But this time, the one who got stomped was an TA freshman. It was a second-year senior. And not just any senior, but the #1 student of the second-year Fire Element Talent Academy. Big Bro is awesome. Big Bro is mighty. Yang Feichen kept shouting at the top of his lungs, and only after his voice rang out did the crowd finally snap back to their senses. Lin Ye smiled at Yang Feichen, then said to the referee, "Referee, it's time to announce the result. I assent it. The match is over. The winner is first-year fighter-type freshman, Lin Ye." When the referee said those words, his face had already gone pale. The teachers from the Fire Element Talent Academy rushed over at once. Seeing Su lie with a broken arm, severe injuries, and barely conscious, they flew into a rage. "Quick, carry him to the healing department now. If not, he'll be crippled. Also, who allowed you to strike such a heavy blow?" "Who?" "Because of their talents." The teachers from the Fire Element Talent Academy were all hot-tempered and unreasonable. Their manner was like they wanted to swallow Lin Ye alive. Lin Ye just smiled. "I'm a first-year freshman. I was fighting the #1 Fire Element student of the second year. Since when is going all out my fault?" The fighter-type department's teachers also stepped forward. The smiles on their faces were practically blooming like chrysanthemums as they spoke with perfect confidence. "Your Fire Element Talent Academy switched people at the last minute and even sent out your #1 Fire Element student. We didn't say anything about that." Then the moment he came up, he used a mysterious rank martial skill. "Is that something you use against a first-year freshman? If our student weren't strong enough. He'd have been crippled by that punch long ago. If you want to blame someone, blame the referee. Don't blame our student." "You." The Fire Element Academy teachers were grinding their teeth in anger, but at this point all they could do was glare viciously at them before storming off. The referee, now being called out, felt like crying inside. Before the match, he had received Su Lai's message telling him to turn a blind eye. But he never expected that when the two exchanged blows, the one sent flying would actually be Su Lai. Lin Ye slowly walked off the stage. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, filled with shock. Some of them even unconsciously held their breath. Compared to Yang Feichen's battle, this one had been even simpler. More violent, and more pure. One punch. That was all it took to blast a second-year senior into critical condition. And if the opponent had just been some ordinary senior, that would have been one thing. But this was the #1 Fire Element student of the second year. The weight behind that title was on a whole different level. So this year as freshmen really were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. At this very moment, Su Feng from the same dorm was staring blankly, looking at Lin Ye as if he were a monster. Zhou Hao stood frozen in place, not knowing what to say. Jiang Tao's eyes were wide and round. What had happened before their eyes had dealt all three of them a heavy mental blow, and the thoughts in their hearts were quietly changing as well. "Big Bro, you're way too amazing." As soon as Lin Ye got off the stage, Yang Feichen rushed over and shouted. Lin Ye said slowly, "Keep waiting. In a bit. Watch your big sis." Okay. There's another expert." Hearing their conversation, the people nearby were shaken. Whether it was Yang Feichen using a sky full of yellow sand and kiting his way to victory, or Lin Ye using one simple, brutal punch to send his opponent flying, either one would count as a once-in-decades genius in the history of Mingzhu Martial Academy. And now two had appeared at once. Surely a third one wasn't he about to show up too? Right? In the following matches, the referee was replaced directly, and a middle-aged teacher took over. As one freshman ceremony team after another competed, the event gradually approached its end. And with Yang Feichen and Lin Ye, these two dark horses, everyone present was reluctant to leave. It had even attracted quite a few upperclassmen to come watch, and many people had already started live streams. But unfortunately, no more dark horses appeared after that. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the new referee slowly announced, "Next, the final match. First-year Ice Element freshman Lin Xi versus second-year Wind Element Chu Tian." The referee's tone changed slightly, and then he looked toward the Wind Element Academy. "Why was the participant changed?" The other side requested it. "We couldn't do anything. They said the previous opponent didn't put enough pressure on them. So they wanted us to add some pressure. So we sent out Chu Tian, just enough to give them a little shock. If you don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of earth, it's easy to suffer." The referee's expression stiffened, and he said nothing more. Right after that, when the two contestants came onto the field, Lin Xi's appearance instantly stunned all the freshmen present. Lin Xi had always been beautiful. Her long black hair flowed freely, and a youthful, lively aura around her made anyone who saw her think of the white moonlight from their high school days. Her skin was as smooth as congealed cream, and her face was exquisitely breathtaking. In that instant, she captured the gaze of every male student present. "Holy shit, the Ice Element Academy actually has a girl this pretty? Do you think I can get her contact info? She is way too pretty. Did you see that icy expression on her face? That is seriously amazing. I finally have a goal for college. I'm going to chase her." I'm going to marry her. My PS yellow. Let me spray you awake. Go wash up and sleep. You think the number one ice-type freshman would ever look at you? A high-quality junior like her was probably already divided up by the upperclassmen. It was true. When Lin Xi appeared, it wasn't he, just the first-year freshman whose eyes were feasting. Even the upperclassmen who had come specifically to watch had a slight stir in their hearts. Still, quite a few of them came from aristocratic families, so they weren't so lacking in composure that they would lose themselves over a pretty girl. But all in all, Lin Xi's popularity shot up like crazy across the entire school in an instant. Her buzz even overwhelmed the previous two dark horses. After all, no dark horse could compete with the beauty. After Chu Tian stepped onto the stage, his originally bored expression instantly lit up. If he'd known his opponent was such a pretty little junior, he would VE dressed up properly before coming. Hello, little junior. Later, I'll go easy on you. After this is over, interested in having a meal together? Chu Tian showed off his flowing hairstyle that he thought looked dashing, along with what he believed was a very handsome smile. Lin Xi's mouth twitched, and from start to finish, she didn't spare him an extra glance. At this moment, there was only one thing on her mind. Lin Ye had ended his battle in a single move, so she had to end hers quickly too. Otherwise, Lin Ye would crush her again. When Chu Tian saw that, he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "So you're a cold little junior, huh? In that case, senior here, one hold back later." Just then, Lin Ye and Yang Feichen looked at each other, seeing what everyone around them was talking about. Lin Ye said in surprise, "Little Feichen, I just noticed. Looking at their expressions, my she seems to be a beauty. I seriously never would VE imagined it." Yang Feichen nodded heafili. "Yeah, I only just realized it too. So big sis, is this kind of authoritative beauty? But as a powerhouse, the topic people are discussing about her is actually her looks. As a powerhouse, she must be really sad. Big bro, we have to help big sis regain her confidence. All right, let us do it." Then the two of them each pulled out a banner. She, you're the best in all the world. Big sis, you're the strongest in all the world. She, big sis, go for it. Their shouting was so awkward it made people's toes curl enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. When Lin Xi saw this scene, her face turned red. Even her ears had gone red. From anger. What the hell were those two idiots doing? Ha. Junior, looks like you even have 2 supporters. Are they your admirers? They seem pretty friendly. How about you just step down from this match? I really don't want to hit a girl. Especially a pretty one like you. Chu Tian spoke slowly, but Lin Xi quickly adjusted her emotions, ignored the embarrassing yelling from her idiot big brother and idiot little brother, and then said, "The last person who talked to me so frivolously is crippled below now." Hearing that, Chu Tian froze for a moment, but still didn't take it seriously. Fiery little junior, huh? If your Ice Town Academy had chosen to switch opponents, then maybe you'd have had a tiny chance of winning. But against me, you have no chance at all. Then Chu Tian slowly spread his arms and said proudly, "Standing before you is a disciple of the Chu family of Modu, with profound body aptitude, an A-rank talent, Galeblade. It's a top-tier, offensive, wind element talent. I'm at mid-stage, 2nd rank cultivation. What are you going to use to compare with me?" The duel begins. At the referee's command, his whole body instantly tensed up, ready to jump in and save the situation at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Chu Tian suddenly retreated, and every stream of wind he released became like steel blades sharp enough to slice iron like mud, blasting straight toward Lin Xi. The wind he released was naturally endowed with a tearing attribute. Among wind element talents, it was top tier among the top tier, with terrifying killing power. At the same time, Lin Xi also unleashed her own strength. Soul crystal condensation art. It forcefully increased the efficiency of burning her blood, and this time, she could burn it without restraint. In an instant, the entire arena was covered in blood-red ice crystals, and Lin Xi's jet-black long hair turned blood-red at this moment as well. Her eyes were scarlet, and a chilling, killing intent radiated from her body, making Chu Tian pause in shock. His broad knowledge made him realize what kind of talent this little junior in front of him had, but he still didn't panic. At the very least, his cultivation level was right here, and while Blood Extreme Cold was powerful, it was born with a debuff. This little junior looked so delicate and weak. How much blood did she even have to burn? If she burned 2 or 300 milliliters, she'd probably get dizzy and step down on her own. For a moment, the clash between Galeblade and Blood Extreme Cold filled all the students present with an overwhelmingly vivid visual impact, as if they were watching an epic blockbuster film. After all, in the previous 2 Dark Horse matches, one had sand all over the arena so no one could see anything, and the other had ended too fast to give them that boiling blood excitement at all. But Lin Xi and Chu Tian's duel made them truly feel that today. They had not come for nothing. When Chu Tian saw that his first move hadn't knocked his opponent off the stage, he gradually put away his playful attitude and prepared to get serious. Profound rank low grade, wind rise. Profound rank mid grade, hurricane spiral fist. Profound rank high grade, wind kill. With all 3 moves unleashed, small cyan tornadoes swirled around Chu Tian across the entire arena. These tornadoes were as tall as 3 or 4 floors, and miniature whirlwinds wrapped around both his hands. Faced with that terrifying pressure, no one doubted in the slightest that this move would end the battle directly. When the referee saw this, his whole body had already tensed to the limit. Chu Tian's move was aimed directly at ending the match. But just as the referee was about to rush out, a cold female voice entered his ears in the very next second. "Don't interfere. Stay where you are." The referee froze in place, and during that moment of hesitation, the tornado on the opposite side, packed with countless wind blades, had already begun madly shredding Lin Xi's blood-red ice crystals. Lin Xi's ice crystals were reduced to powder in an instant. It looked as if victory and defeat had already been decided. But Lin Xi slowly closed her eyes, then lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Profound rank low grade, ice barrier. Profound rank mid grade, dance of snow. Profound rank mid grade, judgment of ice. Profound rank high grade, blizzard. Then Lin Xi frantically burned her own blood. In just a few breaths, she felt that 1/10 of her blood had already been burned away. In the past, this level of power would have required burning all of her blood to release. But now it was actually this easy, and she didn't even feel dizzy. The ice barrier unfolded, and the defensive line that had been torn up by the hurricane was instantly restored. More than that, the tornado couldn't shatter a single ice crystal anymore. Every blood-red ice crystal was packed with terrifying low temperature and freezing cold, startling Chu Tian badly. And the wind blades released by his hurricane were all dodged by Lin Xi using the elegant movement technique of dance of snow. Within her own barrier, she seemed to be gracefully ice skating. There was no sign at all that she was in the middle of the battle. Seeing this, Chu Tian's eyes widened uncontrollably. Then the blizzard descended. Blood-red ice crystals and wind and snow instantly dragged the temperature of the entire arena down to freezing. The biting cold wind, mixed with blood-red ice crystals and wind and snow, looked like the end of the world had arrived. Every second, it was wearing down Chu Tian's tornadoes. The tornadoes he had spread out, each towering more than 10 meters high, seemed so powerless before the blizzard at this moment. Only after Lin Xi had displayed all these moves did Chu Tian finally react. His hands and feet were already getting stiff in the cold. The only reason they weren't completely frozen was because he was constantly burning through his own chi blood and spiritual power to maintain the minimum temperature in his body. But under the double pressure of the terrifying ice barrier and the blizzard, even that wound tea lasts much longer. In this battle, he might lose. Lose to a freshman who had just started college and had only awakened for around 4 months. How could I possibly lose at the freshman ceremony? Wind sweeps away the clouds. He directly compressed the hurricane, increasing its intensity. Within a 10-meter radius around himself, smaller hurricanes with even faster rotation speeds sprang up. And this time he locked straight on a Lin Xi. Without holding back in the slightest, he charged right at her. As long as he could endure Lin Xi's terrifying blizzard and defeat her before his body froze stiff, he could eliminate her directly. This time, the range of his hurricane spread out completely, covering a wide enough area that she had nowhere to dodge. The moment Lin Xi saw this, she immediately used ice form. In an instant, a layer of blood-red ice crystal armor covered her body. Seeing her switch to a defensive method, Chu Tian was overjoyed. There was a gap in cultivation between them. Lin Xi's defense was no match for him. He had this in the bag. But Lin Xi remained calm and unhurried. She simply raised her hand slowly. Then a blood-red giant ice crystal sword, 10 meters long, gradually condensed above the battlefield. The giant sword just so happened to stop at a height of about 20 meters directly above Chu Tian, and at this moment, it was moving at high speed along with him. Ice Judgment, her only killing move. It directly condensed a giant ice sword above the enemy and launched a plunging attack from the sky. Once cast, the sword never missed, and through the blizzard, she had forcibly blocked Chu Tian's vision, so during his final charge, he had no idea that the terrifying ice sword was already hanging above his head, ready to pass judgment on him at any moment. Junior, just go down like this. Even if you lose, you can still be considered gloriously defeated. From beginning to end, there's only ever been one person I could lose to. And that person, ISNTU. Lin Xi's gaze sharpened. With a flick of her finger, the 10-meter-long ice crystal giant sword came crashing down from the sky at high speed. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Chu Tian was scared limp and dropped straight onto the ground. The referee was standing behind him, forcefully blocking the ice sword judgment that had fallen from the sky. Still slumped on the ground, Chu Tian stared at the massive ice sword behind the referee and went completely dumbfounded. And the hurricane Chu Tian had released also lost most of its power because of his sudden stop. The gale wind slammed against the armor formed by her blood-cold extreme frost, but only left behind a few scratches. Breaking her defense was nothing more than wishful thinking. The victor was obvious. Lin Xi looked at Chu Tian indifferently. The corners of her lips even lifted slightly, revealing a faintly teasing smile. Senior, you lost. So, as the loser, are you still going to invite me, the winner, to dinner? Chu Tian's face turned green. He suddenly looked at the referee and shouted angrily. Why the hell did you interfere out of nowhere? Because of your bad judgment, I should V already won. 1. There's no way I could lose this match. Hearing that, the referee was so angry he laughed. Outclassed means outclassed. If I hadn't stepped in, you would V been cut in half at the waist. Who the hell gave you the guts to show off in front of me? You lost. Get the hell off the stage. Chu Tian clenched his fists and looked at Lin Xi with a complicated expression. There was anger in his eyes, but also a bit more admiration. All kinds of emotions tangled together, and in the end, he could only stubbornly say, my condition wasn't too good this time. I'll count it as your win. If you can't afford to lose, then just say you can't afford to lose. Don't pull my condition wasn't a good excuse. You've had one more year of cultivation than me. Count it as my win. Even if we fight again, you'd still lose. Lin Xi didn't indulge him at all. Before, seeing that he had at least been a little polite, she had called him senior out of basic manners. Now it seemed calling him trash was more appropriate. By now, Chu Tian's face was burning red. He could feel the eyes of the entire arena on him. In this arena that could hold over 10,000 students, for the first time, he felt that the gazes of the audience were so piercing. He was a genius who should have been enjoying flowers and applause. Yet at this moment, he was in such an embarrassing state. Why you just wait for me? After saying that, Chu Tian left the stage. Gone was his earlier high spirit and suave bearing. All that remained was a bit of awkwardness and ridiculousness. The winner, first-year Ice Element freshman, Lin Xi, after shouting that, even the referee couldn't help but glance at the girl again. From that ice judgment just now, he could clearly sense that the destructive power of that move was already close to the level of a third-rank martial artist. What terrifying strength. This girl was only 18, right? No wonder the iceberg female professor from Bingdu Academy was personally taking her as a disciple. Little Feichin, see that? You're big sis one. Keep going. Got it. At that moment, the two of them pulled up another banner. The goddess is mighty. The goddess is domineering. Lin Xi's joy from victory instantly dropped to zero under the influence of those two clowns. Her cheeks heated up again. She seriously wanted to grab both of them and whip them like spinning tops. This freshman ceremony had ended, and 3 dark horses had emerged. At this very moment, those 3 dark horses had already become major celebrities in the hearts of all the freshmen. On the confession wall and on the campus forums, discussions about the 3 of them exploded all at once. Videos of their battles were being played everywhere. But in terms of discussion popularity alone, even Lin Ye and Yang Feichen's combined attention couldn't compare to Lin Xi's. After all, one fight was all sand, and the other ended in less than 20 seconds from start to finish. Lin Xi's battle was the coolest to watch and the most talk-worthy. For a while, Lin Xi had vaguely started gaining the title of Ice Goddess. Quite a few people were already itching to make a move. As soon as this freshman ceremony ended, they planned to launch an enthusiastic pursuit of her. After all, everyone liked to dream. What if this junior girl came from some small place? Hadn't he seen much of the world and just happened to like his type? What if she liked helping the poor? What if she had a fetish for ugly guys? What if she just liked someone with average looks, an average family background, and average cultivation like him? Almost most people were thinking along those lines, and one after another, they all started taking action. Within 10 minutes after the match ended, Lin Xi's chat account was practically flooded. All kinds of people, new students and old students alike, joined the freshman group and started trying to add her as a friend. Junior Lin Xi, hello. I'm a second-year senior from the Earth Element Academy. My family is the Wu family of Jiangcheng. May I invite you to dinner? Junior Lin Xi, hello. I'm Qin Ming, a third-year senior from the Lightning Talent Academy. May I ask about your hobbies and interests? Junior Lin Xi, have you toured Modu before? I'm a born and raised Modu local. Want to hang out this weekend? I can show you all of Modu in 2 days. There were too many to count. Freshmen and upperclassmen alike were all coming over to strike up conversations. Only now did Lin Xi realize that being too famous really could be a bad thing. At this very moment, people were already treating her as a target they could make a move on. Ordinary people were attracted by her looks. Geniuses were interested in her talent, looks, and bloodline. Looking at the endless list of pending friend requests, Lin Xi fell into distress. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was chatting with Yang Feichin off to the side. Look, little Feichin, we're famous. Nice. We've only been in college a few days, and we're already campus celebrities. Tell me, do you think some rich lady might fall for me, and then I can start living the sweet life of lying flat? Be big, bro. How can you think like that? We're men who are going to stand at the top of the world. Don't fall this low. That's where you're wrong. Cultivation and money don't conflict. With money, you can cultivate even better, right? Other people buy low-grade pills for 100,000 a bottle, while you buy top-grade pills for 10 million a bottle. Your breakthrough success rate will be dozens of times higher than theirs. Doesn't that make sense? You only need to sacrifice a tiny bit of physical labor, and you can get more cultivation resources than you can count. Totally reasonable. As Lin Xi listened to Lin Ye spouting garbage again, anger instantly rose in her heart. Her own biological sister, herself, was already being targeted by all kinds of crooked melons and crack dates, and this bastard was still thinking about latching onto a rich older woman. Latch on his grandma's leg. Very soon, the principal of Mingzhu Martial Arts Academy appeared. Not a branch principal, but the head principal himself. He was an old man with drifting white hair. He looked more like a great scholar than a martial artist. The principal actually came in person. The teachers were all shocked. After all, even after joining the academy, they had only seen the principal a few times. Some of the older teachers said, he had to come. These are once-in-a-century geniuses. This class produced 3 of them. A record the school had maintained for decades got beaten up by these 3 freshmen. These are geniuses among geniuses. When the principal stepped onto the stage, he slowly raised a hand. The bodies of Lin Ye, Lin Xi, and Yang Feichen all floated into the air. Under the gaze of the entire arena, they were brought before the principal. Lin Ye was alarmed inside. This principal's cultivation was absolutely unfathomable. He quickly bowed. Greetings, principal. Lin Xi and Yang Feichen hurried to follow. Greetings, principal. The principal smiled. Good, very good. It has been a long time since I've smiled this happily. Several decades, in fact. I never thought that before this old man goes into the ground, I did get to see freshmen defeat upperclassmen at the freshman ceremony. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. The stage today belongs to the 3 of you. In a while, come with me to collect your rewards. Each of you may say a few words and let this freshman ceremony come to a perfect end. The first to take the microphone was Yang Feichen. His words were full of youthful passion. I want to climb to the peak of martial artists together with Big Brother and Big Sister. I want to chase after their footsteps. He was overflowing with youthful spirit. That scene attracted quite a few female fans to Yang Feichen, and the principal nodded in satisfaction. The original heart to keep growing stronger is a quality every martial artist must have. I hope you fulfill that wish in the future. Then the principal smilingly handed the microphone to Lin Ye. Lin Ye cleared his throat and said, My name is Lin Ye, male, 185 centimeters tall, owner of a six-pack, young and energetic, excellent stamina, outstanding endurance. I hope all the rich. Before he could finish, the principal snatched the microphone back at light speed. Student Lin Ye means that he is extremely disciplined, and that only by maintaining high-intensity daily cultivation was he able to become this strong. Everyone should learn from student Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked at his own hand, then at the microphone already back in the principal's hand, and resentment showed in his eyes. Such a perfect chance to advertise himself was gone, just like that. Couldn't they let him skip a few decades of detours? Then the principal handed the microphone to Lin Xi and said with a kindly expression, Student Lin Xi, share your thoughts and draw a perfect ending for this freshman ceremony. Lin Xi looked at the circular arena. The densely packed crowd was all watching her at this very moment. Then she glanced at Lin Ye, who still looked a little lost, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She picked up the microphone. I don't have any great principles to share, but I want to thank one person. The reason I was able to come this far is because someone has always been by my side, encouraging me, supporting me. Without his support, companionship, and encouragement, I could never have made it here. At that moment, Lin Ye immediately realized something was wrong. Who was this girl talking about? How did he not know there was someone like that by her side? Then, in the next instant, she intimately wrapped herself around Lin Ye's arm, pressing her whole body against him. With a playful and gentle expression, she said, He is the boyfriend I love and like the most. Lin Ye, darling, I want to share this joy with you. For a moment, the entire arena fell silent. Lin Ye's eyes widened abruptly as he stared at her in shock. Within 25 seconds, he realized the severity of the problem. What? Worried about sibling romance? Wrong. He wasn't worried at all, compared to what was coming next. Mere sibling romance was nothing serious. What was serious was that this little bastard Lin Xi had set him up. As Lin Xi's words fell, nearly half the men in the arena turned their eyes toward Lin Ye. That blend of resentment, hatred, jealousy, fury, and ugly killing intent could probably resurrect 10 evil sword immortals. And all of that vast, terrifying malice was aimed at him alone. Meanwhile, Yang Feichen's CPU had already started smoking. Big Sister said Big Brother was her boyfriend, but Big Brother and Big Sister were biological siblings. So in this situation, Big Sister, as a biological younger sister, had fallen for Big Brother. He was completely dizzy. At this moment, even the principal's expression was incredibly colorful. He was actually breaking into a cold sweat. He clearly remembered that the relationship in these two people's files was brother and sister, right? So what exactly was going on here? Thunderstorm, sibling romance literature? Ahem. No. Could it be that the two of them weren't blood-related? Student Lin Xi's sharing joy with her boyfriend is something worth being happy about. I hope that on your path to becoming stronger, you too can meet people who support you, just as Student Lin Xi has. This freshman ceremony comes to a perfect con. It's not over yet. Lin Ye immediately spoke up. He had to clear up the truth right now, or his college life would never know peace again. Everyone, I'm actually Lin Xi's older brother. This is all a misunderstanding. Actually, so, darling, you like it when I call you Gidge? Do you like roleplay that much? Then can I call you Oni-I-chan? And you can call me a Mudo. Gidge Lin. She coquettishly shook Lin Ye's arm. Each sweet Gidge went straight into everyone's heart. In an instant, the killing intent gathered again, even stronger than before. No, he couldn't let her keep talking. If this went on, he might as well just die on the spot. Everyone, I'm actually her biological older brother. What, darling? You want to be like a real older brother and fight for me against every boy who gets close to me? Gives are all very strong. After all, everyone who can come here is a genius, not some ordinary person. I don't want to see you get hurt. Why, you said they're all a bunch of trash fish and rotten shrimp. Not even enough to take one move from you? Don't say that. Gidge, but hearing you say that, I'm so touched. I like you the most, Oni-chan. I want to be with you forever. In my heart, you're the strongest. No one will ever defeat you. With her sweet voice, her coquettish act, the way she kept stirring the pot, and the way she praised him to death. After that whole combo, Lin Ye had practically become the male public enemy of the entire arena. Whirlwinds, electric arcs, flames, wind-blown sand, and the crackling pops of flexing muscles began sounding from the spectator stands of the circular arena. The muscles on Lin Ye's face had already started twitching. I fucking, Oni-chan isnt very convenient today, but if you really want it, that's okay too. Just be gentle, Lin. She lowered her head, swaying Lin Ye's arm, her cheeks flushed red. That pitiful little expression and those lovable little movements instantly filled in every ideal man had ever imagined in a girl. At this point, anything Lin Ye said seemed pale and powerless because no matter what he said, Lin Xi could always seize on a key point and muddy the waters even further. This girl used to be adorably dumb. But the moment it came to screwing over her own brother, her moves got smarter, her tricks got deeper, like she'd suddenly gained wisdom, like she'd achieved enlightenment at Longchong, like the god of literature had descended to earth. Lin Ye had no doubt that if the dean weren't standing right there, these tens of thousands of spectators would already be hurling all the trash and rotten vegetable leaves they'd brought, burying him alive on the spot. At this moment, the dean's face had gone dark. Having lived this long, how could he not know exactly what the atmosphere in the arena was like? Then, he directly covered the three of them. Three of you, the freshman ceremony is over. Time to collect your rewards. With a raise of his hand, the dean took all three of them and whooshed away. But even though the dean had flown off with them, the name Lin Ye had already been carved into the identity of public enemy number one among the entire freshman class. As soon as there was no one else around, Lin Xi immediately let go of Lin Ye's arm. The image of the playful, adorable little sister from just now instantly returned to normal. This way there'll be way fewer annoying flies. Finally, no one will bother me anymore. I'm so smart. So that's why you roasted your own brother over an open fire? Doesn't your conscience hurt? But you're my brother. What? You'd rather watch your cute little sister get surrounded by a bunch of men. What if some yellow-haired punk on a ghost bike sweet-talked me away, then turned to you and said, "Old man, drop some gold coins"? By then, you wouldn't even have a place to cry. Then why didn't you pick Xiao Feichin? He could have been your shield too. Lin Xi glanced at him and shook her head. I'm afraid he'd get beaten to death. Then I wouldn't have a lackey anymore. So you're not afraid your own brother will get beaten to death, huh? You damned extraterritorial heavenly demon. You possessed my sister's body. Get the hell out of her right now. Lin Ye immediately started wrestling with Lin Xi in midair. He locked her neck in a chokehold, while Lin Xi grabbed both his ears and yanked hard in retaliation. Lin Ye refused to back down and started tugging at Lin Xi's hair. Lin Xi wasn't backing down either. She opened her bloody maw and bit down viciously on Lin Ye's arm. Without another word, Lin Ye bit hard onto her scalp. Lin Xi suddenly jerked, flinging one of the shoes off her foot, then threw up a high kick and viciously jammed her foot right into Lin Ye's nostril. And just like that, the two of them started brawling in midair with absolutely zero dignity. At this moment, the dean, who was controlling them as they flew through the sky. These were the two top scorers with perfect scores of 750 that their school had snatched from the imperial capital. Could the two of you not handle things in at least a slightly more decent way? At this moment, when he looked at Yang Feichin, who had scored 700, the boy suddenly seemed pleasing to the eye. This was what a genius was supposed to look like. Yang Feichin, who was watching the battle from the side, was utterly shocked by what he saw. So this was how true experts sparred. So plain and unadorned? Big brother, big sister, I've enlightened again. Could this be the realm of the great Tao, being simplest of all, returning to the truth through reversal? Dean, these three are all beyond saving. Mingzhu Pavilion was the largest scripture repository in all of Mingzhu Martial Academy. Inside were over 100 years' worth of cultivation methods and martial skills collected by the academy. If you wanted to exchange for cultivation methods from inside, you normally had to be a junior or senior and earn points by hunting beasts, or rank at the top of your department to qualify for entry. Yet on only the second day since school had started, the three of them had already obtained this qualification. After landing, the dean looked at Lin Ye and Lin Xi, with their messy hair and disheveled clothes, and his head started to ache. You two can separate now, right? We're here. The dean's words still didn't make them let go. Lin Ye directly said, Lin Xi, let go. Didn't you hear what the dean said? If we're letting go, we let go together. Otherwise my foot can stretch her nostril into a pig nose. Fine. 3, 2, 1, let go. As soon as the words fell, the two instantly separated. Lin Ye quickly tidied up his hairstyle, then rubbed his ears, which had been pulled red. Lin Xi was barefoot on one foot. One foot had a shoe, the other didn't. Her hair was in a total mess, making her look extremely ridiculous. There wasn't the slightest trace of that so-called ice goddess image. Just looking at the two of them gave the dean a headache. He had actually been in a pretty good mood today, really. But after only these few short minutes, his feelings had become rather complicated. The three of you, after you go in, you may each freely choose one Xian rank martial skill or cultivation method. There's no time limit, so you can take your time. This time, because you broke an epic-making record, and by my personal decision, your bonus has been doubled from 500,000 to 1 million. It will be transferred to your bank cards within 3 days. All right, go on in. As he spoke, the dean led the three of them inside. The moment they entered, Lin Ye and Lin Xi's eyes lit up. Even Yang Feichen, who came from a wealthy family, couldn't help admiring how luxurious Mingzhu Pavilion was inside. Mingzhu Pavilion sounded like a pavilion, but in reality, it was a massive shopping mall. Every category, every attribute, and every cultivation method of each attribute had been sorted in great detail. As soon as the dean entered, the teacher in charge of Mingzhu Pavilion came up to him. Dean, what brings you to Mingzhu Pavilion today? I'm bringing 3 geniuses to select cultivation methods. You personally brought them? The dean slowly said. At the freshman ceremony, they defeated senior students as freshmen. Are they not worth bringing here? The teacher's expression also turned astonished. That hasn't happened in decades. No wonder, no wonder. Dean, will you be personally choosing for them? They can choose for themselves. When they come out, just register them once. The dean looked at the eager expressions in these kids' eyes and couldn't help smiling. This is the teacher in charge of Mingzhu Pavilion. You could just call him Teacher Wang. Mingzhu Pavilion has 2 floors in total. The first floor is all Xian rank cultivation methods and martial skills. The second floor is all Earth rank cultivation methods and martial skills. You may freely choose on the first floor. Once you've made your selection, just let me know. Thank you, Dean. We're going in. The 3 of them didn't waste any words and ran straight in. Teacher Wang looked at Lin Xi, who had a shoe on one foot and no shoe on the other, and at Lin Ye's disheveled clothes. He really wanted to say something, but after glancing at the dean, he swallowed the question back down. The most convenient thing here was the classification. They wouldn't have to rummage around randomly like before in a trash heap. As soon as they entered, Lin Xi headed straight for the ice element cultivation methods and martial skills without even turning back. Yang Feichen also went directly to the earth element section. That left Lin Ye feeling a little awkward. As the only one whose talent had nothing to do with an element, he could only check them one by one. But Lan Bing had already given him an earth rank martial skill, so there really was no need for him to choose an offensive martial skill. Besides, he already had quite a few offensive martial skills. Even if he picked another one, it probably still wouldn't compare to vast wilderness mountain suppressing fist. Decided. A cultivation method. Then, with a goal in mind, Lin Ye quickly walked to the cultivation method section to start choosing. His cultivation speed was already slow to begin with. Now that Lin Xi had an earth rank cultivation method, the gap in cultivation speed between them would probably widen by another huge margin. He needed to hurry up and pick a badass cultivation method to boost his cultivation speed, then casually flip through the others and deduce them through his own heaven-defying physique. Very soon, the name of a cultivation method came clearly into his sight. Xian rank high grade, bone remnant blood prison art. Damn, this thing's got dust on it already. Just hearing the name alone is enough to make me lose it. Lin Ye pulled it out and opened it. The moment he saw the first page, the corner of his mouth twitched. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Lin Ye, that hardcore. Then Lin Ye turned to the second page. Just kidding. Did anyone fall for it? Fuck. Lin Ye slowly raised a middle finger at the cultivation method. Which dumbass created this technique? This is way too insane. After that, Lin Ye kept reading. But the more he read, the more something fell off. He couldn't keep turning the pages anymore. Only the effects of the cultivation method remained, while the actual cultivation content seemed to have been sealed. No matter how he tried, he couldn't open it. Was this to stop people like him from secretly learning it? With no other choice, Lin Ye could only look at the effects of the cultivation method. But after reading them, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This cultivation method was the great bitter cultivation art. Only by enduring the bitterest suffering could one rise above others. Once this method was cultivated, all the suffering of the mortal world would become passing clouds. The speed of cultivating this method was strongly tied to one's own pain. The more pain the body endured during cultivation, the faster the cultivation speed would be. At the same time, it would greatly raise the cultivator's upper limit for enduring pain. Every hidden injury and every scar on the cultivator's body, after healing, would store pain sensation. It could be detonated at any time, and it could also amplify the cultivator's pain multiplier. When Lin Ye saw this, he didn't say another word. He directly stuffed the manual into his clothes. What was there even to say? This was practically tailor-made for him. Damn. First it raised his pain tolerance limit, then it amplified his pain multiplier. The person who created this cultivation method was absolutely insane. After making his choice, Lin Ye walked straight toward Yang Feichen. Clearly, Yang Feichen was in quite a dilemma right now. What? Having trouble deciding. The moment Yang Feichen saw Lin Ye come over, his eyes lit up at once. Big bro, which one do you think I should choose? These two both seem really good. One was a high-tier, profound, rank martial skill, splitting rock-shattering gold claw. The other was a high-tier profound rank martial skill, Earth Spike instant kill. One had attack power pushed to the extreme, while the other was among the best for sneak attacks. From Yang Feichen's point of view, judging by his personality, he leaned more toward the former. But the latter was too well suited to the path he was taking now. Condensing Earth Spikes behind an enemy to launch an attack. Although the damage might not compare to the former, it was better for catching people off guard. Lin Ye directly said, choose the latter. Your family already gave you their best offensive martial skills. You don't lack frontal attack methods. Okay. I'll listen to Big Bro. Then I'll choose this one. Come on. Let us see what your big sister picked. Just as the two were about to go find Lin Xi was already walking out with a martial skill manual in hand. She glanced at Lin Ye and asked directly, what did you choose? A cultivation method. It suited me pretty well. High tier, profound rank. When she heard that, Lin Xi's eyes lit up, but she still turned her head away. I see. Then let us go. At the same time, the corners of her lips couldn't help rising. Good that he chose a cultivation method. If he chose a cultivation method, she wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation being left too far behind. These are the rewards we selected. Teacher Wang looked over the cultivation methods and martial skills the three had chosen, then began recording them. Yang Feichen, high-tier profound rank martial skill, Earth Spike instant kill. Return it after mastering it. Lin Xi, high-tier profound rank martial skill, frost condensation. Return it after mastering it. Lin Ye, high-tier profound rank cultivation method, bone remnant blood prison art. Huh? Teacher Wang suddenly looked up, stared at the cultivation method, then looked at Lin Ye and said, why you really want to choose this? Aren't you going to consider something else? Even the principal frowned when he saw this. I remember this cultivation method. Cultivating it seems extremely painful, right? Old Wang, has anyone ever actually chosen it? Principal, how could that be possible? Just thinking about it, there's no way. Student, are you sure you want to choose this? This thing is not something good. Lin Ye waved his hand. My talent is pain sharing. Teacher Wang, awesome. This cultivation method paired with your talent is just perfect. Then I won't say anything else. Just remember to return it after you finish learning it. Though honestly, whether you return it or not doesn't matter much. Other than you, probably no one else would cultivate this thing. With a cultivation method like this, even if you tossed it outside, it might not sell. It's too damn torturous. After Teacher Wang finished complaining, the three left Mingzhu Pavilion, and the principal slowly said, you three, the next half-month is the opening period for the Purgatory Tower. Each person can challenge it twice. Anyway, today is only the second day, so you have time to go experience it. Besides, I also want to know how many floors your strength can reach. Understood, principal. We'll go when we have time. When the principal saw this, he then looked at the two of them, who still looked all disheveled, and said, you two from now on, can't you use a different way to solve problems? The way you solve things is far too undignified. If word gets out, it damaged the reputation of my Mingzhu Martial Dao Academy. Oh, we got it. After that, the principal left. Lin Ye was bored, so he started scrolling through the campus forum wall. But then he saw something unbelievable. Fuck, everyone, this is insane. My luck exploded today. On the way to get food, a shoe literally fell from the sky. At first I was going to throw it away, but then I realized the shoe is exactly the same as Goddess Lin Xi's. Then he posted a photo of the shoe, followed by a battle recording of Lin Xi fighting Chu Tian. After comparing the shoes, they were indeed identical. Fuck, dogs hit luck. Let me catch some too. But why would a shoe fall from the sky? Right, wasn't Lin Xi taken away by the principal? If the speed was too fast and the shoe got flung off in the air, that would make sense. Original poster. What are you planning to do with the shoe? Selling it? I'll offer 100,000. Also, do not wash it. If you wash it, I don't want it anymore. Bullshit, why would I sell it? I'm going to use it as a lunchbox. The smell inside is slightly sour, so I don't even need to add vinegar. Then he posted another picture. It was still the same shoe, except this time, there was a serving of Yangzhou fried rice inside it. Fuck, fragrant. But if you just use it as a lunchbox, wouldn't that be a waste? You can only use it once. After washing it, it won't have soul anymore. You guys are underestimating me. I already took the insole out ahead of time and sealed it. The sole is in the insole. After I finish eating, I'll wash the shoe, then put the insole back in, and after a few hours the sole will return. Bro, do you seriously not treat us like outsiders at all? We're just online friends. Do you really have to say something this obscene out loud? The internet is not beyond the law. How is this any different from social death? So what? I'm happy. Besides, when I think about how happy I am just because I picked up the goddess's shoe, while some bastard can even have everything of the goddess, I just want to stab him. Know why? I finally managed to forget that the goddess has a boyfriend. Why did you have to bring it up? Didn't they say we're just trash fish that can be dealt with in one move? Come on, I'll start it. Let us form a group and stab Lin Ye. Who's in? I'm in. Me too. Count me in too. For a moment, the people who had still been talking about acting with proper civility were now directly turning their blades toward him. The number even jumped from a dozen or so to over 100, and it was still increasing. Then one comment directly interrupted the formation. Am I the only one who noticed that the goddess currently has no shoes on? Could we maybe see her jade feet? For a moment, the entire internet went silent. Oh my heavens. Fuck, delete that and let me post it. Does anyone know where Mingzhu Pavilion is? I know. Hurry over. Let us go together. We can stab someone while we're at it too. Lin Ye looked at the messages above, his expression turning a little strange. Then he looked at Lin Xi with a complicated face. Lin Xi was annoyed by the look and directly lifted her little bare foot and kicked him in the butt. What else with that expression? Still want to fight? I'll go all the way with you. Looking at Lin Xi's fair little foot, Lin Ye couldn't help activating echo positioning. Oh ho, it had already begun. Xiaoxi, let me tell you some news that, overall, is neither good nor bad. What is it? You're about to lose your real brother. People have already started forming groups to come chop me up. The number has already passed 100. Hearing that, Lin Xi first froze, then smiled. So that is how it is. Brother, you wouldn't want your dear little sister to be harassed by a bunch of men, right? After all, you're my boyfriend now. If I don't admit it, then even if you bring out a blood test report, they'll still say it's photoshopped. This way, not only can you not latch onto a rich woman, no one can harass me either. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Ye continued, but there is one more thing. You should be interested in it too. What? Don't tell me there's another surprise. The shoe you kicked away has already been picked up by someone else. Then he posted a picture of that shoe on the forum. The whole forum has already exploded. And the most important thing is, someone offered 100,000 yuan to buy that shoe, and he still refused to sell it. Lin Xi. Then Lin Ye's expression became subtle again. And the reason he won't sell it is because he said from now on, that shoe will be his lunchbox. He also said it's slightly sour inside, so he doesn't even need to add vinegar. Lin Xi. Was what she had just heard even fucking Chinese? Then Lin Ye directly pulled out the photo. When Lin Xi saw that her shoe was filled with Yangzhou fried rice, and below it was a crowd of people saying to let them have a bite too, her expression twisted. No, they. How could people be so shameless? Aren't most of the people here from aristocratic families? In Modu, there are a lot of businessmen, and the wage level isn't low either. Even the parents of ordinary people can save up for 10 years and buy an awakening stone for awakening. So if people have been suppressing themselves for too long, they'll end up like this. Not to mention the collateral branches of some small aristocratic families from remote areas, they might not be living that well either. Seeing how crazy the people in there were, Lin, she started to regret it a little. Then suddenly, she sharply realized something. Wait, they're coming over. Yep, that's right. They said they want to admire your jade feet. Surprised? Unexpected? Lin Ye said gleefully. The moment his words fell, a massive black-pressed army was already charging in their direction. In their left, I was the character for jade. In their right, I was the character for feet. They were no longer close to gods, and already far from being human. Lin Xi, this world is hopeless.